Synopsis. Edward, the most gifted heir of the powerful Rothschild family, dies young at 15 while saving a stranger's life. Though seen as a tragedy, Edward had never truly known happiness, despite his brilliance and influence. But death wasn't the end. He is reborn as a child named James Potter, a name he instantly recognizes from a book he once read in secret during his previous life, Harry Potter. Now, with his genius and second chance, his story begins again in a world of magic. Chapter 1. The sky is bathed in soft shades of blue and violet. The horizon is increasingly lighter in hue, indicating the impending sunrise. As the sun begins to rise over the horizon, the first rays of light filter through the silhouette of trees and a huge palace-like house. The atmosphere is filled with a soft silence, broken only by birdsong announcing the new day. Rays of light filtered through one of the many windows of the mansion. The curtain of the room stopped the rays of light but failed to stop everyone. In this room was a young boy sleeping in a large and very luxurious bed. The rays of sunlight that managed to get in fell on his face, his eyes opened slowly, and his face did not look tired at all. The room is a large size, decorated in shades of blue and white, with golden details and ornamental elements. The furniture is elegant and antique. It even has a marble fireplace and the walls are adorned with valuable works of art. The boy has a healthy and youthful appearance, his complexion is fresh and light-toned, with smooth, flawless skin. He has large, expressionless eyes that are blue in color and sparkle with great intelligence. His eyelashes are long and his eyebrows are well defined. His hair is a shade of blonde and falls in wavy locks that frame his face. This young man was Edward Rothschild. His well-polished appearance and intelligent, expressionless eyes would lead one to believe that he is 18 or 20 years old, but he turned 15 a few days ago. Edward got out of bed quietly and with graceful movements, walked calmly to the window, and opened the curtain allowing all the rays of light to enter. The clock read 6:30 a.m. He stood contemplating the landscape for a few seconds. The palace-like mansion was known under the name of Waddesdon Manor. It has a neo-Renaissance French chateau style and is one of the most famous properties of the Rothschild family. The family to which Edward belonged was one of the 5 families that control the world. It is a European dynasty that dates back to the end of the 18th century. It is one of the most influential lineages of bankers and financiers in the world, if not the most influential. After contemplating the landscape, Edward began to do some light stretches to wake up the body and relax, while he was bathed by the rays of light. After that he made up the bed, leaving it as good as new, and went to the bathroom in the room itself. He washed his face with warm water and after that brushed his teeth thoroughly for at least 2 minutes. His expression in the mirror never changed, as if he was programmed to do the same thing every morning. He took a quick shower, dried his hair, and combed it. His appearance was very attractive, however, he never smiled or anything, giving an apathetic expression. Finally, he dressed in clothes he had previously chosen for the day. As he finished buttoning the last button on his shirt, someone knocked on the double door. Knock, knock. The clock read 6:55 a.m. Mr. Edward, it's time to wake up. When the voice finished speaking, Edward, as if expecting this, opened the door. He found himself facing an older man. The man's hair was gray, he had an odd mustache and some wrinkles on his face. He wore a very formal suit with a black bow tie. "Good morning, Mr. Edward." "On time and perfect as always," complimented the older man. "Good morning, Alfred," said Edward in a monotone and without changing his expression. "Mr. William and Mistress Elizabeth are waiting for you in the main dining room," said the man named Alfred, who was one of the many butlers in the mansion. Edward nodded slightly, knowing Alfred would say those words, as it was the same every morning. Giving a slight nod of his head he said goodbye to Alfred and began to walk through the huge mansion. Alfred bowed respectfully as he watched Edward walk quietly, then entered his room and began to clean and tidy up, although he knew that the cleaning was minimal, as Edward was very meticulous. Edward, walking through the large and luxurious corridors, stopped and looked at a wall on which hung a large painting of an older and somewhat bald man. The man had a serious and very dignified expression. He wore an old nobleman's suit and had a medal that looked very valuable as a necklace. Edward knew the identity of this individual very well. The person depicted in the painting was Mr. Mayer Amstel Rothschild, who passed away hundreds of years ago. The history of the Rothschild family begins with Mayer Amstel. In his time was a German banker who is known as the founding father of international finance and was Edward's great-great-grandfather. He stopped looking at the painting and continued walking, until finally arriving at the main dining room. A long table of very expensive material was in the center with many chairs around it. At the end of the table sat a middle-aged man. His face was attractive and similar to Edward's, and his expression was also blank. No one would know what was going on in his head. This person was Edward's father, William Rothschild. Next to him, there was a woman with long straight black hair. Her features were very attractive. The woman's gaze was serious and stern. The only similarity to Edward was her small-sized and very symmetrically perfect nose. This woman was Edward's mother, Elizabeth Rothschild. "Good morning, father, mother," Edward said in a polite and respectful tone. "Good morning, son. You may sit down," nodded William. A maid came over and moved one of the chairs, so Edward could sit down. "You're 2 minutes late, Edward." "What happened?" asked Elizabeth, as Edward sat down in the chair and scooted closer to the table. On one of the walls of the dining room, there was an antique clock that read 7:02 in the morning. "I'm sorry, mother. I was contemplating the painting of great-great-grandfather Amstel on the way here," replied Edward, who was already expecting the question about his tardiness. His mother was very controlling of her time. "Even 1 minute can serve to be more productive than your rivals, or so she always repeated. Your great-great-grandfather was a very successful man. He built the foundation for the family. If you want to live up to him, you can't make even the slightest mistake," Elizabeth said in a calm and repressive tone. "Your mother is right, son. A small difference can be the determinant to be the winner," said William in agreement with his wife. It was only 2 minutes, thought Edward, a little annoyed by his mother's reprimand. However, he was used to this, so his expression did not show dissent towards his parents and remained as always, inexpressive. "You're right. I'm sorry, it won't happen again," Edward said politely and without arguing, very different from boys his age who at 15 are in their rebellious stage. "Although for a genius like you, I don't think 2 minutes will make you lose," William added with a slight smile of pride. "It's not good for you to pamper him, darling. Despite Edward's talent and genius, if we want him to be successful and lead the family back to its golden age, we must be strict. Talent and hard work. That's the formula," said Elizabeth, who had no plans to give her son 2 minutes of free time, as she thought they should be used productively. If anyone overheard the conversation they would put on a strange expression. It would be odd to be considered pampering a son for giving him 2 minutes of free time. "As you say," said William, who knew he couldn't win an argument with his wife about Edward's education. "Well, Edward. Make me remember, what's your schedule today?" asked Elizabeth as she ate her breakfast elegantly. Even though she knew the answer, she wanted to hear it from her son's mouth. "At 7:30, I have math class with Professor Thomas White. Then I will have ethics classes with Professor Amelia Moore. And lastly classes with Professor Richard Baker on economics and finance," answered Edward. The classes were not normal, that is, going to a school with other kids your age and learning. The teachers Edward named would particularly come to his house to teach him. They are very famous teachers and renowned for their academic achievements. Despite the great wealth they possess, Elizabeth thinks it is a waste of time to send Edward to a school, even if it is the most prestigious school. She thinks it is much more productive to bring the best teachers in the world to the house so that her son can make the most of his time and not waste time at school. "Fine, that will be until noon. At 12:30 your tutor will come. Today you will be with him for only 1 hour, since, as you remember, we must attend a meeting held by the Mars family. They are very anxious to meet you. You must make a good impression," said Elizabeth. The most worrying thing about Edward not attending a school is that he will not be able to make connections with people who will be important in the future like him, but his mother solved this by taking him to meetings held by wealthy families. This way he can socialize and start building his circle. "After the meeting, you will come straight to Rothschild. There will be an important meeting and all the members of the board agreed that you should participate," William said with a slight smile. By Rothschild referred to N.M. Rothschild Sons Limited or Rothschild Group, which is the British multinational investment banking company controlled by the family. It was founded in 1811, being the 7th oldest continuously operating bank in the UK. "I understand, father," nodded Edward. "Then you will return home, and your language teacher will be waiting for you. As you have already mastered 5 languages to perfection, we have decided that you will start learning Mandarin," said Elizabeth in a tone that hid pride. "At this rate, you will become a hyper-polyglot." "Admirable indeed," praised William. Hyper-polyglots are people who speak more than 6 languages at an advanced level. Edward is currently a polyglot as he speaks 3 or more languages. "I can't wait to start learning," said Edward, in a tone that didn't sound at all enthusiastic. His day was already completely planned and structured, and this had been the case for as long as he could remember. So he decided to accept it. Besides his study in languages, he would then have more things planned to do until finally going to bed at 10 p.m. During the whole day, he has no time to relax or do any hobbies of his own choice. Even the rest intervals he has are short, 10 to 30 minutes at most. The family of three finished breakfast. William said goodbye to his wife and son and headed to the company. As for Elizabeth, she made sure that Edward had everything he needed for today's study. And she went to greet the mathematics teacher. Edward was now in a dedicated room for his study. He was sitting at a polished wooden desk with his books and supplies needed for today. "Good morning, Edward," said Professor White entering the room. "Good morning, Professor," greeted Edward rising from his seat. "Have you done the homework I left you last day?" asked White. Edward nodded and showed him a notebook where he had completed all the homework that the professor had left him. Math class lasted 2 hours. When the clock struck 9:30 a.m., Elizabeth entered the room. "Good, Edward, take a rest in 10 minutes. Teacher Amelia will be here." "Go get things ready," said Elizabeth. "Yes, Mother," nodded Edward as he put away the math books. Professor White looked at the boy with pity but said nothing. He knew his opinion was worthless. "How did you do in class today?" asked Elizabeth looking at the professor. "Perfect, as always. Edward's comprehension is incredible. He is learning much faster than we thought. At this rate, we will finish the study plan we devised in 2 months. And these are university-level topics," replied Professor White in amazement as he looked sideways at Edward, who continued with a stoic expression. "It's what is expected of him," said Elizabeth, who looked normal to her. "Miss Amelia should be arriving shortly. If you'll come with me," added Elizabeth as she began to walk beside Professor White toward the exit. "Goodbye, Edward," said White, saying goodbye. "Goodbye, Professor," said Edward in a monotone. Poor boy, thought Professor White, feeling sorry for Edward. He started to be his teacher since 2 years ago and he never saw the boy change his expression, neither sadness nor anger and even less happiness. Professor Amelia arrived and they started the class instantly without wasting a second. After Teacher Amelia's class, he had another short break and had the last class with the economics and finance teacher until 12 noon. At the end of the last class, food was already waiting for him at the dining room table. He had 30 minutes to eat before his tutor arrived. "After your tutoring, I have prepared a suit for the meeting with the Mars family. You must prove to them all that you are the most promising Rothschild heir," commented Elizabeth as she ate lunch next to Edward. "I understand, Mother," said Edward, keeping his monotone. "And hide your apathy, although you always do. You must show that you are interested in socializing with them. Despite being pawns, it is necessary for them to be happy," Elizabeth said matter-of-factly. The Mars was a family of great power and a lot of money, but to Elizabeth Rothschild, they were nothing more than pawns. "As you say," said Edward, who incredibly his tone changed to a friendlier one, and his once apathetic expression seemed more sociable. Elizabeth, seeing this, nodded, inwardly satisfied. Chapter 2. The Rothschild family has many heirs. Mayer Amstel, the man who started the family history, placed his 5 sons in the 5 most important financial centers in Europe: Amstel in Frankfurt, Solomon in Vienna, Nathan in London, Kamen in Naples, and Jacob in Paris. Both Edward and his father belonged to the Nathan Mayer Rothschild lineage, which was accentuated in the United Kingdom. Specifically in London, and he was the man who founded the bank N.M. Rothschild's Sons, where Edward would go to a meeting today. Edward, despite his young age, is considered the most promising heir of the 5 branches, thanks to the great genius that he showed from an early age. Much merit of this is due to his mother, since he was a child she began to prepare Edward. After lunch, his tutor arrived, and after that, he dressed in the suit prepared by his mother and went by limousine to the Mars family estate. The meeting lasted an hour. Edward hung out with people his age, showing a more lively and much more sociable expression. Everyone wanted to talk to him. They saw him as some sort of leader and figure to follow. Even the adults chatting with Elizabeth were talking about Edward. However, Edward knew that everyone was interested in him because he was a Rothschild and because he was the most promising heir. They were all interests, and after all, he was doing the same thing, albeit on his mother's orders. "The limousine is ready, it will take you to the company. Behave yourself, the most important members of the board will be meeting. I'll stay a while longer talking to Mrs. Mars," Elizabeth said as she adjusted Edward's tie. Edward said goodbye to everyone politely and headed to the limousine. Alfred was waiting for him, and when he saw him arrive he opened the limousine door respectfully. As the limo drove through the streets of London, Edward looked out the window. At one point the car stopped at a traffic light and he noticed many boys his age coming out of a school. The boys were chatting and laughing among themselves. Some were making jokes to each other and others seemed to be talking about the funniest events that happened today. Most of all, they all seemed to be happy. Many upon seeing the limousine pointed at it in amazement, as it was rare to see one on the street. Friends, thought Edward without changing his expression. Finally, they arrived at the place. Alfred parked in a VIP spot and opened the door for Edward to get out. As he stepped out he noticed a high-rise building, composed mainly of glass and steel, giving it a modern and elegant look. The facades are clad with glass panels that allow exceptional visibility from both inside and outside. Together with Alfred they headed to the building. Many employees when they saw Edward greeted him respectfully. Even though he was a 15-year-old boy he had a great status that could not be ignored. His father was already waiting for him. The board meeting lasted about 45 minutes or so. Edward could not talk in that place, he was there to learn and gain experience about how the company works. Internally he found it very boring, but he could not show this on his face, as it would be very rude or so he thought. As the meeting lasted less than an hour he had an incredible 15 minutes to spare before leaving again for his mansion and starting another round of studies. Thanks to his mother not being there, he could use them to rest. Since his father was talking to the board members about important things and Alfred was out of sight, Edward managed to sneak out of the building to get some air. These occasions are rare, thought Edward as he watched the people and cars coming and going. The sky was completely blue and he felt a gentle breeze on his face. The company was located on one of the most important streets in London, so there was a lot of traffic, cars and people. The seconds passed quickly, turning into minutes. It was strange that when he was studying or in important meetings the time seemed to go at a snail's pace, and now that he had free time, it passed very fast. 2 minutes, thought Edward as he looked at the expensive watch on his wrist. As he looked up from his wrist he could notice a little boy, about 4 to 6 years old at the most, who was chasing a red-colored balloon without paying attention to his surroundings. The bad thing was that the balloon reached the avenue and the traffic light was green. The child, without paying attention to this, stepped onto the street and continued chasing the balloon. What is that boy doing? Thought Edward, who without thinking twice started to run towards the boy. The boy finally managed to grab the balloon, but he heard the loud sound of a horn. As he turned his head he noticed a huge truck that was about to run him over. His expression turned to fear. The driver's face also looked scared, but he could do nothing to avoid the boy. When the boy was about to be run over, he felt something pushing him out of the way of the truck. It was Edward who had jumped to push the boy. However, this caused his body to be in front of the truck. From the corner of his eye he could see how the truck hit him. He felt immense pain and his body was sent flying several meters. The good thing was that he managed to save the boy and no more cars were approaching. The bad thing was that he was lying on the ground, seriously injured. Is this the end? Thought Edward, looking up at the sky. His vision was blurred and some blood was obstructing one of his eyes. At first, the pain was excruciating, but with each passing second, he felt less pain and felt as if his body was shutting down. As his vision became blurry and his eyelids grew heavier, he could see his short life flash before his eyes as if it were a movie. Even though he was dying, he was not sad. He was never happy, for as long as he can remember his mother controlled every day of his life to the extreme, and he never saw a sign of love from her, nor from his father, nor any of his relatives. The only thing that mattered to them was his great genius and that he was the person who would lead the family to repeat the golden age of the Rothschilds. His life was a daily monotony, completely arranged by his family. His wishes did not matter, he was like a robot. However, he never complained, as he knew there were many people in worse situations. He could consider himself lucky, as he would never go hungry and had a place that many would wish for. I wonder if mother or father will be sad. I don't think so, Edward thought. His mother, like his father, would be disappointed in him, as he sacrificed his life to save an ordinary child. To them the lives of ordinary people were worthless. They even considered the Mars family as pawns, when they were millionaires and had great power, but compared to the Rothschilds they were like ants. The only resentments he had were that he never felt love, never had real friends, never went to school, and never did fun things by his own choice, because to his family they were useless things. Every time he rode in his limousine and saw a group of boys leaving school laughing loudly and having fun, he felt very envious. I indeed remember a very funny book I read a long time ago, thought Edward as his eyelids slowly closed and his consciousness drifted further and further away from his body. Before he closed his eyes completely he noticed a middle-aged woman near him who was crying. She seemed to be the mother of the child he saved. He thought it was worth saving the child if his mother was crying for a stranger like him. The world around him became blurred and distant. A sense of calm and stillness enveloped him. Finally, his eyes closed completely and his consciousness left that world. However, this was not the end. Edward felt as if he was floating in a timeless, formless space. No fear or pain, just an overwhelming serenity. As an indecipherable amount of time passed, he began to perceive a bright light in the distance. The light is warm and friendly, like a beacon in the darkness. He unconsciously felt drawn to it and began to move toward that light. As he moved closer to the light, the warm and welcoming feeling grew, making him want to be closer and closer to the light. Eventually, his awareness became immersed in the light and he began to experience a feeling of weightlessness and detachment. Then, suddenly, his consciousness is drawn downward toward a point of origin. As it descends, it begins to take shape and feels as if it is being enveloped by a kind of warm cocoon. The space surrounding your consciousness fills with soft sounds and murmurs. Finally, his consciousness takes shape in a new, fragile body. He opens his eyes in confusion and finds himself in a new and unfamiliar environment. "What happened?" said Edward in shock, losing the composure he always had, but instead of words, only soft, halting cries emerge. His lips tremble and his cheeks blush as he makes efforts to express his astonishment, but all to no avail. "He is a healthy and very beautiful child," said an elderly woman with Edward in her arms. On a bed lying down was a woman with a weary face. Despite her tiredness, the woman wanted to see her son at all costs. "Let me hold him in my arms," said the woman in a weak voice, but expressing longing. "Here you go," said the old woman as she placed the baby in the woman's arms. Edward felt the woman's presence and warmth as he lay in her arms. It was a very warm feeling. "What will be your baby's name?" the old woman asked with a smile. James Potter," replied the woman with a smile, as she looked lovingly at her son. Chapter 3. "Pretty name," said the old woman. "Hi James, it's your mom. Your father and I have been waiting for you for so long." "I love you with all my heart," whispered Edward's new mother, now named James. Edward's crying began to slow to silence. He had never heard such words in his former life. The warm voice and affection of this woman made Edward feel a sensation he had never felt before. The feeling of being loved. In his new mother's arms, he began to feel tired. He didn't know how long it had been since he died and if this was all a dream. In his mother's arms, he felt very warm, falling completely asleep. "Your words have soothed him. He has fallen sound asleep," said the old woman with a smile. "Yes, he will be a very good boy and a great wizard," said the mother with a warm smile without taking her eyes off the sleeping baby in her arms. "Euphemia, I'm here," exclaimed a male voice, as he abruptly opened the door. It was a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes. His forehead had sweat on it. "Shoo!" The old woman raised her index finger to her lips, pressing it gently against them. The expression on her face was stern with slightly furrowed brows. "I'm sorry," said the man in a low tone, who noticed the sleeping baby in his wife's arms. Seeing the baby, happiness radiated through his whole being. His wife, named Euphemia, waved her hand at him. "Come here, darling," she said in a low tone. The man, whose name was Fleamont, came striding over. As he arrived, he sat down on the side near his wife and looked at the baby lovingly, as he stroked his head gently. "Welcome to the world, James," whispered Fleamont in a warm tone. With Euphemia they had already agreed on the name before. It had been several days since Edward, now called James, was reborn. The initial shock was very great. Rarely an event could surprise him so much. However, he was not at all dissatisfied with the situation, for one simple reason: his parents loved him. Every day he felt their great love. Being a baby with the conscience of a 15-year-old was a delicate thing. He was barely able to move and was exhausted in a matter of minutes when he did. The second shock was when he found out his last name, Potter. At first, he didn't think anything of it, as he was shocked at the rebirth and feeling love for the first time in his life, plus the fact that it was a common surname in Britain. But then he remembered that this surname was very famous in his past life because of a fantastic novel entitled Harry Potter, where the adventures of young Harry are described in a world of magic and wizardry. Although the surname Potter was normal in Britain, what he heard and observed from his parents made him understand that he was really in a world of magic. Even as a baby, James could hear and observe. His mother had a wand that with a simple flick of her wrist could levitate various objects without difficulty, violating all the laws of physics, creating an expression of shock and awe on James' little face. "Did I reincarnate into the world of the novel someone wrote in my past life?" thought James in disbelief. He was a man, or rather a teenager, of science. First of all, he didn't believe in reincarnation, but despite being run over, he was reincarnated as a baby, and most surprisingly in a different world. An unpleasant memory flooded his mind. When he was about 12 years old, he managed with great effort to hide from his mother the Harry Potter book entitled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. He had to be very careful to read the book, for if his mother caught him it would be a very bad thing. To his bad luck, one of the housemaids saw him with the book and informed his mother. Since his mother could not watch him 24 hours a day, she trained the servants of the house very well, so that they would inform her if Edward was being unproductive. Elizabeth, upon learning that he was reading a fantasy book, angrily took it from him and burned it in the fireplace in front of him. She angrily scolded him for 2 hours, telling him that the Rothschild heir cannot read children's stuff and should focus on the important things. From that day on he never tried to read or do anything he liked or found interesting and followed his mother's orders to the letter. Being caught so quickly, he did not have enough time to read the whole book. The little he read he loved. It was a few moments of his life in which he felt he was having fun, since reading that book made him feel as if he was in a different world. This added to the unpleasant event with his mother and made him not forget the book. The most interesting part was when Harry was heading to the Hogwarts School of Magic. However, he didn't manage to get to that part. The last thing he was able to read was when Harry got on the magic train. Even though he read the book 3 years ago, he remembers the important things perfectly well, as it was the book he enjoyed the most, and in his past life, he was a genius who possessed almost a photographic memory. So it was not difficult to remember the little he read from the book. The main problem was his name, James Potter. He clearly remembers that in the first few chapters, he is named and he is Harry Potter's father. The tragic thing is that he was killed along with his wife Lily in their home. He was killed by a dark side wizard named Voldemort. That name is clearly remembered, as he was the main antagonist. The mystery is that Harry Potter, who was in the house with them, survived despite being a helpless baby. Not only that, but from that day Voldemort disappeared as if the baby had somehow managed to defeat him, leaving a scar on his forehead. So the magical community called him the child who survived and celebrated in his name, as this wizard Voldemort had caused much horror. Right now James did not care about the mystery of how Voldemort could not kill Harry. What worried him most was that in the future he would be attacked and killed by this dark wizard. The reason for the attack is not entirely clear to him. In what he managed to read from the book, is that both James and his wife Lily are very talented and promising wizards. So Voldemort, not being able to have them on his side, decided to get them out of his way because they would be dangerous in the future. James knows that there is a lot of information missing here and there is a mystery to solve, as there were several Harry Potter books. The bad thing is that he didn't get to read them, and the only one he can read only read a few chapters. I can't die in this life, not now that I have a mother and father who love me, thought James from his crib with decision. He didn't want to have the same regrets in this life, so he wanted to make the most of it and more so have 2 loving parents. One option to not be targeted by the dark wizard was to not practice magic or to be a mediocre wizard so Voldemort wouldn't notice him, but he can't follow this path, as he doesn't know for sure if Voldemort went to kill him personally just because he was a promising wizard. Most importantly, it was impossible for him not to study magic, for the simple fact that just watching his parents perform it fascinated him. He already wanted to be able to practice his magic. And in this life, he would do what his heart said. So the only viable option was to become powerful enough to defeat Voldemort and have him be the person to kill him. Although he felt no attachment to his former family, he lived 15 years as a Rothschild and they show no mercy to their enemies. Not just any family can stay on top of the world for hundreds of years. Despite having almost no knowledge of the future, his mature mind and great genius gave him the confidence to overcome Voldemort before he came for him. Because he was considered a genius in one of the most powerful families in the world, he had great pride. His target in this life was already set, but what he wanted most was to spend time with his parents. He even fantasized when he started attending the School of Magic, as for the first time he would go to a school and he would be able to make friends. Thinking about so many things, he began to get tired and quickly fell asleep in his crib. Chapter 4. James was born into the Potter family, an ancient family of pure-blooded wizards. His parents, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter, had difficulty having children. However, to the couple's surprise and amazement, Euphemia became pregnant. James was born on March 27, 1960. Today, James' mother, Euphemia, had put him in her stroller around noon. And she started playing with the baby with a strange toy that moved by itself. James didn't want to disappoint his mother and played with her. Even though it was a little embarrassing, he felt very happy, as he noticed the love coming from Euphemia. Although he had no memory of when he was a baby in his previous life, he found it impossible to imagine his previous mother, Elizabeth, playing with him in this way. With each passing day, he loved his parents more. He never thought that 2 people could be so loving. As in his previous life, he never felt love. It was a completely new feeling. His father had a job, so he spent less time with him compared to his mother, but when he arrived he would pick him up in his arms and play with him. The only bad thing that James noticed about his parents was that they seemed to be of an advanced age, between 40 and 45 years old approximately. From what he could hear, his father and mother had difficulty having children, and had even given up hope of having a child of their own. Luckily they managed to have James. The bad thing was that they were of advanced age compared to the average parents, something that James didn't like at all, as he wanted to spend a lot of time with them. It had been several months since he was born, and his love and bond with his parents grew stronger every day. It was what he always wanted, parental love. He remembered that the protagonist of the novel he read in his world, Harry Potter, also wanted his parents, as he was orphaned and treated very badly by his aunt and uncle. Will he be my future son, thought James with a strange expression on his baby face. If he wanted it to be so, he should marry Lily. As he read the book, he felt very sorry for Harry's life. He slept under the stairs and was treated abominably by his aunt and uncle, and his cousin used him as a punching bag. Harry's life without love and being verbally and physically abused by his family was worse than Edward's life with the Rothschilds. Despite all this, Harry was a gentle child who was not swayed by hatred. This made James really like the main character of the book and also somehow move on with his life, knowing that there were people in worse situations than him, even though it was a novel. The book Harry Potter, despite how little he read, was his favorite book and he enjoyed it very much, so he would like to give Harry a happy life. However, there is a long way to go for that. And besides, he must fall in love with Lily. He doesn't even know about love, and if in this life he will like that girl. His first birthday came on March 27, 1961. His parents prepared a big party for the first year of their beloved son. Both Euphemia and Fleamont were very proud of their little boy. Although they would love him no matter what, James showed skills far superior to 1-year-olds. At only 5 months old, James was able to crawl. Usually an average baby does this between 8 and 10 months. He could also say "mom" and "dad" and had a much larger vocabulary than the average child his age. His understanding was very high. As someone who reincarnated and spoke the same language as his past life, he understood perfectly what his parents were saying. He just acted a little silly, as it would be strange if he could understand everything they said. Seeing his parents so proud of his small accomplishments made James want to continue to show his abilities to them and not let them down. In his past life, his parents, although proud of him for his great genius, saw him as an obligation and showed no love for him. In addition to his parents, several family members attended his first birthday. The most incredible thing is that some came through the chimney. One of them was his grandfather, Henry Potter. "Father, you arrived," said Fleamont with a smile, approaching the old man. Yes, hi," said Henry, not paying much attention to his son and looking for James, who was in a cart near Euphemia. "Look who we have here." "My favorite person," said Henry with a smile, as he eagerly picked up James. Fleamont looked with a hurt expression at his father but said nothing. "Be careful," said Euphemia worriedly, watching Henry levitate James to play. James, who had no grandfather in his past life, made Henry happy by laughing and even said "grandpa," which made Henry even happier. In this year James' life changed radically. In his past life, his expression was stoic and he only smiled in meetings, but in a fake way, just acting. Now, however, he did it because it came from him and he wanted to make his family happy. This was the best birthday he ever had in his life, for one simple reason: his relatives did show that they loved him. He got many gifts that would be considered strange in his past life. A miniature broom and a toy wand were the best gifts. The most popular sport in the magical world is Quidditch, very dangerous and exciting, or so he heard from his father and grandfather, who are very enthusiastic about this sport played with flying brooms. After his first birthday, James' childhood continued. Days turned into months, months into seasons. Soon, 5 years had passed since Edward had been reborn as James in this magical world. Despite being born into a family of pure-blood wizards with plenty of money, similar to the status of the Rothschild family of his previous life, his upbringing was different. His parents were very loving, going as far as being overly loving several times. However, this did not bother James at all. Their love was because James was their only son and they had him very late in their lives, which made them pamper him a lot. In this life his parents let him do whatever he liked. If he liked, he could dawdle, sleep all day, and play with his numerous toys. The routine was up to him to decide, something he never thought he would be able to do. The only thing he had to study was reading, writing, and simple math. However, this was extremely easy for James, who in his past life was a genius and had learned 5 languages to perfection. His parents did not know this, so he must have acted like he was learning at a super fast pace, which made both of them prouder. Not counting his relationship with his parents, what interested James the most were 2 things: Quidditch being his favorite pastime. His favorite team was Puddlemere United, which was also his grandfather and father's favorite team. And what fascinated him the most was magic, the whole of it, as Quidditch was a magical sport. Above all, performing magic spells. Despite not possessing a wand, he could perform magic. To be specific, when he was 2 years old, he was able to use magic for the first time. He managed to levitate small and light objects such as toys or balls. This pleasantly surprised his parents, reinforcing the idea that their son was a genius. It was unusual for a child to show signs of magic before the age of 7, or so the Ministry of Magic considered. And even more so if it was a 2-year-old child, although it was not so surprising since in James' case he was a reincarnated soul. Unlike other magical children, he could control his magic perfectly and it did not get out of control, since, as a 15-year-old reincarnated soul, he could control his emotions. Already as a 5-year-old, he did not have the difficulties of when he was a baby. He could already speak fluently and move properly, which made things much easier, especially for learning magic. James was in the library at home, reading a book, entitled How to Teach Your Child Magic from an Early Age. His parents were still not letting him study books with more advanced spells since he didn't have a wand and they thought he was too young to learn something that would be taught to a first-year Hogwarts student. As a good son, he obeys what his parents say, although if Euphemia or Fleamont found him reading such a book they would not scold him severely, but he does not want to be a spoiled child. Chapter 5. The library door opened, making James turn his head. It was Euphemia, his mother. Euphemia had long, straight, black hair with just a few gray strands showing her age. She carried herself with dignity and had a serene gaze. When she looked at her little son James, a loving smile formed on her face. "Mother," James said as he stood up from the chair, the book closed on its own and flew quietly to a shelf. Euphemia looked at this unsurprised by her 5-year-old son's magical control. She was used to it by now. "James, I told you to call me Mum," said Euphemia, who even though she was scolding her tone was very warm and gentle. "Sorry, Mum," said James, who was in the habit of calling Mother to Elizabeth, a more formal and adult way. "Look how cute you are, I can't get mad at you," said Euphemia as she hugged James, who hugged her back. He was used to his mother's continuous hugs, and they didn't bother him. How in his previous life he didn't have a sign of love for his former mother, or any family member, now he liked that his parents were loving. "By the way, why aren't you playing outside? The day is very beautiful, many children are playing in the park," asked Euphemia in a worried tone. Her son was perfect in appearance, in magic, and in almost everything. What worried her most was that he had yet to make a single friend. James noticed the concern in his mother's tone and didn't know what to say. He knew she was worried since he seemed like someone antisocial, who only played with his parents and then hung out in the library or looked at magazines about Quidditch. The problem was that he couldn't make friends with 5-year-olds, they were very childish and immature compared to him, and he would be more like a babysitter or older brother. Despite his desire to get his first friend, 5-year-olds were too young to hold an interesting conversation. "Can't I play with you, Mom?" asked James, making a poor little angel face. Another change in James was his personality. In these 5 years he changed, and all thanks to his parents. In his past life he was expressionless and didn't seem to get excited about anything, but now he was different. He had felt parental love, he could do what he liked and did not need to act to please his parents or family. So cute, thought Euphemia, dead in love with her son's cuteness, but she couldn't let herself be defeated. "I love playing with you, but you must make friends with other children, it will be good for you, why don't you try?" asked Euphemia, who was crouched down so that her face was at the same height as James. James knew that if he refused his mother would not be angry with him and that in this life he was not obligated to please his parents. However, he knew that his mother was doing it out of genuine concern for him. "It's fine, Mom," nodded James. Deep down he was afraid that if he refused his mother might come up with some reaction like his previous mother, Elizabeth. "That's great. Bring your chocolate frogs trading cards to trade with the kids, you have a lot of repeats," said Euphemia with a smile. "These cards are trading cards that contain pictures and information about different famous wizards and witches. The cards are obtained by buying chocolate frogs. Each pack contains a random card. James was a great collector of these cards, so his parents buy him a lot of chocolate frogs. It is also a fun way to learn about famous wizards and witches. Books about the history of magic for James are boring, they are like the history books he had to learn in his previous life. The use of magic is practically unnecessary, so he was lazy to read these books. With the stickers in a full bag, James left his house. His mother said goodbye with a big smile, very proud as she saw that her son would try to make friends. James lives in a village called Godric's Hollow located in the west of England in the West Country. The village was a small community, boasting a square, a church, a cemetery, a post office, a pub, and a few other businesses. The village was home to a relatively large number of wizards, but it was not a purely magical village. As such, the resident wizards of Godric's Hollow had to avoid the overt use of magic lest they be discovered by the village's Muggle residents. Muggles, thought James with a stoic expression, as he walked towards the village square. Muggles were non-magical people, humans who were born to two non-magical parents and were incapable of performing magic. From what little James studied of the history of magic, in the 1600s the International Statute of Magical Secrecy was established, a law to safeguard the magical community from muggles and hide their presence from the world at large. Many wizards disagreed and wanted to declare war on muggles, by which time the capture of wizards and witches by muggles had increased. However, the statute was passed and the largest percentage of muggles no longer knew about the magical world. If you use magic in front of muggles without a good reason, the ministry will give you the corresponding punishment. As for James, he agrees with the statute, as the other option was an all-out war of wizards versus muggles. Thinking about these complex political issues, James arrived at the square, where he could see many children playing. He knew who the children from magical families were, they were in a separate group from the muggles. He did not know how to proceed to start a friendly conversation with them. He could not ask children between 5 and 10 years old, "What do you think about the International Statute of Magical Secrecy? Are you in favor or would you prefer to go to war against muggles?" James looked at the group of children who he knew belonged to wizarding families. He had no derogatory thoughts towards muggles, he just felt that befriending magical children would be easier since they live in the same world, so to say. He might talk about Quidditch or chocolate frog stickers, something muggle children wouldn't understand. It was a group of 4 children, 1 girl, and 3 boys. If memory serves, the girl belonged to the Shafiq family, 2 of the boys belonged to the Bulstrode family and the other boy was unrecognizable. One of the children noticed James' gaze on them, so he warned his group while pointing at him. Suddenly, the whole group stared at him. The girl started walking towards him followed by the other children. She seemed to be the leader. "What are you doing here, freak?" asked the girl in a rude and contemptuous tone. The children around her grinned mischievously. James was mildly surprised by the girl's sudden attack. He considered himself someone good at reading people, but he had no idea when he had become a freak. In his previous life, it was very easy to get people around him to praise him and want to be his friend, but in this life, he didn't care so much and paid more attention to his parents and the subject of magic. "I just came to trade cards," James said, overlooking the offense, and lightly lifting the small bag with all the saved cards in it. "Go swap cards with your mommy," said one boy with a smirk. The others burst out laughing, as one put on an act of James hugging his mother. "Indeed I would, but she sent me here," thought James with his stoic expression. "I have several repeats, I'm sure some will do for you," said James again, ignoring the offenses and trying to strike up a friendship. The girl, seeing James' unchanged expression, became angry. "Get lost, Potter. This square is no place for blood traders," exclaimed the girl angrily, taking an even more offensive stance. Hearing this, James frowned slightly. He now knew the reason for these children's aggressiveness towards him. The Potter family were considered blood traders by the extremist pureblood families. This was because the Potters did not discriminate and got along well with muggles, mudbloods, and half-bloods. This was mostly because of his grandfather Henry, who when he was serving in the Wisingamot wanted to help the muggles in the First World War. James could tolerate being called a freak or being too close to his mother, but he would not tolerate his family being insulted. He looked to the left and right. He noticed that there was no one watching them. He returned his gaze to the children. The girl for some reason had a bad feeling. Before she could launch another threat again, she felt her skirt drop from one second to the next, revealing her panties. The same thing happened with the other 3 boys, their shorts, pulled down at the same time, exposing their underpants. All 4 had cuddly underwear, with teddy bears, unicorns, the golden snitch, etc. "What?" exclaimed the 4 in embarrassed unison as they quickly pulled up their pants and skirt. It didn't do much good, as the second they repeated the same thing. "So sweet, heh," said James with a haughty look and a smirk. "You! What did you do?" exclaimed the girl, glaring at James with hatred. She was trying to hold her skirt up, but no matter how hard she tried it kept coming back down. The boys were very embarrassed that their underwear was showing and especially that James was making a joke out of them. "Gwen, let's go," said one boy as he started to run and pulled up his pants. As he ran away from James, his pants came down again, making him trip, his face filled with dirt. "This won't stand, Potter," said Gwen as she walked away with blushing cheeks. Ever since she was little she was surrounded by luxury and belonged to a pure-blood lineage. She never met someone who dared to challenge her. "Whatever you say," muttered James, bored as he made his way towards a shady spot to lie down. He never thought playing a little prank on some kids would be so refreshing. "Maybe I should do it more frequently," thought James, lying down on the grass. It seemed he had found a new hobby. As Rothschild always had to act serious and dignified, he could not play pranks, as he would be punished and lectured by his mother, but in this life, he has total freedom. Chapter 6. James lay down on the grass under a tree. he felt a great peace, as Edward could hardly ever waste time like this, not even when he was 5 years old. I did the opposite of what mother told me, thought James, who now had 4 enemies, although he didn't mind them, as they were just spoiled children. He began to think about what that girl named Gwen had said. Many pure-blood families consider themselves superior to those wizards and witches born of muggles and half-bloods. Muggle-born refers to wizards and witches whose parents are non-magical people, usually inheriting magic from a distant ancestor. Magic unexpectedly resurfaces many generations later. Half-bloods, as the name implies, are wizards who have half-muggle half-wizard heritage. Unlike extremist pure-blood families, the Potter family is considered a blood traitor as they do not discriminate against muggles, muggle-born and half-bloods. They even get along with them. Their parents never showed contempt towards any kind of human being. In contrast, many pure-blood families believe that muggles are little more than animals and that muggle-borns, whom they call mudbloods, are second-class citizens. These pure-blood families reminded him of his Rothschild family, who viewed the greater percentage of the world as ants and that their lives were of no importance. Incredibly, James, or Edward in that life, did not have the same thought, even sacrificing his life to save an ordinary child from being run over in sacrifice of his own life. Despite growing up in an environment that despised most people, he was not influenced. James doesn't know why. The normal thing would be that he would have the same thoughts as his family. Maybe it's because he was unhappy and even jealous of normal kids who went to school and had fun with their friends. So, in this life, he didn't look down on muggles, muggle-born, or half-bloods. Plus, now his parents shared his opinion. His grandfather, Henry, was an advocate for muggles, making James respect him greatly, as he put aside his pure-blood lineage. It's not good for you to use magic out in the fresh air, some muggle might have seen you. James, who had his eyes closed, opened them and noticed a girl standing near him, looking at him. Her face was stoic and her voice somewhat monotone. The girl had short black hair and very dark eyes. I checked to make sure there were no muggles in sight. Besides, they dared to insult my family, James said, sitting down on the grass. It's still an irresponsible act, said the girl in an uncompromising tone. James looked at her with a weird expression. This girl's personality was strange, maybe, thought James with a new idea in mind. All right, I won't do it again, said James, scratching his very messy black hair. My name is James Potter, what's your name? He asked. The girl stared at James. For some reason she didn't believe him at all, but she couldn't keep insisting. Emily Shafiq, she replied. The Shafiqs were a family of pure-blooded wizards, included in the Sacred 28. The Holy 28 was, according to the author of the Pure Blood Directory, the 28 British families that were truly purebloods that were created in the 1930s. The Potter family was excluded from the list largely because of Henry Potter and his support of muggles at the time. So that girl Gwen is your sister, they don't look much alike, James commented, noting that Emily's appearance was very different. On one hand, Gwen was blonde and blue-eyed, and on the other Emily had black hair and very dark eyes. Yes, she is my older sister, her features are my mother's, I took out my father's features. She won't forget what you did, Emily said, as she sat down on the grass a few feet away from James. It doesn't matter, the result will be the same, James said, unconcerned. What seemed strange to him was that Emily didn't seem upset with him, unlike Gwen, who called him a freak and a blood traitor. Emily looked at James strangely. She had never seen such a confident boy. Even though he was from a pure-blood family, the Shafiq family was well respected, and James annoyed more than one wizarding family. Do you want to trade chocolate frogs cards? Asked James, opening the bag. I don't like chocolate frogs, said Emily, shaking her head. However, her eyes showed curiosity as James pulled a repeat card out of the bag. You don't like chocolate frogs? You're a strange girl, said James with surprise. I don't want to hear that from you, said Emily, a little offended by the comment. Look at this, said James, passing her one of the cards, as he noticed Emily's curiosity. Emily took the card eagerly. The card showed an old man with long gray hair and a large beard. It read as follows. Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by almost everyone to be the greatest wizard of the present time. Dumbledore is particularly famous for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 applications of dragon's blood, and for his work in alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore is fond of chamber music and bowling. My father doesn't like Dumbledore, he says he benefits muggleborns too much, commented Emily as she examined the card. Then let him say it to his face and face him, James said with a faint smile. Emily frowned slightly but said nothing. James thought she would be annoyed by the comment, but she seemed to be much more tolerant than Gwen. Emily handed the card back to James and looked at the bag with all the repeated cards. "Here's another one," said James, passing her another card. Time went by. Emily was very engrossed in reading the information on the cards, and when she finished reading one she would make a comment and James would continue with the conversation and then pass her another card. "It's late," said Emily, looking up at the sky and standing up. "Tea tomorrow, are you coming?" asked Emily with some embarrassment. She was looking forward to continuing to read the information on the cards and learn about the most famous wizards and witches. "Yeah, see you tomorrow," said James, also standing up. "Okay, see you tomorrow." "Bring the cards," said Emily with a slight smile which she quickly hid and started to walk away from James. "Looks like I did what Mom told me to do," thought James, satisfied. His mother would be happy when he told her about this. Besides, unlike other kids, it was much more interesting to have a conversation with Emily. She seemed smarter than average and wasn't a hardhead like Gwen and the other kids about lineage and stuff. And if she was, she didn't show it. When he got home and told his mother and father that he had a new friend, although he didn't consider her that yet since it had only been one day, they were very happy. The next few days passed, and James' new activity was to join Emily in the square, carrying chocolate frog cards. As they spent a few hours there, James took the chocolate frogs to eat. As he had extra he shared with Emily, who accepted. "I thought you didn't like chocolate frogs," said James, noticing Emily devouring them at a fast pace. "I never said that," said Emily, pretending to have lost her memory. "Yes, you did," contradicted James. "No, I didn't." Before they could continue having this little discussion, someone spoke near them. "Emily. What are you doing together with Potter?" It was Gwen. Her tone was furious, as she saw her sister with a blood traitor. Sorry sister," said Emily, getting up quickly. James was surprised by the change in Emily's attitude. She always had a stoic expression, but now with her sister, she looked terrified. "Come here," said Gwen in an authoritative tone, to which Emily obeyed and positioned herself behind her sister. "How many times have I told you that some wizarding families are deficient, like the Potters?" "You wouldn't want me to tell Mother, right?" asked Gwen, looking at Emily. James stood up. He knew that sooner or later they would be back seeking revenge for ridiculing them the previous time. Besides, now their group had 2 more children. Please don't tell Mother," said Emily, stammering and more afraid to hear Gwen name her mother. We'll see later," said Gwen, looking at James again. She noticed that James was watching the 2 new children. The 2 new kids were burly and looked very vulgar. Perched on either side of Gwen, they looked like bodyguards. "Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle," Gwen said with a mischievous grin. Both boys had a look of few friends on their faces, as they looked at James. "Is this dwarf the one who upset you, Gwen?" asked Crabbe as he cracked his knuckles. "Yes, he dares to embarrass a pretty girl in front of many boys," said Gwen in a poor little voice. Hearing this, Crabbe and Goyle glared even more furiously at James. It seemed that these 2 boys wanted Gwen to see them in a good light, so they did as he said. "Look, he's scared," said another one of the boys who was ridiculed by James the previous time, noticing that James wasn't responding. The other kids started laughing. Emily watched this urgently. She didn't want anything to happen to James, but she was afraid to act out because if she did her sister wouldn't let it happen again and she would tell her mother. James was absorbed in his thoughts. Although his family could be considered more partisan than Muggles, they were a very old and respected wizarding family, so it was strange that he would have children calling him a blood traitor and freak. There were very extreme pure-blood families. "Never mind, I'll just deal with them," James thought with a slight smile. He had thought of several pranks he could play on them when they came back looking for more. Chapter 7. "What are you laughing at?" asked Gwen, annoyed. Her blue eyes looked like they wanted to eat James. "Humph, he's a freak, just like his 2 geezer parents." "His wrinkles are disgusting," commented Crabbe viciously as he approached, menacing intentions in his gaze and a fist raised, ready to strike. The faint smile James had on his face disappeared. His eyes flashed a cold gleam. His expression was devoid of anger. It became stoic as in Edward Rothschild's time. Before he could hit James, Crabbe's shirt began to rise as if an invisible hand was pulling it up. The fabric came up and slid down the boy's face, covering his face completely. The boy struggled, trying to get rid of the constricting shirt, the others watching this in amazement. James took advantage of Crabbe's stagger and kicked him in the leg, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Now Crabbe was lying on the grass with the fabric of his shirt covering his face. James looked coldly at Crabbe, who was writhing on the ground trying to pull his shirt off his face. Without a second thought his right leg went to his face, hitting him squarely. A grunt of pain was heard coming from Crabbe, the white shirt filled with blood. Gwen and the other children looked at James in shock and terror. Goyle, seeing his friend in that state, charged toward James full of fury, and threw a quick punch in his direction. James with a fluid and graceful movement, dodged the blow with a tilt of his body, letting Goyle's fist pass inches from his face. With astonishing speed, he grabbed Goyle's hand the moment he passed him. Using the strength and momentum of the attacker, he applied a deft twist. Goyle was unable to resist, despite weighing many pounds more than James. He was thrown to the ground, his body fell and he felt pain in his back from the impact. Luckily they were on the grass, as on the concrete it would be more painful. Again James' leg hit his aggressor's face, but this time Goyle's, breaking his nose, which caused him to bleed a lot. James looked at Gwen and the other children. "If any of you dare insult my parents, you'll end up just like these two," said James in a cold and intimidating tone. Gwen and the other children started to run away from James, afraid that they would end up like Crabbe and Goyle. Emily looked at James but quickly withdrew her gaze and followed her sister. The term of blood traitors wasn't something that bothered James much, his family doesn't care for it either. So when Gwen called him that, he figured a little joke was enough. But for them to say his parents sucked was something he would not tolerate. He even held back, as he felt a great rage within his being. Something he never felt in his life. "Phew, take it easy, they're just kids," James thought as he looked at Crabbe and Goyle who were still lying on the grass, unconscious. Even though they were kids, the punches they threw at James were very damaging, so he didn't think it was wrong for him to teach them a lesson. He pulled Crabbe's shirt off, he checked to make sure he was only unconscious. He had a broken nose like his friend. He gave him a couple of light slaps to wake him up. Crabbe upon waking noticed a cold stare on him. Noticing James' stare he felt a great fear. He didn't feel like fighting, he just wanted to run away. "Take your friend with you," said James pointing at Goyle. Crabbe got up as best he could, his nose was still dripping blood. He grabbed Goyle and started to get away from James as fast as he could. Defeating Crabbe and Goyle was not difficult for James, as Rothschild was trained in martial arts, and he must have known how to defend himself. As usual, he showed great talent, so beating two boys a bit heavier than him was not a challenge. On the other hand, he knew that with magic it was very easy to heal a broken nose. "I hope they don't tell their parents," thought James with a grimace as he walked back to his house. If they did, his parents might ground him for the first time. "Phew, phew, shall we get away from that monster?" asked one of the children, breathing heavily. Gwen stopped and looked back. She noticed that James hadn't chased them. She remembered his look and it scared her. It reminded her of her father's look when he got angry. They rested for a few minutes, to catch their breath. As they did so they noticed two boys in the distance. They were Crabbe and Goyle. "We should tell our parents," said a boy, seeing the broken noses of both boys. Emily looked at him weirdly, since first of all Crabbe and Goyle were going to hit James, and if James didn't fight back he was going to end up the same way they did. "Of course we won't. If we do we'll be a disgrace to our family. Tell him they fell over playing or something," said Gwen, looking at Crabbe and Goyle who nodded reluctantly. "Come on, Emily," said Gwen, gripping her younger sister's hand tightly and heading for home. Days passed and luckily no parents came to complain about James breaking their son's nose. They must be planning something, thought James sitting on a sofa at home, while quietly eating chocolate frogs. "What are you thinking about, son?" asked Fleamont, seeing the thoughtful look on James' face. "On my birthday," said James. He couldn't tell her he had broken two kids' noses. "Oh, is there anything you want?" asked Fleamont. James instantly thought about his answer and replied, "A wand." "You really love magic, but unfortunately it's not possible," said his father, sighing. James knew the answer, but, still, he put on a chagrined expression. There were several reasons why he couldn't get his wand. Firstly, because of the ordinance for the reasonable restriction of sorcery on minors was a British Ministry of Magic statute, written in 1875 that forbade the use of magic on minors outside of school. Young children under school age like himself who did not have a wand were exempt from the rule as they generally had little or no control over the magic they performed, although, in James' case, this was not the case. Compliance with the decree was monitored and enforced by the British Ministry of Magic's Office of Misuse of Magic using the Trace Charm, a spell that allowed the ministry to learn of magic cast in the vicinity of wizards and witches under the age of 17. As James is younger than 11, he did not have the tracing enchantment on him, as his parents were expected to keep him under control. One advantage he had was that the Ministry of Magic could only detect where magic was being used, but not who was using it. Plus most experts in the ministry believed that, if a child had magical abilities, he would exhibit them by the age of 7. This is why it would be very striking if a 6-year-old bought a wand and could already control his magic. They could put the tracing enchantment on him if he did. Your magic control is far superior, I would say super gifted, but if you buy a wand they will be able to put the tracing enchantment on you. Plus it's convenient to buy your wand when you get your letter to Hogwarts because of the length and stuff, said Fleamont, trying to convince his son. All right, said James in a dejected tone. Besides his fascination with magic, he wanted his wand to start learning spells, as he must become powerful enough to face Voldemort in the future. Although wandless magic exists, it is much more difficult to perform and could have unexpected or volatile results if not performed correctly. The magic he currently controls is very simple, not advanced incantations from the books. Trying to perform those incantations without a wand can be very difficult and even dangerous. Look, let's make a deal. When you turn 6, I'll give you Miranda Goshawk's regulatory book of grade 1 spells and Arsenius Jigger's magical filters and potions book. When you are 8, I will give you a theory test from each book. If you pass, I will give you a wand so you can start practicing spells, said Fleamont with a smile. Really, said James with surprise and excitement. Of course, said Fleamont, happy to see James so happy. As a father, he did not want to clip his son's wings. Noting the great genius he possessed, it would be a waste that he had to wait so long to be able to have his wand and start his wizarding path. He would obviously follow him closely so that no accident would happen. But, if we go by the wand, they can put the tracing spell on me, James said, worried about this. No problem, the wand I'm going to give you is an old wand, specifically my mother's. That is your grandmother, said Fleamont. Will grandfather be willing to give it to me? Asked James with some sadness. His grandmother died a few years before he was born, leaving his grandfather very sad. Of course he will, you're his favorite person. Besides, he'll be proud of you being a wizard at such a young age, nodded Fleamont with a smile. The bad news is that it's an old and rather dusty wand, he added. Never mind, I want it, it's a deal, said James enthusiastically. Fine, when it's your birthday in a few days I'll give you the books. However, you must promise me that you won't try to perform any spells without a wand, said Fleamont in a much more serious tone. I promise. I'll just study the theory, nodded James. Knew it could be dangerous to try something like that, so he wouldn't do it. Then it's a deal, said Fleamont, stroking James' head and messing up his hair a bit. Chapter 8. James spent the days waiting for his 6th birthday. Despite not having a wand, he will get 2 very interesting books to study. On the one hand, the Statutory Book of Spells is a collection of books written by Miranda Goshawk. The series includes 7 books. His father will give him the first of the 7. Generally, this book is used for first-year students at Hogwarts. Although I don't think it will take me that long to learn it completely, thought James, a little worried. His incredible memory and high comprehension would make studying the book theoretically take little time. Luckily he got another book, though not a spell book. It's a potions book for beginners. Filters and Magic Potions contains information on how to brew a range of potions. Although James was more interested in charms, potions were still a very interesting subject to learn. In addition, his father was a potioner or potion maker, i.e. a wizard who makes potions for a living. A very successful potion maker, Fleamont developed Sleekeasy's hair potion and scalp treatment. This potion serves to tame thick and unruly hair, allowing you to style it elegantly. Thanks to this potion developed by his father, he quadrupled the family's gold. It was even featured in a front-page article in The Prophet. The Prophet was the leading newspaper for British magicians. These days his father told Euphemia about the deal he made with James, and she agreed as well. She would consider herself a very bad mother by not letting her son learn. Besides, children generally don't want to read academic books. James, said Euphemia, calling out to her son. James, who was reading a magazine about Quidditch, looked up and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" "I've noticed that you like magic books very much." "Well, not all of them, the ones about the history of magic bore you. If you invite your friend to your birthday, I will give you a present that you will like very much," said Euphemia with a mysterious smile. James stared at his mother thoughtfully. As she named magic books, she must be referring to some magic books she might become interested in. "All right, I'll do it," James replied with little confidence, something uncharacteristic of him. "You have about 20 days left. I'd say you should go to the square and settle your differences with her," commented Euphemia. "How do you know we're fighting?" asked James, a little surprised. "It's not difficult. These days you stopped going to the square. You must have argued or something. It's normal to have your differences, but you should talk and make up," said Euphemia, caressing James' head lovingly. "Okay, I'll try," said James, as he hugged his mother and left in the direction of the square. What his mother didn't know was that this wasn't an argument between children. The problem was that he punched 2 children in the face and Emily ran off with her older sister. Besides, the other problem was Gwen, who seemed very classist and wouldn't let Emily be with James. Why must she have such a crazy sister, thought James, annoyed remembering Gwen's crazy blue eyes. Arriving at the square, he started walking around looking for Emily. After about 5 minutes, he could see Gwen's gang, only this time Emily was there too. Emily seemed completely out of place, she didn't look comfortable and wasn't talking to any of the kids. Crabbe and Goyle already had their noses healed. James followed them secretly without being seen, however, Emily never left the group, so he had no opportunity to talk to them alone. 3 days passed and he didn't make any progress, he couldn't talk to Emily even once, as she was always with Gwen and the other kids. On the 4th day, James thought it was going to be the same, but the gang of children started walking towards the outskirts of the village. James didn't know what their objective was, as he couldn't hear them. So he decided to follow them. Where are they going? Thought James with some curiosity, seeing that they went through the forest. They didn't have their parents' permission to do this. After a long walk, the group of children and James, who was following them unseen, arrived at a place that looked abandoned. The day was waning and it was already somewhat dark. In the center, the gang discovered an ancient stone altar covered with moss and vines. The inscriptions on the altar are illegible, and the atmosphere is eerie. "We're here. This is the book place," said Gwen with excitement in her tone. "Hey Gwen, it's dangerous, it's getting dark already," said Crabbe in a fearful tone. "Tsch, what a coward," said Gwen with disdain. Despite his appearance he was more cowardly than he appeared. "Gwen, Crabbe is right, they say that at this hour the Ever-Behind comes out and his favorite prey are humans," said another boy fearfully. The Ever-Behind is similar to a thin, tall bear with silver fur. It also walks on 2 legs, giving it a very scary appearance. The children, upon hearing the name of this creature, trembled with fear. The almost night sky, plus the haunting altar and the silent forest created a very scary atmosphere. "Don't be an idiot, that's a myth, their parents tell them that so they don't go out at night," said Gwen. "How they are all cowards, I'll go first," said Gwen fearlessly. Gwen began to approach the altar. As she saw the immense darkness and the mossy walls and strange stains, she began to feel fear. She couldn't show it, so she kept walking, stepping fully into the altar. Without warning, the ground beneath her began to shake. The floor suddenly collapsed, dragging Gwen down. Falling into the abyss, Gwen screamed in fright. Crabbe, Goyle, and the other boys were paralyzed with fear and surprise, watching in horror as their friend disappeared into the abyss. Panic seized the children, believing it was the work of some dark creature like the Ever-Behind. Without thinking of the consequences, they began to run screaming away from the place, abandoning Gwen. The only one who stayed was Emily, who had a very worried face. "Sister," she shouted as she approached the altar. She noticed the big hole that was made in the floor, and thanks to the fact that the ceiling had some holes the night light entered, which allowed her to observe Gwen lying on the floor. "It hurts." "Help," cried Gwen in tears as she lay on the floor, feeling a great pain in her left leg. "Sister," cried Emily in desperation, she didn't know what to do. She never saw her sister crying, which made her very nervous. Her heart was beating 1,000 per hour. The first thing she thought was to jump, but she noticed that there were many meters which would cause her a lot of damage. Besides, how would she get out later carrying her sister? Gwen's screams of pain made Emily more nervous. Her eyes began to fill with tears. "What do I do? What do I do?" she murmured nervously. As she was about to jump, as she didn't want to leave Gwen alone in that dark place and crying in pain, she felt someone tapping her shoulder. She turned her head in fright, as she didn't expect someone to be so close to her. "James," exclaimed Emily as she noticed the jet-haired boy. For some reason seeing him made her feel very relieved. "Do something, please," begged Emily with tears in her eyes. James thought it was weird to see Emily in that state, but it was normal, as her sister was crying and screaming in pain. "Stay back, you're not going to fall," James said in a calm tone as he looked down. Emily nodded and took a few steps back. He noticed Gwen had a piece of stone in one of her legs, plus the fall must have caused some damage to her back or arms. "The problem will be climbing up while I carry Gwen," thought James as he examined the hole as quickly as possible. With everything already on his mind, James jumped without warning into the hole. Emily was surprised. What surprised her the most was that James was falling slowly, as if he was floating. James landed without a scratch on the ground, looked up, and noticed Emily's O-shaped mouth. He quickly walked over to Gwen, who was still crying. Her face was covered in dust and dirt and she had a few cuts on her arms, although they were not very deep. The most serious wound was the large rock on top of her leg. "Help, Sniff," said Gwen crying. "Calm down," said James. "Potter?" asked Gwen, opening her eyes slowly and painfully. "Yes, listen, I will take out the stone that crushes your leg. The bad thing is that you will feel some pain. Are you ready?" asked James. Gwen nodded slightly, sobbing and trying to mentally prepare herself. James approached the big stone. First, he tried to lift it with his strength, but it was useless, it was too heavy. Only magic is left, thought James, who had never tried to move something so heavy with his magic. He stared at the stone and used all his concentration to move it. After a few seconds, the stone began to shake. Slowly it rose into the air and moved away from Gwen's crushed leg, which produced grunts of pain. Plaff. The stone fell to the ground and made a thudding sound. Phew, sighed James with sweat on his forehead. It's bad, thought James as he looked at Gwen's leg, which was somewhat disgusting to see. However, he knew that with magic it could be as good as new. Mom will be able to fix it, thought James. Don't look at your leg, I'll lift you now, with your arms around my neck, said James as he instructed Gwen. With difficulty he managed to get Gwen behind his back. The girl clung tightly to him, her leg was dripping blood and she was in a lot of pain. Take this, James said, ripping a piece of black cloth from his shirt, for Gwen to bite down on so he could help relieve some of her pain as they headed into town. Gwen agreed and bit down hard on the cloth. Now comes the hard part, thought James, looking towards the wall. With his current magic, it was impossible to float a person several meters, let alone two people. The only option was to climb like a muggle would. Chapter 9. James had already decided which wall to use for climbing. This wall is rough enough that it can be climbed. Even so, it will be a big challenge, but it is doable. When he got close to the wall, he touched it with one of his hands. I must do it fast, thought James as he started climbing, while he had Gwen on his back. Emily looked at this with fear. It was several meters, and climbing with a weight on your back was very difficult, plus the darkness did not help. Halfway up a piece of wall broke off, causing him to almost fall, but he managed to grab on quickly. When he was very close to the surface, Emily gave him her hand, which made things easier. Phew, second step ready, muttered James with sweat on his forehead. Tell me, are your parents healers? Asked James, looking at Emily. No, we have to go to the clinic in the village, replied Emily, stammering, as she noticed the horrible wound on Gwen's leg. It's already closed by this time. I'll take her to my house, my mother is a healer, said James as he started running in the direction of the village. You go to your parents, and let them know that Gwen will be taken care of by my mother. They must know where we live, James ordered as he ran. Emily, who was following him with difficulty, nodded. A healer is the magical equivalent of a muggle doctor. Healers practice and use healing magic, a branch of magic dedicated to improving the physical and mental condition of a living being. His mother is a healer, though she is now retired from her time working at St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Running at full speed, he finally reached the village. It was difficult to run carrying someone on his back. Although Gwen was not heavy, James still had less than adult physical strength. Emily broke away and headed for her house. James could see the door to his house. Luckily it wasn't locked. He abruptly walked in, startling his parents. James! Where were you? You had us worried, exclaimed Euphemia. Mom, cure this girl, said James in a weak tone as he collapsed on the floor. He had exerted so much effort that he ended up fainting. James, shouted his worried parents, approaching their son at full speed. It was already the second time that he made an incredible effort to save a person. It was strange why he acted that way, but he could not stand by and watch without doing anything when it passed in front of his eyes. James opened his eyes with difficulty. He noticed a very familiar ceiling. He was in his room. His room was filled with Quidditch posters, mostly of his team. There were also a lot of toys and books. It was not as tidy as Edward Rothschild's room. Are you all right, sweetheart? Asked Euphemia, gently stroking James' hair. James looked over and noticed his father and mother sitting in a chair very close to his bed. Seeing the concerned faces on both of their faces, he felt a great warmth in his chest. Yes, Mom. Just a little tired, said James, trying to sit up in bed. Be careful, you've expended a lot of energy, said Fleamont, helping him up. How long has it been? Asked James. He noticed through the window that it was still dark. About 2 hours, replied Fleamont, looking at the watch on his wrist. How's Gwen? Asked James. She's fine, thanks to you, replied Euphemia with a proud smile at her son. However, you mustn't do something so dangerous. If something had happened to you, what would your father and I do? She added in a worried tone, looking James in the eye. Don't be hard on him, James was a hero, said Fleamont, who was very proud of his son's feat. No, climbing an unstable wall of more than 3 meters carrying a child is very dangerous. He is only a child, said Euphemia in an irrefutable tone and with a frown. Fleamont said no more. He also believed it was a very dangerous thing for a 5-year-old, although he considered his son out of the ordinary. How do you know I climbed a wall? Asked James doubtfully. That little girl Emily, she told us about it when she came with her parents, answered Euphemia with a strange look. The Shafik, they are very strange and not at all grateful, commented Fleamont with a frown. Both Fleamont and Euphemia did not believe in the supremacy of blood and that muggles were cattle. The Shafiks did, however, so the families had their differences well marked. Did Emily's parents come here? Asked James, trying to get more information. Yes, after I healed the cuts and stopped Gwen's bleeding, they came with their other daughter. When I told them I would give her a bone-growing potion, they said they would give it to her at home. They paid us for the potion and left, Euphemia explained, a little upset. At no time did they ask about your welfare, and they didn't thank you either. That's what happens when you study in Slytherin, added Fleamont angrily. Well, their daughter Emily was very nice, unlike her parents, said Euphemia, who considered that not everyone was like that. You rest, I'll bring your food to bed. Then I'll tell you a bedtime story, said Euphemia, kissing James on the forehead. His father also bid James a fond farewell. He left him the new issue of the Seeker Weekly magazine. It was the most well-known Quidditch magazine. James was a loyal reader of the magazine and bought the new issue every week. When his parents left the room, James, with the magazine in his hand, stood silently staring at the ceiling, absorbed in his thoughts. He was thinking about his parents and his new life. He couldn't believe how happy he was in this life. Although living in a world full of magic and spells might be exciting, that wasn't the main reason for his happiness. His happiness was thanks to two people, his mother and father. And also his family in general, especially his grandfather Henry. It's good to be alive, thought James, opening the magazine to the first page. His thinking was very different from when he died in his past life. His mother brought him food to bed, however, he was not left to eat alone, and both Fleamont and Euphemia accompanied him. After that, Euphemia told him one of Beedle the Bard's stories. The tales of Beedle the Bard are magical stories for children, usually known in the magical world. Today she chose to tell him the story entitled, The Wizard and the Hopping Pot. James listened attentively to his mother. Her voice reassured him. Wizards are not very good at creating children's stories, thought James, listening to the story. Finally, the story ended. His mother bid James a loving farewell and turned off the lights in the room. Chapter 10. The next day James didn't leave his house. He was too lazy to go to the square to continue his mission to invite Emily to his birthday. He still had days left to try. His mother didn't mind him staying in the house all day reading books and playing with a snitch he got for one of his birthdays. Another day had to pass for James to restart his mission. Thinking about it, he should have left yesterday, because Gwen would be in bed recovering from the bone-breathing potion. I hope she's not with her sister, James thought, as he reached the square. He did not see either of the two girls. The only ones he see were the boys, Crabbe, Goyle, and the others who were playing. Goyle see James in the distance and panicked when their gazes met. With the other kids, they headed to a more distant area of the square. James didn't mind and went to lie down on the grass. With the gentle breeze on his face and the comfort of the shade of the tree, he began to drift off to sleep. One of his new hobbies was sleeping. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, Potter. A shrill, bossy voice woke James from his warm slumber in nature. He opened his eyes in annoyance at being woken up and noticed two girls, one with blonde hair and one with black hair. The black-haired one had very dark eyes and a stoic look as she looked at James. It was Emily. The one with blonde hair had light blue eyes and a frown on her face. It was Gwen. James looked at Gwen's leg and noticed that it was in perfect condition. What do you want? Asked James in an annoyed tone at being woken up. Gwen looked indignantly at James. She wasn't used to being spoken to like that, but this time she let it go and didn't start arguing with James. I came to tea, thank you, said Gwen slowly and with much difficulty. Oh, I'm surprised at that coming from you, Miss Pureblood, said James in an exaggerated, mocking tone. One of James' new hobbies was being mocking and sarcastic, even when it came to kids his own age. Another thing, don't tell anyone that I cried. I forbid it, said Gwen, embarrassed because James had seen her cry. Fine, fine, whatever you say, miss, said James, lazily laying back down on the grass. Gwen seemed pleased by James' affirmation and being called miss, although it was sarcastically. And one more thing, at my younger sister's request I will let you two spend time together, but I will supervise you. I will not allow you to convey your ideals in favor of muggles to her, Gwen said. James opened one of his eyes and looked towards Emily and Gwen. He was surprised at this, but it was beneficial for him, as he could invite Emily to his birthday and his mother wouldn't worry about him not having friends. It seems that after saving your life, you have something of a conscience, said James, exaggerating his shocked expression. Shut up, said Gwen indignantly. Emily hadn't said a word since she arrived. The days went by, it was getting closer and closer to his 6th birthday. These days he would leave some time to go to the square and resume his meetings with Emily, eat chocolate frogs, and read famous wizard and witch cards. The only difference was that Gwen was with them and made some rather rude comments, but James ignored her. The previous gang led by Gwen was very surprised to see their leader with their mortal enemy, but because of their fear of James, they didn't have the courage to approach. Emily was very shy around her sister, different from when she hung out with James alone. It's time to invite her over, thought James, sitting on the grass near him where Emily and Gwen happily eating chocolate frogs. It was only 3 days until his birthday. Hey Emily, said James. Emily, who was examining a card of a witch named Mirabella Plunkett, looked up and looked at James. What's wrong? Asked Emily. Gwen, who was reading what appeared to be a story, raised her head curiously. In 3 days it's my birthday, do you want to come? Asked James. Emily was surprised by the proposal. She felt happy as never had someone invited her to a birthday. The first thing she did was look at her older sister. Do whatever you want, Gwen said with a snort, annoyed for some reason. James had saved one of the Shafiq's daughters. It would be very rude of them not to let her go to their house, even though the two families had different ideals. Fine, I'll go, said Emily with a smile, a rare thing to see from her. Mission completed, thought James with a faint smile. The next 2 days, Gwen was much more annoying and rude than before. James was already losing his patience, as he had a screaming girl for hours yelling or starting arguments over stupid things. What's wrong with your sister? Asked James, lying on the grass, taking advantage of the minutes of quiet before Gwen arrived. I don't know, I think she's upset that you didn't invite her, said Emily with an unsure expression. To my birthday? Asked James in surprise, to which Emily nodded. I'm losing my touch, thought James, who wasn't able to read a 6 or 7-year-old, although it was because he wasn't even paying attention to her. After a few minutes, Gwen arrived and continued to be shrill and annoying. Hey Gwen, said James, interrupting the blonde girl who was annoyed at being interrupted. What? Asked Gwen. Do you want to come to my birthday? Asked James, in hopes of being quieter from now on. Your birthday, said Gwen with a thoughtful expression. It's okay. I can come on that day. Since you insist, she added with a haughty smile, although her tone hid happiness. James couldn't believe that this girl was so shameless. Luckily from now on, she started to be calmer. Finally, the day of her 6th birthday arrived. In addition to his family, Gwen and Emily attended, something that made Euphemia very happy. Even though she knew they were from the Shafiq family, it didn't bother her at all. Thanks to his family, his birthday was perfect. The presents were the least of it. What he appreciated the most was spending time with his parents, grandparents, etc. Unlike the other birthdays, he had his 2 friends, if he could call them that. James couldn't believe how easily Gwen could irritate him. It was strange for a girl to be so annoying. Emily, on the other hand, was the polar opposite. Hey, where's a house elf? I want more food, Gwen growled, wiping crumbs from her mouth with a napkin. We don't have house elves in my house, replied James dryly. His mother did not at all like having a servant, or rather slave, attending to her orders 24 hours a day. Typical blood traitor, stammered Gwen. What did you say? Asked James. Nothing, said Gwen quickly and looked away. Despite being sisters, they were very different. Emily had very black hair and dark eyes. Her personality was quiet, tolerant, and low-key. On the other hand, Gwen was blonde with light blue eyes. Her personality was bossy, grumpy, and very talkative, and she liked to be the center of attention. The worst of all about Gwen was her almost extreme classism. James tried not to get angry, as he knew she had been brainwashed by her parents. As for Emily about this subject, she didn't talk much and seemed very tolerant, but on a few occasions, James could see that she thought of Muggle-born people as inferior, albeit in a more hidden way. His birthday was over, and what he was most looking forward to came. The books, plus the reward his mother told him about. Here you go, said Fleamont, placing the 2 books he promised James on top of the library table. And this is the reward I named you earlier, said Euphemia as she passed a book to James, who took it eagerly. Thank you, said James as he read the title of the book, which was as follows: The Healer's Handbook, written by H. Paulingtonia. This will be useful, thought James excitedly. He had seen his mother's magic as a healer. She could heal deep cuts in an instant. It's late already, better study tomorrow, suggested Euphemia, noticing James' excitement. Just 1 hour, please, James requested, to which neither of his parents could refuse. The next days, and weeks, James spent most of his time reading the new 3 books at his disposal. He had never studied anything with so much excitement. The most interesting of all was the standard book on spells, Grade 1. Charms differ from transformation spells in the following way: a charm adds certain properties to an object or creature, while a transformation spell will change it into something different. The most basic charms are not difficult to break, and many of those that you learn as a young wizard you will master in a matter of days or even hours. Hours, if I want to defeat Voldemort I will have to learn them in less time, thought James, who was confident. In his past life as Edward and everything he was taught, he was a genius. Also, there was an important difference: he liked magic. In contrast, before he was forced to study, and yet he was still considered a genius. Some charms will be ineffective on large creatures such as trolls, whose skin repels all but the most powerful spells. Trolls, thought James curiously. So far he had not managed to see any fantastic creatures, he knew they existed and were a great number. Dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, etc. The levitatory charm, Wingardium Leviosa, is one of the first spells that young wizards and witches learn. With this incantation, a witch or wizard can make things fly by waving the wand. The incantation is a great way to test your magical skill, your control of the wand, and, above all, your patience. This was just an introductory excerpt of this incantation. I can already do something similar, thought James, remembering that he managed to levitate a large stone. Only with the wand it will be much more powerful and he will be able to lift heavier things with more ease. He also eagerly studied the book Philters and Magic Potions, which is mostly about basic potions. There are several recipes for potions, with each step, and it also talks about other topics such as the properties of opal and how it can be used in potions. Potions were made from ingredients with magical properties and by step-by-step manual processes similar to culinary ones, so they required the necessary utensils, practical skills, and, of course, some knowledge of the recipe or formula for the potion. On the other hand, the book his mother gave him covers magical remedies for common ailments and includes a chapter called Contusions, Cuts and Grazes. Chapter 11. 3 months had passed since James started reading the 3 books. This time was more than enough for James to learn the 3 books perfectly. He even read them several times. Although he couldn't do the practical part, his parents could. So he asked them for a demonstration of the charms, to analyze the movements of the wands, among other things. Also, in the part about potions, he watched on the front page how his father prepared the potions since he had all the necessary equipment. Thanks to this, he was able to grasp many important details that did not appear in the books. Finally, he asked his mother to see some practical things. Although it was more difficult since someone had to be injured, there were some magical ways to learn, such as dummies that took the place of the human body. He also continued to hang out with Emily and Gwen reluctantly, as their mother was concerned about their social life. It wasn't that he disliked the girls, the problem was that they were children, and although both were smarter than average, they were still 6 and 7 years old. So he became a sort of big brother, especially with Emily, who was very interested in magic. She would ask James about the history of magic, how he controlled his magic so well, and more. Gwen was still shrill and more rebellious, but after 3 months together with James, her personality improved, or so James wanted to believe. Also, on one of these days, Gwen invited him to her birthday. Since she had attended his birthday, he accepted her invitation, as it would be rude to turn her down. Today was the day he would go to the Shafiq family home. James already sensed that it would be a very unpleasant meeting, not because of Gwen. The problem was her elitist family and the people they would invite. "You look beautiful," said Euphemia, trying to comb James' hair, though she didn't succeed. James was in a fancy outfit about his size. The outfit was black with gold straps. "You'll have to put up with those pure-blood crazies," commented Fleamont, to which Euphemia nudged him. "Don't listen to your father. Not everyone is that way." "Have you got the gift yet?" asked Euphemia, to which James nodded as he grabbed an object wrapped in wrapping paper from on top of a piece of furniture. "Good, do you want us to go with you?" asked Euphemia. "No, I'll go alone," replied James, who didn't want his parents to have the hassle of talking to those people. After walking for a while, he arrived in front of a mansion. Presumptuous, thought James. Even so, this mansion was not even half of the Rothschild's palace where he lived in his previous life. The mansion for its size was in a more remote area of the village and where most of the wizarding families who considered themselves purebloods and superior to muggles lived. Very different from his family, who lived in an area of town where they had muggle neighbors. "You must be the potter's son," said a male voice haughtily. James, who was about to ring the doorbell of the mansion, looked out of the corner of his eye and noticed a group of 4 people. A short adult man with a big belly, next to him a lanky woman with brown curly hair. And behind them, two children James recognized. The two children were from the Bulstrode family, who had previously hung out with Gwen, who led them and on several occasions, made taunting remarks towards him. Mr. Bulstrode looked haughtily and arrogantly at James. "Yes, you must be Mr. Bulstrode," said James, just looking at him out of the corner of his eye and ringing the doorbell of the mansion. Both Mr. and Mrs. Bulstrode were surprised by James' tone, cold and apathetic. Even far more haughty and arrogant than the children of the more extreme pure-blood families. The most surprising thing is that he would behave this way in front of two adults. James did it automatically, as in his past life, he always acted this way. The only times he didn't was when his mother ordered him to be more sociable. In this new life, although his attitude changed, especially towards his family, being very loving and showing affection, to strangers and rude people he maintained the same attitude as Edward Rothschild. The two children being with their parents were more confident. When they saw James' attitude they frowned angrily. They couldn't believe that someone would treat their parents that way, without even looking at them. "What a rude boy," whispered Mrs. Bulstrode. Her whisper was heard by James. However, he ignored it completely. Why would he be educated with people calling his family blood traitors? Within seconds of ringing the doorbell, the door to the mansion opened on its own. What if a muggle walks by, thought James, even though it was a remote area and magical dwellings, such a situation could happen. When the door opened all the way, a small ugly creature appeared from the other side. "Welcome to Shafik Manor. If you allow me, I will lead the way," said the small creature. Its voice was squeaky and somewhat annoying. It was a house elf. The Bulstrodes glared at the creature and didn't even respond. They just started walking. "Thank you for leading us," said James, showing himself to be much more educated, something that outraged the family, but they said nothing. Mr. Bulstrode thought it was demeaning if he started arguing with a child, so his sons had to swallow their pride and walk. The elf made a grateful gesture for James and began to lead the way to the manor gates. When they arrived the elf gestured with his hands, and the double door slowly opened, revealing the interior of the great mansion. "Adrian, Elara arrived," said a tall, dark-haired, black-eyed man, approaching the Bulstrode family. A very beautiful blonde woman with an expressionless face followed him and also politely greeted the new guests. "Marcellus, Lysandra, it is good to see you," Adrian Bulstrode said graciously, as he shook Marcellus Shafik's hand. "Lysandra, you get more beautiful every day," praised Elara to Lysandra Shafik. "That must be Emily and Gwen's parents," thought James with a bored expression. Their presence had been completely ignored. Adrian's children politely greeted the Shafiks, and more adults who knew the family arrived and greeted them cordially. Goyle and Crabbe's parents were just as vulgar as their sons. Finally, after almost 10 minutes, Marcellus noticed James standing static in his place. "And you little buddy are you?" asked Marcellus in a calm tone and very different from Adrian's haughty tone. "The person who saved your daughter," replied James. All the adults who were conversing fell silent when they heard James' answer. Clearly they thought it was rude to introduce themselves that way in front of Marcellus, the master of the house. However, James wasn't lying and didn't say it to sound rude. He thought that way, he would be able to remember who he was. "Oh, you must be James Potter," said Marcellus, his tone was still calm and showed no annoyance. "Himself," affirmed James nodding his head. Lysandra looked at James curiously. It seemed strange to her that James being a child would show such confidence when surrounded by adults who belonged to very powerful pure-blood wizarding families. Where does his confidence come from? Is it the ignorance of a child, or did he fully trust himself, thought Lysandra, examining James' face. James was used to conversing with people of high status in important meetings, so he was not at all nervous. You could say he showed this confidence unconsciously since as a Rothschild he was always the person with the highest status, and his mother trained him to show it. These people didn't respect his family and believed in the supremacy of purebloods, an opinion James didn't share at all. So, he would not show as much respect for them as they did not show for him or his family. "Gwen talks a lot about you. Unfortunately, I didn't get to thank you that time, so I can tell you now, thank you," Lysandra said in a polite and emotionless tone. Hearing her, "Thank you," James knew instantly that she wasn't thankful at all, but he didn't care. "It's nothing. It's what any child would have done in my situation," James said with a small smile as he looked purposely at the Bulstrode children. The cheeks of the two Bulstrode kids turned red. They had been cowards and fled the scene, leaving Gwen alone stranded at the altar in the middle of the night. "Gwen and the other children are playing in another room. Slinky. Take the children to Gwen," said Marcellus. His tone of voice changed greatly as he called out to the house elf. "Yes, master," said Slinky respectfully. James and the two Bulstrode children began to follow Slinky. Many adults watched James back until he left the room. "What a rude child," said Mrs. Bulstrode again. "I would say splendid." "That's how a pure-blood heir should act," said Lysandra in a tone that hid fascination. Many of the people were surprised to hear that Lysandra praised someone. It was rare for such a cold woman who always has a face without any emotion to praise someone. Even her husband was surprised by this. "I wonder how those traitorous Potters could raise such a splendid child," Lysandra murmured without anyone listening to her. Chapter 12. "Please come in," said the elf named Slinky, motioning for James and the other two children to access the room. In this new room was the birthday girl, Gwen, and all the children. James could recognize some of them as Goyle and Crabbe, but there were others he had never seen with Gwen's gang. James noticed that in one corner stood Emily alone as usual. "It must be because she's from another generation, or so I think," thought James. The two Bulstrode children quickly left James' side, wanting to be away from him and meet their friends. Gwen, who was surrounded by boys and girls, noticed the door open and that it was James. Pushing everyone aside, she walked towards him with a slight smile. "James, you're here, albeit a little late," said Gwen, a little annoyed at the tardiness. "Yeah, sorry about that." "Here, you're present," said James more politely than with all the adults in the other room. "Thank you," said Gwen with a smile. Her attitude towards James after 3 months of getting together with him and Emily had changed a lot, compared to the first meeting they had. Excitedly, she tore open the wrapping paper, an elegant black velvet gift box, adorned with gold thread embroidery. The box closed with a silk ribbon of a soft golden hue. Gwen untied the golden silk ribbon and opened the velvet box. She could see a pendant resting on a pillow. The pendant was a midnight blue color that glowed with a soft light. It was adorned with inlaid gemstones that sparkled with every movement. "It's beautiful," said Gwen, lifting the pendant and holding it with one of her hands. A sense of serenity emanated from it. "It has a very mild magic that generates calmness," commented James to let her know that besides being a pretty pendant, it has a magical effect, albeit a very mild one. Gwen gestured to James to place the pendant around her neck, to which James agreed and quickly did so. "How does it look on me?" asked Gwen. "Good, it stands out with your eyes," nodded James, who was satisfied, as he accomplished something that in his past life he had not done, give a gift to his friend. Even though Gwen was a bossy, screechy, and aggressive child, getting together 3 months in the square made James consider her as someone closer. The same for Emily. "I should ask when her birthday is," thought James. "So you're Potter, huh?" said a female voice in a haughty tone. James turned his head slightly and noticed a fat girl. Her cheeks seemed to encompass her entire face, her eyes were very small, and her neck was conspicuous by its absence. The most pathetic thing was her cupped hair, which didn't suit her facial features at all. Seeing her appearance, he instantly compared her to the vulgar Crabbe and Goyle. "No, she's more vulgar," thought James with a shocked expression. He never thought to meet a more vulgar person than Crabbe and Goyle. "Oh, this is my best friend, Anastasia," said Gwen, introducing the fat girl. "Best friend?" thought James with a strange expression. "Anastasia not," said the girl, emphasizing her last name. "Family belonging to the Sacred 28, although the most important thing was that my grandfather, Cantankerous Knot, wrote it," she added as she tried to stick out her neck to show her pride. The Knot family didn't belong to Godric's Hollow. They were old friends of Gwen's parents, and it wasn't the first time they had visited each other, thus Anastasia became Gwen's best friend. Why do all people brag about their bloodlines? James thought with a roll of his eyes. Most pure-blood wizards were like that. In his previous life, every time he attended meetings with important people, it was the same thing. They all bragged about their families and how powerful they were. Here, besides that, it was all about pure bloodline. As a Rothschild, he didn't need to do such a thing, as everyone knew who he was. However, he wouldn't, as he thought that only idiotic people brag about their family name at every turn. Your family isn't included in the Sacred 28. I hope you're not mad about that, but it's because some people in your family are pro-Muggle. I hope you'll change that, said Anastasia, who was still talking. She was referring to Henry Potter, James' grandfather. Hey, the Potters are still a very old wizarding family, said Gwen, afraid that James would make some bad joke to the fat girl. She knew that his temper changed when they insulted his family. Even she learned not to talk about her family, as James' behavior could take a 180-degree turn and be a little scary. I'll keep that in mind, said James with an expressionless face. I'll go say hi to your sister, he added as he walked to the corner where Emily was. Gwen sighed in relief that Anastasia didn't get hurt and her dignity was still intact. She wanted to go with James, but the two Bulstrode children who arrived blocked her way and handed her presents. "Hi Emily, why are you here alone?" asked James, sitting down in an armchair across from the raven-haired girl who was writing a notebook. "It's my sister's friends," replied Emily looking up. "Well, that's true, but shouldn't you say hi to me since I'm your friend?" asked James, acting hurt since she didn't even get up from her seat when he arrived. "I'm sorry," replied Emily after a few seconds of contemplation. "No need to apologize for that," said James, shaking his head, "just kidding." "Is this how mother felt when I wasn't socializing with anyone?" thought James, understanding his mother's feelings a little. In the time he spent with Emily, he felt she was a strange girl. As a girl, she was too quiet, very different from her sister, who was the opposite. Very shy compared to all the pureblood children, unlike them she doesn't flaunt her lineage. Supposedly, she got the same education and grew up in the same home as Gwen, but she doesn't show the arrogance of the blonde girl. At first, it reminded him of himself or rather of his former self, Edward Rothschild. An apathetic and expressionless genius, always calm and serene. Maybe Emily was a genius, who was not happy like he was or in a situation similar to his, but that was not the case. He proved it after he had been with her for months. For one thing, Emily's parents, despite being from an elite family, allowed her a lot of free time, unlike his former parents. And many other differences. James could tell that pureblood children had a very spoiled life. His previous mother Elizabeth, who controlled his life and wanted to squeeze the most out of his talent, was a rare case. "Why are you looking at me so much?" asked Emily, covering her face with the notebook. "It's nothing, by the way." "When is your birthday?" asked James, putting those thoughts aside. "November 9th, replied Emily in a low tone. "Will you invite me?" asked James, as he wanted to give her a present like he did Gwen. "No," replied Emily dryly. James was surprised by the refusal. Before he could inquire further as to why, Gwen arrived and interrupted them. The whole birthday, he couldn't be alone with Emily to ask her about her birthday. "I'll ask her tomorrow," thought James, returning home after a few hours. Luckily, the adult wizards were kept in another room, not wanting to share a noisy room full of children. In the following days, Emily always evaded the subject of her birthday and how they were with Gwen. James decided not to insist anymore. On one occasion, when he found himself alone with Gwen, he asked her about it, and her answer was simple: "My sister doesn't like to celebrate her birthday with a lot of people." Weird, thought James, but after a few days, he stopped thinking about it. He didn't want to be a busybody in other people's family lives. Chapter 13. James was now 8 years old. He had his birthday a few days ago. Today would be the day he would finally get his first wand. Even though it was a used wand, he was very excited. Now he was waiting for his grandfather and father to arrive by the fireplace with the wand. His mother was making some sandwiches to eat in the afternoon. "What's taking them so long?" thought James, feeling anxious and not taking his eyes off the fireplace. James at this time got his parents to give him more books to study. When he turned 6 years old 2 years ago, they gave him 3 books to start his study. However, he finished them in 3 months, plus he read them several times. After seeing the practice through his parents, he felt there was no need to read them anymore. So through his charm, he managed to convince his parents to give them more advanced books. Before that he showed his father that he knew absolutely all the material. The theoretical exam he was supposed to take at the age of 8, he took it at the age of 6 and passed it perfectly. Seeing this, both Fleamont and Euphemia could not refuse to give James more advanced books. Thanks to this he was able to continue studying enchantments, potions, and healing. The bad thing was that he could only read the theory, and watch his parents either doing the enchantments or potions. But finally today he would have his first wand and could start performing magic. All the theory of the enchantments he studied he could put into practice today. He even learned the theory of some basic healing spells from his mother's books. "Take it easy, sweetheart. They'll be here soon," said Euphemia in a loving tone, as she rested a tray with cupcakes on a little mouse table that was in front of the couch. "Yes, you're right," said James, stopping tapping the floor with the sole of his foot. "Here, eat," said Euphemia, taking a cupcake and putting it in James' mouth, who accepted the food obediently. If Emily or Gwen saw how meek James is with his mother, they would be very surprised. Euphemia looked on with a loving smile as her son devoured the cupcake happily. Since they had James with Fleamont, their life was the happiest in the world. Besides, she considered her son to be perfect. He was well behaved, studied, was very intelligent, had friends, not so many, and was very loving with them. After eating about 3 cupcakes with his mother, finally, there were movements in the fireplace. The first to arrive was his grandfather. Behind him, his father arrived. "Grandpa," said James with a smile, going to greet the old man. "Boy, you're getting bigger every day. And look at that hair, just like every Potter," said Henry, tousling James' jet hair. James smiled happily. His grandfather was a very important person in his new life. Every weekend they went together with his father to watch his favorite Quidditch team, so their relationship was very good. "Did you bring the wand?" asked James, trying to hide his excitement. "Yes, I have it here," replied Henry, as from one of his pockets he revealed a strong brown wand. "Your grandmother's wand," said Henry as he held the wand in both hands and looked at it wistfully and sadly. "Grandpa," whispered James sadly. "Don't make that face, I'm sure your grandmother would be proud of you using her wand," said Henry, quickly changing his expression. "Its wood is of spruce. It takes particular skill to work with this type of wood. If you have a cautious or nervous nature, it will not be a good companion for you. However, in your case that is not a problem," said Henry, starting to tell the details of the wand. "Its core is kelpie hair, 24 centimeters. Here," he finished his explanation and passed the wand to James. James took the wand slowly and examined it carefully. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head and brought it down quickly. A stream of white sparks exploded from the tip of the wand. His parents and grandfather were looking at him with big smiles, very proud of James. "That's great," said James, looking at the wand with excitement. "It'll do you, for now. When you get your wand the feeling will be even better," said Fleamont. "Lumos," exclaimed James with concentration. Suddenly the tip of his wand lit up, and the light was warm. Seeing his success, James smiled. This charm was one of the simplest in the book he had read in grade 1, a sort of lantern, but magical. Achieving it on his first try showed James' talent. Still, he didn't think it was a big deal. It was a simple charm and he knew the theory by heart, plus he saw his parents perform it several times, so he could see in action what the wand movement and pronunciation was like. "Well done, sweetheart," said Euphemia, smiling and clapping her hands in fascination. His father and grandfather also clapped their hands with smiles. "On your first try and with a wand that isn't yours, my son is a genius," said Fleamont proudly. "Will it be okay for him to use magic? Isn't there an underage restriction?" asked James. "Don't worry, you don't have the tracing charm on you, and the ministry trusts parents to watch out for their children if they perform magic. Your parents' magic would constantly interfere with the tracing should you have it," replied Henry, to which James nodded more calmly. "Do you want to go practice a bit?" asked his father with a mysterious smile. "What?" "Sure, where to?" asked James curiously. "Follow me," said Fleamont. James and the others followed him. Henry and Euphemia looked at each other with smiles, knowing what Fleamont was referring to. From the living room, they made their way to Fleamont's office. The office was medium-sized and cozy. On the walls were bookshelves filled with books and magical artifacts. The floor was polished wood and covered with a plush carpet. However, there was something out of place that caught James' attention. In one of the corners, there was a black door. Its position did not look good at all. His father walked towards that door. Fleamont looked at James with a mysterious smile, slowly grabbed the cheekbone of the door, and opened it suspiciously. As the door opened fully, James noticed that there was nothing there, just a brick wall the same color as the other walls in the room. James looked doubtfully at his father. Fleamont did not return his gaze and walked confidently towards the door. To James' surprise, his father didn't run straight into the wall. On the contrary, he walked right through it and disappeared from the scene. "What?" muttered James, somewhat surprised. Although he was getting used to the magical world, he had never seen such a mechanism in his house. His mother pushed him gently so that he walked. Without thinking twice, he walked towards the wall, just like his father, without bumping into it. He noticed a well-lit corridor, so he started walking. When he crossed it, he found a very large and peculiar room. The walls are lined with magic mirrors that reflect the image of the magician from all angles. The floor was smooth and made of a material that seemed to be very sturdy. Most peculiar was that the room was equipped with mannequins that James assumed were magical. "Is this?" asked James in a fascinated tone. "It's what you're thinking. A magical training room," presented his father with excitement and a smile, pleased with his son's reaction. Euphemia and Henry had already arrived, also watching James. First, the walls that are magic mirrors allow reflecting the image of the magician from all angles, which allows observing and correcting the execution of spells. Second, the floor is designed to withstand the effects of powerful spells. And third, the magic dummies. They served to practice marksmanship among other things, explained Fleamont enthusiastically. That's great, father. When did they build this? Asked James as he surveyed the entire room, unable to contain his excitement. One of the problems James was thinking about was where to train his magic. He couldn't leave his house, as it would be easy to be seen by muggles or even other wizards, who would see it strange for a boy under 11 to have a wand. Knowing the bad relationship between the Potters and some pure-blood families, it was almost certain that if they saw him they would alert the ministry and put them in trouble. Training in his house was only possible if he performed harmless enchantments like Lumos, but with other enchantments, he could destroy the house, but now with this training room he would have no problem, it would even make his practice better than ever. We started construction from the moment we made our first deal, that is 2 years ago, replied Fleamont. That's amazing, it must have been very expensive, James commented, as he touched one of the mirrors and his reflection was visible. Nothing the Potter family can't afford, said Fleamont with a smile. Enough of all this talk, let's practice, he added, pulling his wand out of his sleeve. Chapter 14. His father, besides being a potion maker, was a skilled duelist. In his years as a student at Hogwarts he was teased for his strange name, so he got into duels all the time, achieving great skill. So having his father as his personal instructor was very good news, as James wanted to be skilled in martial magic because in the future he must face Voldemort and wants to focus on defensive and offensive magic. Let's start with the basics, a levitation charm, said Fleamont. It was time for James to put into practice all the theories he studied during these 2 years. With a light and gentle wave of his wand Fleamont conjured a table and 10 feathers. Remind me, what was the levitation charm all about? He asked, testing James. James approached the table and replied, it allows a wizard to make objects fly for a set amount of time just by waving the wand. You can also move objects and it doesn't work on humans. Correct, the levitated object depends on the skill of the caster and the weight of the object. The heavier the object, the more skill you should have. Despite being a basic charm, from first year at Hogwarts, it is very useful in duels. I have used it many times. You can lift obstacles and send them towards your opponent, explained Fleamont. You already know the theory and have seen the wand movement when your mother and I showed it to you. Now it's your turn, make the feather levitate, added Fleamont. Wingardium Leviosa, said James in concentration, as he made a slight movement with his new wand. He had the wand movement memorized long ago in his mind, so it wasn't a difficult thing to do. The feather was charmed and began to levitate higher and higher, as James controlled it with his wand. Reaching almost to the ceiling of the training room, which was very high, James began to control it so that the feather began to slowly lower until it was resting in its original position. A perfect control, said Henry, clapping his hands with a smile. His grandson was a genius. This was a charm learned by first-year students at Hogwarts, and James managed it at the age of 8 and on his first attempt. Euphemia also applauded with a proud smile on her face. Well done, now do it with 2 feathers at once, said Fleamont. Time passed, and James managed the same day to use Wingardium Leviosa and levitate all 10 feathers at once. Tomorrow we will continue with this charm on heavier objects. Now let's move on to the next charm, said Fleamont, who knew that his son did not want to practice the same charm all day long. The next few days, James spent a lot of time in the training room using his new wand and practicing with his father. All the books he read and the theory he learned, he began to put into practice. With his parents, they decided that once he learned all the spells and mastered the practical, he would move on to the next more advanced book on charms. Also, now that he possessed a wand, he began the practical part of healing with his mother. And his father also let him create beginner's potions on his own, while he supervised him. One of the charms that fascinated James the most was Incendio, an enchantment that conjures a stream of flames that can be used to set things on fire. Although it sounds dangerous, it was included in the Grade 1 book by Miranda Goshawk. The amount of fire conjured depends on the skill and mastery of the mage. In James' case, he could barely set fire to the fireplace, some candles, etc. He wasn't very powerful yet, but the more he practiced, the more fire he could cast. Another advantage of the training room is the immunity to fire, so there is no danger of starting a fire in the entire room. So, the time flew by for James, practicing in the training room, then reading more advanced books, hanging out with Emily and Gwen in the square, and spending time with his family. When he was 9 years old, Gwen and Emily told him that they were moving out of Godric's Hollow. It was news that saddened James to his surprise. He didn't expect it to make him sad, but he already considered Gwen and Emily his first 2 friends because of all the time they spent together. They would be moving to Wiltshire, a county in the southwest of England. It is home to the Malfoy family and the Knott family, 2 pure-blood families that belong to the Hallowed 28. In the Knott family is Gwen's best friend, and her parents apparently got along very well with Mr. and Mrs. Shafiq. Today was the day they would leave. The three young children were in the square, at their last meeting. James as usual was lying on the grass watching the cloudy sky. Emily was reading chocolate frog stickers of James as usual. By this time, she had read all of them, but she kept reading them, remembering information she forgot or didn't pay attention to. Gwen was sitting close to James. As she pulled the petals off a flower, her gaze was fixed on the flower, and unlike the other days, she wasn't talking. "Do you have everything ready for the move yet?" asked James. "Yes, my parents must be saying goodbye to the other pureblood wizards," replied Gwen without taking her eyes off the flower. James thought it was funny that she would specify that they were pureblood wizards, making it clear that they would not be saying goodbye to half-blood or muggle-born wizards. Although at this time James wanted to shake that supremacist thinking out of him, he accomplished little if anything. His parents didn't fall into the pureblood group either, as they were considered blood traitors and didn't get along with Emily and Gwen's parents, who had extremist thoughts. So they were still at home living normal lives, without going to say goodbye to them. "I guess we'll see you at Hogwarts," James commented. "What? But that's a long way off, 2 years," said Emily in a sad tone. Unlike her sister, James was her only friend. Gwen nodded, agreeing with what her little sister was saying. It was 2 years until James and Emily would be starting Hogwarts. On Gwen's side, she would be starting next year as she was a year older than both of them. "You must visit us," Gwen said in a tone that sounded like a command. "I can't. It's too far," said James. "You're just lazy as usual," snorted Gwen, annoyed. "Then why aren't you guys coming to visit?" asked James. "They won't allow it because they didn't get along with my parents," he added, answering his own question. Gwen, hearing this, frowned, but said nothing, as he was right. James would not force his parents to take him to the new Shafiq mansion to treat his parents coldly. Although he visited the Shafiq mansion around this time, for Gwen's birthday, he always went alone, since it was so close. And Mr. and Mrs. Shafiq wouldn't start insulting or belittling a child friend of their daughter, but if his parents it might be different. Besides that, Gwen and Emily's parents would let James go to their house. Why save Gwen, and it would be very rude of them to ban him. In a moment a very neat owl came and perched on the branch of the tree that shaded Levi. "It's Mother's owl, we should go," said Gwen as she looked at Emily. The three children stood up from the grass and looked at each other. James didn't know what to do in this situation. He could notice the sad faces of Emily and Gwen. Most likely he was also making a similar expression. Being loving and caring to his family, especially his parents and grandfather, was much easier than doing it with friends. "What do I do?" thought James a little nervously. He very rarely felt nervous. How Edward Rothschild could act friendly in front of strangers and gain their trust, but he never had a goodbye from people he really cared about, so he didn't know what to do. "Well, we'll send each other letters through the owls," James said, scratching his unruly black hair. "Yes, but you don't have an owl," said Gwen. "I'll buy one. For now, I'll use my parents'," said James quickly. "Here," said Emily in a low tone, approaching James and passing him several cards. "You can keep it, as a parting gift," said James, closing Emily's hand to keep the cards. "Thanks," said Emily, and out of nowhere she hugged James tightly. Both James and Gwen were surprised by Emily's sudden action, who was always calm and didn't show so many emotions. "I'll miss you. I'll message you with Gwen's owl," said Emily, hugging James and with tears in her eyes. "I will too. We'll send each other letters," said James nervously, also hugging Emily. "Bye," said Emily, letting go of James and returning to her usual self. Then Gwen and James stood looking at each other. Should I hug her too? Is that what friends do? Thought James, debating how to proceed. "Remember to answer the letters," Gwen said after a few seconds that seemed like forever to James. She turned and started walking next to Emily. James nodded, though Gwen was no longer looking at him. He stood watching as the backs of his first two friends walked further and further away. Not a nice feeling, thought James, turning around and heading home. For the first time, he felt strong emotions triggered by people other than his family. Chapter 15. July 4, 1971. 2 years had passed since his farewell to Emily and Gwen. James was now 11 years old, and it was only a matter of time before he would start Hogwarts. According to his parents' experience, he would receive his letter in mid-July and start his first year on September 1st. James was very excited about this. He had heard many stories of Hogwarts told by his parents, how it was one of the happiest and most fun times of their lives. His mother said the happiest time was when he was born, so he was looking forward to starting. Besides the fact that he never went to a school in his past life, he received primary education at home, as there were no magical schools for children under 11 years old. He could have gone to a Muggle school, but he preferred to stay at home with his parents, waiting to start Hogwarts. James wanted to have a more normal, fun life: school, friends, exams, pranks, etc. He was always envious when he was in his limousine and saw boys leaving school laughing with their friends. In the 2 years that passed, he received letters from Gwen. Emily had no owl for some reason, making James more suspicious about the differences in treatment of the two sisters, but he could do nothing. So Emily would write in Gwen's letters what she wanted to say to him. At first, she received letters almost every day, but when Gwen entered her first year at Hogwarts, the letters started to decrease. Besides how Gwen was at Hogwarts, Emily had no way of communicating with him. Once, he decided to send a letter to Emily, but never got a reply. On the other hand, Gwen excitedly told him about getting into Slytherin House with her best friend, which James remembered with distaste. He noticed that Gwen's messages since entering Slytherin gave off a great deal of contempt for Muggleborn or half-bloods. It seems that being surrounded by children brainwashed by their parents caused her to regain her former attitudes that James tried so hard to get her to leave behind. When meeting every day in Godric's Hollow Square, James subtly tries to get Gwen and Emily to open their minds and not see Muggleborn and half-bloods as second-rate people and Muggles as animals. James' comments were piecemeal, and he made them very subtly so as not to start an argument, especially with Gwen. Emily was much quieter on the subject, but James noticed classism when he heard some of the girls' comments as she read the information on the cards. He accomplished something, but not much, since after their daily meeting in the square they spent the whole day with their parents, who were extreme supremacists. But in these years that he was not with them, it seemed to get even worse. James was not at all pleased that his first two friends had such classist thoughts, so he would have to do something about it. One of the letters Gwen sent him when she arrived at Hogwarts was the following. Dear James, I hope you are feeling well. It has been a few days since I arrived at Hogwarts. Of course, as expected, I was selected for the distinguished Slytherin house. Natural for someone of my lineage. My first potions class was amazing. Professor Slughorn is talented, and I've already learned a lot. My parents say I should earn his favor to join his club or something. I ran into a Muggleborn student in class today. A poor lost soul, trying to understand what he can never really experience. I remember what you always used to tell me when we got together, but I can't believe it. Your talents are mediocre. It's best to stop talking about such an unpleasant subject. Anyway, tell me what you've been doing. If I don't answer you, it's because I'm busy studying. All the best. Gwen Shafiq. James, when he opened the letter for the first time, could not believe his eyes. He knew that if he didn't do something when he entered Hogwarts, he would lose Gwen forever. As for Emily, it was a mystery, as he had not been able to communicate with her for a long time. James was in his room, sitting in a chair. In front of him was an oak desk. He was writing a letter. Classes at Hogwarts should have ended a few days ago. So he was writing a letter to Gwen and, most importantly, asking her about Emily. When he finished writing the letter, he left the quill resting on the desk, reread the letter once, and nodded. Good, muttered James, sealed the envelope with wax, and walked over to a cage where an owl sat. Hi, Shadow. I need you to send a letter for me, said James as he opened the cage. When Gwen and Emily left, James asked his parents to buy an owl for him, and obviously, they agreed. He decided to name it Shadow because of its predominantly black plumage, adorned with subtle shades of brown and gray. From a distance, the owl looks like a shadow in the night. Shadow's two large eyes looked up at James. The owl made a cheerful sound. Good boy, said James with a smile. Shadow is the first pet or animal friend he has ever had. He appreciates him very much. His former mother, Elizabeth, believed that having pets was a waste of time. James rolled up the note, handed it to Shadow, who took it with his beak, climbed onto the boy's forearm, and carried it to the open window. Shadow took off and got farther and farther away. Be careful, muttered James. The same day Shadow returned, the letter was delivered. Now he had only to wait for the reply. The next day, he got it. Dear James. My year ended great. As expected, Slytherin won the House Cup. You should have seen the look on the faces of those Gryffindor idiots. I don't know at what point they thought they could beat us. As for Emily, she's fine, nervous to start, I guess. Finally, we'll see you in September. I hope you end up in Slytherin, although with your talent and lineage, it's almost a given. Regards. Gwen Shafiq. James frowned at several things as he read the letter. Firstly, Gryffindor idiots. How his father and mother wanted to be in Gryffindor house, though he never told Gwen, as he knew they would start arguing. When she said talent and lineage, James for some reason, knows it's more about the talent, since when he met Gwen, she was attacking him calling blood traitor. Even though he still has a pure blood lineage, he knows that Gwen and her family have an unfavorable look towards them. The main reason they managed to become friends was because James saved her and was already friends with Emily. What bothered him the most, was that he didn't get any news from Emily. He wanted her to write to him as in the previous times, but she didn't. I guess I will see her in September. I hope we both stay in Gryffindor, thought James, although he knew Emily would not like to stay in this house. Finally, on the 7th of July, the Hogwarts letter arrived. James held a yellowish envelope in his hands, addressed in green ink to Mr. J. Potter. Godric's Hollow, West Country, England. He excitedly pulled out the letter and read it aloud, as his parents stood in the room and watched. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dear James Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please note the list of required equipment and books. Classes start on September 1st. We look forward to receiving your owl before July 31st. Very cordially yours. Minerva McGonagall. Sub-Director. Below that was everything the first-year students would need. He didn't read it out loud because it was too much. He would need the following. Uniform. 3 plain work tunics. 1 black pointed hat for daily use. 1 pair of protective gloves. 1 winter cloak. Books. All students must have a copy of the following books. The Miranda Goshawk Standard Book of Spells. A History of Magic, Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Emmerich Switch. 1000 Herbs and Fungi of Magic, Phillida Spore. Magic Filters and Potions, Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newton Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, Quentin Trimble. Rest of equipment. 1 wand. 1 number 2 pewter cauldron. 1 set of glass or crystal vials. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Students may also bring an owl, cat, rat, or toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not allowed to have their brooms. Chapter 16. July 8, 1971. James woke up early. Today would be the day he would go shopping for everything he needed to start his first year at Hogwarts. To buy everything he needed, he had to go to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is a magical cobblestone alley and shopping area located in London, England. Here Hogwarts students can shop for everything they need for their school year. What excited James the most about this, was that he would be buying his wand, not one used by someone else, a wand according to his characteristics, although he had grown fond of his grandmother's wand. He knew that his magical abilities would increase when he had a wand according to him. James looked at his figure in the mirror in his room as he groomed himself before leaving. In this time he had grown a lot. His height was a little taller than average, his build was slim but athletic. Besides his blue eyes, the most striking feature was his messy jet black hair. He tried to comb it back in a toupee style, but it was very difficult to style it. So he left it like that. If his mother Elizabeth saw Edward with this hair she would have a fit. All set, James muttered as he opened the door and headed for the kitchen. After breakfast with his parents, they headed to the fireplace in the dining room. Like him, they were both dressed strangely compared to a muggle. Fleamont wore a dark blue tunic and a pointed hat of the same color. His mother wore a light green tunic and a smaller hat. James was wearing a simple, but elegant black tunic and opted to go without a hat. All of the family's clothing had classic and timeless elements, with a touch of old-fashioned flair. At first, James found it hard to get used to these clothes, but gradually he got used to it and it was now a normal thing for him. Since Diagon Alley is a magical area, wearing muggle clothes would be out of place. "Do you have everything ready?" asked Fleamont. They both nodded. "Good, we'll meet your grandfather at Ollivander's store," he nodded, then motioned for Euphemia to travel first. The way they would use to travel would be through Floo powders. Floo powders are magical powders capable of transporting a person from one place to another through a Floo network. This network connects most homes and buildings in the magical world. James had already traveled several times with the Floo powder, so he was used to it. It was simple. You had to throw the Floo powders into the chimney, then enter the chimney and say clearly and loudly the place you want to get to. If you didn't, you could end up in the wrong place. Euphemia took a pinch of sparkling powder from a pot, walked over to the fire, and threw it. There was a roar like lightning, the bonfire turned emerald green. She quickly walked up to the edge of the fire and shouted, "To Diagon Alley," and disappeared. His father gestured indicating it was James' turn. James did the same as his mother, "To Diagon Alley," said James loud and clear. Quickly he disappeared. He looked as if he had been sucked down a giant hole. As he traveled he closed his eyes and kept his elbows glued to his sides so he wouldn't crash and end up at another destination. Feeling slightly dizzy he reached his destination. As he opened his eyes he emerged into another chimney, wiped the dust off his robe, and walked. His mother was a few steps away waiting for him. A few minutes later his father arrived. They left the fireplace place and found themselves in Diagon Alley. "Let's go find your grandfather. I'm sure the first thing you want to buy is your wand, right?" asked Fleamont with a smile. "Yes, let's go," said James excitedly as he started walking. It wasn't the first time he had visited Diagon Alley. The first time he visited was when he was 7 years old. He accompanied his parents to get money out of Gringotts Bank. It is a unique wizarding bank controlled by goblins. Many wizards and witches keep here their money and any valuables in subway vaults. The security of this bank is very high. As his family has considerable wealth, it has a vault in which the Potter fortune is kept. His father at this time sold his company that manufactured Sleek Easy hair potion, making a large profit. The family of 3 started walking towards Ollivander's wand shop. As they made their way through the streets of the alley they passed many peculiar people shopping. James noticed several boys his age with their parents. Most likely they had received their Hogwarts letter just like him. A soft hooting came from a dark store, with a sign that read, "Owl Emporium, tan, brown, gray, and white." Several boys James' age were sticking their noses against a window display of brooms. "Look, the new Nimbus 1001, it's great," said one boy with drool on his mouth as he looked at the window display. James turned his head and looked at the window as well with desire. His current broom was the Nimbus 1000, an older model, although it was still a very good broom. It is capable of speeds up to 100 miles per hour and can turn 360 degrees in the air at a fixed point. "Do you want it, sweetie?" asked Euphemia, who was willing to buy James anything. She knew he loved brooms for Quidditch. James was used to his mother and father fulfilling any of his whims. He didn't dislike it as it showed how much they loved him. "No Mom, anyway, I'm not allowed to have my broom at Hogwarts and only just be able to join the team in my second year," James replied in a tone that didn't sound very convincing. "That's not a bad idea. You can practice at home so you get used to the speed, and when you're in the second year you won't have any problems," suggested Fleamont, wanting to convince James. "Well, you're right, then we'll buy it once we get everything from school," said James, scratching his cheek. He couldn't refuse them when they insisted so much. They both smiled happily when they heard James' answer. It made them very happy to grant their son's wishes, as he looked very happy when he owned any Quidditch-related object. Another training James undertook during this time was flying lessons, although very controlled, as his mother was very protective. His flying skills had improved thanks to that, and he was looking forward to joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, though unfortunately, he will have to wait until his second year. They finally managed to see the wand store. His grandfather was standing nearby talking to a formidable-looking witch, tall, thin, and somewhat bony. The witch is wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on it and a bright red handbag. Next to the witch was a boy who looked a little older than James. His expression was serious, but you could see some boredom. He looked like he had been there a long time listening to Henry's conversation with the stern-looking witch. "Father and Mrs. Longbottom." "Long time no see," greeted Fleamont, catching the attention of these 3 people. Chapter 17. "Oh, finally they arrived. We were just talking about you," said Henry. "Me?" asked Fleamont, puzzled as he pointed his finger at himself. "Not about you, about James," said Henry indignantly for some reason, as he grabbed James' arm and made him take a step forward. Standing in front of Mrs. Longbottom and the boy, who was looking at him a little more interested than before. "Look, Augusta. This is my grandson, a genius," presented Henry to James as if he was some sort of trophy. Like his father, James had a puzzled expression. He knew the Longbottom family. The surname of a family of pure-blood wizards and one of the Sacred 28, unlike the Potters, they were not excluded. "Oh, so you're James Potter," said the middle-aged woman named Augusta, as she examined James. "Frank, step forward," added Augusta, who didn't give James time to introduce himself. The boy, named Frank, with an uncomfortable face, stepped forward and looked at James. "Hello," he said uncomfortably. "Hi," said James, who felt a similar discomfort as Frank. His first impression of Frank wasn't bad. He didn't have the typical arrogant face you would expect from a pure-blood family belonging to the Holy 28. "Hey Dad, what are you two doing?" asked Fremont, trying to help the two boys. "We were just talking about James and Frank's talents. Although the Longbottom boy is talented, I don't think he's on par with James," said Henry. James, hearing this, made him more uncomfortable, as he had Frank in front of him. "I can see that your grandson has talent, but he can't surpass my son. His magic awakened at a very young age," said Augusta, who had no plans to take a step back. Frank, hearing these words from his mother, raised his eyes to the sky in a gesture of exasperation. Then he looked at James with a slight smile. James immediately understood Frank's gesture and also smiled slightly. It seems that they are arguing about the talent of both of them, and for both of them, it is uncomfortable. "Calm down, James may end up in Gryffindor, and they will be mates." "I expect you to look after my son in his first year, Frank," said Euphemia, calming the waters. "Of course, Mrs. Potter," said Frank in a serious tone. Augusta looked at her son, satisfied with his behavior. "Well, Henry, let's put the discussion aside. They won't be able to compete anyway, because they are from different years," said Mrs. Longbottom. "Are you in Gryffindor?" asked James, interested in the subject. "Yes, the selection ceremony made me very nervous. Luckily, I ended up in Gryffindor, although I wouldn't have minded ending up in Hufflepuff either," replied Frank. "That's good, I hope to be in Gryffindor too. If they put me in Slytherin, I don't know what I'll do," said James nervously about this topic, his parents and grandfather chatting with Augusta, leaving the two boys to talk quietly. "Don't be nervous, they say that if you don't like a house very much they won't put you in it, I think," said Frank, not so sure. "I don't think I'll put you in Slytherin anyway, those damned pure-blood supremacists," Frank added, saying in a very low tone "damned" so his mother wouldn't hear him say a swear word. Frank knew that the Potter family didn't have the pure-blood supremacist ideals, so he concluded that James wouldn't either. "Yes, they are very extreme. I hope I don't end up with them," said James in a somewhat depressed tone. Coming from a wizarding family, he knows that at the sorting ceremony, it is up to a talking hat, which will decide which house he will be left in for the next 7 years. Bad news, since it is not up to him. According to his parents, students who end up in Gryffindor are known for their courage, bravery, and valor. Ravenclaw students are known for their intelligence, wit, and wisdom. Hufflepuff students are known for their loyalty, patience, and hard work. And those of Slytherin for their ambition, leadership, and cunning. James didn't care about this. He just wanted to be in Gryffindor to follow in his parents' footsteps. He believed that all people can have various characteristics of each house. The ultimate problem with Slytherin House was that it had a well-known reputation for creating witches and dark wizards. This was one of the reasons James didn't want to end up in this house. There were sure to be many future followers of his nemesis Voldemort, and he didn't want to live with them and their supremacist ideals for 7 years. "You'll be fine. The moment you have the hat on your head, wish with all your might not to be left in Slytherin," Frank said with a slight smile as he patted James' shoulder. "It will be my ace up my sleeve," said James with a slight smile. "Frank, come on. We must buy the regulation grade 2 spell book," said Augusta, who was already walking in the direction of the store. "Well, bye. Nice to meet you, James. Now I'll have to endure 1 hour of my mother talking about how good I am to the store owner," said Frank, mocking himself, as he said goodbye to James. "Good luck," said James, feeling a little sorry for Frank. Mrs. Longbottom was very proud of her son and seemed to be wanting to tell every person that crossed her path. Luckily, his mother or father weren't like that with everyone. If they were, he wouldn't know where to hide. James was glad he knew Frank and knew that not all pure-blood families were like the Shafiqs among others. "Let's go inside. We've wasted too much time already," said Fremont, heading for the door of the wand store. The store was narrow and shabby-looking. Above the door, in gold lettering, it read, "Ollivander, maker of excellent wands since 382 B.C." In the dusty window, on a faded purple cushion, was a single wand. As they entered, a bell rang in the back of the store. It was a small and empty place, except for a flimsy chair. James, on seeing the appearance of the shop, was a little disappointed. He was well aware of the reputation of Ollivander wands, and he thought it would be much more luxurious and not so dingy. The Ollivander family was widely recognized for being the best wand makers in Britain. However, their premises left a lot to be desired. It all depends on the product. If it's good, it doesn't matter that the premises are poor, thought James. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked neatly to the ceiling, covered in dust and stony silence. His parents waited patiently. They had been through this before. "Morning," said a soft voice. James jumped and stopped staring at the poor premises. An old man stood before them, his large, pale eyes shone like moons in the gloom of the shop. "Hello," James said quickly. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," greeted Euphemia and Fleamont. "Hi, old man," said Henry with more confidence. He seemed to know Ollivander much better. "Oh, the Potter family. Long time since I've seen one around here." "Long time no see, old friend," Ollivander said, then looked at James curiously. He knew that today's wand would be for the boy who would be starting Hogwarts. Mr. Ollivander approached James. His eyes did not blink, something that made the boy uncomfortable, and it was difficult for something like this to happen to him, although today was the second time this had happened. "I remember your parents as one of my first customers." "Do they still have their wands?" asked Ollivander, looking at Mr. and Mrs. Potter. "Of course they do," they both said as they showed their wands. "Well done, they have taken good care of them," nodded Ollivander. In Henry's case he didn't get his wand from Ollivander himself. He got it from Ollivander's father. "Well, now, boy, let me see," he took out of his pocket a tape measure, with silver markings. "What is your wand arm?" he asked. "I'm left-handed," replied James, trying to sound normal. "Extend your arm." That's it, he measured James from shoulder to finger, then from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to floor, from knee to armpit, and around his head. As he measured, he said, "Every Ollivander wand has a central core of a powerful magical substance. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heart fibers. No two Ollivander wands are alike, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are alike. And of course, you'll never get as good results with another wizard's wand." Hearing the last, James smiled inwardly. His magic would be much improved when he got his wand to match it. He noticed that the tape measure, now measuring him between his nostrils, was doing it on its own. Ollivander was flitting among the shelves, pulling out boxes. "This is done," he said, and the tape measure rolled on the floor. "So, boy. Try this one. Poplar wood and phoenix feather. 16¼ inches. Springy. Take it and shake it." James took the wand and waved it around, but before it could have any effect, Mr. Ollivander took it from him in a matter of seconds. "Maple and unicorn hair. 20 centimeters. Very springy. Try." James again tried, but as soon as he raised his arm, Ollivander took it from him. No, here, hazel and dragon heartstring, 26 centimeters. Elastic. Come on, try it," he said again, his voice sounding more and more excited. James tried it. He knew nothing about wands, therefore, neither did he know what Ollivander was looking for. The pile of tested wands was getting higher and higher on the chair. For every extra wand, Ollivander brought out the more excited the old man got. His parents and grandfather also watched curiously, waiting for what would be James' final wand. They remembered that in their time they did not take so long. "A difficult client hasn't happened to me in a long time. Don't worry, we'll find the perfect wand around here somewhere. It should be an unusual wood and a strange combination. I would say, acacia and dragon's heartstring, 33 centimeters, uncompromising," Ollivander said as he pulled a wand out of a powdered box. James touched the wand and instantly felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He had never felt anything like this with all the wands he had tried so far, not even with his grandmother's wand, and he had used it for 3 years. He raised the wand over his head and brought it whistling down through the dusty air. A stream of blue and gold sparks burst from the tip like fireworks. Euphemia, Fleamont, and Henry cheered and applauded. Mr. Ollivander said, "Bravo! Oh, yes, very good. Good, curious, very curious." He took the wand out of James' hand and put it in its box, wrapped it in wooden paper, and kept muttering the same thing. "What's curious?" asked James, who wanted to know the history of his new companion, if only a little. Mr. Ollivander fixed James with his pale gaze. "Acacia wood is very, very unusual. They often refuse to produce magic for anyone but their rightful owner. They also restrict their best effects to all but the most talented wizards and witches. This sensitivity makes them very difficult to locate, so I only have a small supply. The curious thing is their combination with the dragon heartstring," he said as he stared at James, examining him, trying to see what the wand saw in him. What's the big deal about it having a dragon heartstring? Asked James, feeling flattered. Generally, dragon heartstrings produce a very extravagant magical power and it's temperamental. Very different from the subtle temperament of acacia. That combination will make it difficult to control, or so I think. Good luck, said Ollivander, patting James' shoulder, who was looking at him with an incredulous expression. If the old man knew that, why would he combine two elements that were not compatible with each other? Now he wasn't so sure he wanted that wand, but he couldn't say. Besides, he doubted the old man would let him try another wand. Don't make that face, boy. If you can control it, you'll match anyone in power, or better, you'll surpass them. Besides, it will be a wand inseparable from you. I think we should expect great things from you, James Potter, Ollivander said as if it wasn't a big deal. James rolled his eyes. His parents paid 7 gold galleons for his wand, and Mr. Ollivander escorted them to the door of his store. Chapter 18. Let's go buy your uniform, said Euphemia, pointing toward Madame Malkin, robes for all occasions. The family entered Madame Malkin's store. They were greeted by a smiling, plump witch dressed in mauve. Hogwarts, dear? Asked the witch, noticing James' age easily. Yes, 3 plain working tunics. And 1 in a robe, nodded Euphemia. A robe? Asked James, puzzled. Yes, dear. For special occasions like the Christmas ball. You'll need to wear something fancier. You'll look very cute, replied Euphemia, grabbing James' cheek affectionately. James couldn't say no to his mother, so he ended up agreeing. He was used to her loving behavior and it didn't bother him at all, even if she does it in public. His father and grandfather went to the other stores to buy books and other supplies to speed up the process. That way they could go see the broom as quickly as possible. Madame Malkin placed James on a footstool, slipped a long tunic over his head, and began to mark the proper length. He was the only customer. Maybe it was because they bought things so quickly. It had only been a day since they received the letter and they had over a month to shop. After a while they left the store with everything they needed. As their father and grandfather were not in sight, they stopped to eat ice cream, while they waited for them. After a while, Fleamont and Henry arrived, both with many items. The books, James wanted to use his parents' books which were the same, but Fleamont and Euphemia wanted him to use new ones, parchments, quills, the cauldron, etc. His father also bought a set of scales for weighing potion ingredients and a brass folding telescope with an assortment of basic potion ingredients. Right, that's it, said Fleamont, checking the list sent to James. Let's go to the Nimbus store, said James excitedly. His parents looked at him with smiling faces and followed him. The store was still full of children who had their faces glued to the window. Many noticed James entering with his parents were envious. The broom store was much more elegant and larger than Ollivander's dingy store. Its windows glittered, showing how thorough the employees were. 3 brooms can be seen in the window. 2 are the Nimbus 1000 model and the middle one, the newest and most desired by all the children, the Nimbus 1001. Upon entering, the smell of polished wood and the soft sound of the wind blowing through the leaves of the Quidditch books welcome visitors. Dark wooden shelves house an extensive catalogue of flying brooms. One section is devoted to competition brooms, with state-of-the-art models on display. Some corners are decorated with memorabilia from legendary matches, photographs of famous players, and even a locket with a replica of the snitch. There are also mannequins dressed in professional team uniforms displaying the perfect combination of uniform and broom. Usually, the store is always bustling with people, but this time it was much more crowded than the previous times James had visited the store. This was for one reason: the Quidditch World Cup was just around the corner. It would be held in Great Britain, in August, that is, in less than a month. It's basically like the World Cup, where teams from all over the world participate in a tournament that lasts about a month. The Quidditch World Cup is held every 4 years. It was supposed to be held last year in 1970, but due to a problem that many do not know it was cancelled. James was very sad since he and his family were going to attend. Luckily it was not cancelled and postponed for another year. This cup will be the 416th edition, and its venue will be in Great Britain, which makes it easier for James and his family to attend the games. There are several rumors that they are building a big stadium for the final. Because of the 1-year delay, the excitement and expectations for this edition were even greater, so there were more people than usual in the Quidditch-related houses. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, they were attended by a plump, short man with a strange mustache. His expression was very flattering, an experienced salesman. Anyway, they would buy the Nimbus 1001. The salesman told them all the details of the broom and how they built it, something that exasperated James, as he knew. However, he said nothing and let the man speak. Finally, he shut up, and Fleamont paid the galleons needed to buy the broom, and they left the store which was getting more and more crowded. This day, James got two very precious items for him, his new wand which looked very formidable. He didn't let what Ollivander said about it being harder to control discourage him. And the Nimbus 1001, the newest broom on the market and very expensive, in fact, more expensive than his wand, something James didn't understand. Although he loved Quidditch, his wand had a higher priority than a broom. When he got home the first thing he did was to quickly go to the training room. First he warmed up a bit with basic spells, and then he came face to face with one of the magical mannequins. To one of the mannequins, he placed a wooden branch in his hand, similar to a wand, although it was simply wood without any magic. He positioned himself a few feet away and looked at it. "Expelliarmus!" shouted James. There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light from his wand. The flash hit the mannequin, and the first thing it did was that the wand that was in his hand flew very high. Then the mannequin went back many meters until it collided with the wall. Whoa, the power is much greater, but it took a lot more concentration to control the wand, thought James with sweat on his forehead. Plas, plas, plas. James turned his head and noticed that his father was applauding. "Splendid, son," praised Fleamont, who was no longer so surprised by James' great talent. Expelliarmus, also known as the disarming charm, is the central pillar of formal dueling. When the opponent is disarmed, an honorable victory is achieved. It was very rare for a student, who was about to enter the first year at Hogwarts, to know how to use such an enchantment. On the other hand, the spell that James cast was not a simple Expelliarmus, since in addition to disarming the mannequin, he managed to make the mannequin retreat many meters backward. If it were a person, he would have sent it flying to the ground. So his understanding of the spell is much deeper than that of a beginner. "Thank you. I learned from the best," James said with a smile. His father was a very skilled duelist. Despite his age he was still very powerful. So far James couldn't beat him even once in a formal duel. "I feel sorry for the Slytherin boys if they decide to mess with you. Even the upper years will have trouble against you," Fleamont said with a smile approaching James. Thank you," said James, a little nervous as he remembered the sorting ceremony. He was afraid of being left in Slytherin. What would his father and mother say if such a thing happened? He knew his parents wouldn't stop loving him, and most likely wouldn't even give it a thought, if such a thing happened, but under no circumstances did he want to disappoint them. "I wonder if Augusta saw your ability, would she still have the same thought?" said Fleamont, scratching his chin. "I don't know, Frank seems very skilled," said James, not knowing what to say. In his past life, he was always praised for his skills, whether it was about study, music, sport, etc. However, he was never arrogant or anything like that. Although he had his pride, he was not haughty, nor arrogant. In this life, it is the same, but with magic, the difference is that he is a little embarrassed to be compared with other children, as he feels he has a great advantage, and that is to be reborn. Since he was born he kept the memories of his past life, so it is obvious that his understanding is much higher than that of a child of his age. For that reason every time he is compared with boys of his age, he is ashamed. "I'm sure you'll be the best student, still, you must have fun." "In my student years, I played one or two pranks with my friends," said Fleamont, fluttering James' hair. James nodded. That was one of his main goals when he started school. He didn't want to be a lonely nerdy bookworm who spent all his time studying. Chapter 19. As the days passed, James practiced with his two new acquisitions, the wand and the Nimbus 1001. He was able to practice magic with the wand, since, according to his father, he will be placed with the tracing charm, which allows the ministry to know the magic cast by wizards and witches under 17 years old, when he enters the Hogwarts Express. So, he can continue practicing magic in the training room without being punished. On August 1st, the long-awaited Quidditch World Cup began, only a month before Hogwarts started, but before that, he and his father, mother, and grandfather would go to see the World Cup final. Australia, who won the World Cup in 1966, reached the semi-final and faced the dark horse of the cup, the Japanese national team, a surprise to everyone that they had made it this far. The other semi-final was the England national team, supported by James and the entire British community, versus France, a classic. As expected, Australia crushed Japan by 360-40, the Australian seeker managed to catch the snitch and finish the game in a relatively quick time. On the other hand, England suffered a bitter defeat against France. The English team was winning with a lead of 100 points, but unfortunately, the French seeker managed to catch the snitch, ending the game and winning by 50 points. James wanted to break one of his old brooms in two, because of the stupidity of the English seeker, who at no time realized that the snitch appeared. His grandfather cussed like he had never heard before and his father scowled for days. The news of the defeat came out in the Prophet, blaming the English seeker very severely. James felt a little sorry for the player. He had done well in most of the matches and one mistake made everyone go against him. His mother over the next few days spoiled him much more, preparing his favorite meal every day. On August 19 James went to bed early. The next day was the great final. He would go to cheer for Australia. He did not want the French to win. Australia would be looking to repeat the glory of the previous World Cup and win the two-time championship. France came with confidence for having eliminated the English team, the host of this cup. In James' room, his mother gently shook him to wake him up. James thought he had gone to bed not long ago. "It's time to go, sweetie," Euphemia whispered. "I'm coming," said James in a sleepy tone and slowly opening his eyes. "Well, in 10 minutes breakfast will be ready," said Euphemia leaving the room. Lazily he sat up in bed. He could see through his window that the sky was still dark. It had been a long time since he had woken up this early, and it reminded him of his daily routine as Edward. He managed to get dressed with narrowed eyes. His hair was very difficult to comb, so he gave up. Yawning and waking up, she went downstairs on her way to the kitchen. Euphemia was stirring the contents of a pot on the stove, and Fremont sat at the table, looking at the Muggle newspaper. When he saw his son, he looked up and held out his arms so James could get a better look at his clothes. Fremont was wearing a short-sleeved shirt in neutral tones, a pair of jeans that were a bit too big on him and black casual boots. "What do you think?" he asked. "We should wear Muggle clothes. Your mother told me that the ones I wear in the village are very old-fashioned, so I buy these clothes at the new clothing store," he added. "Yes, it's very nice," James replied, yawning and sitting down at the table. Like his father and mother, he too wore his Muggle clothes, although he had a much better fashion sense than his father. "Quick breakfast, we have a little walk ahead of us," Euphemia said, carrying the pot to the table and began serving breakfast. Since James could not appear, they had to walk to a portkey, an enchanted object to send the person who touches it to a specific location. Most of the time, a portkey is an everyday object that doesn't attract a Muggle's attention. According to his father, they had placed over 100 portkeys in strategic locations throughout Britain. They can transport a large group of people at a time, so they must go on a specific schedule and must be punctual. When they finished breakfast, they left the house in the direction of a hill near Godric's Hollow. They had to pass the place where Gwen fell several years ago. They trudged along the dark, cold, and damp path. Only their footsteps broke the silence. The sky lit up very slowly. James was too sleepy to want to talk. After several minutes, they started up the hill. The ground was slippery and you had to be careful. James' sleepy eyes opened wide as he almost tripped twice. At last, they reached solid ground. "Phew," gasped Fremont, pulling out a handkerchief and wiping the sweat on his forehead. "I'm not as young as before," he added, complaining. Euphemia looked at him with rolled eyes. "We have arrived in good time." "We have 15 minutes, Euphemia said, looking at the watch on her wrist. "Now we must look for the portkey," said Fremont. Before they could break away and start searching, a voice startled them. "Here, Fremont. We already have the portkey." James turned his head and noticed 3 figures in the distance. The voice that spoke belonged to a bearded man. Next to him was a woman who appeared to be his wife, and then a sleepy-faced boy. "Louis," exclaimed Fremont, smiling as he strides towards the man who had shouted. James and his mother followed him. Fremont shook hands with a lean-faced wizard with a chestnut-colored beard. In his hand he held an old gray and black hat. "Amanda. How are you doing?" greeted Euphemia with a smile to the woman, who also smiled when she saw her. "This is Louis Diggory. I had already told you about him and his wife Amanda. He worked a long time with your mother at Stemungo's," Fremont announced to his son. James stepped forward and greeted the couple. The Diggorys were a middle-class pure-blood wizarding family. "Oh, so you're James. Your father has spoken a lot about you. Nice to meet you. This is my son, Amos Diggory. He will be starting Hogwarts in September like you," Louis said, introducing his son. Amos Diggory had very curly brown hair, white skin, and brown eyes. "Hi," said James, greeting Amos. Amos nodded his head, and his father, seeing this, frowned. "Greet properly," he said in a strict tone. In a lazy tone, Amos greeted James and the others properly. James was too sleepy, so he didn't mind Amos' attitude at all. "I'm sorry about that. The children at this age are very rebellious, right?" said Louis. "Yes," said Fremont, looking at each other with his wife. James had never been rebellious. He was quite the opposite, educated, and very loving. "Was the walk long?" asked Fremont, changing the subject quickly. "Yes, we had to wake up at 2, but well, anything to witness the Quidditch World Championship," we wouldn't miss the final for anything, right Amos? Of course. I hope the Aussies crush those French, said Amos, who when talking about Quidditch was more excited. With 1 minute left, the two families gathered around the old hat clutching Louis Diggory. They all stood in a tight circle as a cold breeze swept over the top of the hill. This would be the first time James had ever ridden in a portkey. He always used flow powder, so he had never ridden in one. As they waited, James thought about how strange he found the situation. Imagine if a muggle just happened to get to the top of a hill and saw 6 people in a circle in total silence, looking at an old hat. 3, mumbled Fleamont, looking at the clock. 2, 1. It happened immediately. James felt as if a hook, just below his navel, pulled him forward with great force. His feet lifted off the ground, going at tremendous speed amidst a swirl of colors and a rush of wind howling in his ears. Finally, he touched the ground with his feet. When he looked up, he noticed that his parents and Mr. and Mrs. Diggory were still standing. Amos had fallen to the ground, and with a blush on his face, he quickly got up. Chapter 20. They had reached what appeared to be some sort of foggy moor. In front of them stood a pair of wizards wearing muggle clothes, who had dark circles under their eyes and grumpy looks. Good morning, Eric, John, greeted Mr. Diggory, who knew the two wizards as he worked in the ministry as they did. Hello Louis, you'd better get out of there, a large group will arrive, replied Eric in a weary tone. Let's see, Diggory, said John as he consulted on a list he held in his hand. They're about 600 yards in that direction. The one in charge is named Luke, Eric said, pointing in a direction. Louis thanked and waved goodbye to the Potters, starting to walk through the fog. Their figures disappeared. Potter, said John as he looked up the last name on the list. 400 meters that way. The camp's supervisor name is Steve, he added, pointing in another direction. When are we meeting grandfather? Asked James as he walked across the deserted moor with his parents. You know he takes his sleeping hours very seriously. He'll probably be here in 1 hour, replied Fleamont, who knew his father liked to get his 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. After about 10 minutes of walking, they found a log cabin next to a fence. On the other side, James glimpsed the ghostly shapes of thousands of tents arranged on the side of a hill, in the middle of a vast field that stretched to the horizon, where the dark outline of a forest could be seen. They walked towards the door of the hut. At the entrance there was a middle-aged man, observing the tents with a strange expression. At the sound of footsteps, he turned to look at them. Good morning, greeted Fleamont with more cheer than before. Good morning, greeted the man James assumed was a muggle. Are you Mr. Steve? Asked Fleamont. Yes, it is me. What business do you have? He asked. We have had a tent reserved for a few days now. Our last name is Potter, replied Fleamont. Steve consulted a list and after a few minutes spoke. They have a plot up there by those big trees, just for one night. For now, yes, said Fleamont. He didn't know how long the Quidditch match might last. With difficulty, Fleamont paid with muggle money for one night. If their stay was extended, they should come to the cottage and pay for the extra day. From the conversation his father had, James could tell that Mr. Steve was very puzzled by the situation. Many people booked, something he had never seen before. Also, they were all acting strangely. They wanted to pay him with sizable gold coins, and some were wearing very strange clothes or as if they were out of period. Wizards have a lot to learn from muggles, thought James as he walked with his parents towards their plot. They walked between long rows of tents. Most of them looked normal. The owners tried to make them look as muggle-like as possible, but they forgot some small details. Like how normal tents don't have chimneys, doorbells, etc. James rolled his eyes. Every time he saw an outlandish and out-of-place tent, it looked like they weren't even trying to go unnoticed by some wizarding families. Finally, they arrived at their plot, where there was a space with a small sign stuck in the ground that read Potter. Without wasting any more time, they began to set up the tents. His parents, despite being in favor of the muggles, did not have their customs and in many ways did not have common sense. For example, to set up a tent by hand. In James' case, it was the same, as in his past life he never went to a camp, as it was a very low-class activity for his family. After several minutes they managed to set up the tent. Although it looked like a normal tent that would fit a maximum of 4 people, it was not like that at all. When James went inside to leave his things, he entered what appeared to be a 4-bedroom apartment with a bathroom and kitchen. It was neatly furnished and very minimalist. This was a magical tent that his parents had a long time ago. James was not surprised when he entered, as he had seen stranger things this time. While his parents arranged everything in the tent, they gave James a task to go get twigs to light a fire and cook something. His father wanted to do what a real muggle would do. With no other choice, he left the tent with a sleepy face and started walking around the camp looking for twigs. A sea of tents stretched out in all directions. It was a very peculiar sight. I wonder if Emily and Gwen will have come to watch the finals, thought James as he lifted some branches from the ground. After thinking about this, he dismissed the idea. In the time he had known the two girls, he knew they were not Quidditch enthusiasts, so it would be odd for them to come. On his journey to get twigs by hand, he came to an area where there were tents of the same color, and with a symbol. He knew it was the Australian supporters. After some time of exploration, he had enough twigs, so he returned to his tent. His father was already outside, holding a manual entitled, How to Light a Fire the Muggle Way. Somehow, they managed to start the fire. His mother had bought marshmallows, and with the help of the fire they roasted them. Their grandfather arrived soon after. The game was to be played in the evening. As the afternoon wore on, excitement grew in the camp, making it more difficult for the ministry workers to control the signs of magic that were popping up everywhere. There were many vendors offering items from both the Australian and French teams. James' parents bought him the souvenirs he wanted, especially statuettes of two very famous Australian players and omnichromes to watch the game. The omnioculars allow you to rewatch a play, have it happen in slow motion, and provide an analysis of that play. A great item for a Quidditch enthusiast like James. Its price was a whopping 10 galleons. James couldn't believe that such an object was more expensive than a wand. What is it with the economy of the magical world, thought James as he held the Omni channel in his hands. Finally, the deep rumbling sound of a gong was heard on the other side of the forest, and immediately blue and red lanterns lit up through the trees, marking the way to the stadium. It's time. Let's go, announced Henry with enthusiasm, as impatient as the others. Wasting no time, the Potter family sped into the forest along the path marked by the lanterns. They could hear the shouts, the laughter, the snatches of song from the thousands of people walking with them. The feverish atmosphere of excitement was easily contagious. James was very excited to witness the final. He had never been to an event of such magnitude. The World Cup that was held in 1966 he did not attend as it was too far away, and his team was eliminated in very early rounds. Although now England did not make it to the final, it was still a final worth watching, and more so when they were so close. They walked through the woods with the crowd until they found themselves in the shadow of a colossal stadium. It reminded James of the soccer stadiums of his past life that could hold 80,000 people. Specifically, the Emirates Stadium that belonged to the soccer team called Arsenal was in London, and he had seen it from the outside countless times. With his family, they made their way to the nearest entrance, which was already surrounded by a swarm of bustling wizards and sorceresses. Prime seats. Main grandstand. Straight ahead to the top of the stairs, said the ministry wizard at the door as he checked James and the others' entrances. They walked up with the crowd, who were slowly entering through the doors leading to the stands to the right and left. The Potters continued up until they reached the top of the stairs, where they found themselves in a small grandstand located at the highest part of the stadium. James could see thousands of wizards and witches taking their seats in the stands arranged around the long oval pitch. From that elevated position, the field appeared to be lined with velvet. At each end stood 3 poles with their hoops, 50 feet high. James imagined himself on the pitch with his new broom, the Nimbus 1001, being watched by all these people. He suddenly felt his pulse increase. Being watched by thousands of screaming people would make you feel great pressure while playing Quidditch. Few things made him nervous, and this was one of them. Neither in this nor in his past life was he watched by hundreds of thousands of people, so it would be a new situation for him. James curiously pulled out the Omni tools and began to test them. His mother, who was sitting next to him, was reading a program. Before the game starts, there will be an exhibition of the team's mascots, she read aloud. That's always worth seeing. National teams bring homegrown creatures to put on a little display, commented Henry. Over the next half hour, the grandstand slowly filled up. The seats next to James were filled by a family of 4. A blonde, half-bald man, his blonde wife, and 2 girls. One girl looked James' age. Like her parents, she had golden blonde hair that fell in soft waves. She had a few freckles on her face, and the other girl was smaller. At last, a voice rose over the din of the crowd already crowding the stadium and boomed from every corner of the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 416th edition of the Quidditch World Cup. Chapter 21. All the spectators shouted and applauded with excitement. Thousands of flags waved, and the anthems of their nations joined the hustle of the crowd. On a huge panel, it said the following: Australia, 0, France, 0. Without wasting any more time, let me introduce Australia's team mascots, the announcer said in an excited tone. The right side grandstand, who was a solid block of yellow and blue, roared their approval. A puff of smoke appeared on the field, and when it dissolved, line of magical creatures led by several wizards dressed in Australia's colours could be noticed. James had never seen such strange creatures. Kangaroos, he thought, puzzled. Only the top part looked like normal kangaroos. The out-of-place thing was that they had wings on their backs, like those of a bat, and their hind legs were more delicate and had silvery claws that glinted like silver. James at this time did not devote time to the study of magical creatures, so he did not know which creature it was. Fortunately, his grandfather answered his question. "Oh, it's kangaroos. I haven't seen one in a long time, and they are a large herd," said Henry, who had his omni-glasses on to get a closer look at the spectacle. The herd of kangaroos led by the magicians left a scintillating trail as they flew. The flashes created magical patterns in the sky, forming the Australian Quidditch team crest. The crowd applauded in satisfaction at the kangaroos' magical show. The only ones who booed were the French. The blonde woman a few seats to James' right said in a dismissive tone, "They're just kangaroos in different colors." James managed to hear her. He noticed she was speaking in French and understood her perfectly, as it was a language he was fluent in. "Don't say that, honey, the magical world is amazing. I still can't get used to seeing such creatures," said the man in amazement. His French wasn't as good as the woman's. They looked like they were a couple of foreigners. "Yes, Mom. They are so cute," said the little girl in English. "They seem to be cheering for France," thought James, who was listening and at the same time watching the Australian pet show. "And now," bellowed the presenter's voice, "let's welcome France's national team mascots." Instantly, a multicolored blue, white, and red comet appeared as it shot into the stadium, circled the field, and then headed high into the sky. Forming the flag of France, James with his omniculars could finally see that they were birds, hundreds of them. Some were blue, some red, and some white. He didn't know how so many birds could be controlled, but the spectacle was incredible. They formed images in the air while moving nimbly. The crowd exclaimed "Boohoo!" and "Aya!" as if they were watching a fireworks display. All at once they came together and finished the show by creating the French Quidditch shield. "Wonderful!" exclaimed the blonde woman in French. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to the French national Quidditch team." The announcer began naming name by name, and the players entering the field cheered by their home crowd and booed by the opposing stands. The same went for the Australian team. Finally, the referee was introduced, carrying a wooden box under one arm and his flying broom under the other. He mounted his broom and opened the box with a swipe of his leg. 4 balls were free at that moment: the quaffle, red, the 2 black bludgers and the winged, golden, tiny snitch that disappeared in a jiffy. "Game on!" shouted the referee. Everyone took off from their brooms, each player to their position. James watched without taking his eyes off the pitch. He didn't want to miss a single play. They were professionals, much better than him, and he could learn a lot from this match. The skill of the players was extremely high, their level was the best in the world, and they had reached the final for a reason. When a play was too fast to understand, James pressed the play-by-play button to watch the game in slow motion. Then he would return it to normal when he understood it. He was doing this because he didn't have enough time to watch the game in slow motion, so he was trying to analyze it as fast as he could. "Jeremy scores," bellowed the commentator, and the entire stadium vibrated with cheers and applause. 10-0 in favor of France. James, Henry, and Fleamont clicked their tongues. Next to them, the blonde woman was screaming her head off. Her family was clapping too, but not as enthusiastically as she was. "Come on, Penny, why don't you party more enthusiastically?" the woman asked her oldest daughter. "Yes, sorry, yay," said the girl Penny without so much enthusiasm. Her mother, as she was absorbed in the match, did not give it much more importance. The match continued, but the intensity never dropped. France took a 30-0 lead to the surprise of many, but Australia reacted and managed to tie it. The girl named Penny and her father seemed to be celebrating Australia's goals a lot more, something that angered her mother, but she didn't say anything. James was celebrating when Australia scored, but not as much as if it had been his national team that had made it to the final. At one point the match reached new levels of ferocity. The referee began to call numerous fouls. This was because the French players argued fiercely with the referee for calling a penalty in Australia's favour, which led to the referee calling one more penalty in Australia's favour and Australia taking the lead. After almost 3 hours of the match, the score was 300-200 in Australia's favour. However, if the French seeker caught the snitch he would win the match, so they could not be confident. "Look, he saw the snitch," shouted Henry, pointing to the French seeker. Very few spectators noticed this. James, Fleamont, and Euphemia looked with their omnioculars to where Henry was pointing. The blonde family next door overheard the conversation and quickly looked that way as well. "Damn it, where's the Australian seeker?" asked Fleamont urgently. The French supporters rose like a blue and red wave, shouting for their seeker to catch the snitch and end the match. Luckily, the Australian seeker noticed this and went after him. The Australian seeker managed to get behind the Frenchman, but it looked like he wasn't going to make it. "Catch it," shouted the blonde woman in French. James felt his heart beat faster. It seemed to be the end for Australia, and the French would win on home soil. However, at the last second, the snitch made a sudden and swift turn, escaping from the Frenchman's fingers. "Quoi!" exclaimed the French seeker. His mistake was to follow the snitch with his eyes, not realizing that in front of him was one of the goalposts. Because of the speed at which he was going, he couldn't brake in time and crashed. A metallic noise was heard throughout the stadium. James saw through the omni channels how the broom broke, and the seeker's expression turned to pain, as he hit a metal post at more than 120 kilometers per hour. The entire stadium fell silent, especially the French stand. On the one hand, they felt sorry for the hit of their seeker, but above all for letting such a good opportunity pass by. The Australian seeker didn't mind the accident at all and nimbly doubled without losing sight of the snitch. The Australian stand began to shout excitedly, and the tables were turned. "It's now!" exclaimed James, seeing the Australian seeker stretching his hand towards the snitch. He finally made it. It didn't slip away. He closed his hand tightly and rose into the air smoothly and gracefully, fist raised high and a flash of gold inside his hand. The board announced, Australia, 450, France, 200 to the crowd that was still open-mouthed. It all happened so fast the poor French seeker was still lying unattended on the floor of the field. Suddenly a roar went up among the supporters of the Australian team, and it grew louder and louder until it turned into shouts of joy. "Australia won," the commentator shouted, causing the cheers to increase. James, Fleamont, and Henry were also clapping excitedly, though not as much as the Australians. The blonde girl and her father also had smiles. The blonde woman looked at them with a frown. "It was magnificent, wasn't it?" asked Euphemia, looking at James, who nodded several times, very happy to see the match. "I hope that player is okay," added Euphemia, looking towards the field, where several healers were making their way towards him to heal him. And as the Australian team takes a lap of honor around the field, escorted by their mascots, the Quidditch Cup arrives, the commentator bellowed. In a grandstand not far from where they stood, large gold cup appeared carried by two wizards who handed the cup to a woman dressed in a very elegant robe. James recognized her immediately, the British Minister of Magic, Eugenia Jenkins. Her hair was grey, but she had a dignified and elegant bearing and expression. She held the cup and waited for the players to arrive before handing it over. Finally, the captain of the Australian team raised the cup in the air, and the crowd thundered its approval. Chapter 22. "Bravo, amazing final, isn't it?" said the blonde girl, clapping as the Australian team lifted the cup. For some reason, James felt she was talking to him as her seat was next to him. He turned his head, and sure enough, the girl was looking at him. "Yes. Luckily the French seeker failed to take the snitch," James commented. "Although some of your family doesn't seem so happy," he added in a lower tone so the blonde woman wouldn't hear him. "Ha ha ha, yes, my mom is French, although neither my dad nor I wanted the French to win," said the girl with a charming smile and in a lower tone. "My dad is English, so I grew up here, but my mom still has a great appreciation for France. My name is Penny, yours?" she added. James now understood why Penny and her father weren't celebrating France's scores so much. "My name is James Potter. I couldn't have put up with the French winning after they knocked us out," he replied. "Me neither, especially not in our house, although France could also be considered my home," said Penny with a strange expression. "Good thing they didn't win," concluded James, like a Quidditch fan. "If your classic rival won the world championship in your country, it would be a big shock and make the cup that much more memorable." "By the way, what team are you from?" asked James, referring to the regional Quidditch teams. Since he had Penny by his side, he listened to her throughout the match, and she seemed very fanatical about Quidditch and to know a lot, as her comments were not from a novice. He found it strange and interesting that a girl would be such a fan. He didn't want to sound old-fashioned. For example, his mother had little interest in Quidditch compared to him, his father, and his grandfather. His two friends, Gwen and Emily, were also not interested in Quidditch at all. "Isn't it obvious?" "Of course, from the Chudley Cannons." "The best team in England," replied Penny with stars in her eyes. "Best team in England?" They haven't won a League Cup since 1892, said James, as a Puddlemere United fan would show no mercy to a Chudley Cannons fan. Shut up. You should be cheered through thick and thin, plus we're the English team that won the most League Cups. We're yet to be beaten, said Penny with a frown. Well, she's got a point there, thought James. The League Cup is a competition involving British and Irish Quidditch teams. The most winning teams in this title are the Montrose Magpies and the Ballycastle Bats, both teams belonging to Northern Ireland. In third place are the Chudley Cannons, and in fourth place is the team from James, Puddlemere United. Although you are somewhat right. It is only a matter of time before Puddlemere United overtakes them with one more championship. We will tie them, and with the pace you guys have, you will go 100 years without winning a cup, said James. I should have guessed you were a Puddlemere fan, said Penny as she tried to think of a way to defend her team. Puddlemere United and Chudley Cannons were classic rivals. However, in recent times, United fans stopped seeing the Cannons as their rivals as the Cannons consistently finished bottom of the table and hadn't won a championship for over 50 years. We still have more cups than you. Until you pass us, you're still inferior, said Penny with a winning smile. Typical of fans who live off their past, thought James, who was very much hooked on the discussion. Tell me. In the last cup they won in 1892, what was the formation? Jesus as the seeker, Moses as the keeper. Penny, hearing this, felt like a vein was about to burst in her forehead. She knew James was saying super old names, making fun of the time they won their last cup. Shut your mouth. The last cup Puddlemere won was very dubious. It was in all the major magical papers. It's obvious there was fraud, said Penny, as she started naming the matches where strange things happened. James frowned. It wasn't nice to be told that your team won by fraud and paying referees. He quickly began to defend United. The discussion didn't stop. The Australian players with the gold cup in hand were doing the Olympic lap. Euphemia watched James and Penny's discussion with a strange expression. She didn't understand anything they were saying. Her gaze crossed with the blonde woman, Penny's mother, and they smiled at each other, shaking their heads. Well said, son. The 75 League was completely legit, said Fleamont, joining the conversation very interested. Humph, I saw that game with my own eyes. The ref favored Puddlemere. If they hadn't had those 2 late penalties, they wouldn't have got the league, said the adult blonde man joining the discussion. Dad, exclaimed Penny, glad to see she had support. The discussion resumed and was much more intense as it was now a 2v2, both Euphemia and Penny's mother looked at each other and shook their heads as they looked at their husbands. The 2 women cut the discussion short as it was time to return to the tents. However, as they walked towards the exit of the stadium along with the crowd, they continued to talk about Quidditch much more quietly. The night air carried shrill chants to them as they walked back along the lantern-lit path. Along the way the discussion changed, and he learned that Penny would also be entering Hogwarts in September just like him. Her mother's name is Isabel, and she is French and married Richard, who to James' surprise is a Muggle, so Penny is a half-blood. It surprised him because her father Richard knew a lot about Quidditch and was a big fan despite being a Muggle. Finally, they said their goodbyes. As they went into their tent, Euphemia made chocolate milk for before bed. As they sipped their cups, they discussed the match. Again, their mother had to end the discussion and send everyone to bed. James put on his sleeping clothes and went to sleep. Trying to fall asleep, he imagined himself wearing the English national team's tunic and beating the French, while catching the snitch on the last play and then being cheered by thousands of people. James didn't know for sure if he had fallen asleep or not. The only thing he knew was that suddenly his father was screaming. Get up, James. Hurry, it's urgent. James jumped up at the sudden shout just inches from his ear and nearly hit his father's head, who was standing very close to him. What's wrong? He asked in a sleepy voice. He sensed something was wrong because the noises in the camp seemed different. The chanting had died down, there was shouting and people running. It's hard to explain. Let's go quickly, Fleamont said urgently. James quickly climbed down from his bed, and as he was about to change out of his nightclothes, his father told him there was no time. Arriving in the dining room of the tent were his mother and grandfather with serious and urgent expressions. Let's get out, quick, said Henry as they all exited the tent. When he finally came out into the open air, James wondered what was going on and why they had to get out. He could see people running into the woods, running away from something coming up behind them. A flash of green light illuminated the scene, and he could see several meters away a group of wizards marching and moving together, pointing their wands upwards. James focused his eyes to distinguish them better. This small group, when they came to a tent, would destroy it with a fire spell or something similar, causing the wizards inside to quickly flee their tents with some injuries. To their good fortune, the Potter family's tent was not in the way they were marching, but they could be headed their way at any moment. All this crowd of wizards was covered with hoods and masks. Above them, high above them, floating in mid-air, were three figures wrestling and contorting into grotesque shapes. One of the figures was very small, a child. James could recognize one of the adults. It was Mr. Steve, the Muggle, who took care of them this morning. He guessed that the woman must be his wife and the boy his son. The group was being joined by other wizards, who were laughing and pointing their wands at the figures in the air. The three people floating seemed to be treated like animals on display or worse. With the wand, one of the numerous wizards spun Ms. Steve around until she was face down. Her sleeping commission fell to reveal her underwear. She did her best to cover herself as the crowd of wizards shrieked, booed, and laughed gleefully. "How unpleasant," said Euphemia, clenching her fists. "Louis, Amanda," said Fleamont, noticing his friends who were also looking puzzled. They were also with their son Amos, who like James was in his nightclothes. The family approached. "We must help. We can't let anything happen to those muggles," said Louis. Louis worked for the ministry as an employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He knew of Fleamont and Henry's magical skills, so it would be good to have their help. Besides, there were many wounded, and his wife and Euphemia as experienced healers would be very helpful. Fleamont and Henry nodded and already had their wands ready. Euphemia as Amanda looked at their children. "Sweetie, you need to head into the woods with Amos. Don't get separated. When we've sorted out the problem I'll come and get you," Euphemia said lovingly, stroking James' hair. Amanda seemed to be saying the same thing to Amos, who was nodding somewhat fearfully but understanding the situation. "No, Mother. Don't go," said James in an anxious tone. His mother, seeing her son's face, put on a hard expression. "I have to. Some people need help," Euphemia said with difficulty. She thought that James, seeing this chaotic situation, was afraid, and it was something normal for an 11-year-old boy. "I'll go with you, I know the healing books," said James quickly, not wanting to be separated from his mother. "No. It's dangerous. You will go with Amos, James Potter," said Euphemia in an irrefutable tone, using her son's name, something she had never done before. James knew the discussion was over and nodded reluctantly. "I'll see you later," Euphemia said as she gave him a quick hug. "Come on, those lunatics are still destroying tents and tormenting those muggles," said Louis urgently. Chapter 23. Euphemia looked at James until he turned and started to head into the woods. Amos followed him. Seeing this, Euphemia sighed in relief and followed her husband and the others to the source of the trouble. James and Amos were running shoulder to shoulder. The huge crowd was fleeing in the same direction as them, while some people ran in the opposite direction. James guessed they were ministry wizards attempting to reach the hooded figures, but they seemed to be encountering difficulties. The colored lanterns that had lit the way to the stadium were out. Dark silhouettes lurched through the trees, and the cries of children could be heard. Anxious screams and terrified voices echoed all around them. James trudged forward, pushed this way and that, by people whose faces he could not make out. He couldn't believe that a few hours ago he was enjoying one of the happiest moments of his life, and now he felt his heart beating a mile a minute and a great anxiety. This was not because of what his mother believed. He was not afraid for his life. He was afraid that something might happen to his mother, father, or grandfather. Just the thought that those hooded men could hurt his family or worse, made him very anxious and nervous. "Why am I hesitating so much? I can't leave Mom alone," thought James as he stopped. At first he obeyed because of his mother's tone, not out of fear, although it was a new situation for him, and it wasn't that he didn't feel fear at all. He was more concerned about the well-being of his family. However, it was too late. He could not stop because of the large crowd running and pushing him, and trying to get out was very difficult. With no other option, he kept moving forward. He had already lost sight of Amos. He tried to position himself to the sides to get out of the crowd. Finally, he made it and almost tripped over a tree root. "Phew, I lost a lot of time," James muttered as he pulled out his wand. One of the things he didn't forget to bring was his wand, and more so in such a chaotic situation that it could be heard from inside the tent. The forest was dark but not silent, a great mix of screams could be heard. "Lumos!" exclaimed James, pulling out his wand. Suddenly the tip of his wand lit up, allowing him to see into the darkness of the forest without wasting any more time. He took the route back through the forest. As there was no path, it was much more difficult. If he did not look carefully, he could stumble. His anxiety grew with every step, the thought that something could happen to his family tormented him, for thinking about it he stumbled. Luckily, he held on to his wand and just ate some dirt. Calm down, thought James, taking a deep breath as he stood up. As he was taking a deep breath and about to resume walking, he could hear a scream a short distance away from his position. The strange thing was that the scream was coming from a remote area of the forest, not from the road where the whole crowd was. "What?" muttered James, looking in the direction of the scream. The darkness was absolute. His lumos couldn't illuminate the entire forest. The scream was heard again. He could identify that it was a girl. James was debating whether he should head to the place where the scream came from or continue his way to his parents and the hooded men. Again, he heard the scream, this time more desperate. Without further thought he started to head towards the scream. His parents were very skilled, plus he could notice many wizards and witches from the ministry going to help. On the other hand, the hooded men did not seem to want to kill, their only purpose was to torment the muggles for all to see, and now and then they attacked the tents. With his wand illuminating the path he marched quickly. After walking a bit through the dark forest he could glimpse 3 figures. There was one figure that caught his attention. Thanks to his lumos he could distinguish that it had grey skin, a bulky body, and flat and horny feet. Worst of all, it was 12 feet tall and exuded a horrible smell. A mountain troll, thought James in confusion. He also noticed 2 girls lying on the ground. They were Penny and her younger sister. Mountain trolls were not supposed to be in this area, and if this had been their habitat the ministry would have taken care of them so that they would not cause problems since there was a supermassive event. Not least of all, the troll had a giant club that he wielded as a weapon. The light from James' wand made him turn his head, but he quickly turned his gaze to Penny, who was clutching her shoulder in pain. Penny's younger sister cried. The troll raised its club high in the air and with a single motion began to swing down towards Penny's head, who closed her eyes, her legs too shaky to stand up and run. "Immobulus," shouted James, pointing his wand at the troll. Penny opened her eyes slowly and noticed that the club was mere inches from her face. The troll was perfectly still. The only thing moving was its confused eyes. "Run," shouted James, bringing Penny back to reality. She struggled to her feet and grabbed her sister's hand with her functional arm. With the strength the troll possessed the Immobulus spell didn't last long. After a few seconds the troll regained mobility and the club finished its journey by making a pothole in the ground. "Damn, his resistance is too much," thought James with a frown. Seeing that its attack failed, and its prey fled, the troll roared furiously and began to run clumsily towards Penny and her sister, who upon hearing the loud footsteps turned around and noticed a beast of more than 3 meters furiously chasing them. Penny's sister stumbled out of fear, causing Penny to also stumble as she was holding her hand, plus it was very difficult to run without falling through the dark forest. The troll caught up to them again. He raised his huge club and struck with more fury than before, but again before his club hit something happened. "Expelliarmus!" exclaimed James. From his wand shot a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and the troll's club flew from his hand upwards. The troll retreated a few steps backward. "It's very heavy," thought James, approaching the troll. "Wingardium Leviosa!" shouted James towards the club that was still in the air. The troll looked up, and suddenly the club started falling at an incredible speed straight at his head. James was controlling it to get a higher speed and aim it at the back of the troll's head. Pam! A thud was heard as the club hit the head of the troll, who started walking back and forth with his eyes half closed. He finally fell unconscious. Luckily he didn't crush the girls. "Are you two fine?" asked James, approaching Penny and her sister. He looked over to her shoulder in concern. "James, thank you," said Penny, still in shock. She quickly hugged her little sister, who was still crying. "It's all right now, Sophie," she said as she stroked his hair. "Is your arm okay?" asked James, concerned. "Yes, it just grazed me. Otherwise, it would have been much worse," replied Penny, her lips still trembling. Before they could converse further, James felt a presence behind him. He quickly turned around and noticed that the troll was standing with his club in hand, looking at him with a murderous expression. "Careful," shouted Penny in terror, seeing the troll swinging his club at James. "Shit! Protego dash!" exclaimed James. An invisible shield formed, but it wasn't powerful enough, as he didn't have time to cast the charm properly. The club destroyed the half-formed shield and hit James in his right arm, sending him flying into a tree. "James!" shouted Penny in horror and looking to where the boy shot out. James felt great pain in his right arm and also in his back. Maybe he had some broken ribs, or so he thought. Was he going to die again? For trying to be a hero? Suddenly memories of his family came to his mind, his mother smiling, his father playing with him, and his grandfather talking about Quidditch. I won't die today, muttered James, getting up with difficulty and looking towards the troll. Blood clogged one of his eyes, he could see that his right arm was a mess. Because of the darkness, he couldn't see where his wand was, but it must be close by. Lumos, exclaimed James. While the caster had to possess a wand to perform Lumos, he didn't have to hold it for it to light up, so long as his wand was some distance away. James could see his wand was close. He clutched it angrily and looked at the troll, who was no longer paying attention to him. Stinking creature, trying to snatch my precious new life away from me, James muttered furiously as he approached the troll, who was now looking at Penny and her sister. Petrificus totalis, shouted James furiously. The charm hit the troll, and this time his arms and legs came together, and he fell, stiff as a board backward, becoming paralyzed on the ground. James knew his enchantment would only last a few seconds, so he acted quickly. Wingardium Leviosa, he exclaimed again. The club rose and redirected it at the troll's head, but this time it wasn't just once. Again and again, the club struck the troll's head, burying the troll's head in the ground and crushing it completely. The head was completely crushed, and the troll stopped trying to move, most certainly, dead. James threw the club aside, which had blood on it. Wearily and painfully, he sat down on the ground near the troll, not taking his eyes off it, making sure it showed no signs of life. His carelessness almost killed him. When he hit the troll for the first time, he saw it lying on the ground unconscious. He couldn't understand how it recovered so fast. Now he couldn't stay unconscious, it was too dangerous. He wasn't at home like the time he saved Gwen. Penny, Sophie, where are you? Shouted a voice that belonged to Richard, the father of both. Finally, he could glimpse several figures in the darkness. The most striking was a body of 3 meters or more lying on the floor. Near him was a boy sitting, his blue eyes were covered by blood coming from his forehead, and he was holding his wand in his left hand. The boy's eyes went to the man, who felt a shiver at being watched by those cold eyes. James, noticing that the man was an acquaintance, averted his gaze and continued to recover. Chapter 24. Dad, shouted little Sophie as she broke away from Penny and ran into her father's arms. Are you okay, sweetie? Asked Richard as he checked his daughter from head to toe. He sighed in relief as she didn't have an injury, just some gunk from falling in the dirt. Richard lifted Sophie up and quickly turned to Penny. Are you okay? He asked worriedly, but his daughter wasn't listening to him. She was looking towards James, who was still sitting quietly. Only minor wounds, but said Penny. Her father quickly noticed that this was the potter's son. Wait here, said Richard, leaving Sophie with Penny. Hey kid, are you okay? Asked Richard, approaching James. He suddenly stopped in shock. He could better notice James' wounds, especially the one on his right arm, completely broken and with a visible bone, plus it was dripping with a large amount of blood. What's all this blood? Asked Richard in terror. Hey! Are you okay? He asked again in a loud and very concerned tone. I'm fine, replied James slowly and with difficulty. Richard couldn't believe how this boy endured the pain and didn't cry with such an injury. His vision shifted to the troll. The weirdest thing was that his head was completely crushed. What happened here? He asked, although he could already tell that this beast was to blame for James and Penny's injuries. No, nothing happened, replied James, who had very little energy to speak. The sun was rising in the forest, the birds were singing, and it seemed a peaceful place, very different from the night before when everything was in chaos. James was resting on a stretcher, his arm was healed and bandaged, and his bone was in place. His wounds from yesterday were gone. After Richard arrived, shortly thereafter, his mother and father arrived, looking a bit disheveled but safe. This left James very calm. However, it was not the same for them, who saw their son with his arm bone out of place and dripping with blood. Quickly his mother stopped his bleeding and healed his cuts. Thanks to his wounds he was not lectured, most likely today would be that day. James opened his eyes slowly. He was in a kind of communal tent, where all the wounded from yesterday were. Luckily, he had an individual area to be able to rest alone, the benefit of his mother being a skilled healer. He looked at his bandaged arm and no longer felt the great pain of yesterday. Don't move it, said a voice in a bossy tone. James turned his head and noticed it was his mother, who was scowling heavily. His father and grandfather also came in behind her. Unlike the usual smiles, they had serious expressions, as they looked at James. James had never seen his family with such expressions, especially his mother, and a fear began to grow inside him. He disobeyed his parents' orders in a very dangerous situation. He deserved to be punished. James didn't look at his family. He looked down, noticing that his hands were now clean, not full of dirt and blood like yesterday. James Potter. You disobeyed my order and came face to face with a 3-meter troll, said Euphemia in an angry tone. I'm sorry, said James without looking up and tightening his grip on the sheets. Euphemia approached the stretcher and positioned herself very close to James, who closed his eyes, ready to receive his punishment, remembering those times when he made a mistake and was punished by his old mother Elizabeth. Silly boy, why are you making that expression? You make me look like the bad one, Euphemia whispered as she hugged James. James could feel drops falling on his face. It was his mother's tears. He didn't understand what was going on. His mother was supposed to be yelling angrily at him, but she was hugging him lovingly and crying. For some reason, it felt worse to see his mother crying. Do you know how scared I was when we couldn't find you anywhere? Asked Euphemia, grabbing James' face and making him look her in the eyes. I'm sorry, mother, said James, this time looking at her. Call me, Mum, said Euphemia in a bossy tone. Mum, murmured James shyly. I'm glad you're safe, she added with a loving smile. James couldn't believe he hadn't been lectured. His parents were never strict and yet he disobeyed the first order they gave him. He didn't think he could escape this so easily. You did well saving those 2 girls. As a father, I am proud, but you must put your life first, Fleamont said, sitting on the other side of the bed and looking at James with concern. Sorry, I'll keep that in mind, James said sheepishly. With his parents, he was very obedient, unlike with other people. Ugh, it's hard, we can't punish you, since if you didn't act those 2 girls wouldn't be here, sighed Fleamont as he tousled his hair. I had it under control, but that troll's resistance surprised me, commented James. They were no ordinary mountain trolls, said Henry, joining the conversation. James looked with a raised eyebrow at his grandfather, waiting for him to continue. In addition to the troll you defeated, there were 2 more. In the ministry ranks there were experts on magical creatures, and they knew there was something wrong with them. They were more aggressive and frenetic than the normal ones. It must be the work of those hooded, explained Henry. James understood why the troll was able to get up even though he had hit him hard on the back of the head with the club. What happened to the hooded ones? Are Mr. Steve and his family okay? Asked James. The 3 adults looked at each other with difficult expressions. James noticed this and asked, did something bad happen? Euphemia and Fleamont didn't want to tell their son about that event. Henry, who was from another era, was the one who answered. Anyway, it will be in the Prophet and all the newspapers in the magical world. You will find out sooner or later. The Hoods murdered the whole Muggle family, said Henry with a difficult expression. How? Asked James in shock. So many wizards and witches had gone to save those Muggles. Those hooded wizards that attacked are part of a group. It's not the first attack on Muggles they've done. Their first attack was last year. It was in the Prophet, replied Henry. James remembered that front-page story in the Prophet. A Muggle house in a remote part of town was trashed, and the whole family died. Clearly there were signs of magic, so the ministry employees had to act to make the Muggle police think it was a normal crime. They must have something to do with Voldemort, James thought with a frown. Voldemort turned the magical world upside down. He couldn't have done it alone. He had followers. Were they able to stop them? Asked James. No, but that's none of your business, boy. You must recover, to start Hogwarts in the best possible condition, said Henry, roughly stroking James' black hair. Although he felt that James should know some things, Henry didn't want his grandson to get involved in adult matters. He was too young to worry about how these criminals would be caught. James didn't say anything. He knew they wouldn't tell him anything else. He had to find the information on his own. Voldemort's followers are a threat to him, as they are led by the person who will try to kill him in the future. Speaking of the troll you defeated, said Fleamont, looking at his son in amazement. He knew of his son's talent, but that he could defeat a mountain troll much more aggressive than the average one, was a very incredible milestone and hard to believe. Fleamont had personally trained James and knew of his incredible talent in martial magic. However, practicing in a well-kept room with good lighting was very different from being in a life-and-death situation in a dark forest, facing a doped-up troll with a murderous stare. Defeat? I murdered it, but you could put it that way, thought James. If Muggles were considered by many to be cattle, the life of a magical creature like the troll, who had low intelligence, didn't matter much if he was killed. He was like an animal. What happened? Asked James. We have decided to hide the fact that you defeated him. It would be very conspicuous and could bring some problems. We have already spoken to Richard and his family, he replied. James nodded. He used magic as a minor and without having started Hogwarts. It was best to hide it. Hi, can we come in? Asked a voice. James recognized the voice to be Richard. Come in, said Henry. Richard followed by Penny, Sophie, and their mother entered the room. Well, we have some patients to attend to. After you talk to them, rest. Anything you need, call me, Euphemia said, kissing James on the forehead and leaving the room with Henry and Fremont. James couldn't believe he wasn't punished. On the contrary, his mother cried, and even though she had a frown on her face, she showed more love and concern than before. Even though he knew how loving his parents were in this life and that they were different from his old parents, he believed that when he disobeyed his first order he would be punished. My parents are different now, thought James. Chapter 25. Penny's parents were very grateful that James saved their two daughters. It was an embarrassing moment for James. As they kept repeating, "Thank you for saving our babies." Their youngest daughter Sophie was rested, as she was almost killed by a horrible troll and was still scared and very tired mentally and physically. Penny also thanked him. She noticed James' embarrassment, so she wasn't too pushy like her parents. After thanking them for a long time, they said goodbye. Penny told him that next time, they would meet at Hogwarts and hopefully end up in the same house. Her mother, despite being French, studied at Hogwarts, as her mother, Penny's grandmother, married an Englishman and had no choice but to send Isabel to Hogwarts. James, before leaving the place, took the opportunity and began to look for information about the incident, especially listening to the conversation of the wizards in the ministry while he was playing dumb. He was careful not to let his parents see him, as they wouldn't want him to be wandering around instead of resting. He discovered several things. For one thing, the other two trolls were also finished off by ministry wizards, and luckily no one was hurt. As for the hooded ones, he discovered that after killing the muggles they left quickly, without killing any wizards, although they left many wounded in their escape. An important detail was that after murdering the muggle family, one of the hooded ones cast an incantation that conjured an image in the sky. The image was a colossal skull, composed of what looked like emerald stars, with a snake protruding from its mouth like a burning tongue in a haze of greenish smoke. James saw no such image. As he was fighting the troll, most of the wizards and witches in the camp had noticed it in the night, a calling card of sorts. If they only killed muggles, their target is clear, thought James with a frown. The hooded men were pure-blood wizards and witches supremacists, who were against the International Statute of Magical Secrecy. This reminded him of Gellert Grindelwald, who also had a similar goal and wanted wizards to reign over muggles. After gathering a little more information, he returned to his couch. A few hours later he returned home with his parents, who had already helped more than necessary since they were not members of the ministry. It was less than 9 days until Hogwarts. James was very excited. It would be the first time he would be attending a school, where he would be able to make friends. As for Voldemort and his followers, there was still not much he could do. He had to keep training and getting stronger. September 1st, 1971. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 a.m. James woke up at 6 o'clock excited and nervous for the start of classes, something that rarely happened to him, although in this new life, it was more common. He got up and put on his jeans and a plain white shirt. The wizard's robe should be worn once they are arriving at Hogwarts. He checked his Hogwarts list again to make sure he had everything he needed, took care of putting Shadow safely in his cage, and then went downstairs to the kitchen. His parents were already there. "Oh, sweetie. I was just about to go get you up," Euphemia said, surprised that her son woke up first. "You seem excited." "My start at Hogwarts was a lot of fun." "The castle is amazing," said Fremont with a smile as he sipped a cup of coffee. "I already want to get to the train," said James, trying to hide his excitement. The only bad thing was that he would be separated from his parents for a long time, too long, he would say. The good thing was that they would be communicating through the owls. "Before breakfast, we have something prepared for you," said Euphemia looking at Fremont. "Oh, that's right," said Fremont, noticing the look on his wife's face. He set the cup down on the table dripping a little, and got up from his chair. "Follow me, son." James raised a confused eyebrow. His mother also followed his father. He put his things on the floor and followed them with much curiosity. They headed to his mother's office. Just like his father, she had a room where she researched healing among other things. Fremont took a key out of his pocket and walked over to a small, long cabinet that was embedded in the wall. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. James watched curiously. He had noticed that ordinary little cabinet in his mother's living room. It didn't look like much. At most, it would have books or a few items for research. Fremont opened the door of the small closet, and James observed that there was only one hook holding what appeared to be a cape with a delicate and smooth fabric, similar to silk. It has a grayish tone to it. The cloak is very long enough to completely cover an adult and more so a boy like James. "Is this?" asked James as his father grabbed the cloak and walked over to him. "What do you think it is?" asked Fremont with a slight smile. "An invisibility cloak," replied James excitedly. Everyone in the magical world knew about invisibility cloaks, a very expensive and rarely seen magical garment. "Exactly. This invisibility cloak is a family heirloom. It was passed down from generation to generation a long time ago. Your grandfather passed it down to me when I entered Hogwarts, and now it's time for you to wear it," said Fremont as he passed the magical garment to James. "Family relic," thought James as he grabbed the cloak. He quickly covered his body with the cloak, leaving only his head. As he looked down, he noticed that his body disappeared. "Great!" exclaimed James. "At Hogwarts, this cloak would be very useful, for exploring the castle quietly and playing pranks, among other things." "You must be thinking about playing pranks," commented Euphemia. James put on an astonished expression. "Can Mom read minds?" he thought. "It's okay. I know you like pranks. The last few family birthdays your cousins were your main targets," Euphemia said with a slight smile. James blushed a little. He thought he hadn't been caught, but his mother saw everything. Ever since he first pranked Gwen and her minions several years ago, he always thought of new ways to play pranks for fun, always being funny and harmless pranks. He knew there was a limit. "We know that at Hogwarts you will be a great student, but you should also have fun. You should know the limits of pranks and don't use the cloak for anything dangerous." "I agreed to give it to you because I trust you," said Euphemia, looking at James, who could only see his head. Hearing this, James understood why his mother agreed to give him such a powerful magical item for pranks. In the years since Gwen and Emily left, he didn't make any friends. Most of his time was spent studying and practicing with his wand, though in this life he did it because he loved magic. Then he was a crazy Quidditch fanatic, but he didn't have any friends. So, his parents seemed to be concerned about his social life and didn't want him to be a friendless nerd at Hogwarts. "Don't worry, Mother. I'll use the cloak in a good way," nodded James. His goal was to get friends too. "Right, let's get some breakfast, you don't want to miss the train," said Euphemia with a smile. The family went back to the kitchen and had a happy breakfast. James couldn't believe he had gotten such a valuable and useful item. The possibilities were endless for pranks with an invisibility cloak at Hogwarts. Chapter 26. They finished breakfast, and his father loaded his heavy trunk into the car. His father was a great fan of Muggle objects, especially mechanics, hence, cars. Fremont bought a Peugeot 504 and after he retired tried to learn Muggle mechanics. It was one of his hobbies. The Peugeot was white, had 4 doors, and was very well maintained. James climbed into the back seat and put the cage next to him where Shadow was. "Everything ready?" asked Euphemia, turning her head slightly to look at James. "Yes. I don't think I forgot anything," replied James, who had already gone through his trunk several times. The last thing he put in was the invisibility cloak. "Right, let's get going," said Fremont, starting the car. The sound of the engine was heard. James knew how much it took for his father to learn to know how to drive and get his driver's license. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Fremont loaded James' trunk onto a trolley and wheeled him through the station. They made their way to platforms 9 and 10. The entrance to the Hogwarts Express was platform 9. However, this did not exist, or rather it was a platform hidden through magic so that Muggles could not enter. "Well. It's time to walk to the barrier, don't be afraid. You won't crash," said Euphemia. James nodded. The training room he used this time had a similar mechanism, so he wasn't nervous. The 3 of them started walking straight towards the barrier normally, so as not to attract the attention of the Muggles. When they reached the barrier none of the 3 collided, they kept moving forward. James caught his first glimpse of the famous Scarlet steam locomotive waiting on the crowded platform. A sign read Hogwarts Express, 11:00. Smoke from the locomotive rose over the heads of the noisy crowd. Cats of all colors came and went between everyone's legs. Owls called to each other, hooting grumpily, above the noise of the chattering and the movement of the heavy trunks. The first carriages were already crowded with students, some leaning out of the windows to talk to their families. Others were discussing the seats they would occupy. "Come on, let's find a carriage that isn't full," said Fremont, pushing the trolley across the platform. James, as he walked beside his parents, passed by a girl with a dark complexion, who said, "Oh no, Mother. I forgot my diary." "I told you. You were supposed to check everything before you left," he heard a middle-aged woman exclaim. Then he passed by two girls, who were standing apart from their parents and seemed to be in an argument from the angry tone of their voices. "Monster," one of the girls blurted out and ran off to where her parents were waiting, who were watching in rapt amusement at the various scenes happening on the platform, not noticing the girls' discussion. The girl who ran off bumped James' shoulder slightly but didn't stop for a second to apologize. James grimaced and continued walking in search of an empty carriage. Near the end of the train, they managed to find an empty compartment. James settled Shadow, and his father carried the heavy trunk to the door of the carriage up the steps and set it in the corner of the compartment. "That's it," said Fremont, coming down the steps. "Study and have fun," said Euphemia warmly as she kissed him on the forehead, bidding him farewell. His father said goodbye to him as well and whispered in his ear to make big jokes with the invisibility cloak, to which James laughed and climbed into the carriage, positioning himself next to the window. "I'll send them a letter tomorrow," said James in a sad tone. It would be the first time he would be so far away from his parents. It wasn't a nice feeling. His parents looked at each other somewhat worried. As good parents they were. They had noticed James' dependence on them. "Send us any letters you want, you'll make friends, and soon you'll be comfortable at Hogwarts," said Euphemia with a smile. A whistle was heard, and the students who were still dawdling began to enter the train in a hurry. After a few seconds, the train began to move. His parents waved their hands at him, and he did the same until they disappeared. When the train rounded a bend, James felt a little sad but quickly felt a wave of excitement. For the first time, he would be going to a school, and not just any school, a magical one. Besides being able to make friends and have fun for the first time as a normal boy, he would be able to learn many things at Hogwarts. The compartment door opened, and he could notice a blonde hair, blue eyes, and a haughty look. He quickly recognized the person, Gwen Shafiq. Gwen, seeing James, smiled. "I finally found you. I had to go through almost every carriage," she said, grumbling and entering the compartment. James smiled at the sight of one of his first friends. Although she was somewhat shrill and arrogant, she was his first friend along with Emily. So he held her in high esteem. The last time he saw her was several years ago. They only communicated with letters. "Hey, Gwen, long time no see. You didn't grow up much in that time," James joked with a smile that then disappeared as several people walked in that he unfortunately managed to recognize. The second person to enter was Gwen's best friend, Anastasia Knott. A short girl and heavier than average for girls her age, her eyes were very small, and she still had a cupped hairstyle. Behind her entered two tall, big boys, Goyle and Crabbe. Two boys that James broke his nose several years ago because they insulted his parents and wanted to hit him. They wanted to hit him because of Gwen, who was now his friend. Very confusing really. Finally, in walked a boy with short brown hair and eyes that gave off a haughty, cold stare. "I grew 10 centimeters since we parted," exclaimed Gwen indignantly, looking at James angrily, but with a slight smile. James knew what she was saying was true. He was just saying it to annoy her like he always did years ago, since she got on his nerves when she wouldn't stop talking. Gwen had grown, and her blonde hair now reached her waist, despite that she was still shorter than James. Anastasia and the others looked at Gwen strangely for some reason. Gwen noticed this and coughed a couple of times. "Well, you know, Anastasia, my best friend, and Crabbe and Goyle," she said, a little uncomfortable about naming the large-complexioned boys, as all four remembered the little incident. "This boy is Rabaston Lestrange, first year. I'm sure they will both stay in Slytherin and be top first years," she added. Introduced James with the boy staring at him. For some reason, the boy looked annoyed. "Pleasure, Potter. I've heard of your family, especially your grandfather and his favoritism to muggles," Rabaston said acidly, reaching out to shake James' hand. Gwen's expression changed as she heard this. Goyle and Crabbe too, even though it had been more than 5 years since that incident, now and then they remembered the incident where James broke both of their noses. "A pleasure. Yes, my grandfather can see beyond more than some narrow-minded people," James said with a slight smile and accepting the handshake. "Narrow-minded," repeated Rabaston as his tone grew increasingly angry. "Enough, sit down." "We're not here to discuss," said Gwen in a cold tone. Rabaston reluctantly sat down. Gwen sat across from James, and next to her sat her friend, who took up more space than the average person. What is she doing, thought Anastasia, looking with her beady eyes at her best friend. James had called narrow-minded referring to all pure-blood wizards with supremacist ideals. She was about to jump into the discussion, not letting such disrespect pass, but her friend acted first and ended the discussion. By the way, did you go to the Quidditch final? Did you see the attack thing? Asked Gwen. She knew of James' fanaticism, so it was a pretty safe bet that he had attended the final. Yes. I saw those hooded ones as they attacked the tents, James replied with a frown. The hooded ones acted well in tormenting those muggles, commented Anastasia with a disgusted smile. Crabbe, Goyle, and Rabaston laughed, showing that they agreed with what Anastasia was saying. It's not a funny thing. They were murdered, James said in an unfriendly tone as he looked out the window. The laughter died down, and the carriage was left in an awkward atmosphere. Don't be a party pooper, Peapotter, said Crabbe, acting brave, although he stuttered a little when he said James' last name. James stopped looking at the window and looked at Crabbe, who quickly looked away as he whistled nervously. Is his brain so brainwashed that he finds the death of muggles funny, thought James, dumbfounded. This wasn't entirely crazy, as they considered muggles to be little more than animals. However, he was still amazed at how extreme these pure-blood families could be. I've told you before, Potter. If you want your family to not be considered blood traitors, you must change those attitudes that favor muggles. That way, you can become part of the Sacred 28, Anastasia said, looking at James haughtily. Gwen, at hearing this, put on an ugly expression. If the conversation continued in this direction, it could end badly, very badly. Why would I want my family to belong on some stupid list your stupid grandfather created? Asked James with a slight smirk. He was tired of this fat girl belittling his family, and now and then this one named the list of the Sacred 28. At Gwen's birthdays that he attended, Anastasia always said the same thing, but James ignored it and didn't argue, as he knew she was Gwen's friend and was in her house. He didn't want to cause an awkward situation, but now he was on the train bound for Hogwarts. He would not continue to put up with this insufferable girl. You, said Anastasia with her mouth open and a very surprised expression. No one had ever said such words to her before. The others also looked at James, shocked, especially because he insulted Anastasia's grandfather, a very respected wizard. How dare you insult my grandfather, she exclaimed furiously after recovering from the initial shock. She quickly pulled out her wand and pointed it at James. Hey, calm down, Anastasia, said Gwen, standing up and stepping in the middle. Shut up, Gwen. Why do you always take her side? Who's your best friend? Asked Anastasia furiously as she ushered Gwen away, who remained with a doubtful expression, not knowing what to do. Come on, attack, said James with a smile. In his hand, he already had his wand ready. Everyone looked at him quizzically. This was a student who was about to start Hogwarts. Why was he so confident? Did he think he could beat a second-year student? This guy's got a couple of screws loose, thought Rabaston, looking at James' excited grin as if he was waiting for the match to begin. Being so dedicated to combat magic made James really like dueling. On the other hand, Crabbe and Goyle looked at James with more terrified looks. They knew of James' talent. When they were little, they couldn't analyze much, but it was obvious that James had a very good control of magic despite his age and a coldness that was scary. Anastasia looked at James with doubt. The look and smile that the boy had made her doubt. Her best friend had told her many times that James was very talented. When the atmosphere was tense, suddenly the compartment door opened. A middle-aged woman with a smiling face peeked out and asked, Would you like anything from the cart, dears? Chapter 27. The tense atmosphere dissipated. Everyone turned and looked at the woman who had a friendly smile on her face. James had already put the wand away. Anastasia quickly stopped pointing it at James. Let's get out of here. What will you do, Gwen? Asked Anastasia, looking at her best friend. Gwen looked at James. Then back at her best friend's face. After a few seconds, she replied, sighing, See you, James, I hope you stay in Slytherin, though I don't think so, she said, mumbling the last sentence. She felt disappointed and quickly followed her friend. The whole group left the compartment, leaving James alone next to Shadow, who didn't understand the situation at all. Would you like anything, dear? The woman asked again, looking at James. Yes, please, he replied as he went out into the corridor to look at the cart and buy things to eat. He bought lots of chocolate frogs, every flavor of beans, some tasting horrible. Suddenly, he found himself in a compartment with just his owl and eating a large number of treats while looking out the window at the scenery. It wasn't supposed to be like this, muttered James. 10 minutes passed while James watched the scenery and ate treats. No one entered the compartment. Don't tell me I'll be traveling alone, thought James with a strange expression, staring at the door and waiting for someone to come in. His parents had told him to have fun and make friends, but now he was alone in a train compartment eating sweets. Besides, unlike before, he also wanted to make real friends. A Rothschild is not afraid of adversity, I mean a Potter, thought James, getting up from his seat. He put away the treats and grabbed his heavy trunk and Shadow's cage, which complained about being moved since he was sleeping. Don't worry, Shadow. Your owner won't be a loner. James muttered, to which the owl hooted in annoyance. He opened the door as best he could and began to walk down the aisles of the train. He reached a compartment door and placed his ear very close to the door, trying to listen. It would be very uncomfortable if he opened the door, and that the seats were full. He heard more than 4 voices. There must be no seats, thought James, going to the next compartment and doing the same. They're all girls' voices, he thought as he heard high-pitched, squeaky voices, so he went on ahead. James wanted male friends, a brotherhood. For some reason, the few friends he got were female: Gwen, Emily, and Penny. If the latter could be considered a friend. As for Emily, he would have time to reconnect with her later, as it would be hard to find the carriage where she was. He found it a bit odd that Gwen was not with Emily. Instead, she was with first-year Robaston Lestrange. Well, Emily never got along with Gwen's friends, thought James, as he kept looking for a compartment. Finally, he reached a compartment where he heard no voice. This could mean that there was only one person, or there was more than one person, but they were silent. Well, this is it, thought James, taking a deep breath. For some reason, getting friends made him more nervous than fighting the troll. As Edward, he never had problems in meetings where everyone wanted to talk to him, but now it was different. He wanted to get real friends, so he felt more nervous. With determination, he opened the door. He could see 3 people in the compartment. All 3 turned their heads and looked at James. They were 2 boys and a girl. All 3 had black robes without any crest, meaning they were first years like him. Hi, can I sit here? Asked James in a tense and somewhat robotic tone because of nerves. Yes, of course. My family doesn't own the Hogwarts Express, so you're free, replied a boy with a confident demeanor and a slight smile. The boy who answered was sitting alone. The girl just nodded her head. The other black-haired boy who was sitting near the girl didn't speak and stopped looking at James. Thanks, my name is James Potter. What's yours? Asked James. The boy's response made a good impression on him. He seemed confident in himself, but not as arrogant as those Slytherins or that boy Robaston. He had a more joking and relaxed air about him. Nice to meet you, Sirius Black, said the boy, stretching out his hand to greet James. Sirius was a tall boy, even a few inches taller than James. He was fair-skinned, with medium-length, lustrous black hair. He had striking grey eyes and an air of casual elegance. When James saw him, he assumed he was a pure-blood wizard, but he didn't think he would be from the Black family. One of the largest, oldest, and richest pure-blood magical families in Britain, and one of the Sacred 28. Is my luck that bad? Thought James with a slight frown. As he accepted Sirius' handshake. If Sirius was anything like Robaston, the conflict could flare up at any moment. Specifically, the moment he said his family were blood traitors. I've heard of the Potters, said Sirius, but before he could continue, James spoke in an unfriendly tone. What are we blood traitors of? He asked. Well, that's one of the main things I heard about, but I don't care about that pure blood and Sacred 28 bullshit, although my family does. Sirius said, surprised by James' sudden change. Really? So, you're different from them, said James, pleasantly surprised. He never expected the son of House Black to have such thoughts. Them? Asked Sirius, curious. James went on to tell him about their little conflict, with Anastasia Knott, Robaston Lestrange, and other Slytherin. Sirius, upon hearing the story, burst out laughing, ha ha ha. You are something, taking on several Slytherin and all second years. Sirius said, trying to control his laughter, but imagining the outraged expression Anastasia Knott would have put on made him start laughing again. James couldn't believe it. One of the Black heirs agreed with what he had done. Sirius seemed to know Anastasia, Robaston, and the others, but he didn't seem to like them very much. At this James smiled. You should have seen the look on that fat girl's face when I insulted her grandfather. James said with a slight smile. Her cheeks must have puffed out more than usual, said Sirius, laughing. You don't know how many times I had to put up with that pig in meetings. Oh, Sirius Black, you must behave like a pure-blood who is part of the sacred 28, said Sirius as he imitated Anastasia, puffed out his cheeks and narrowed his eyes to look more like the girl. James, upon seeing Sirius' imitation, began to laugh out loud. The imitation was identical. Poof, her tone is more like that of an unbearable squealing pig. James said, laughing. Sirius nodded and began his imitation again. This time, his voice was squeakier and higher pitched. The girl and boy in the front seat had started to look at James and Sirius, who were ignoring them. The girl with long red hair, a color that stands out amply with her large, oval, emerald, green eyes, looked at both boys with both eyes wide open. She couldn't believe they were so rude, teasing a girl over and over again about her physical appearance. She felt a great dislike towards these two boys. What arrogant and obnoxious boys, thought the redhead, averting her eyes and trying to ignore the comments. However, their voices were very loud, and they kept making mocking comments. James never laughed so much in his life. He felt a lot of disgust towards Anastasia and other pure-blood supremacist kids and always put up with their stupid comments. He couldn't tell his parents all these mocking comments, but with Sirius it was different. The greasy black-haired boy next to the redhead looked at James and Sirius with a scowl on his face. He also disliked these two boys, though the reasons were different. "Hey, can you guys please speak in a lower tone?" the redhead said, but her soft tone went unheard. "Hey," she exclaimed with more anger. Both James and Sirius looked at the girl. Sirius started coughing. He almost choked from laughing, and a sudden scream startled him. A bad combination. "What's wrong?" asked James with difficulty as he tried to control his laughter. "Can you guys keep it down?" "They're shouting," replied the girl. "Oh yeah, sorry," said James, scratching his hair. Sirius looked at the girl with a frown but said nothing as his new friend had spoken. He felt a great connection with James. As if they could easily hit it off. "Hey, Sirius. Which house do you want to stay in?" asked James. "My whole family's been in Slytherin," mumbled Sirius. "And here I thought we were on the same page," said James, acting hurt. "Maybe I'll break tradition," replied Sirius with a grin, though he thought it would be really bad to do that, as his mother wouldn't like it at all, but he didn't prove it to James. "And you? Where would you go if you could choose?" asked Sirius, curious. "Gryffindor. Just like my parents, though I wouldn't mind another house, as long as it wasn't Slytherin," James replied. He couldn't stand to be with Anastasia, Goyle, Rabaston, and other people with the same putrid thinking. The black-haired boy sitting across from them made a contemptuous little noise. James ignored him, but Sirius turned to him. "Is something wrong with you?" asked Sirius. "Not at all," replied the boy, though his scornful expression belied it, "if you'd rather have muscles than brains." "Where would you like to go that you have neither?" asked Sirius with a smirk. James couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. This boy was hilarious, he thought. The red-headed girl hearing this straightened up with an angry look on her face. She couldn't let them make fun of her friend, these two such arrogant boys. She looked first at James and then at Sirius with dislike. "Let's go, Sev. We'll find another compartment," she said, getting up from her seat and walking out angrily. James couldn't stay behind Sirius. Besides that, a boy nicknamed Sev was the first to start, so he mimicked the girl's haughty tone, which caused Sirius to laugh out loud again, and the girl's frown deepened. She looked at James angrily. She slammed the compartment door shut, and the two disappeared. "They brought this on themselves," Sirius said disdainfully. Chapter 28. "Yeah, that boy asked for it first," nodded James with a smile. He sat down on the empty seat, stretching his body as much as possible. Sirius copied him. "If we stay in Slytherin we'll just have to put up with it," Sirius commented with a grimace. "Don't say it. You could manifest it. I met a second-year boy who's in Gryffindor. He told me that the Sorting Hat can follow your wishes. So if you don't want to go to Slytherin, the hat will take it into consideration," said James. "Probably," he added unsurely. "Let's hope that's true," Sirius said, though he didn't sound all that convincing, and James noticed. "Will it be a great dishonor to your family if you don't end up in Slytherin?" asked James in a serious tone. "Yes, anyone who disagrees with the concept of blood purity will be greatly despised by all blacks. And my mother won't think it's funny at all if I break with the tradition of always staying in Slytherin house," Sirius replied with an ugly expression. Hearing Sirius' response reminded James of his situation in his past life. Both in one of the richest and most respected families in the world and with a strict mother. Though Sirius seemed much more rebellious than him in his past life, as he openly showed that he was against his family's ideals. And what do your family's ideals matter? You should live however you want, animated James, although he was being hypocritical, as in his previous life, he followed his family's instructions to the letter. Easier said than done, said Sirius without much enthusiasm. It must not be that bad. Of the many members of your family, there must be a renegade or two, right? Asked James. Well, you're right about that. My uncle Alfred doesn't put much stock in blood purity. He's one of the only family members I got along with. There's also my cousin Andromeda, who doesn't respect blood purity at all, and we got along very well, said Sirius more animatedly. You see. You just have to join them, commented James with a smile. That's right, to hell with tradition, said Sirius with more encouragement, and his smirk appeared on his face again. As they talked, the train had already left London. It was now passing through fields full of cows and sheep. They ate the candy they both bought and talked happily, making fun of the Slytherins and their ideals. Then they began to talk about Quidditch. Sirius wasn't as fanatical as James, but he could keep the conversation interesting. No one else entered the compartment, but James didn't mind. He had hit it off very well with Sirius. Time passed. James looked out the window. It was getting dark. He could see mountains and forests, under a deep purple sky. The train seemed to slow down. He took off his coat and put on his long black tunic, as he had forgotten. A voice boomed through the train. We will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage and owls on the train, you'll meet them at school. James' stomach was twisting with nerves. It wasn't a good idea to eat so much. Sirius, though appearing calm, inside was nervous as well. They both got up and walked out of the compartment. They joined the rest of the group crowding the aisles. The train slowed down until it finally stopped. Everyone jostled to get out onto the small, dark platform. As they left, they felt very cold. Suddenly a lamp appeared wiggling over the students' heads, and James heard a voice, "First year. First year's over here." James could see a gigantic man. His face was practically hidden by a long tangle of hair and a wild beard, but his eyes could be seen, glowing like black beetles, under all that fur. It's Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, thought James, looking at the giant man. In a few chapters the read of the Harry Potter novel, Hagrid appears and goes looking for Harry, his future son, as strange as it sounds, to let him know he is a wizard and tell him about his past. He was the first person to tell Harry about his parents and that they died at the hands of Voldemort. Come, follow me, are there any more first years? Watch your step. Follow me, first years, exclaimed Hagrid. It was a strange feeling to see a character you knew through reading now standing in front of you. James and Sirius began to follow Hagrid silently down what seemed like a steep, narrow path. No one said much, showing how nervous everyone was. At most a few whispers could be heard. James tried to look for Emily since he hadn't seen her so far, but it was impossible because of the darkness and the number of new students there. In a second, you'll get your first glimpse of Hogwarts, shouted Hagrid. Just around this bend, there was a loud hubbub by mostly first-year students excited for the great view. The narrow path suddenly opened to the edge of a large black lake. On top of a high mountain, on the other side, with its windows glowing in the starry sky, was a huge castle with many towers and watchtowers. James could not believe the size of the castle. It was gigantic. The Rothschild palace was not even a quarter the size of Hogwarts castle. His parents had told him about Hogwarts, but seeing it for yourself was different. No more than 4 people per boat, shouted Hagrid, pointing to a fleet of small boats, positioned in the water just off the shore. James and Sirius climbed into one of the boats, followed by 2 more boys they didn't know. The small fleet of boats moved at the same time, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, gazing at the great castle over their heads. It towered before them, as they drew nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. When they were very close to the castle, they advanced through a dark tunnel, which seemed to lead them right under the castle. Until they came to a sort of subterranean pier, where they clambered over rocks and pebbles. Then they ascended through a passage in the rock, following Hagrid's lamp, and came out at last on a soft, damp lawn, in the shadow of the castle. They climbed up some stone steps and came together before the great oak door. James could notice a familiar head in the distance. It was most likely Emily. The bad thing was that he couldn't call her, as she was far away, and it would be very difficult to reach her. I'll have time to talk to her later, thought James. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and banged 3 times on the castle door. Chapter 29. The door opened immediately. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald robes waited there. She had a very stern face that frightened many of the first-year students. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you very much, Hagrid. I'll take care of them," said the witch. She opened the door wide. The entrance hall was so big they could have fit a whole house in it. They all followed Professor McGonagall across the stone floor marked with flags. The professor led them into a small, empty chamber. They gathered there, closer to each other than they were used to, nervously looking around. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The beginning of the year banquet will be held shortly, but before you take your places in the great dining hall, you must be selected for your houses." James stopped listening to the witch. He already knew what she was saying. He began to look curiously at the castle. It was gigantic and ancient. "In a few minutes, I will be back for you. I suggest you get as much dressed up as you can, while you wait," finished McGonagall. She then left the room and left the first-year students alone, who began to murmur nervously. "How exactly is the selection for the houses done?" muttered a short boy in a shaky voice. James looked over and noticed that he was talking to himself, and no one would answer him. "You don't have to do anything. They just put a talking hat on you that will decide which house you go to," replied James. "What the? I mean thank you," replied the boy quickly. He hadn't expected the ceremony to be so strange, so to say. "Don't be so nervous. It'll pass quickly. My name is James," he said, stretching out his hand. The boy looked at James, surprised by the kindness and confidence he showed. A pleasure, my name is Toby Copper," he greeted with a shaky voice and a strange bow. James smiled. He thought he was funny to this boy. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin," said a watery voice, causing James to end his conversation and look forward. Professor McGonagall had returned. "Now form a line and follow me," she said. All the first years lined up neatly and followed the teacher. They walked through a pair of double doors and into the great hall. James and all the first years opened their mouths in surprise. The dining hall was lit by thousands and thousands of candles floating in the air on 4 large tables, where the rest of the students were already seated. On the tables were glittering, golden plates, silverware, and goblets. At the back of the dining room was another large table, where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led the first years there and had them stop, facing the other students and with the teachers behind them. James could see hundreds of faces staring back at them. He also noticed some ghosts that had a misty silver glow. As he looked up he saw a black velvet ceiling, dotted with stars. McGonagall quietly placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she placed a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched and tatty and very dirty. All eyes in the dining room looked at the hat. There was complete silence. Suddenly the hat shook. A tear near the brim opened, wide as a mouth, and the hat began to sing. When it finished its song the whole dining room burst into applause. The song spoke of the houses and their characteristics. Gryffindor is brave and chivalrous, Hufflepuff is fair and loyal, Ravenclaw is clever and wise, and Slytherin is cunning and ambitious. According to what James managed to research, the hat used legilimency to interpret the students' thoughts and know which house was best for him or her to place in one of the 4 houses. Legilimency was the act of magically navigating through the many layers of a person's mind and correctly interpreting his or her findings. James, upon learning of this, did not like it at all, as it would not be pleasant at all if, for some reason, the sorting hat found out about his past life. He does not know exactly how much he can read thoughts, as he got this information by deductions from his grandfather and father. This is why he had to prepare for today. In these years, besides learning and practicing about incantations, potions, and healing magic, he also read books about occlumency. A branch of magic that consists of closing the mind against the opposite branch, legilimency. Occlumency requires a lot of willpower, as well as a high degree of mental and emotional discipline. Something James did not lack. So he was confident that the sorting hat could not know about his past life. His parents agreed to James learning occlumency, as they didn't want a hat or anyone to navigate their son's mind. Especially when they already had a secret to hide, which was when James killed the troll and that he had a wand at a very young age. James had another reason to learn occlumency. The reason was to hide his past life as Edward, either to hide it from the hat or from other unknown people. In his close family there was no legilimens, so James had to read and practice alone, which made it difficult to learn the art of occlumency. His grandfather and father gave him some advice as they had minimal defenses in their minds. "I have a long way to go yet to be an advanced occlumens," thought James. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a large roll of parchment. "When I call you, you are to put on your hat and sit on the stool for me to select you," she said. "Avery, Dylan," she added in a loud, clear tone. A long, pale-faced boy stepped out of the line. He put on his hat, which covered even his eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Slytherin," shouted the hat a few seconds later. The Slytherin table applauded as Avery went to sit at the table. James watched as a grotesque ghost clapped lazily. "Arnold, Simon." "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat, and Simon hurried to sit at the table as his new housemates applauded him with smiles. "Black, Sirius," shouted McGonagall. Sirius, standing next to James, was pale, something rare of him and his always confident face. "Good luck," whispered James as he gave him a little push, and Sirius started walking. He had been thinking about his conversation with James and the family tradition, something that made him even more nervous. As he walked, many whispered. House Black was very famous, and Sirius was the direct heir. Sirius sat down on the stool and placed the hat on his head. The hall was silent for a few moments. Then the hat screeched. "Gryffindor." This time, there were a few moments of stunned silence before the applause came. No one had expected this result. McGonagall gave a rare small smile to Sirius, who looked completely horrified and pale, although he had told James about breaking tradition he didn't expect to be put in Gryffindor. His favorite cousin, who is against pureblood supremacy, was put in Slytherin. For this reason, he thought he would be put in that house as well. Sirius began to stagger over to the Gryffindor table. James gave him a thumbs-up gesture, but Sirius didn't notice. The Gryffindor table applauded, many rising to shake hands with Sirius. "Bones, Edgar," called McGonagall. A boy walked toward the stool with confidence. "Hufflepuff." "Copper, Toby." The short boy walked trembling toward the stool, almost stumbling, but managed to steady himself and not be the laughing stock of the room. He placed the hat on his head with trembling hands and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of contemplation, the hat spoke. "Gryffindor." Toby couldn't believe his ears, but he didn't have time to think, as hundreds of eyes were on him. Clumsily he took off his hat and went to the Gryffindor table. After him, several more names followed, 2 went to Slytherin, and another went to Hufflepuff, someone James had met, Amos Diggory. "Evans, Lily," called McGonagall. James's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this name. He quickly began to look around for who would be coming out of the line. He was surprised by what he saw. The red-haired girl with green eyes started walking towards the stool. "Is she?" thought James with sweat on his forehead. It was the redhead girl they mocked with Sirius. He never thought she would be Harry Potter's mother, hence his future wife. Her name and green eyes assured her identity. "No, as much as I liked Harry Potter, I won't be with her just to bring the protagonist of the novel into this world," James thought, shaking his head. "In this life, he'll do as he pleases as far as it's possible and legal. Besides, the girl would hate him for sure, because they made fun of her and her friend, and they were making fun of a girl's body, although he believed the latter was justified. Anastasia had a classist personality and hated muggles to death, showing it more than Gwen. James heard some very dark comments from Anastasia's mouth despite being a year older than him. "Gryffindor," exclaimed the hat. James heard the boy nicknamed Sev give a faint whimper. Lily took off her hat, handed it back to the teacher, and sped towards the table occupied by the Gryffindor students, who were clapping enthusiastically. As she passed, she glanced at Sev and smiled a sad smile. After a couple more last names, James recognized one of the people. "Lestrange, Rabaston," the teacher called. It was about the boy he had met thanks to Gwen along with her stupid gang of purebloods. Rabaston stood up confidently and walked calmly to the stool. The hat no sooner touched his head than he shouted, "Slytherin." Rabaston went to join his friends with an air of satisfaction. He gave James a cocky grin as he passed him, something James chose to ignore. Chapter 30. "Lovegood, Xenophilius." "Ravenclaw," shouted the hat. "Lupin, Remus," called the teacher. A hunched boy started to walk to the stool and sat down nervously. Within seconds, the hat spoke, "Gryffindor." Remus took the hat off his head as soon as the hat shouted, not waiting for McGonagall to take it off. He hurried to the Gryffindor table, barely noticing the cheers and applause as he passed. MacDonald, Mary, also went to Gryffindor, but Mulciber, Luke, happened to go to Slytherin. Meadows, Dorcas, went to Gryffindor, and it was getting closer and closer to James' turn. "Pettigrew, Peter," called McGonagall. A small, chubby boy began to walk nervously towards the stool. James saw him and was reminded of Toby. They had a similar aura. The hat took over 5 minutes to select Peter, something that surprised James and everyone present. After an eternity, he finally spoke, Gryffindor. Peter, with a nervous look on his face for taking so long, started walking towards the Gryffindor table. Forgetting he had his hat on, he quickly backed up and handed the hat to McGonagall as the dining hall laughed at his carelessness. Potter, James. It's my turn, I hope it works. I must keep my mind blank. James thought, nervous for various reasons as he walked towards the stool. The last thing James saw, before the hat covered his eyes, was the dining room full of people, who were trying to get a good look at him. The next moment, he was looking at the dark interior of the hat. He waited. Gwen, who was at the Slytherin table, was staring at James as she clutched a very beautiful necklace she had on around her neck. Said a little voice in James' ear, I can see great courage in you and a lot of bravery. I can see it. He also noticed a great deal of intelligence. Difficult, so where shall I put you? James clenched his fists and thought repeatedly, not in Slytherin. In Slytherin, no. In Slytherin, no, said the little voice, I don't see any great ambition in you, so, without further ado. I'd best be Gryffindor, shouted the hat, and James opened his eyes with a big smile. He took off his hat and walked with a smile towards the Gryffindor table. He was so relieved to not be in Slytherin and to be in the same house as his parents and his first friend, Sirius, although the latter didn't seem to be in very good condition. Gwen clicked her tongue and clenched her necklace very tightly, her gaze disappointed. Luckily, her friend Anastasia didn't hear her over the cheers and applause from the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor table applauded vigorously. Peter made a place, and James sat down as he waved to some students who shook his hand. One of them was Frank, who was saying to him with a smile, I told you so. He noticed Sirius looking at him, so he smiled at him while giving him a thumbs up. Sirius sketched a slight smile and returned the gesture, though his face was still a little pale. Looks like Slytherin was never going to be an option, thought James, sighing more calmly. He heard from the hat that he had no great ambition. This was strange to him, as his goal was to be powerful enough to defeat Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard of recent times. Well, it's a target I didn't have much choice about, thought James. If it were up to him and Voldemort didn't exist, he would live a normal life. With friends, his family, studying the magic he liked, but without so much effort, more relaxed, but he couldn't do this. After him, there was a boy who went to Slytherin, and finally, he heard the name he was waiting for. Shafiq, Emily. A girl with short black hair and very dark eyes started walking towards the stool. James recognized her immediately. This was his first friend. Her expression is still the same as ever, thought James with a slight smile, happy to see Emily. Emily sat down on the stool and put on the hat. Silence reigned in the large dining hall as they waited for the hat's judgment. James was more nervous than when it was his turn. Gryffindor, please let it be Gryffindor, thought James. Minutes passed, and the silence dragged on. Like Peter, Emily was sitting 5 minutes ago on the stool. James thought Emily wouldn't like it at all, as she never liked being the center of attention. Finally, after a long wait, the hat spoke, Slytherin. James clicked his tongue. He knew it was difficult or nearly impossible for her to end up in Gryffindor, but he had a sliver of hope. Emily handed the hat back and walked over to the Slytherin table where many were applauding. James noticed that Gwen wasn't clapping and had a very unfriendly look on her face, although this wasn't because of Emily, since last year those two acted strange, although we only send each other letters, now it's easier to see, thought James looking at Gwen who still wasn't clapping and didn't greet her sister when she arrived at the table. Snape, Severus. A thin, stooped, pale-skinned, greasy-haired boy started walking towards the stool. James frowned at the sight of him. He remembered that this boy was with Lily. He didn't have a good impression of him, as he sneered at the Gryffindor when he didn't even speak to him. Slytherin, shouted the hat in a few seconds of contemplation. It was obvious, Sirius growled without taking his eyes off Snape. For some reason, he had already branded him as one of his main enemies, and more so now that he belonged to Slytherin. Looks like the hat found him some brain, scoffed James, to which Sirius laughed. Don't tease Severus, said Lily with a frown. The redhead was sitting next to Sirius and heard James' mockery. James looked with an odd expression at Lily. Many things were going through his head. He decided to ignore her, as he didn't want to argue foolishly. However, it wasn't the best choice. Lily didn't like being ignored at all and snorted furiously as she looked away from James and Sirius. After Snape, there were few first years left. James could recognize one of them. It was Penny. The girl he met at the Quidditch World Cup final and saved from a troll. Umbridge, Dolores. Slytherin. Warrington, Penny. It would be fun if she stayed in Gryffindor. She knows a lot about Quidditch, thought James. However, his wish was not granted, and Penny was left in Ravenclaw. James cursed the hat in his mind, and after 2 more students, the selection ceremony concluded. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore had risen to his feet. He looked radiantly at the students, arms outstretched as if nothing could please him more than to see them there. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. I see many hungry faces. Let's get the feast started, said Dumbledore as he gave a slight clap of his hands, and food magically appeared on all the tables. James looked down, noticing that the plates in front of him were now full of food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork and veal chops, sausages, bacon and steaks, boiled potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pie, peas, carrots, and much more. They all began to eat heartily. James observed a ghost flying over the table, looking on enviously as they all ate. That must be nearly Headless Nick, Father told me about him, thought James curiously. Drink something, Sirius. You're lacking color, suggested James, seeing how pale his new friend looked. He didn't want Sirius to have to go to the infirmary on the first day of Hogwarts. My mother going to kill me, stammered Sirius. Stressful thoughts popped back into his head. He wouldn't know how his mother would react when she found out he broke with a tradition of hundreds of years. Don't be a pessimist weirdly, tradition has lasted this long. When the selection depends on a hat, you'll understand, James said to calm Sirius down, but it didn't work very well. What's the matter with you? Why aren't you eating? Asked James, looking at Toby, who wasn't touching his food. When do classes start? Will I be able to keep up? I found out less than 2 months ago about magic. I couldn't study hardly at all, said Toby, biting his nails. James looked at him with a strange expression. Why were they all nervous and stressed after the selection? So he's from a Muggle family, thought James. Don't worry. You'll be able to keep up. Anything you need, ask me, and I'll help you, said James, patting Toby's shoulder. Toby nodded and looked at James gratefully. He quickly began to eat in fear of having his food taken away. Once everyone had eaten as much as they wanted, the leftover food disappeared from the plates, leaving them as clean as before. A moment later, the desserts appeared. James, Sirius, and Toby were conversing while tasting desserts. Thanks to this, both Toby and Sirius put problems aside and enjoyed the moment. On the other side, Lily Evans and Jasmine Meadows were talking about future classes. Finally, the desserts also disappeared, and Headmaster Dumbledore stood up again. The entire dining hall fell silent. Ahem, just a few more words. Now that we have all eaten and drunk, I have some announcements to make to you for the beginning of the year, he began. First years should note that the woods in the castle area are forbidden for all students. And some older students should remember that, he said, looking at some students in particular who made innocent faces. Quidditch tryouts will take place in the second week of term. Those who are interested in playing for their house teams should contact Mrs. Hooch. It should be clarified that from second year onwards you can sign up for team tryouts, Dumbledore continued. That is all. The other rules will be told to you by your prefects, as well as the class schedules. And now, before we go to bed, let's sing the school song, exclaimed Dumbledore. The teachers hearing this smiled forcefully, and many students grimaced. Everyone, pick your favorite tune. And here we go, said Dumbledore, and the whole school cheered. James and Sirius looked at each other with weird expressions. It was so embarrassing to have to sing. They just acted by opening their mouths without uttering a sound, though most looked uncomfortable. James could tell several students were singing very animatedly. Splendid, applauded Dumbledore at the end. Now yes, it's time for bed, he added. The Gryffindor first years followed their prefect through boisterous groups. They exited the great dining hall and climbed up a marble staircase. People in portraits along the corridors whispered and pointed at them as they passed. They climbed more stairs, many yawning from exhaustion and shuffling their feet. How far do you have to walk? Complained Sirius. At the end of the hallway hung a portrait of a very plump woman in a pink silk dress. Password? Asked the woman in the painting. Calidum Celerisk, replied the prefect, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. You must pay attention to the passwords and remember them. Otherwise, you will not be allowed in and will have to wait outside for a companion, said the prefect as he entered the room, and everyone crowded in to pass. Chapter 31. They found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. A round, cozy room, filled with comfortable armchairs, a thick brown carpet in front of a blazing fire, and even more portraits adorning the walls. The female prefect led the girls through one door into their dormitories, and the male prefect led the boys through another door. At the top of a spiral staircase, it was evident that they were in one of the towers. They finally found their beds. There were 5 adjoining beds with dark red velvet curtains. Each student had a heavy mahogany trunk, a desk, a closet, and bookshelves next to their beds. James shared a room with Sirius, Toby, Peter, and a somewhat shady boy, who if not mistaken was named Remus Lupin. All the boys were too tired to unpack. They went to bed, without much dialogue. The next day, James got up earlier to unpack and get his part of the room in acceptable condition. He neatly placed the first-year books on the bookshelf, a poster of his Quidditch team on the wall, and tidied up some small items on his bedside table. Good, all tidy, thought James, as he looked around his new room, where he would be spending many months. As he finished tidying up, he noticed some of the bed curtains open. It was Sirius and Toby, both with sleepy faces. "Hey, are we going to breakfast?" asked James, enthusiastically looking at the two of them. "Don't talk so loud," said Sirius, holding his forehead. He had a night full of nightmares. A giant head just like his mother's was screaming at him and saying that he was a disgrace to the family for being left in Gryffindor. "Come on, man, put more energy into life," said James, grabbing a large pillow and throwing it straight at Sirius' sleepy face. Pam! Sirius didn't have the reflexes to dodge it, and the pillow hit straight into his face. "Damn, where do you get so much energy from?" cursed Sirius, grabbing the pillow and throwing it back at James. "Isn't it obvious? We started our student life. That's why I have energy," said James, dodging the pillow nimbly. One of James' biggest dreams was to have an ordinary school life. And now he was fulfilling it. It was even better than he had dreamed. Hogwarts was giant, magical, and fantastic. "If you want to make the Quidditch team as a beater, you'll need to improve your strength and aim," said James, grabbing the cushion and throwing it at Sirius, who was dodging it this time and catching it in midair. With great force, he threw it at James, who managed to dodge it, but Sirius had already grabbed another pillow from his bed and threw it, predicting where James would dodge. Pam! "You're good, Black," James said with a slight smile and his nose a little red from the blow. Even though they were pillows, they were hard. "Don't underestimate me, Potter," Sirius said with a haughty smile. James had achieved his goal. Now Sirius was on his feet and with an awake face. All the commotion James and Sirius made woke up the other boys. Peter and Toby were looking at Sirius and James as if they were watching their idols. Lupin, on the other hand, faintly clicked his tongue in annoyance at being woken up and began to change. 5 minutes later, Sirius and Toby were ready to go to the dining room for breakfast. "See, can I come with you guys?" asked Peter as he fiddled with his hands nervously. "Yeah, sure, we're roommates after all," replied James, looking at Sirius, who nodded as if he didn't mind too much. Thank you," squealed Peter and followed the group. "Do you want to come with us?" asked James, looking at Lupin, who was rummaging through his trunk. Lupin looked up watching the group, and replied dryly, "No." "Well, see you later," James said awkwardly, walking out of the room with the others. He didn't think he would be rejected. He wanted to be nice since they were in the same room. "Not everyone will accept me," thought James, not giving it any more thought. "How did he end up in Gryffindor?" "He looks like a criminal," commented Peter, referring to Remus. "Yeah. At first glance, he looks more like a Slytherin," said Sirius, yawning. "The hat must have seen something we didn't," said Toby, perking up to be part of the conversation. James was surprised by Toby's clever response. "You have a point," said Sirius, nodding and looking in a new light at Toby. "What's the problem, Potter? Are you really surprised at being rejected?" asked Sirius with a smirk as he saw that James wasn't speaking. "It's not a problem. Opportunities will come, and Remus will accept my invitation next time," James said confidently. He managed to befriend Gwen and Emily, 2 girls who were difficult to socialize with, and got off on the left foot. When they got to the dining room, they started breakfast and chatted happily. James and Sirius started telling Toby, who had no idea, how Quidditch worked. Peter listened from the sidelines and now and then said a comment. Sunday came, and it was only one day until Monday, which would be the first day of school since they arrived on Friday night. James left Remus alone, planning his next move to get him to join the group. If he continued to insist, he would only succeed in generating rejection. Monday, September 4, 1971. The first week of classes passed at a leisurely pace. The first classes had been introductory, so James didn't find it complicated at all. He managed to earn 30 house points in Charms, Transfiguration, and History of Magic. In the latter, he did not expect it, but thanks to his great memory he managed to earn these points. The first charm class had been very easy for James. It was the Lumos charm. Something that James had mastered at the age of 8 with a wand that was not his own. Because he was at the top of his class he got the points. Professor Phileas Flitwick is the charm teacher. He is a diminutive wizard who had to climb a pile of books to see over his desk. When he saw James' ease and speed in achieving Lumos he complimented him highly. The Transfiguration class was more interesting, as James had not studied books about these subjects. He didn't find it useful in combat, so he decided to start at Hogwarts like everyone else. Professor McGonagall is strict and smart. She is also the head of Gryffindor House. In this class, they had to make a lot of notes, and then she gave them the task of turning a match into a needle. Only one individual achieved this in the first lesson, James Potter. Sirius Black and Lily Evans had made a substantial improvement in their matches but failed to convert it completely. For this achievement, James got 10 points for Gryffindor. Defense against the Dark Arts class they had Antenny Fitzman as their teacher. A stern, cold, and very strict woman of about 40 years old. She is even more severe than Professor McGonagall. From what she told them about her life, she was a former Auror. So she had a great experience facing dark wizards. James was one of the classes he looked forward to the most, as he was to face the most powerful dark wizard of recent times shortly and his entourage of followers. So he paid close attention. In this class, the teacher did not give points to anyone in the class. The points are used to win the House Cup, an annual Hogwarts prize given at the end of the year to the house with the most points earned. Points are given by teachers and prefects throughout the year for correctly answering questions and for good deeds. Points are also subtracted for acting badly. The older Gryffindor students were very attentive to the scoring. They didn't want to lose another year to the Slytherins, so they had to be very careful not to lose points because they were not at all amused. Many congratulated James for gaining 30 points in the first classes of the week. "What classes are there today?" asked James as he put sugar in his tea. "Double potions with the Slytherins," replied Sirius in a disgruntled tone. "Professor Slughorn is the head of Slytherin House." "I hope he doesn't favor them," commented Toby, who these days was already more familiar with James and the others, and wasn't so afraid to converse with them. "It will be good to see their faces when we win points in front of their head of house," said James confidently. Potions was one of the subjects he mastered the most. "You sound confident, though. I believe that." "You won 30 points, and the week isn't even over yet," said Sirius with surprise in his tone. This achievement was something rarely seen. Peter standing next to him nodded and looked at James with fawning eyes. "Well, it wasn't that hard. I had already studied the books at home," James said a little embarrassed. "A lot of the older students say it's a record. The year sometimes ends with 250-300 points and you already got 30 in a week." "You're great," said Peter with his fists clenched in excitement. Yeah, thanks," James said uncomfortably. Sirius looked at him with a smile. Rarely could his friend be seen so uncomfortable. James noticed out of the corner of his eye a person entering the dining room, going to the Slytherin table. It was Emily. "I'll be right back," he said, getting up from his seat and heading towards her. These past few days, he couldn't talk to Emily. Today was the time. Sirius and the others looked at him quizzically as they noticed he was heading towards the Slytherin table. "Is he going to annoy someone?" thought Sirius as he got up from his seat to give James support. Seeing him start to converse with a short, black-haired girl, he sat down and watched curiously, though he couldn't hear anything they were talking about because of the distance. Chapter 32. "Long time, Emily," greeted James with a slight smile. Emily looked up, her eyes brightened, but instantly went back to the listless expression. "Hi," said the girl and returned with her gaze to her plate of food. "What happened this last time? You never sent a letter anymore," asked James. "The owl is from Gwen and she was at Hogwarts at the time," replied Emily. "You don't have an owl?" "I doubt your family has money to buy one," asked James with a strange expression. "No. I don't have an owl," said Emily with a slight frown. "What, really?" said James in surprise. Even though she always answered for Gwen's owl, he thought this was about just sending a letter and not wasting so much time. Emily just nodded and concentrated again on her food as she read a book that was open on the table. What happened with Gwen? I saw them far apart these days. Did they fight? Asked James, who wasn't planning on leaving at the moment. Nothing happened, James, said Emily in a slightly irritated tone. James looked at Emily silently, thinking whether he should keep insisting or not. In the end, he decided it was useless to keep asking, so it was best to go back to his table with Sirius and the others, who were more fun to talk to. Well, bye. Before James could say goodbye to his friendly reunion with his friend, someone spoke, catching his attention. What are you doing at the Slytherin table, blood traitor? James turned his head and noticed a boy with short brown hair and a haughty look on his face. It was Rabaston. He had met him when he was on the Hogwarts Express and had a little confrontation before Gwen stopped them. Behind him were 3 more boys, all from Slytherin. James frowned at the sight of Rabaston's gang. His reunion with Emily hadn't gone as he had hoped, and now he had to deal with these idiots. Is there a rule that says you can't talk at the tables of different houses? Asked James. I don't care if there is or not. I don't want to eat around a traitor. It will be unpleasant, and then I have classes, said Rabaston with a smile, and the other boys laughed. Looks like living with your parents for so long stunted your brain, said James, or maybe it was always like that, he added with real contempt. Emily and the other boys who heard James' comment were very surprised by this comment. Rabaston's cheeks flushed. How dare you, he exclaimed furiously. His friends or bodyguards behind him began to approach James with unfriendly expressions. I didn't know the Lestrange family had such good servants. They look more like arse lickers than house elves, said Sirius, who had only recently arrived and was looking at them with a smirk. Black, growled Rabaston, glaring at James and Sirius. If stairs would kill, he would have torn them to shreds by now. Everyone at the Slytherin table was watching the fight. The upperclassmen were watching with amused eyes. They wouldn't get into a fight of first years, even though they wanted their side to win. What's all the fuss about? A shout was heard. Everyone turned their heads and noticed a woman with a stern face and a deep frown on her face. It was Professor McGonagall. James and Sirius, who had his fists ready to fight, opened them. Rabaston's friends backed up several steps. Sirius Black and James Potter, go back to your table, said McGonagall in an irrefutable tone. They were saved this time, whispered Rabaston, glaring hatefully at James as he returned to his table. We're saved, muttered Sirius in annoyance. He was going to turn around and face him again, but he saw McGonagall's gaze on him and preferred to return tidily to his table. James also noticed that Toby had also stood up. Only he didn't say anything and was standing behind Sirius. Thanks for the help, James said, looking at both of them. It's nothing, mate. This won't stay like this, said Sirius, patting James' shoulder. I didn't do anything, said Toby, scratching his head as all he did was stand behind Sirius and James, but it was the thought that counted, and he had stood up. Just at that moment, the mail arrived. Over 100 owls flew into the great hall, during breakfast, flying over the tables, until they found their owners, to drop letters and parcels on their knees. Shadow brought 2 letters. James opened the first one he held in his hand. It was from his parents asking how his first days at Hogwarts were going. The other letter was similar, but it was about his grandfather. James took a quill and answered. He told them how he got 30 points for Gryffindor, got several friends, especially Sirius, Toby, and Peter, and a few more things that happened these days. When he finished writing the 2 letters, he sent them with Shadow, who was annoyed that he didn't have time to eat a piece of toast. Are you all right, Sirius? Asked Toby. James looked at Sirius and noticed that he was holding a red letter and looking at it with an ugly expression. A howler, James thought, feeling sorry for Sirius. He recognized the red letter. The howler is a magical letter in a red envelope that has a message recorded at a very loud voice volume, 100 times higher than a normal tone of voice. You'd better open it and finish it as soon as possible, suggested James. Now he patting Sirius' shoulder. Toby looked blankly at James. On the other hand, Peter was looking at him as if he might burst at any moment and had a frightened look on his face, as he quickly covered his ears. The temperature of the howler begins to rise rapidly after delivery and explodes if left unopened for too long, causing the message it contains to begin to vocify on its own. This mechanism ensures that the recipient hears the message, no matter what. Sirius nodded with a grimace, his hand trembling as he opened the red envelope. Instantly in the great hall, there was a roar so loud that it blew dust from the ceiling. Sirius Black the Third. How dare you? How dare you break with the tradition of over 500 years? Gryffindor. The home of the brave fools. Have you gone mad? Or is this a vile and despicable attempt to show your rebellion as you always do? Mrs. Black's shouts caused plates and spoons to clink on the table and reverberate off the stone walls deafeningly. In the dining room, everyone was turning everywhere to see who it was that had received the howler. Sirius wore a pale expression. However, he did not shrink back and kept his back straight. I hope you come to your senses and stop rejecting your noble lineage. You are the heir to House Black, you must set an example. His mother sure is crazy, thought James, covering his ears. He felt more empathy for Sirius now. It reminded him of his old mother Elizabeth, though he didn't know if he could shout like this, as he always followed her orders. There was a silence in which the words of the letter echoed. The red envelope, which had fallen from Sirius' hand, caught fire and turned to ashes. Some laughed, mostly from the Slytherin table as they pointed at Sirius, and some older Gryffindor students as they patted him on the back for encouragement. Many professors looked at Sirius with sympathy, especially McGonagall and Dumbledore. Toby's eardrums ached. He now understood Peter's frightened face. I would have been warned, he thought painfully, tapping his ears. Don't worry, mate. The selection depends on a hat. It's not your fault, said James, trying to cheer Sirius up. You already told me. I'm going to the bathroom, Sirius muttered in a dejected tone, getting up from his seat. I don't need company, he added, grumpily as he noticed James getting up as well. Did your family buy the toilets at Hogwarts? Asked James with a smile. Come on, I have to go too, he added as he started walking. And me too, said Toby, swallowing a mouthful of toast and getting up to follow James and Sirius. Peter did the same. Sirius said nothing, only a slight smile formed on his face. Chapter 33. The potions class was held in a dungeon. It was colder there than upstairs. The classroom was square in size, very large. There was poor lighting and a musty smell. In the corner was a stone basin used to wash the students' hands and ladles. James, along with Sirius and the others, arrived with difficulty because of how big the castle was, but luckily there were still 5 minutes left before the professor would arrive. The only bad thing was that they had to share a class with the Slytherin first years that included Rabaston, Avery, Mulciber, and Snape among others that neither James nor Sirius liked. James' group sat in the right corner at the back, and Rabaston's group sat in the opposite corner also at the back. Both groups looked at each other with unfriendly faces. Professor Slughorn arrived on time and greeted the class with a big smile. For the head of Slytherin, he doesn't seem so bad, thought James. Slughorn began to take roll call cheerfully, and it took a long time. Black, Sirius, he said, and Sirius raised his hand. Slughorn looked at him interested. That's the first time I've seen a black in another house, interesting. I expect great things from you, he said with a sympathetic smile. Sirius nodded without much excitement. Evans, Lupin, Lestrange, Pettigrew, Potter, Shafiq, Snape. And last, Umbridge Dolores. Here, said a girl with a wide, flabby face, a short neck, and a sweet voice that was becoming irritable. James looked at her and Gwen's best friend came to mind. They have some similar things, he thought with a strange look on his face. Right. Many of you will think that brewing potions is fascinating, fun, and lots of explosions. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's not all like that. To brew potions properly we must read a lot. It is a very subtle art. However, that doesn't take away from the extraordinary, and it gives great satisfaction to create a successful potion in a gently boiling cauldron, Slughorn said. The 2 books we will be using this year will be Magical Drafts and Potions written by Arsenius Jigger and 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi written by Phillida Spore. The latter book will be more boring for them, as it is a guide to potion ingredients and has a lot of information, Slughorn continued. The students listened in silence. Sirius clicked his tongue weakly as he heard about the last book. He didn't like the subject of potions at all, let alone having to learn 1000 magical herbs and fungi. I suppose you'll want to get started on the cauldrons as soon as possible, but first, who can tell me what the Dictyomus is for? Asked Slughorn. 3 people immediately raised their hands. James, Lily, and Snape. Lily Evans, said Slughorn, giving the floor to the redhead who being in front of everything managed to get his attention easier. It's a magical plant with healing and restorative properties, Lily replied and looked nervously at the professor, wanting to know if she answered correctly. Right. Severus Snape, what potion can I brew mainly with the dictyomus? Asked the professor, looking at the boy with greasy black hair and a look of few friends. The main one is the herbovitalizing potion, but you can also brew the babbling beverage as well, Snape replied confidently. Oh, very good. I didn't think you would know about the babbling beverage, praised Slughorn. And lastly, James Potter. What if you use the dictyomus in a mixture with silver, he added, now looking at James sitting in the background. It may cure a werewolf wound, preventing the victim from bleeding to death from the bite, but it will not cure them of lycanthropy, replied James. One of the boys upon hearing this response flinched, but no one noticed. Right, very good. There's a lot of talent in this course, said Slughorn with a big smile. How do you remember that? Asked Sirius, whispering. My dad's a potioneer. I read the books long before, replied James in a low tone. As Mate Snape said, one of the potions that can be brewed is the herbovitalizing potion, and that's the one we'll be doing today. Your classmates have already answered everything they need to know about this potion. Now listen and write down the instructions for its preparation, said Slughorn as he began to list the steps to create the potion. Everyone wrote down without wanting to miss any details. 15 minutes later, the explanation was over. The potion had more than 15 steps and now they had to brew it in groups of 3. How are we going to do it? There are 4 of us, asked Peter, trembling. He was really bad at potions, and if James and Sirius decided to stay with Toby, he would be in trouble. James and Sirius looked at each other. They asked the professor if it was possible in groups of 4, but he said no. We'll split into groups of 2. That way no one will be left out, proposed James. They couldn't leave one alone. I with you, James, said Peter quickly, to which James nodded, and the other group consisted of Sirius and Toby. Sirius looked at Peter a little annoyed, but didn't say anything. Tell me, Peter. Who else do we ask to join our group? Asked James with a thoughtful look on his face as he looked around for some mate to complete his group, Gryffindor preferably. I don't know, you decide, James, replied Peter. James looked at him strangely, thinking that this boy had no power of decision and that he always acted nervous. James' gaze fixed on Emily, who had no group, but he remembered how blunt she was with him today at breakfast, so he decided not to invite her to his group. Hey Lupin, said James, approaching a seat where a lone, scowling boy was sitting, or so it seemed at first glance. What do you want? Asked Lupin. I was just wondering if you wanted to be in our group, said James looking at his roommate, a person of few words. Lupin thought about it. This boy was a real pain in the ass. He had already invited him several times to go to the dining hall together, but he always turned him down. However, he showed no signs of tiring. It's a group task, I have no choice, thought Lupin, regretfully looking at James' bright smile that looked like he knew he had no choice. Okay, said Lupin. With a cauldron on the table, they began to fetch the ingredients. Then, they began to carefully heat the cauldron. James remembered all the instructions and was very skilled at handling the cauldron and preparing the ingredients, so they had no problems. Peter looked at him admiringly, wondering if there was anything James could do wrong. As for Lupin, he remembered by heart everything the professor said, so he was very helpful in several steps. 45 minutes passed, and many groups, seeing that their potion was taking on a different color, put their hands to their heads and looked at the instructions in the book several times. Well, all that's missing is worm snot, said Lupin, rereading the steps of the potion. Go get it, Peter, said James, who was holding his wand waiting for the right moment. Besides, the only thing Peter was good at was fetching the ingredients. Peter nodded and quickly went to one of the shelves on the wall to get the ingredients. Put that back, you Slytherin bastard, growled a voice that belonged to Sirius. Sirius was facing Rabaston, Mulciber, and Avery. Toby at his side looked at the Slytherin gang in fright. A girl stood behind Sirius also with a frightened look on her face. The third member of Sirius' group was Mary MacDonald, a girl who had only recently discovered the magical world. I take it first, Black. Ask your mudblood friend, Rabaston said with a nasty grin. Shut up and give me back the ingredient. Otherwise, said Sirius in a threatening tone of voice. Otherwise, what? What would your mother say if she saw you with 2 mudbloods, said Rabaston, looking at Toby and Mary in disgust. Don't mess with my family, shouted Sirius as he punched Rabaston in the face. Avery, seeing his friend being hit Sirius with a big punch to his face and pushed him back. The whole room watched this scene. Sirius, exclaimed Toby, trembling as he saw 2 boys approaching who were taller and more built than he was. He closed his eyes and advanced with his fist raised, throwing punches in the air that were very weak and didn't hit anyone. Mulciber and Avery looked with a sneer at Toby and at the same time punched his face. "Stop!" shouted Slughorn, who was walking quickly towards the back of the hall. However, he would not make it in time. As Mulciber and Avery's fists were about to connect in Toby's face, a scream was heard. "Flipendo!" exclaimed James with wand in hand and pointing it at the two Slytherin boys. Thankfully, he was about to make a slight wand flick for the potion. He had it in hand ready to act. A dazzling flash of light shot out of James' wand straight at Avery and Mulciber. Chapter 34. The two Slytherin boys felt a blow on their backs and went flying, crashing into the hard walls of the dungeons. They slid on the floor and didn't move anymore. The entire hall fell silent. No one expects such turns of events. Toby opened his eyes slowly as he felt no pain at all. "What happened?" asked Toby, confused. All eyes in the hall turned to James, who still had his wand pointed at Rabaston, who looked at him in disbelief, put the wand down, ordered Slughorn in an angry tone that hid astonishment. The Flipendo hex was a first-year charm, but more advanced. Slughorn knew that these students had only had 2 defense against the dark arts classes and were not supposed to have seen such a charm yet. So, it was obvious that James knew about it beforehand. Slughorn approached the 2 boys lying on the floor and noticed that they were unconscious. "You 3 wait here," he ordered as he looked at Sirius, James, and Rabaston. With a wave of his wand, the 2 boys floated up, and he took them to the infirmary. The room fell silent, and many began to murmur, as they looked at Sirius, Rabaston, and especially James. How did he learn that charm? They only taught us Lumos and Nox so far, and in defense against the dark arts they didn't teach us anything practical, muttered a first-year Gryffindor student. They were all wondering the same thing. James and Sirius looked at each other and smiled. "How arrogant," mused Snape, annoyed as he noticed the smirk on the 2 Gryffindors' faces. After 5 minutes, the professor returned, and his frown was still on his face. "Sirius Black and Rabaston Lestrange, punishment for both of you, 1 week, said Slughorn grumpily. Sirius had barely any blood on his nose, the same for Rabaston. "As for you boy," said Slughorn, looking at James more sternly. The smile on James' face disappeared. He knew he was screwed. "You attacked 2 classmates from behind. The impact was too hard, their noses are broken and they were knocked unconscious," started Slughorn. James could have used a charm to petrify the 2 Slytherin boys, but seeing that they hit Sirius and called Toby a mudblood, he decided to act more aggressively. "Grounded for 2 weeks and 10 points less for Gryffindor," he sentenced. "It's not fair," said Lupin, suddenly. "Slytherin was 3 and insulted by calling those 2 mudbloods," he added. James felt glad that Lupin was defending him. "I didn't hear those insults, is it true?" Slughorn asked, looking at the other students. All the Gryffindors nodded. "A very nasty insult, Rabaston. 5 points off for Slytherin for insulting in such a way. However, the punishment to the Potter student will be the same. Now, back to your cauldrons," he said, clapping his hands, and everyone returned to their places. "You, Potter, clean the blood off the walls manually," he added, looking at James, who nodded reluctantly. He grabbed a rag and started scrubbing. The impact of Mulciber and Avery had left some blood on the floor and wall. "I should have acted more stealthily," thought James grumpily. His 30 points had been reduced to 20, and he noticed that Rabaston was looking at him with a triumphant smile. It made him want to throw a flipendo at him and have him crash into the wall, losing a couple of teeth in the process. In addition to cleaning up the blood, Slughorn made him tidy up all the cauldrons and clean up the garbage that all the students had made. "Has the punishment started already?" thought James in annoyance as he cleaned up the garbage in the empty classroom. He had gotten carried away acting like that in the middle of class. However, he had no regrets. Anyway, he still had a balance in his favor of 20 points earned this week. "Being in a school gave me a lot of excitement," thought James, scratching his hair as he walked out of the classroom. On his way out he noticed Sirius, Peter, Toby, and Lupin waiting for him. "Fucking brilliant, mate," said Sirius, punching James lightly on the arm. "You must teach me that spell. Next time I find Rabaston in the dark corridors he won't know who attacked him," he added with a grin. "How do you know a charm we haven't even seen yet?" asked Peter with admiration. "My father was a great duelist in his Hogwarts years and taught me in the time I got my wand at Ollivander," James replied, lying. He couldn't say he had his first wand at the age of 8. "Your father taught you everything?" asked Sirius quizzically, to which James nodded, smiling slightly. "Sorry, were you able to finish the potion?" asked James, looking at Lupin, who missed him waiting for it. "Yes, it wasn't difficult. There were only 2 steps to go. With Peter we made it. although we didn't get first place," said Lupin, smiling a strange smile. "Are you hungry, guys?" asked Sirius, placing his hand on James and Lupin's man. "I'm dying," replied James, and Lupin nodded with a slight smile. The group went to the dining room for dinner, and they talked about the little incident while teasing the Slytherins. Thanks to this incident, Lupin became closer to the group. The next day, the news of James throwing a flipendo at him and knocking 2 Slytherin students unconscious spread throughout the school, and he noticed many more stares and whispers towards him as he ate his breakfast. "Look, you're quite the celebrity," Sirius joked as he took a bite of toast. "Shut up, I feel the murderous stares from all those snakes," complained James, who felt uncomfortable being watched as he ate. "We must get revenge," said Peter, to which they all turned and looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong?" asked Peter nervously. "Nothing, I'm surprised you have the nerve to bring that up," said Sirius in amazement. "Well, because of them we lost house points, and they insulted us. That's why I thought we should do something," said Peter, scratching his head. After seeing James' magical prowess he felt a great confidence, as if the Slytherins couldn't do anything against them. "You're right, we can't just leave it at that," said James in agreement with Peter. They had called Toby a mudblood, hit Sirius, and James lost 10 points for his house as well as being grounded for 2 weeks. They had to get revenge, they had asked for it. But if we get caught, won't we be in trouble?" asked Toby, though inside he wanted to. "Don't be a coward. Those bastards called you a mudblood, and if it wasn't for James, they would have smashed your face in," said Sirius. "I don't know what you mean by mudblood," said Toby. "It's a derogatory insult that pureblood wizards use when referring to wizards who come from Muggle parents," replied Lupin calmly. His personality with strangers was gruff, but when you got to know him a bit you could tell he was someone very calm. "They're just idiots who want to feel superior," growled Sirius. "A rare comment for the noble heir to House Black," joked James, and Sirius tapped him on the shoulder. "So, you guys are purebloods?" asked Toby, who knew next to nothing about the magical world. Sirius, James, and Peter nodded. After a few seconds, Lupin replied, "Not me, my father is magical, and my mother is a Muggle. So I'm what they call a half-blood. If you're wondering, they're also despised," he added with a grimace. "Any ideas for the joke?" asked James, and they all fell silent in thought. Peter suggested provoking boils, painful, pus-filled lumps under the skin caused by infected and inflamed hair follicles. There were several problems. The main one was that they did not know how to provoke them, so they knew it could be done in 2 ways, through a potion or a dark charm, but they did not know the way to cast the spell, nor how to brew the potion. Even James had not learned this charm, as he considered it too unpleasant and not very useful for real combat. Besides, they thought it was rather dark and foul to provoke them into this, and they might go too far in doing so. Lupin suggested following Rabaston and when found just teach him a lesson. That is, beat him to a pulp between them all. James was taken aback by this very aggressive proposal, which they quickly dismissed as it would not be fun. "I know," said James with an idea in mind. The prank had to be something that would humiliate the haughty and arrogant Slytherin in front of the whole school, but not cause them serious harm. "What is it?" they all asked impatiently. "Flowers," replied James with a mysterious smile. Chapter 35. "Flowers?" asked Sirius with a raised eyebrow, not understanding. "Yes, the Cerebella Floralis potion. The person who takes it will grow flowers on their head, instead of their normal hair they will have showy flowers," replied James with a smile. "That's great. Imagine Rabaston's face as he walked through the dining room with a head full of roses," exclaimed Sirius with an evil grin. "Shoo, gather round," said James as the group made a small circle and whispered. The first week of school was over. James' group had already started to work on the potion that James suggested. They had chosen 3 targets. The main one would be Rabaston. And finally, his followers were Mulciber and Avery. These 3 Slytherin students were the ones who were always annoying and saying typical blood supremacist comments, the perfect targets. The weekend was spent planning in the Gryffindor common room. The first mission would be for Toby and Peter. They were to head to the greenhouse they go to in herbology classes and get 5 magical plants. James named them one by one. "So, what plants do we need?" asked James, looking at Toby and Peter, giving them a little quiz. "Wind vanilla, asphodel, bouncing bulb and," replied Toby, as he tried to remember. "And a nettle," said Peter. "Good. They'll go get them today. We need to have the potion ready for Monday," said James. They needed to act fast, as Monday would be the start of their punishment with Slughorn, and James would have limited time. Will just one potion be enough for the three of us? Asked Lupin. Yes, it should be enough. You don't need to ingest much for it to take effect, replied James. Why don't we have everyone in Slytherin try it, suggested Sirius, imagining all the Slytherin students, from 1st to 7th year, with gaudy flowers on their heads. We'd need a lot of ingredients, plus it will be impossible to mix their cups with the potion, said James, shaking his head. Speaking of that. How will you get them to take the potion? No one from Slytherin will accept anything from us, and there's no way you'll manage to do it without being seen at a table full of them, said Lupin skeptically. Don't worry about it, mate, I've got it all figured out, James said with a mysterious smile that made Lupin get pissed off. Besides the flowers, they needed potion ingredients which they had to get from somewhere. The first option they thought of was to go into Slughorn's office, where there should be a large amount of ingredients, but it was too risky. The other option was to look for it in the potions classroom. Sirius and Lupin went to the classroom and searched through all the shelves and corners, but found nothing useful. They were all simple ingredients. That's impossible. If Slughorn catches us breaking into his office and stealing ingredients from him, we'll be in big trouble, said Toby, repeatedly shaking his head as he again heard Sirius' suggestion to break in and steal from Slughorn. Me and James will be grounded in his office. That will be the key moment to steal from him, said Sirius stubbornly. Monday arrived. After classes, James and Sirius walked to Slughorn's office. When they arrived, Rabaston was already in front of the door. It was rare to see him alone, as he was always followed by his ass-kissing bodyguards, as Sirius calls them. Rabaston gave them a hateful look, averted his gaze, and knocked on the door twice. James and Sirius approached the door without taking their eyes off him. They have finally arrived. Come in, Slughorn said, opening the door. James walked through and got his first glimpse of the potions professor's office. It was medium-sized, not the best in terms of tidiness. There were many shelves with glass jars and strange substances. He could notice many ingredients, some he didn't even recognize, and that was because he studied from cover to cover the book of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. James and Sirius looked at each other with complicity and a slight smile. It was almost certain that the ingredients they needed would be in this office. On the one hand, Sirius Black, you must head to the trophy room on the 3rd floor. You are to polish all the awards, trophies, cups, plaques, and stained glass windows. You will do this Monday through Friday at this time for 1 hour, said Slughorn. Sirius made an ugly expression. Rabaston let out a chuckle, but when he heard his punishment his expression worsened. As for you, Rabaston Lestrange, you will go to the armor gallery, which is connected to the trophy room, and you will polish all the armor. The same, Monday to Friday, 1 hour. The Warden Filch will be watching you and will make sure that the armors and trophies are shining, Slughorn finished his explanation. But sir, there are hundreds of armors, complained Rabaston. Having Filch sniffing the back of your neck wasn't nice at all, until they were dazzling he wouldn't let them go. Do you want one more week of punishment? Asked Slughorn in a calm tone. Rabaston stopped complaining, but he had a deep frown on his face. He couldn't believe that the head of the Slytherin house was punishing him like this. Fine, go. If I find out you don't, Filch will know right away, and your punishment will be worse, Slughorn said as a final warning not to try to run away. Sirius looked at James, leaving everything in his hands, as it looked like their punishment would be in the professor's office. The two boys shuffled out. As they closed the door Slughorn looked at James closely. James looked back at him a little nervously, if he had to admit it. If Sirius and Rabaston's punishment was to clean hundreds of trophies and armor, his punishment would be worse since he hurt 2 students. Slughorn is a wizard of short stature, a bit overweight, round-faced with blonde hair a bit gray from advanced age. A wonderful flipendo, Potter. I even hit 2 targets at once, Slughorn said, and James put on a surprised expression. The last thing he expected was to be praised. Thanks, said James, looking strangely at the professor. He had heard rumors that Professor Slughorn was looking for students who showed great talent in some field of magic or had good connections. In other words, a prominent family. However, today we are here for your punishment. It will be Monday through Friday, for 2 weeks, 1 hour. You will do the following, said Slughorn, getting up from his seat and heading towards a corner of his office. Slughorn made a simple wave of his wand, and from the wall came out, as if they were drawers, 2 tables. He then grabbed a medium-sized leather bag on a shelf, and shaking it out came hundreds of potion ingredients, which took up the 2 tables in their entirety, even making a small mountain. Then Slughorn passed James a long parchment and a quill, you will have to sort all the ingredients and separate them into importance. In this book he explains how the correct classification is, he said, passing him a book. You will also need this book in case there are ingredients you don't recognize, believe me, you will need it, he added, passing him a very fat book that when James had it in his hands he almost dropped it because of how heavy it was. If I finish it in less than 2 weeks, is the punishment over? Asked James hopefully. Slughorn laughed strangely at the comment. It will be a great achievement if you finish in 2 weeks, if you achieve what you say, we'll see, he said. As he returned to his desk and began to sift through papers, James immediately began sorting through the hundreds of ingredients there. What we are looking for must be in here, he thought with a slight smile. However, he couldn't steal it with Slughorn in the room. There were countless herbs and magical fungi in these ingredients, many that James didn't know or couldn't exactly remember their name, as it was a difficult task to memorize so many strange names. The punishment was difficult, he had to be very careful not to make a mistake, so he had to make sure in the book several times. Sirius and Rabaston's punishment was much easier, although it was somewhat repetitive. An hour passed. A bell rang in the office, and the mountain on the 2 desks was still almost the same size. Time. Come back tomorrow at the same time. I'll take care of putting away the ingredients you already classified, said Slughorn. James respectfully took his leave and left the office. How was your punishment? Asked Sirius, rejoining James. As he told him what Slughorn's punishment consisted of, Sirius' face was getting worse and worse. I thought my punishment was bad. I'd rather polish the trophies for 3 hours than that, said Sirius, who didn't like the idea of having hundreds of ingredients and having to sort through them looking at a thick book. It's not all bad. I found several peculiar ingredients and was able to learn a lot, said James, and Sirius looked at him like he was a weirdo. The bad thing was that Slughorn didn't leave his office for the whole hour. That way, I can't steal the ingredients we need, said James, not noticing the look on Sirius' face. Easy, mate. He who waits perseveres. You still have many days of punishment. The opportunity will come, said Sirius with an aristocratic air. Wise words. It was to be expected from the heir of the ancient and respected House Black, joked James. Sirius wanted to punch him, but James dodged him and started running into the dining room being chased by Sirius. Chapter 36. The next day, a notice appeared in the Gryffindor common room. Flying lessons will start on Wednesday, that is tomorrow. James was very happy about this. They were supposed to have started last week, but the flying instructor was ill. The bad news was that Gryffindor and Slytherin would be learning together. Something that upset all the first-year Gryffindor students. Especially Sirius, who cursed all through breakfast. James had heard a lot about the flying instructor. He thought he could learn a lot of tricks from her. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick made James do a demonstration of Flipendo. It had come to his ears from the incident in Potions class. With no choice, he had to satisfy the little professor's curiosity and sent a wooden dummy several meters backward. Fantastic. A perfect wand movement, praised Flitwick as he clapped his tiny hands together. After that, he had herbology and later transfiguration classes. Both teachers left him a lot of homework that he had to ignore since he had to go to his punishment with Professor Slughorn. He had no luck today either. The professor didn't come out for the whole hour. He'll never leave his office with a first-year student in there, said Lupin, sitting in an armchair in the Gryffindor common room. Around him was the whole group. Besides, it's only an hour. It's not too long for him to have to go to the bathroom or anything, said Peter. What if you make him drink a lot of tea? That way he'll get the urge to go to the bathroom, suggested Sirius. I offer him tea in his own office. Besides, our desks are a considerable distance apart, said James, shaking his head. Won't he notice when he's short of ingredients? Asked Toby, unsure. Stop being such a crybaby. They're insignificant ingredients. There's no way he's going to notice that mountain of hundreds of ingredients, said Sirius grumpily at having to clean the trophy room for an hour. Said Toby, not too sure. It wouldn't be a good thing if James got caught stealing a professor's belongings. As for the plants they got from the greenhouse, they weren't important and were usually used by students in beginner classes, so taking them wasn't a bad thing. Don't worry, Toby. If they catch me, I'll go down alone, said James with a smile. You're very noble, Potter, said Sirius sarcastically. Wednesday was the long-awaited day of flying lessons. Many of the Slytherins, especially Rabaston, bragged about his broom-flying skills and said that the first classes would be very easy. Rabaston was complaining loudly about the freshmen being banned from playing Quidditch, and for the first time James agreed with him on something. Most of those who came from wizarding families were very enthusiastic about the flying lessons. As they kept talking about Quidditch, James was one of the most enthusiastic, if not the most enthusiastic. His father and grandfather had always loved Quidditch and had instilled in him a passion for the game. On the other hand, there were people like Peter from a wizarding family, but who had never handled a broom in his life and were very nervous about today's class. Although he liked Quidditch and joined in the conversations, he wasn't as enthusiastic about getting into the action. Sirius had flown in before just to annoy his mother, plus he was planning to join the Quidditch team next year at least and see if he was accepted. Just to follow James and be popular, since all the team members are very popular students and Sirius doesn't mind being the center of attention. Lupin on the other hand, although his father was a wizard, didn't seem keen on the subject and didn't look kindly on heights and high speeds, a bad and dangerous combination. Lily Evans, ever since the flying class was announced, had been reading books about flying, where they gave tips and techniques. As a Muggle daughter, she didn't want to be left behind in anything and wanted to prove her worth. Lily at breakfast that Wednesday was reading aloud from a book entitled, Tips for Beginners, How to Fly and Not Fall Down Trying. Two of her new friends made exasperated faces but listened quietly. Toby and Peter, who were nearby, listened very attentively, not missing a word. Rabastan Lestrange, who was walking past the Gryffindor table, took the book from Lily's hands. "Hey, give me that," said Lily, standing up from her seat and noticing Rabastan's haughty expression. Tips for Beginners, How to Fly and Not Fall Down Trying, read Rabastan mockingly and slurring his words. It was to be expected from a Muggle-born person, he added with contempt. James and Sirius jumped out of their seats, their glares filled with fury and hatred towards Rabastan. They wished they had a reason to fight the arrogant Slytherin. "Give the book back, Rabastan," said James, trying to control his impulse and not throw a punch at the arrogant Slytherin boy's face. Before the conflict escalated, Professor McGonagall, who spotted trouble faster than any other teacher in the school, was already there. "What's wrong?" she asked. "He took my book away from me, Professor," Lily replied, pointing to the book in Rabastan's hands. McGonagall looked sternly at Rabastan, who quickly spoke. "I was just looking at it," he said, frowning and leaving the book on the table, then walked away followed by Avery and Mulciber. "Thank you, Professor," Lily said, sitting back down in her seat again. A boy with greasy black hair sat back down at the Slytherin table as he looked at Lily. James and Sirius were following Rabastan with their eyes. "You must control your impulses, Black and Potter. Otherwise, you will continue to get points deducted from your houses, and I wouldn't want that to happen," said McGonagall, noticing the look on both boys' faces. "You're right, Professor. We're sorry," said James, scratching his head. McGonagall nodded with a faint smile that instantly disappeared and returned to the teacher's table. "I never thought I'd meet a boy who got on my nerves so much," thought James, surprised at himself. Like Edward, he had never had such a thing happen to him of losing his temper. Still, it's funny, he thought with a slight smile. Having a common enemy with your friends, making fun of him, confronting him, and having the hatred be mutual, were the things James wanted to live like a normal school life, even though it wasn't quite normal. "Calm down, guys. He'll get his comeuppance soon enough," said Lupin, sitting up. However, he had a wand in hand, showing that he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Like James and Sirius, he didn't like people being denigrated for their Muggle origins at all. "Yeah, I already want to see him with a vase on his head in front of everyone," said Sirius grumpily. "Did you see, Lily? James Potter stood up for you," whispered Jasmine, laughing. In these early days of Hogwarts, James and Sirius' popularity was the most important among the first-year Gryffindor students. "Shut up, Jasmine," said Lily with a frown and slightly blushing. She opened the book again and started reading on the page where she left off. To the redhead, both boys seemed arrogant and rude, though deep down she was grateful that they were helping her. Besides, these days she understood more about the discrimination of pure-blood wizards and could understand more precisely why James and Sirius made fun of that girl who seemed to be another supremacist, although she still did not accept being called fat, pig, among other unpleasant insults. Chapter 37. After the boring history of magic class, at 3:30, James, Sirius, Lupin, and the other members of Gryffindor jogged down the front steps, towards the park, to attend their first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass waved beneath their feet as they marched across the rolling terrain, heading towards a meadow, on the opposite side of the forbidden forest, whose trees waved gloomily in the distance. "Why will it be forbidden?" asked Toby, fearfully looking up at the shadowy trees. "They say there are very dangerous magical creatures," replied Sirius in a scary tone, to which Toby shivered. As they joked, they arrived at the place and they noticed that the Slytherins were already there. There were over 30 brooms, neatly lined up on the floor. James looked at the brooms without much pleasure. He knew they were not of very good quality, but he had no choice. Then the instructor arrived, Mrs. Hooch. She had short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk's. "Well, what are you waiting for?" barks Hooch, "each one of you next to a broom. Come on, hurry up," she added with little patience. James positioned himself next to a broom that upon closer inspection he could tell had some of the twigs twisted at odd angles. "Extend your dominant hand over the broom. And say, 'up.' When I say so," shouted Instructor Hooch. "Now," she added. "Up," they all shouted. James' broom immediately jumped into their hands, but he was one of the few who made it. Sirius made it to his hands, but it took a few seconds longer than James. The same was true for Rabaston. Lupin almost made it, but just as the broom was about to reach his hand, it came down and returned to the ground. The brooms of Lily Evans and her friends simply rolled on the ground and got very little off the grass. Severus Snape almost didn't make it, but at the last second, he managed to grab the broom before it returned to the grass. After that, he looked worriedly at Lily. Emily Shafiq with a low profile managed it on the first try despite not being a broom fan. Worst of all was Toby. His broom didn't move at all. "Again, what didn't make it, now?" shouted Hooch again. Those who already made it watched. This time Lupin made it. Lily and her friends almost made it, but at the last second their brooms returned to the ground. "Focus. Up," shouted Hooch, and everyone shouted again. The third time was the charm for everyone, save for one person, Toby Copper. James could tell that Toby had no confidence in his voice and was shaking too much as if his voice wanted to stay grounded. Hooch approached Toby, and many of the Slytherin, especially Rabaston and his followers laughed at the boy's lack of skill. Sirius looked at them wanting to beat them to a pulp. "Don't tremble, boy," Hooch said in a tone that made Toby tremble more. All the students looked at him, which made Toby more nervous. He felt his cheeks blush. Luckily, thanks to the daylight, it didn't show. "Come on, say it, up," exclaimed Hooch, and Toby said it shaking. The broom moved a little but quickly returned to the grass. "Come on, boy. You're not a squib, concentrate," said Hooch. "Up," she added along with Toby, who was getting more and more nervous. The Slytherin's laughter became much louder, or so thought the boy, who was getting more and more embarrassed. "Up," shouted Toby loudly, and this time the broom went up at tremendous speed. The great speed made Toby unable to grab the broom with his hand, and it hit him hard in the nose, leaving him on the ground with a lot of blood on his face. "Broken nose and loss of a tooth, come on, boy, it's all right, get up, Madam Poppy will make you as good as new," Hooch murmured as she helped Toby to his feet. "None of you are to move. I will take your classmate to the infirmary. If anyone dares to ride his broom, I will deduct a large amount of house points," said Hooch, looking sternly at the whole group. They hadn't finished leaving, and Rabaston was already in fits of laughter. "Did you see how he broke his nose? That's why I say Muggleborns should stay away from magic." The other members of Slytherin chorused him, except for Snape and Emily, who were standing apart from the group and had unfriendly faces. "Shut your mouth, Rabaston," said curtly Jasmine, Lily's friend who previously couldn't defend her, as James and Sirius instantly jumped in. "Oh, are you in love with that chubby boy?" "Strange taste, Jasmine," said Umbridge, the toad-faced Slytherin girl with a very unbearable voice. More Gryffindors jumped into the discussion, and a round of insults began between the two houses. Sirius, Lupin, and Peter looked at James in surprise at the fact that he hadn't said anything. Weirdly, he's so calm, thought Sirius, wanting to read James' expression. At first, Sirius was going to jump like everyone else, but seeing that his friend was silent, he said nothing. Other Gryffindors, including Lily Evans, Jasmine, and Mary McDonald, among others, were also looking at him sideways, surprised that he hadn't acted. Even Rabaston was giving James a wary look, as he sneered because he knew Toby was James' friend and wanted to piss him off. "What's the matter, Potter? Are you sad? Because your pet got hurt?" asked Rabaston with an evil grin. They all stopped discussing and stood silently, watching James, who looked at Rabaston for the first time. Avery and Mulciber positioned themselves looking warily at James. They hadn't forgotten what he did to them. "Pet," mused Sirius and Lupin, gritting their teeth. "Cat got your tongue?" asked Mulciber viciously, trying to make him pay for knocking him unconscious. "Shut your mouth. If you don't want me to send you flying again," said James in a cold tone that surprised many, as he always seemed relaxed, cheerful, and joking. "What do you say to a race, Rabaston?" asked James, stretching out a hand, and the broom on the grass immediately jumped into his hand. Everyone looked at James in surprise, even Rabaston, who remained silent. He could watch as James lifted the broom off the ground without even speaking. "What's the matter? Are you scared? You've been bragging all day about your flying skills." "Were you lying?" asked James with a smirk that infuriated Rabaston. "I accept, you bastard." "Up," growled Rabaston furiously, and the old broom flew into his hands. "No. Instructor Hooch said not to move." "You're going to get us deducted house points, getting all of Gryffindor in trouble," shouted Lily. Although she didn't like Rabaston's taunts at all, the older Gryffindor took the house cup very seriously. James paid no attention to her, though he looked like he wasn't angry. He was burning with rage. They had humiliated his friend time and time again, calling him fat, a pet, and making fun of how he broke his nose. Plus, James knew Toby failed because most of Slytherin was sneering as he tried to lift the broom. At first, he thought about what McGonagall said, but he didn't care. He could earn house points again later. Besides, Rabaston would also be punished if they got caught. "The first one to that tree wins," said James, pointing to a very tall, thick-trunked tree that was over 100 meters away from their spot. This strange tree was before the entrance to the Forbidden Forest began. "Wait," said Lupin, but his voice was overshadowed by Rabaston's sudden shout. "Right, now," said Rabaston, climbing onto his broom and taking off in a leap in the direction of the tree. James reacted quickly, mounted his broom, and kicked hard, soaring higher and higher. "That damn cheater," said Sirius. James was going at an incredible speed despite the old broom and having taken off a few seconds before Rabaston. The air fluttered his hair, messing it up even more, the air whistling behind him. Rabaston looked back and clicked his tongue as he noticed James was already catching up to him. "Tsch, this shitty broom," he cursed. James picked up the pace and overtook Rabaston. The girls screamed from below, some covering their eyes, but leaving slits between their fingers so they could see. Peter shouted in admiration of James as he managed to pass Rabaston in no time despite his initial disadvantage. James was getting closer and closer to the tree. Rabaston frowned and cursed at his broom, trying to increase his speed. "Come here, Potter," he shouted, reaching out his hand and trying to grab James' broom to pull it out of balance. James didn't even look back. His speed was very fast, and it was one of the things he was most proud of. He wasn't even using his top speed. He didn't want to pass Rabaston by too much and have Rabaston lose hope of beating him and tell the teacher again, so he kept hoping that he could pass him at some point. "What the hell," thought James, who could now see the tree more clearly. The branches of the tree were very long and numerous. They looked like limbs, like multiple arms. He noticed that when a rabbit passed close to the tree, one of the numerous branches beat to a pulp the poor rabbit that only wanted to eat some grass. James urgently slowed down. He could not under any circumstances approach such a tree. Rabaston, thinking he had overtaken him, shouted with euphoria, "See you, idiot," he shouted as he greeted James with an evil grin, thinking his victory was assured, as he was close to the tree. That was his mistake. When he was just a few feet from the tree, numerous branches from the tree rose into the air and launched themselves in Rabaston's direction, who, noticing a strange whistling sound in the air, looked ahead again. A horrified expression formed on his face. "Pum! Pum! Pum!" The branches hit him. He had no chance to escape. One hit him in the face, breaking his nose, as did Toby, another in the stomach, and another in his broom, making mincemeat of it, and the boy began to plummet. As they were reaching the tree, they had descended a little, but they were still about 10 meters from the ground, so if he fell at that height it would be very dangerous. Chapter 38. The crowd screamed in horror as one of the brooms was smashed and the person on it began to fall to the ground at high speed, especially the Slytherin crowd. "What the hell was that?" shrieked Peter, trembling. "That's what I wanted to warn you," exclaimed Lupin, looking at the point that was getting closer and closer to the ground. James looked and directed his broom towards Rabaston, who had been knocked unconscious, which would make his head hit the ground and be even more dangerous. "Damn! I'll never make it," thought James urgently, stretching out his hand. With no other option, he stood on his broom, balancing, and leaped towards Rabaston, managing to catch him before he crashed into the grass. Luckily, the tree had pushed Rabaston away from his perimeter, so he stopped hitting him, allowing James to save him. Catching him, he rolled on the ground and ate a lot of dirt. "Quaff, only minor cuts," James said as he spat out grass and looked to see if he had any broken bones or anything. In the past it was in worse conditions. After that, he looked at Rabaston with a strange look on his face. He never thought he would save his enemy. Falling from 10 meters unconscious was almost a death sentence. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Are you all good?" shouted Hooch in horror and with a pale complexion as she ran towards James and Rabaston. The instructor had arrived just in time to see Rabaston plummet from a height of 10 meters. Behind Hooch were all the first-year students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Many had frightened faces, thinking that Rabaston was in a very bad way, but when they saw him with only a broken nose, they sighed in relief. "I'm fine. He's just unconscious," said James, getting up and wiping the dirt off his uniform as if nothing had happened. "What happened?" asked Rabaston, opening his eyes and noticing many stares at him. Suddenly, he felt a great pain in his stomach and nose. "Are you too crazy?" Making a run for it, heading for a whomping willow, shouted Hooch angrily, noticing that they were both out of harm's way. Rabaston was surprised to be yelled at as he barely regained consciousness. "Whomping willow? It's true, I forgot about that," thought James without changing expression. He now remembered an announcement the headmaster made on the second day after the selection ceremony. What Dumbledore said, is that an old friend of his, gave him the tree, and they planted it outside the Forbidden Forest. He warned all the students not to go near it, as they would be beaten to a pulp if they did. James had not paid much attention to this and was not curious about a tree. He never thought that the tree he would set his sights on would be about the Whomping Willow. Like him, Rabaston also forgot. If the latter hadn't come out the second James announced that the goal was the tree, maybe someone could have told them it was the Whomping Willow, and this wouldn't have happened. "Potter saved me." "No, impossible," thought Rabaston, remembering the whole sequence. 20 points less for Gryffindor and 20 points less for Slytherin, said Hooch, "and you two follow me. Class is over. Everyone goes back to the castle," she added angrily. James and Rabaston followed in front of everyone, the instructor, while the others went further back talking about what happened. 20 points less. "I told him, but he won't listen to me." "He won't even listen to me," growled Lily, referring to James, as she complained to her friends. "Calm down, Lily," said Jasmine, gesturing with her hands for her red-haired friend to calm down. "They're boys. They don't use their brains. They just want attention," said a girl with a dark complexion and dark hair next to Lily. This girl was Conna Gray, next to Jasmine, one of Lily's friends. A little further away, Sirius, Lupin, and Peter were talking. "Will he be in trouble?" asked Sirius, looking at James worriedly. "It was very dangerous what they did. I don't know what kind of punishments they'll give him," said Lupin, not knowing very accurately. "Did you see how James jumped off his broom to save Rabaston?" "That was great," said Peter. Even though he had seen it from afar, he noticed how James jumped to catch Rabaston before he fell on the grass. This heroic maneuver captivated all the students, even the Slytherin students, even though they didn't like to admit it. Hooch took both boys to the infirmary, where Madame Poppy Pomfrey attended to them. James had no serious injuries, just some dirt and some minor bruising from his fall. Rabaston had a broken nose and more serious bruising. "Two more patients?" asked Poppy in disbelief. Less than 10 minutes ago they had brought in a boy with a broken nose. Hooch excused herself, and the nurse began to heal Rabaston. "What will the punishment be?" asked James. Besides the point reduction, he knew there would be one more punishment for disobeying the instructor's orders. "The heads of your houses will decide the punishment for both of you. They will tell you everything that happened," replied Hooch in a stern tone. What they had done was very dangerous. She didn't know what punishment would be appropriate, so she would leave it in the hands of the heads of houses. Rabaston, on hearing this, turned pale. "She won't expel me, right?" thought Rabaston with a pale face. It would be a big blow to him if he had left Hogwarts already. He hadn't even lasted 2 weeks. As for James, he wasn't nervous. They had only come out with not very extreme injuries. It was impossible for them to be expelled. "Will I get a week or 2 of punishment?" "Maybe 3, thought James, who didn't think much of it. As for the stitches, he could get them back without much trouble. The bad thing was that the head of the house was the stern and strict Professor McGonagall. For the first time, he wanted to be in Slytherin's house and have the friendly Professor Slughorn as his head of house. Hooch first took James to McGonagall's office. They left the infirmary, walked down a long corridor, and came to a large door which Hooch knocked softly. "Come in," said a firm voice from the other side. Hooch opened the door and walked in. James followed, seeing for the first time McGonagall's office. The office is spacious and well lit. It has a fireplace with a mantelpiece. There are several bookshelves filled with books, scrolls, and magical items. A large desk sits in the center where the witch is holding a quill and correcting some parchments. What happened, Instructor Hooch? Asked McGonagall. When she saw James enter she frowned. What did this boy do now, thought the witch. Potter, tell her everything that happened and no lies, said Hooch, looking at James. James started from the beginning. How the Slytherins made fun of his friend and called him a muggle in a derogatory way until he challenged Rabaston because the latter started talking to him personally when he at first wanted to ignore it. So, you initiated the challenge? Asked McGonagall sternly. Yes, but I wanted to ignore him, but he sought me out and started taunting Toby. All students are witnesses, said James, justifying himself. All right, continue, McGonagall said. He then counted the short run, and when the Whomping Willow hit Rabaston, only to save him from falling. Good, you may go now, Instructor. Take care of the other student, said McGonagall, sighing, to which Hooch nodded and left the office. You started a race when the instructor said to stand still, and you also targeted the boxing Willow, when the headmaster clearly said it was dangerous. Also, you lost 20 points for Gryffindor, said McGonagall, holding her hand to her forehead. This boy won 30 points, but he already lost them. He's talented, but he jumps from one problem to another, thought McGonagall, looking at James. Slytherin also lost 20 points, said James. McGonagall gave him a furious look, so he decided to shut his mouth and wait in silence. However, the Slytherin student provoked you over and over again, plus you saved him from a 10-meter fall, said McGonagall as she thought about what punishment to give him. You said you beat him easily by flying, right? Asked the witch. Huh? Yes, replied James, confused. Which Quidditch position is your favorite? She asked again. James looked at her oddly, but his tone was very serious, so he answered, Seeker. A slight smile formed on McGonagall's face. Good, I know what your punishment will be, she said. Password? Asked the fat lady. Calidum pulmentum, replied James, and the portrait swung forward giving him passage. As he entered the Gryffindor common room he noticed a large crowd of people waiting for him. Besides his group of friends, there were all the first-year boys watching him. James, what punishment did you get? Asked a dark-skinned boy. James had never spoken to them before. You weren't expelled, right? Asked Peter, trembling. They all asked the same question and were silent waiting for his answer. Relax. I didn't get expelled. Besides, I didn't even get punished, replied James with a smile and in a loud tone for everyone to hear. Everyone started clapping and jeering at Rabaston, who had it coming. James started high-fiving boys who hadn't even spoken, but since they were from Gryffindor it didn't matter, they were all one. The girls watched from a distance with their eyes rolling, unable to believe they were celebrating when it almost all ended in tragedy. Even though you didn't get detention you lost 20 points, muttered Lily, annoyed, who was watching everything from a distance. When the atmosphere calmed down and everyone went back to their business, James collapsed into an armchair near the fireplace. Sirius jumped down on the other side and pulled his feet up, putting them on top of James, who pushed them off. You'll get my robe that Madame Poppy cleaned with a spell dirty, James said with a grin, bringing. He is happy as he wasn't punished, or so you could say. He did get a punishment, but he didn't think of it that way. He will not have to clean the trophy room or armor room for weeks with Filch and his cat staring at him non-stop. Chapter 39. Shut up and tell me how you got out of the punishment, said Sirius, who was very curious. There's no way that strict Professor McGonagall would let you off that easy. What happened? Asked Lupin. James had told them about Hooch taking them to McGonagall and McGonagall letting him off without any punishment. It must be because she's head of Gryffindor House, said Peter, but the others shook their heads. It was impossible for McGonagall to unfairly benefit Gryffindor just because she was head of the house. Technically, she does punish me, though for me it results in a privilege rather than a punishment, James replied, and everyone looked at him blankly. The punishment she gave me is to be the utility boy for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I have to be present at all practices and prepare and clean their equipment, also when matches are played, explained James. For how long? Asked Lupin. All year, James replied, keeping his smile. Sirius, Lupin, and the others looked at each other, then looked at James, who kept his smile and still didn't understand. But, that's a punishment, you'll have to clean the team's dishes for a year, said Peter, who for the first time disagreed with James. A year working for free, said Sirius, giving his friend a strange look. No, here comes the best part, said James, shaking his head, for this year, members of the Gryffindor team will be coaching me personally, he added with a wider smile. Really? They all exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I'll be able to fly and practice with them. McGonagall is already preparing everything. She will send a letter to my parents and they will send me my broom these days, said James, happy about this. Even though he couldn't play the official matches, practicing with the team was enough. But, that means you already have a spot on the team secured, right? Asked Sirius, to which James nodded. Yes, the seeker they have now is a 7th year and will be leaving the team this year. In the tryouts they held they didn't find any substitute seekers, plus they haven't won the Quidditch Cup for 7 years, said James. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup is a championship that takes the form of a mini-league, with each house team playing each other throughout the year. Each team plays 3 games and there are 6 Quidditch matches in total. As there are a small number of such games, each one is highly anticipated and usually involves the whole school, including the teachers. Professor McGonagall is very interested in Quidditch and keeps a keen eye for talent. As head of Gryffindor's house she wanted her house to win the cup. So she approached James about the following, to be the team's utility boy for the first year while being coached by the team members. Especially the Seeker, which is the weakest position Gryffindor has had in recent years and the reason why they haven't won the cup for many years. However, it's not all rosy. The current team captain will send McGonagall a report on James' progress from time to time and inform her if he is good at his position. If the teacher and captain see him as insufficient, they will stop coaching him, and he will no longer have the privileges, but he must remain the team's utility boy. I understand. If you don't show good results in practice, they'll kick you out, Sirius nodded. Wasn't it that first years couldn't be on the team? Asked Lupin with a strange look on his face. Well, yes, although technically, I'm not on the team. I'm just training with them and getting ready for next year, plus the teacher will pull some strings or something, replied James. By the way, is Toby back from the infirmary yet? Asked James. They all looked at each other with some concern. He arrived a little while ago, but he wouldn't say a word. He went straight to the room, Lupin replied. James stood up from his lazy position. Toby's behavior was normal. He was an 11-year-old boy who was humiliated in front of the whole class. Worse, in front of all the Slytherin first years. With such a fearful attitude he'll always get made fun of, Sirius said. James frowned slightly. Sirius was right. Thanks to Toby belonging to his group he rarely gets picked on. And being a muggle born in a school where there are several guys like Rabaston is a very juicy object of ridicule. On the other hand, Peter is from a wizarding family, despite being just as fearful as Toby. He also seems to have a radar where he detects bullies, managing to save himself when he is not behind James or Sirius. In the case of Lupin, who recently joined the group, and is not always with them, he has an attitude of few friends and always has a frown on his face, so he is not a victim of bullies despite being a half-blood. Of Sirius, there is little to say. Heir to one of the noblest houses in the magical world, shows great self-confidence, and is very outgoing, plus he's good at almost every subject. I'll go talk to him, James said as he headed for the dormitories. James walked up the stairs and into his bedroom. 4 of the 5 beds were with the curtains open, and Toby's bed was with the curtains closed. How the place was quiet, he could hear Toby's faint breathing. Hey, Toby, are you okay? I heard from the guys that you came back, James said after a few seconds of thinking about what to say. Silence reigned in the room. James listened as Toby breathed erratically. After a few seconds, he replied in a hoarse tone, I am fine. Don't worry about that cretin Rabaston. Sirius and I will take care of him, James said. No need. Can you leave me alone? I want to sleep, said Toby. Yeah, sure, said James, scratching his hair. Before he left the room he noticed a picture on Toby's bedside table. It was the only decoration there. In the picture, there were a lot of children, and in the center was an old woman with a kind smile. It took James a few seconds to find Toby among the children. The photo was static, different from the magic photos. He's from an orphanage, thought James as he stopped staring at the photo and left the room. Over the next few days, Toby stayed away from the group despite James and Lupin's attempts to get him back with them. As for the prank, James continued his punishments in Slughorn's office, but the professor never left his office, so he couldn't steal the ingredients. The second week of his punishment began. Owls flew around the great hall, as usual. Everyone's attention was immediately fixed on a long, thin package, carried by 6 owls. James was surprised when the owls swooped down and dropped the package in front of him. As they walked away, another owl dropped a letter on top of the package. James, under the watchful eyes of Sirius and the others, opened the letter, which read. The package contains your Nimbus 1001. Dumbledore has already given me the go-ahead for you to start your training today with the team. Team Captain William Turner will be waiting for you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock this evening for your first training session. I know you are grounded with Professor Slughorn from 5 to 6. I hope you will not be grounded any further. Professor McGonagall. James, knowing it was about his broom and he would be starting training today, smiled broadly and passed the note to Sirius, Lupin, and Peter to read. A Nimbus 1001, groaned Peter, who knew it was about the last broom on the market. I wanted to buy it, but my mother wouldn't let me because of all this stupid heir behavior, said Sirius as he looked at the package with some jealousy. Is it such a cool thing? Asked Lupin, who didn't understand much about brooms and Quidditch. Of course, said Peter as he started telling him all about the Nimbus 1001, making James remember the salesman when he bought the broom. Many students had noticed the strange package James was holding in his hands. Some Gryffindor students managed to overhear their conversation and began muttering uncomprehendingly about how James had a broom when he was a first-year student. Open it, Sirius said. I don't know, everyone's watching, said James doubtfully. That's why you have to open it. Imagine the look on Rabaston and the other Slytherin boys' faces when they see you have a broom as a first year. They'll die of jealousy, Sirius said with a wide grin. Sirius was very good at convincing people, and James began to tear open the package, leaving his state-of-the-art broom in full view, very well cared for even though it was a few days old. Mum must have cleaned it, thought James. The Nimbus 1001T honors its name, said Sirius in a deliberately loud tone for all to hear. The gazes of all the tables were fixed on them. James and Lupin looked at Sirius with rolled eyes. The Slytherins started a commotion at their tables, especially the first years. Chapter 40. Sirius, noticing Rabaston's incredulous and furious look, smiled broadly. Look at the mess you've made, said Lupin, noticing that many students at other tables were complaining loudly, saying that James had broken a school rule. Why didn't he open it quietly, thought McGonagall irritably. Professor. Why does a first-year student have a state-of-the-art broom? He broke a rule. First-year students are forbidden to have their personal brooms. Many first-year students showed their discontent, especially the Slytherin students, towards their professors. They all looked at McGonagall, who had a vein protruding from her forehead. Silence, the witch bellowed, standing up. All the students instantly fell silent. The large dining hall was silent. Since she was the person who gave James the benefit, she had to be the one to explain to everyone. James saw McGonagall's furious expression and regretted having listened to Sirius. First-year student James Potter has special permission to have his personal broom. Headmaster Dumbledore accepted my request as head of Gryffindor House, explained McGonagall, trying to remain patient. So, can I have my personal broom? Asked a Ravenclaw student. Me too. And me. Give me permission, please. Not just anyone can have special permission to bring their personal broom. James Potter demonstrated great flying ability, and the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team agreed. So they need the approval of their head of house and their Quidditch team, explained McGonagall. James Potter can have his broom, and I have to clean for 3 more weeks in the armor room, growled Rabaston indignantly as he pounded his fist on the table. He couldn't believe that his head of house Professor Slughorn would be so neutral towards students in the same house. On the other hand, McGonagall, who had a stern and neutral reputation, didn't seem quite like that. Although she had punished James as he was supposed to be the team's prop for the whole year, few knew that. Everyone looked with surprise at James, who wanted the earth to swallow him up. He drew too much attention these days, and now everyone in the large dining room was looking at him. That's it. Back to your business, said McGonagall, sitting down. At that time, many first-year students went to their heads of house to apply for their broomstick, claiming they had great flying skills, although most of them were lies. Besides, it's hard to get your house Quidditch team to agree to coach an 11-year-old instead of training him. James grabbed his broom and started walking towards the dining room doors as hundreds of eyes followed him with their gazes. Sirius quickly followed him with a smirk. What's the matter? The talented James Potter is embarrassed, he asked. Shut up, it's your fault, said James with a scowl. What? I didn't do anything, just suggested you open it, and you did, said Sirius, playing dumb. Don't play innocent, Black, said James as he started running at Sirius and throwing broomsticks at him, which Sirius nimbly dodged. Many couldn't believe that James was using the Nimbus 1001 as a broom to shoo away flies. These two stand out, muttered Lupin with a slight smile as he followed along with Peter. Toby watched the group from a corner of the Gryffindor table. Looks like fun, he thought, but quickly shook his head. During that day, James struggled to pay attention to his classes. All he could think about was today's training in the afternoon. He would finally be able to fly after so long in his precious Nimbus 1001, although not much happened. After class, he had to go to his punishment, and he made many mistakes in sorting the ingredients, making him fall further behind. Slughorn was right, there were a lot of ingredients, and finishing in less than 2 weeks was very difficult. Then he went to dinner and did not pay much attention to what he ate, finished quickly and hurried to his bedroom, to take out, finally, the Nimbus 1001. He took it and left the castle, heading for the Quidditch pitch. So far he had never been to the stadium. There were hundreds of seats that rose in bleachers around the pitch so that the spectators were high enough to watch the game. At each end of the court were 3 golden poles with hoops at the top 50 feet high. It won't be long before I can play a proper Quidditch match, thought James, looking around the stadium and imagining himself, flying while facing Slytherin's house and the whole of Gryffindor's house chanting his name. Although he would only be training with the team this year, he would be able to play practice matches against the reserve team. So far he had never played a serious Quidditch match, so he was very anxious. "Hey, Potter. Sorry I'm late," said William Turner, who arrived with his broom over his shoulder. The boy, who was in his 5th year, a very important time in his student life, was the captain of the team and occupied the position of guardian. So, he had a robust and muscular body. "Pleasure meeting you, Captain," greeted James respectfully. William was very popular throughout the school, and James as a Quidditch fan had to show respect to his captain. "Tell me, Will," said the boy, happy for James' attitude and giving him a handshake. "McGonagall has told me about you. I've also heard about the 30 house points you won, even though you've already lost them," said William, and James put on an embarrassed expression. "Don't worry, the older Gryffindors aren't mad. I'm sure you'll get more points," said William, patting James' shoulder. "You know the rules of Quidditch, right?" he asked, to which James nodded. He had watched many Quidditch matches and read hundreds of magazines about the sport. He considered himself a knowledgeable person on the subject. "Good. We'll start with a little test today," said William, pulling out a bag. "Is the rest of the team not coming?" asked James, who had thought he would meet the whole team today. "No, first I would like to see with my own eyes your flying ability. The seeker position is the most difficult of all, and very few people have the talent to be seekers. How do you know? It's been 7 years since the Gryffindor team won the cup. I managed to join in the 3rd year, and since I joined none of our seekers caught the golden snitch," he said with a depressed expression. "Is the situation that bad?" thought James' surprise. "Well, that was until last year," added William. "I hear that the seeker Alex is very good," commented James. "Yes, Alex is very good, the bad thing is that he realized his talent too late. He joined the team last year when he was in his 6th year because a close friend of his was on the team, and we badly needed someone in the position. That year we came second and were only 10 points away from winning the cup. If only I had saved that last play," answered William with a painful expression as he remembered how close they came to winning the cup after so long. "Sorry," said James, running a hand through his hair. "No big deal. This is Alex's last year, unfortunately. So we can't be without a seeker at the level that in previous years. When McGonagall told us about you, the whole team agreed, and they're eager to teach you," he said with a smile. James nodded. He had to train seriously. "Well, let's try these," said William, taking some metal marbles out of the bag. A few minutes later, they were both in the air. William was throwing the metal marbles as hard as he could in all directions for James to catch. James didn't miss one, and William was delighted. "Let's move on to something more difficult. I will use my wand to make the marbles come at you at a very fast speed, simulating bludgers. I recommend you dodge them," said William, and James nodded, showing he was ready. The seekers are always the targets of the bludgers because if they catch the snitch the match is over, and they usually win. So you look for them to be agile and have good reflexes to dodge. William showed great magical ability by controlling many metal marbles and sending them hurtling toward James with his wand. James swam like a fish in water and dodged all the metal marbles. This test was difficult. It was not very easy to see the metal marbles as opposed to the larger bludgers, although the bludgers are faster and more unpredictable. After 40 minutes, it was already dark and they could not continue. "Well done. Let's go back to the castle," said William cheerfully, taking a load off his mind. He noticed that James was very talented, everything a seeker needed, agile, with great reflexes and a lot of courage. If they didn't win this year, they already had an assured seeker who would even have more projection than Alex, who started late. If he trains with us and Alex gives him the tips he learned as a seeker, I'm sure he'll be the best seeker Gryffindor has had in a long time, William thought with a smile. Chapter 41. Thursday, September 21, 1971. Damn it. At this rate, we won't get the ingredients we need, cursed Sirius, slamming his history of magic book shut and drawing the attention of James, Lupin, and Peter. They were currently in the Gryffindor common room doing the homework given to them by the professor and ghost, Cuthbert Binns. They were to read 2 whole chapters by tomorrow and had left it to the last minute. We must create a distraction, said James, closing his book. He would rather talk about the joke than keep reading about the soap blizzard of 1378. How? Asked Lupin, also closing his history of the magic book. Even Peter closed it and started to pay attention to the conversation. Tomorrow will be my last day of punishment and the last chance we have. I have already seen the ingredients we need. As for the distraction, I have no idea, maybe, said James with a thoughtful look. Intense chatter began at the table. They were the only ones awake in the common room. James looked at the empty chair where Toby was supposed to be and felt a bit sick, but after Sirius suggested creating an explosion so that Slughorn would have to leave his office, he forgot about it and continued talking. Finally, after an hour where they discussed many ideas, they drew up a plan to follow. Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow everything has to be perfect. It's our last chance, said James, and they all went to the dormitories. Friday, September 22nd, 1971. The day began like any other. The group headed to breakfast while repeating the plan in hushed tones so they wouldn't forget anything and plotting out the final details. Are you sure, Lupin? Will be painful, said James. It's fine. I have a high pain tolerance, said Lupin without giving it much thought, and the others looked at him strangely. I've been in street fights. A simple punch won't be a big deal, said Lupin quickly as he noticed the looks on his friends' faces. It won't be a simple punch, it'll be a flipendo, said Sirius. The plan they came up with was simple. Sirius and Lupin will head to the potions classroom located in the dungeon. At that time the classroom is empty and is a perfect training ground. The excuse they will give to Professor Slughorn is that they were training the flipendo, but Sirius did not control his magic well and sent Lupin flying too far away. When Lupin is unconscious, Sirius will run straight to Slughorn's office, which is near the potions classroom. This will make the excuse believable, as the potions classroom is big enough to train in, and once the accident happens, the best possible help would be Slughorn, as his office is not too far away and Sirius had visited him before. While Slughorn takes Lupin to the infirmary, James is left alone in the office, and at that moment Peter appears. James will quickly give him the ingredients, and Peter will return to the Gryffindor common room. And the mission will be completed. On the other hand, it is feasible that Sirius and Lupin will practice the flipendo since Slughorn saw how James used this enchantment with prowess, and it was logical for him to teach them to his friends, which in fact he did. Sirius and Lupin these days managed to learn the flipendo, showing great talent. Both had a good level, but Lupin was not good at acting, so he played the part of the hurt one. Don't worry, Madame Poppy will heal me quickly, said Lupin without giving it much importance. After breakfast, they had their first class, History of Magic. As they had been talking about the plan, they did not read the 2 chapters, so they could not follow the thread of the class. After a break, the second class began, which was Herbology with Professor Pomona Sprout. A witch with short, gray, wavy hair. Her clothes are always covered in dirt, as are her fingernails. She is also the head of the Hufflepuff house. They were still looking at magical plants and their properties. Moly is a very potent plant that can be ingested to counteract the effects of charms. As you can see, it has a black stem and white flowers. This makes it easy to distinguish, explained Sprout. At the end of the class, they had 1 hour free where they went to lunch. Then they went to Transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall. Student Mary McDonald must remember the Transfiguration formula. Otherwise, you will never be able to turn the match to a needle, said McGonagall, standing in front of a desk. The class had already had several lessons looking at the subject of transfiguring a match into a needle, and by now most of the students had mastered this spell. James managed it in the first lesson. Sirius and Lily managed it in the second lesson, a feat that McGonagall praised highly. I don't remember, Professor, said McDonald, scratching her head in embarrassment. We started classes 3 weeks ago. You better go learn the formula or you will need a miracle to pass the exam, said McGonagall disapprovingly and returning to her desk. The formula was the first thing she taught and the simplest thing of all. Dumb Mary, a boy scoffed under his breath as his friend tried to hold back his laughter. Mary managed to hear this comment and blushed, hiding her face in a thick transfiguration book. Silly, I have to study, thought Mary. Stop teasing, said Lily, looking at the boy with a deep frown on her face. That's annoying, muttered the boy, stopping teasing Mary and looking straight ahead. Everyone knew Lily Evans, one of the best first-year students and with a bad temper. James and Sirius were at the desks in the back, not paying attention to the class. They were playing a magical card game. They had lifted both books to hide the cards so McGonagall wouldn't discover them. However, they were both very flashy and among the best students. In James' case the best, so McGonagall looked at him every so often and noticed that he was making strange movements. "Accio," said McGonagall pointing her wand at James' book which flew in a few seconds into her hands exposing the letters. Everyone was surprised by the teacher's sudden action and looked toward James and Sirius, who had ugly expressions. "Was the game fun, Potter?" asked McGonagall with a scary smile. Sirius quickly put his cards away. He didn't want the professor to pull out his book and see that he was playing too. It's not what it looks like." James didn't know what to say. He never thought he would have a hard time coming up with an excuse. Besides, no excuse would work on McGonagall. If it had been another professor it might have worked. "I shouldn't have had to listen to Sirius," thought James indignantly, although he was having a lot of fun playing cards. "Can you tell me? What does the transfiguration formula look like?" asked McGonagall. "Yes, Professor. The desired transfiguration is directly influenced by body weight, A, viciousness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and a fifth unknown variable, Z," replied James respectfully to test if this would save him from possible punishment. "Correct. Your task is the following. You are to get student Mary McDonald to achieve the spell used to go from match to needle. You have until Monday," ordered McGonagall. "What? But if you don't, you'll be punished for playing cards in the middle of class. Filch needs someone to polish the trophy room." "What would you prefer?" interrupted McGonagall. "Fine, I'll help her," said James, who would rather teach for 2 days to a classmate, rather than be cleaning the trophy room for a week or more. "Oh, that's right. Also, the student Toby Copper is behind in that subject." "You'll help him too," added McGonagall. Toby was about to say something, but seeing the teacher's stern expression, he kept silent. "Well," said James. "I have to make it clear that if you don't complete the task, the punishment will stand, and you will clean the trophy room for a week," hearing everyone look at James with pity. It was common knowledge that Mary McDonald and Toby Copper were the worst students in Transfiguration. "Are there any volunteers who would like to help? If you don't make it, you won't have to go through any punishment," asked McGonagall, looking around the class. A second later, she could see a hand go up. "Good, Lily Evans along with James Potter, will help their classmates to achieve the spell." "Let's get on with the class," nodded McGonagall, giving a look of satisfaction to Lily who was a very good student and unlike James didn't get into trouble. "Why didn't you raise your hand?" whispered James, annoyed at Sirius. Not only did he have to teach Mary McDonald, but he also had to put up with Lily Evans. A girl he clashed with from the very first moment, and the two of them didn't get along at all well, to say the least. Did you see how fast she raised her hand? It was impossible to match, Sirius defended himself, although he didn't want to spend the weekend teaching 2 classmates about Transfiguration. James was going to say something else to him, but he noticed McGonagall's stern gaze on him, so he shut his mouth and listened to the class intently. "Well, I'll be able to talk to Toby," thought James, who so far Toby had ignored them and walked away from the group. Chapter 42. The class ended. All the students started to close their books and leave the classroom. They had about 10 minutes to get to the other classroom and not get lost in the huge castle. "Hey mate, if you keep this up, you'll be grounded every week," said Lupin, approaching the table and looking at James. "Who do you think is to blame?" growled James, looking at Sirius, who was pretending not to listen. As the group left, James noticed a person waiting at the door. It was Lily Evans. "James," said Lily. James said goodbye to Sirius, Lupin, and Peter and walked over to Lily. "What's up?" asked James. "Isn't it obvious?" asked Lily rhetorically. "We have to make a study plan for Mary and Toby to learn the transfiguration spell. Today we will make the study plan, and starting tomorrow we will teach them." "She's already got it all structured," thought James with a roll of his eyes. "Fine, whatever you say," James said, walking again wanting to catch up with his friends. "Wait. God, we have to meet at the library today from 6 to 7. "Otherwise, when do you plan to do it?" asked Lily. 6 to 7. "I can't. I have Quidditch team practice," replied James. By now everyone knew of his connection to the team, although they also knew that he only trained and would not be able to play in the official matches. He had trained 3 nights a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 6 to 7. 5 to 6. I can't. I'm in detention with Professor Slughorn, said James, shaking his head. Lily clicked her tongue slightly. 4 to 5, she asked with an annoyed expression. James thought that time slot he had free. The bad thing was that it was at the end of the last class, and he would rather waste time with Sirius and the others than be planning a boring study plan in the library with Lily Evans. Seeing Lily's frowning look, he had no choice but to agree. Okay, in the library? Asked James. Yes. You know where the library is, right? Asked Lily with a raised eyebrow. No, replied James, and Lily put on an incredulous expression. She couldn't believe James hadn't visited the library even once since classes started. James had been too entertained with his new group of friends, Quidditch, and his feud with the Slytherins, so he forgot to visit the great Hogwarts library. His entire childhood was spent reading books and practicing in the training room his father had built. He saw no harm in taking a few days off. It was to be expected. I've never seen him in the library, there's no way he's in a quiet place, Lily thought, looking at James strangely. I already have all the books I need. Why would I go there, said James to defend himself from the look Lily was giving him. Ugh, when the defense against the dark arts class is over, we'll go together, said Lily as she started walking to the classroom since she had wasted so much time. Defense against the dark arts class wasn't as much fun as everyone had expected since the beginning of class. Professor Anthony Fitzman was not to blame. It was because, in these initial weeks, she was teaching them the basics. That's all for today. We still need to look at a few more topics before we move on to the practical. Be patient, said Professor Anthony with a stoic expression. All the students nodded without emotion. When are we going to stop reading the stupid book? Asked Sirius as he stretched lazily. I hope soon. I really want to learn some more useful enchantments, said Lupin. The only charm they learned was to shoot a stream of red or green sparks from the tip of the wand. How about a few games of exploding snap? We have an hour before we start the mission, asked Sirius with a smile, happy that the weekend will begin. Yeah. This time, I won't lose, said Peter enthusiastically. Lupin agreed too, he felt like playing a few games. And you? Asked Sirius, looking at James. I can't, replied James dryly. What, why? Asked Sirius. I've got something to do, said James, not wanting to give any more information. Sirius was about to ask what James was supposed to do but just remembered Lily waiting for James at the exit of Transfiguration class. A smile slowly began to creep onto his hegemonic face. Don't tell me that you have a date with know-it-all Lily Evans, asked Sirius with a smirk. Lupin laughed, and Peter tried to hold in his laughter so as not to piss James off. James said nothing. He put his stuff away and started walking to the exit of the classroom. Come on, maybe it's not that bad, said Sirius, following James. Shut up. After the library, I'll go straight to Slughorn's office. Follow the plan, said James grumpily as he walked out. He noticed Lily was already waiting for him. Okay, see you, said Sirius, waving goodbye to James as he left with Lupin and Peter to the Gryffindor common room. James looked at them enviously, but quickly Lily called out to him. Let's go, asked the girl, and James nodded. Where is the library? Asked James as he walked alongside Lily. First floor, replied Lily, who was planning in her head the steps to take so that Toby and Mary could learn the spell in 2 days. Lily didn't care if James was punished or not, although she didn't want James to be punished either. She raised her hand and volunteered to consolidate her knowledge about the subject and also have McGonagall look at her in a more favorable light. Lily, as they walked towards the library in silence, someone called out to the redhead, who, turning her head and seeing who they were, smiled radiantly. Sev, did your class finish already? Asked Lily, approaching the boy. James looked at Severus Snape with narrowed eyes. Snape was a scrawny, pale boy with greasy black hair. His aura was grim, the opposite of James' or Sirius' aura, which overflowed with confidence. Yeah, I just finished charms, said Snape, glad to see Lily, but when he saw James his brow furrowed. What are you doing with Potter? He asked, looking at James with a grim look on his face. Don't fight, thought James, who didn't want to keep making trouble and get punished again. He stood on the sidelines waiting for Lily. We have a project together. Right now, we're on our way to the library, Lily replied. Can I go? Before Snape could finish asking his question, someone called out to him. Hey Severus, are you coming with us? Asked a long-faced Slytherin boy along with one other boy. The two boys approached and immediately recognized James Potter, the sworn enemy of the Slytherin first years. They quickly stood on guard. Why do they keep coming? James thought in exasperation. It seems fate wanted him to fight the Slytherins. What are you doing with 2 Gryffindors? Asked the other stocky blonde boy. Inter-house relations were very tense, especially the Gryffindor and Slytherin ones. It was very rare to see 2 students from different houses as friends. I wasn't talking to him, Snape said coldly. See you, Lily, he added as he led his 2 friends away from James. Snape knew that with James there a conflict could arise at any moment, and he didn't want to involve Lily. James and Lily resumed their journey to the library. Upon entering the library for the first time, James was in awe. The vast space stretched out before him, with endless bookshelves reaching great heights, filled with books of every color and size imaginable. Soft lights illuminated the aisles between the shelves, creating a cozy and mysterious atmosphere. The distinct smell of books and parchment pages permeated the air. Polished wooden tables and chairs were strategically distributed throughout the library. Looking up, he could see the high, ornate ceiling, adorned with charming architectural details. A large number of students were immersed in their studies. Surprised, said Lily with a smile, as the first time she saw the majestic library she put on an expression similar to James. From one of the numerous shelves, Lily took a book titled, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Then they sat down at a far table, facing each other. We have 2 days to teach Toby and Mary the spell. We should start by teaching them the basics, said Lily, pulling out a parchment and quill. Yes, we need to get them to understand the transfiguration formula before we go with the spell. Maybe the transfiguration alphabet will help teach them, said James, concentrating on the task. He didn't want to have a week of punishment. Good idea. I have the alphabet copied in my notebook, then we'll use it, nodded Lily. An hour passed slowly. Lily and James were discussing how best to teach Toby and Mary. When they agreed, Lily wrote down the lesson plan on the parchment. James could tell that Lily had very nice, neat handwriting, even if it was a bit small. He also noticed that Lily was not as irritating a person as he had first thought. In Lily's case, she thought the same of James. She was surprised that he wasn't as haughty and cocky as he appeared. It's almost 6. Go get to your detention, Professor Slughorn won't want you to be late, said Lily, looking at the ancient clock in the library. How thoughtful, joked James, getting up from his chair and feeling his arse square from sitting for an hour. Shut up, said Lily with little patience as she jotted one last thing down on the parchment. Her personality isn't bad, though she's got a bit of a temper, thought James, walking out of the library. Chapter 43. Today is your last day of punishment, and you are so close. I didn't think you would manage to sort and classify all these ingredients in only 2 weeks. Well done, said Slughorn, looking at James, who had just arrived in his office. Thank you, Professor. It's thanks to your guidance, said James respectfully, as Slughorn had helped him when he couldn't find an ingredient in the book or saved him time looking it up. Modesty is good, but not too much. Get on with the work. You have an hour, Slughorn said, pleased with James' attitude. James walked over to the 2 tables where he had been working for the past 2 weeks. One of the tables was already empty. The other table had only a few ingredients. He estimated that in about 30 to 40 minutes he would be able to finish. I gotta wait for the guys to arrive, thought James as he began to sort the ingredients at a slow pace. 10 minutes passed, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. James continued to work at a slow pace, as he waited for his friends to arrive. 15 minutes later, James began to grow impatient. What's taking them so long, he thought. Finally, at the 30-minute mark, since the punishment began, someone knocked hurriedly on the door. Slughorn looked up from the papers he was correcting. Knock, knock. Again there was an impatient knock at the door. Slughorn got up from his chair and opened the door. Student Sirius. What happened? Why do you have that look on your face? Asked Slughorn, seeing Sirius, who had a frightened expression and pale complexion. Professor, it's bad. Lupin is hurt in the potions classroom, said Sirius, stuttering and nervous. James looked at his friend and had to hold back his laughter. He's a very good actor, thought James. What? What exactly happened? Asked Slughorn, believing Sirius' performance. We were practicing the Flipendo spell in the potions room and I inadvertently got a bit out of hand and sent him flying into the wall, explained Sirius as he acted nervously and looked down and up. The Flipendo spell? Come on. We have to get him to the infirmary, Slughorn said quickly. I'll be back in a bit, he said, looking at James for a second and leaving his office as he hurriedly closed the door. James, who was finally alone in the office, went to a corner where he had already looked at the ingredients he needed. He pulled a bag out of his robe and stuffed all the ingredients in there. Knock, knock. Who is it? Asked James. It's me, Peter. He opened the door and saw that it was indeed his friend who always acted like he had ants biting him all over his body. Here you go. Take the bag to our room, go quickly, said James, passing the bag to Peter, who quickly left the place. After 15 minutes, Slughorn returned to his office. James just finished ordering all the ingredients. Is Lupin doing okay? Asked James in a concerned tone. He had to keep up the act, as Lupin and Sirius were his friends, and it would be strange if he didn't ask anything. Yes, he only lost consciousness and had minor wounds, said Slughorn, sighing for all the trouble this group of friends caused. You taught them the knockback jinx, added Slughorn, looking at James. Yes, when they saw me use it against the Slytherin students they were all day convincing me to teach them, said James, scratching his head. It's good for students to learn on their own during free time, but they have to be careful, said Slughorn. Sorry, said James. It's not your fault. You just need to keep it in mind. Anyway, you've done well. It's rare for first-year students to know that jinx at this time of year. I see you've finished tidying and sorting, said Slughorn, approaching the table and seeing everything very tidy. I'll take care of putting it away. You can go. Your punishment is done, said Slughorn as he looked at the ingredients and nodded in satisfaction. James said goodbye to the professor, and as he closed the office door, he began to walk hurriedly towards the Gryffindor common room. Password? Asked the portrait of the fat lady. Fortis Iques, said James, and the portrait opened, letting him through. Arriving in the common room, he didn't see Sirius and Peter anywhere. They must be in the dormitory, he thought, walking up the stairs. As he entered, the first thing he noticed was Sirius' winning smile. Next to him was Peter with a more relaxed expression, as everything went well. As they were on the subway floor, he could have run into Slytherin students, and the cowardly Peter didn't like that idea at all. Did everything go well? Asked James, although he already knew the answer. Perfect. This what ingredient is it? Asked Sirius, pulling a small vial with a violet powder in it out of the bag. James had already explained the recipe for the potion to them and they didn't need this ingredient. Octopus powder. It's used to increase the strength of potions, James replied with a big smile, and Sirius started laughing. Imagine if they grow flowers up to their waists, like girls, said Sirius in a good mood. Won't Professor Slughorn notice what he's missing? I understand octopus powder isn't that normal, said Peter. Don't worry. He had a large amount. I don't think he'll notice, and if he does he has no proof that I stole it. I'm sure he'll think he lost it or something, said James, not giving it a thought. James had ordered hundreds of ingredients. It was very hard for him to notice anything missing. Breaking the rules was a fun thing to do, and even more so when you had friends who followed you. In his previous life, he always followed his family's rules to the letter and he never got to do fun things. Is Lupin all right? Asked James. Yes, he must stay in the infirmary to do the act. Madame Poppy won't let him off that easy, replied Sirius. Don't you have practice with the team? I almost forgot. See ya, said James, seeing that it was time and quickly leaving the room. Practice with the team went well. James was treated very well by all the members. They didn't even make him do the props duty and wanted him to concentrate on training, so he was like a teammate. Alex, the 7th-year seeker, started to train him personally, giving him many useful tips to be a successful seeker, something that was very useful for James. When the training was over, he headed to the big dining room with all the team members for dinner, where he met Sirius, Peter, and the recovered Lupin, who had a band-aid on his nose. They talked about whether they should make the potion when they got back to the dormitory, but James refused. He was too tired. He had been going back and forth all day without being able to rest at any point. He preferred to play a few games of Exploding Snap and then go to bed. They decided to brew the potion tomorrow, and Monday would be the day of the prank, as James had to concentrate on teaching Mary and Toby. He didn't want another week of detention when he had already completed Slughorn's punishment. Chapter 44. Saturday, September 23, 1971. "Wanna grab some breakfast?" asked Sirius, waking up. Since today was Saturday and they had the whole day off, they woke up later than usual. However, Toby had already left. "No. The moment I get out and Lily sees me she'll tell me to start teaching Mary and Toby," commented James, shaking his head. "Toby keeps ignoring us," said Lupin, looking at the short boy's bed. "Let him do whatever he wants," said Sirius in an annoyed tone. They had tried multiple times to get him to come back to be with them, but he always turned them down. This is what annoyed Sirius. He must have his reasons. I'll try to talk to him today, James said as he opened his trunk and began to pull out his tools for brewing the potion. He pulled out the Petre cauldron, grade 2, the brass scale, the mortar, a glass flask, and a small silver knife. He arranged everything on a small coffee table in the center of the bedroom. He left his wand at hand and finally began to arrange the ingredients in the order he should. Okay, all set, he said with a slight smile. You're sure nothing will explode, right? Asked Sirius worriedly. He didn't want the room to be damaged. He had a lot of items he cherished on the shelves and in his trunk. It's my first time brewing this potion. It should go well, said James, leaving Sirius very unsure. So he decided to put his things away in the drawers in case something went wrong. How long will you take? I'm hungry, said Peter as his stomach roared. An hour at best, said James as he started the potion brewing. Do you remember the formula without a book? Asked Lupin with a raised eyebrow. In the first grade book, it doesn't appear. So, I had to write down the steps I remembered. These days, I review so I won't forget, nodded James. Despite his good memory, he didn't want to take a chance, and in the middle of brewing, he would forget a step, and the potion would come out wrong. Hey, Lupin, play some music, said Sirius as he grabbed a deck of cards. Lupin nodded, and on an old record player, he placed a vinyl record. A Beatles song began to play. Sirius and Peter began a game of exploding snap. Lupin watched James attentively prepare the potion. The potions class was not his forte, so he wanted to improve, and watching James prepare a more difficult potion than the ones they were watching was a great opportunity. 1 hour later. The final seasoning, James said as he poured in the octopus powder and the gluglu of the potion boiling could be heard. He then mixed it lightly and made a gentle movement with his wand, and the potion began to take on a purple color. Sirius and Peter had stopped playing and were looking intently at the cauldron which was giving off an overly sweet-smelling smoke. If someone walks into the room, they'll think it's a girl's dormitory, Sirius said sniffing with his nose. The whole room had been covered in a very sweet fragrance. James carefully poured the potion into glass containers leaving the cauldron empty. To everyone's surprise, he managed to fill 3 vials. It's more than I expected, he said, passing the vial to Sirius, who looked at him with an evil grin. How long does the effect last? Asked Sirius, playing with the flask. It should last about 4 hours thanks to the octopus powder, replied James. That's great. They should be walking the halls with colorful wigs, said Sirius as his grin widened. Are you sure they're well made? Asked Lupin as he looked at the purple liquid in another of the vials. Yes. The color and thickness are as the book indicates, said James as he watched again that everything was right, as it would be very dangerous if he prepared it wrong. If prepared incorrectly it could have a poisonous effect and put them in serious trouble. Monday shouldn't be the day we do the prank, commented Peter, and everyone looked at him with question marks on their faces. Why? Asked Sirius, who wanted as soon as possible to see Rabaston and his friends in flower wigs for 4 hours. We'd better give them the potion on the day we have potions class, that way we can share classes with them while they have flowers on their heads, replied Peter. You're a genius, Peter Pettigrew, said Sirius, patting Peter's shoulder roughly. Peter smiled happily. It was the first time Sirius had ever praised him. Breakfast doesn't last long, and once Rabaston and the others have flowers on their heads they run towards the dungeons to hide, but they must go to class as the potion is inoffensive and the only way for the flowers to disappear is for time to pass. Good thinking, Peter, said James with a grin. He hadn't thought of that. It would be great fun to share a class with Rabaston as he brewed a potion with flowers on his head. James put the vials away carefully as if they were his babies, then they all left together heading to the dining room for breakfast. As soon as James stepped into the Gryffindor common room he noticed Lily's disapproving look on his face. We have to start teaching them. We don't have much time, said Lily, approaching him. Greetings, Evans. Have you read your 500 pages a day yet? Said Sirius in a teasing tone. Lily scowled at Sirius. She decided to ignore him and continue waiting for James' answer. How mean, said Sirius, acting hurt. Finished breakfast, and we started, said James lazily. Breakfast? At this hour? Asked Lily, dumbfounded as she glanced at the clock in the Gryffindor room, just to make sure she wasn't wrong. She could see that it was almost noon, an unusual time for breakfast. Yeah, I slept more than usual. See you in a bit, James said as he and the others guffawed their way out of the room on their way to the dining room. This boy, thought Lily irritated as she went back to her table where she was reading a thick astronomy book. What happened? Won't they become private tutors? Asked Jasmine, looking up from her book. No, Lily said dryly, not wanting to talk about it. Jasmine sketched a smile but decided not to bother her friend this time and leave her alone studying. James wanted to make breakfast as long as possible. He knew a boring study session awaited him with Lily Evans, Mary MacDonald, and Toby Copper. Since everyone was already full, he had no choice but to return to the common room. Sirius, Lupin, and Peter said they would explore the castle since they had the whole day off, even though they should be doing homework. Lucky bastards, thought James as he walked back into the common room, and the first thing he saw was Lily Evans' outstretched hand calling out to him. Beside her stood Toby and Mary. Chapter 45. James sat in a chair next to Lily. Across from him was Mary, and next to her was Toby, who didn't want to cross glances with James. Near Lily was the book, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, open at the first few pages, and the parchment they made the day before with James in the library. There was also a box of matches. You're finally here, said Lily, stretching out the parchment. Breakfast took longer than expected, said James as he yawned and greeted Mary and Toby. Hi, James, said Toby awkwardly. Hi, said Mary in a barely audible tone. They have a similar aura, thought James, observing the boy and girl in front of him. Mary was a lanky girl. She had chestnut-colored hair and eyes of the same color. Her figure seemed smaller as she was always hunched over, looking like she didn't want to be noticed. On the other hand, Toby is stockier, and his hair is blonde. However, his aura is much like Mary's, nervous and not wanting to draw attention to himself. Okay, before we start teaching you, I'd like you to try transfiguring a match. Just to assess your current skills, said Lily in a firm tone. Who wants to start? She asked as she placed the box of matches near them both. Toby and Mary looked at each other, but neither said anything. It's okay if you don't get it right. It's just to see how you do, Lily added as she noticed that neither responded. I'll do it, said Toby, taking a match out of the box. He set it down on the table and pointed his wand. Ignitum mutatio, he said after several seconds of contemplation. Half of the match turned into a needle. Good job. You're only missing half, praised Lily, and Toby scratched his head in embarrassment. Now you Mary. Easy now, we're here to help you, said Lily, being more good and patient with Mary. She had seen a lot of the first-year boys and girls teasing her, even those in her own house. WL, said Mary, grabbing a match. She held her wand in her hand shaking. After a few seconds, she said, I ignitum mutatio, her voice was shaking, and she didn't sound confident at all. The match barely moved and didn't have a single change. Lily put on a surprised expression, which quickly returned to her normal face. It's been 20 days since we started classes, and she can't even change a part of the match, thought James without changing his expression. His hopes of saving himself from punishment were beginning to dwindle. It was one thing to teach Toby, who just lacked some practice and a better understanding of some concepts, but Mary barely moved the match. Well done both of you. Now look at me, maybe you can learn something, Lily said, pulling out a match. Ignitum mutatio, she exclaimed in a firm voice, and the match quickly turned into a perfect needle. Mary and Toby both put on astonished expressions. How did you do that? It seemed so easy, asked Mary, concealing jealousy. Both Mary, Toby and Lily had non-magical parents, meaning that a couple of months ago they didn't know about the existence of the magical world. However, there was a big difference between the two of them and Lily. Lily was of slender build and had one of the shortest stature among girls in her year. Despite this, she demonstrates great talent in magic, being among the top students in the first year, and displaying a confident attitude and a stubborn, short-tempered nature. When transfiguring, it is important to make firm and purposeful wand movements. Do not move or twirl your wand unnecessarily. Otherwise, the transfiguration will be unsuccessful, Lily explained. This explanation she remembered from McGonagall's memory. Toby and Mary were paying attention. This is the move. Repeat it with me, said Lily as she waved her wand slowly so that both of them could follow her. They were practicing the move for a while, without saying a word. It's your turn, said Lily, looking at James. Of what? Asked James, who was looking at the high ceiling of the room. Of helping them. I won't do it all by myself. Or do you want me to tell the professor that you left all the work to me? Said Lily, looking at James menacingly. That girl, thought James, as he stood up straight in his chair. In addition to the correct wand movement, you must form a clear mental image of the object you hope to create before attempting the spell. In this case, you must form a mental image of a needle, said James as he took the needle that Lily transfigured and showed it to the two of them. It's too small, muttered Mary, who was having a hard time making a mental image with such a small sample. James picked up a quill and asked Lily for the notebook. In a few minutes, he drew a large-sized and very well-done needle. Here you go, said James, putting the drawing in front of Mary and Toby. You draw well, praised Lily in surprise. It's just a needle, said James, although the drawing was very well done it was not something of great difficulty. However, for someone who had never drawn before, it would be difficult to replicate James' drawing. This was because Edward Rothschild, his mother Elizabeth had him practice drawing with one of the most renowned artists, although she did not consider drawing a very important skill. Edward as the heir to the Rothschild family should have a wide range of skills. With Lily and James' guidance, both Mary and Toby managed to get better at the transfiguration spell. The furthest behind was Mary, but by the end of the day's study, she managed to transfigure part of a match into a needle. An accomplishment that Lily was very pleased with. They also went over the transfiguration formula. James and Lily explained it to them in a different way, to see if they could understand it better. Toby also made a breakthrough, and his match became 75 needle. Hey, James, said Sirius, approaching the group, are you still at it? He asked, feeling a little sorry for his friend. Yeah, we're done, said James, seeing that it had been almost 2.5 hours since they'd been sitting down, explaining to them with Lily the spell. Are we done? We have to study for another hour, said Lily, disagreeing with James and looking at Sirius with a frown. 1 more hour, asked James, Mary, and Toby at the same time. Okay, we're done. However, you Mary will have another session later at 9. And you James will help me, said Lily in a bossy tone. Well, said James, getting up happy that he now had some free time. As for the other session with Mary he agreed, since, if they don't do it, Mary won't make it, despite having an extra day. Toby with 1 more day will make it without much trouble, even if he keeps practicing on his own today he might make it. You missed a great event, said Sirius, who had returned alone to the common room. What happened? Asked James curiously. Some 4th grade boys had a little duel in the bathroom and accidentally blew up a toilet. The whole bathroom is full of shit, recounted Sirius with an amused grin. Many boys who were at the tables with books doing their homework upon hearing this looked up and stood up quickly. Shit in the toilet, they all thought. Are they still in there? Asked James. If we hurry we might see it. If a teacher hasn't arrived yet, said Sirius, and along with James and more boys, they herded out of the common room in the direction of the toilets. Lily and all the girls rolled their eyes. The only boy left in the room was Toby, who headed for the dormitories. After being able to witness the little incident in the boys' toilets, James wasted time exploring the castle with Sirius, Lupin, and Peter. After dinner, he joined Lily again to teach Mary for another hour. Sunday's day was almost identical. The good thing was that Toby managed to cast the transfiguration spell well, and Mary took a few more hours until she was 80 effective. In these 2 days, it seemed that her relationship with Toby had improved, but James still noticed that the boy was keeping his distance. Tomorrow is the day. Do you think they'll do well? Asked Lily nervously as it was the first time she had ever taught anyone. She was now standing next to James at the common room table tidying things up. Toby and Mary had already gone to bed to get a good night's rest. They both practiced a lot. Toby out of 10 tries misses 1, and Mary misses 2 or 3, but it will depend on them not getting nervous, James replied. Yes, you're right. If everyone is looking at them they might get nervous, said Lily, worried about this issue. In these 2 days, she could tell that Toby and Mary didn't like to be the center of attention, even if it was just raising their hand and asking about a doubt. The only thing we can do is trust them. By the way, thanks for helping me. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have successfully taught them the spell, said James, taking Lily by surprise. She couldn't believe that the cocky James Potter is thanking her. James' reputation was very high. Most thought he was cocky and arrogant. He was the best in transfiguration, charms, and flying and was given special permission to join the Quidditch team. And in the other classes, he also performed well. James was being sincere. If instead of Lily there had been his friend Sirius, they would not have achieved at all the result he achieved with the red-haired girl. Lily was very strict, and thanks to that James didn't waste time and fulfilled his task as a professor. Besides that, the study plan was her idea. I didn't do it to help you, said Lily in a soft and different tone than usual, but, you're welcome, she said with a slight smile as she grabbed her things and quickly left for the girls' dormitory. Lily before walking up the stairs stopped and without turning around said, "Good night." "Good night," said James. Chapter 46. Monday, September 25, 1971. Early in the morning, Toby opened his eyes. He quickly got up and began to change. Today was a very important day for him. He had to perform the spell Ignitum Mutatio in front of the strict Professor McGonagall and the whole class, something that only increased his nerves. What worried him most was that if he did it wrong, James would be punished and the effort Lily Evans and James made would be wasted. As he was changing he noticed that his roommates had woken up. James and Sirius as usual were hitting each other with pillows, while nimbly dodging and throwing snide remarks at each other. Lupin, the quietest and most level-headed boy in the group, was tidying up his bed and a few things. Peter was watching Sirius and James with admiration for some reason even though they were just playing brutally. Toby looked at James and felt many mixed emotions. James was the first person who treated him well in this world of scary magic, and included him in his group, even though he was a below-average person or so he thought. At first, he was happy to have such an amazing and kind friend, but as the days went by he felt like he was out of place, like he didn't fit in well with the group. Sirius was the heir to one of the oldest and noblest wizarding houses, he exuded great confidence and like James had amazing abilities. Lupin, despite being a half-blood, was quiet and unintimidating, he also showed talent in several subjects, especially defense against the dark arts. Lastly, Peter. Although he looked similar to him, still had a higher status, as he belonged to a pure-blood family. These days many students made him understand the discrimination about this subject, and subconsciously he began to think of it as a reality. He, on the other hand, was an orphan with little talent, even he could not believe how he was put in Gryffindor, the House of the Brave, when he was a coward. James was the opposite of him, confident and talented in numerous subjects, despite his family being considered blood traitors, a term Toby learned these days. James looked like an heir to the oldest families. Toby didn't know how to describe it, but James had an aura that even Sirius Black or Rabaston Lestrange couldn't match. Everything was under his control, and despite him losing points or being punished, it was something that was under his plans. "Hey, Toby. Do you want to come to breakfast with us?" asked James, who had no idea what Toby was thinking. "I can't, I'm going to practice the transfiguration spell for a while longer, sorry," said Toby, scratching his head. After breakfast, they had their first transfiguration class, so he wanted to practice a bit. "No need to apologize. Just relax, you'll be fine," said James when suddenly Sirius appeared behind him and placed his hand amicably on his shoulder. "Come on, I'm starving," said Sirius with his trademark haughty smile. James said goodbye to Toby with a slight nod of his head and together with Sirius, Lupin, and Peter left in the direction of the dining hall. Toby looked at the group of friends chatting noisily with a sad expression. James had invited him several times before, but he always turned him down. Not because of James or any other member of the group. The reason was that he felt he didn't belong there, he had heard the jokes about him being James and Sirius's pet. And that he was just using them as a shield so that the Slytherins wouldn't bother him. Another reason was that because of him James got in trouble and lost 20 points for defending him from Slytherin taunts, something that made him feel guilty. Toby practiced the spell for 20 minutes in the room alone and gained confidence as he managed to convert all the matches to needles without missing a single one. "If my grades improve, I'll have the right to join the group," he thought, encouraging himself as he walked out of the dormitory. "Hi, Toby. Are you going to breakfast?" asked a female voice. Toby turned his head and noticed it was Lily Evans along with her two friends, Jasmine and Connor. "Why yes," replied Toby shyly at being watched by three girls. He admired Lily Evans a lot. They were both Muggle-born wizards, but Lily was completely different from him. She did well in all subjects and showed a tough character and didn't let them bully her. "Are you going alone?" asked Lily with some concern. Everyone in Gryffindor had noticed that Toby wandered away from his initial group of friends. "Yes, the others already left," Toby replied, scratching his head. "I heard them while I was waiting for them, noisy as usual," commented Connor grumpily, as James' group was shouting too much for it to be so early in the morning. "Do you want to come with us?" asked Lily. Both Connor and Jasmine gave surprised looks, not quite agreeing with this, but seeing the look Lily gave them they kept their silence. "No thanks," said Toby, noticing the looks on the two girls' faces. Lily said goodbye, and when she was further away from Toby she complained to her friends about the attitude they showed. Toby stayed in the common room waiting for the group of three girls to move away, as it would be awkward to walk together. From one moment to the next, Toby felt someone collide with him forcefully. The collision caused Toby and the person who bumped into him to stumble, both momentarily losing their balance. The person who collided with him was Mary MacDonald, who was carrying a book and notes in her hands that went flying when she hit the ground. "Ouch," said Mary, scratching her forehead slightly. Toby managed to keep his balance thanks to his superior weight. "I'm sorry." "Are you okay?" asked Toby as he reached out his hand, and Mary accepted it by standing up. "It was my fault," she said in a very low tone. She then bent down to grab the book and notes. Toby helped her. He noticed the notes Mary was reading. They were from the class James and Lily gave them yesterday. "Were you studying for today?" asked Toby, passing her the notes which Mary quickly took out of his hands. "Yes, I can't let Lily down," said Mary in a tone with much more feeling than usual. In these 2 days, the lanky girl set herself as a role model to Lily Evans, a girl with the same Muggle background as her, but very different from her. "It's true. We should do well after those two helped us," Toby said, nodding. "Do you want to go to breakfast? We can work out the final details," Toby proposed, surprising himself, for inviting a girl. Mary stood contemplating. In the end, she agreed as Toby was much better at the transfiguration spell and could give her some useful tips. "Look, Dumb Mary and the pet are together," whispered a boy to his friend as he watched Toby and Mary pass by together on their way to the dining hall. Toby was slowly getting used to these comments by now, so he decided to ignore them and walk faster. Mary did the same and slouched a little. After reviewing at breakfast with Mary, they finally went to the long-awaited transfiguration class. When McGonagall finished taking roll call, she looked at James as if she was examining him to see if he did his homework right or not. "Before we start with the class, first Toby Copper, show me your transfiguration spell," said McGonagall as 3 matches flew to Toby's desk. "You have 3 attempts," added the professor. Toby felt everyone's gaze on him. It was much harder to do in this situation than when he was quiet in his room. "Calm down," he said to himself as he took a deep breath. "Ignitum mutatio," exclaimed Toby, making the motion with his wand. The match began to transform into a needle. The process took a very few seconds. "Well done," said McGonagall, showing no emotion. She knew that Toby's situation was just a matter of practice and some fellow student helping him a little. Toby smiled and nodded, feeling his heart start to beat normally and taking weight off his shoulders. Lily, standing near him, smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. "Your turn, Mary MacDonald," said McGonagall, sending 3 matches to the girl's desk. The hand holding Mary's wand trembled. "I ignitum mutatio," she said with little confidence. Only half of the match managed to turn into a needle. James made an ugly expression at this. "Second attempt," said McGonagall. "Ignitum mutatio," said Mary, again more nervous this time. She even managed to only get 40 of the match to transfigure. "That's it, a week cleaning up old trophies," thought James ruefully, as Sirius beside him patted his back. "Third try," said McGonagall. "Get some air," she added more gently. Mary nodded and began to try to calm herself down. "Remember the picture James drew," whispered Toby, who stood behind her. Mary, more calmly and remembering the oversized needle drawn by James, exclaimed, "Ignitum mutatio." Finally, the match turned completely into a needle. Seeing this, she sighed in relief. "Well done," said McGonagall with a faint smile. Mary was way behind compared to Toby, and yet she still managed to catch up with the course these 2 days. James sighed in relief that he wouldn't have to scrub the huge trophy room for a week. "I see your 2 professors did their jobs very well. Tell me, Lily. Did Student Potter do his assignment?" asked McGonagall, looking at Lily. She knew of the redhead's responsible attitude, so she had to make sure that James didn't leave all the work to her. "Yes, Professor. James helped on both days," replied Lily, looking with her green eyes at James. 10 points for Gryffindor, earned by student Lily Evans, McGonagall said with emphasis on the last part, and a smile broke out on Lily's face. Chapter 47. Thursday, September 28, 1971. "Today's the big day, gentlemen," announced Sirius, who had woken up with more energy. They had woken up about 30 minutes earlier to plan the final details of the prank so that nothing would go wrong. "Rabaston has no idea what's about to hit him," said James, looking sleepy, but energetic. On the coffee table rested 3 vials with a purple-colored liquid. "That's a lot of it." "Maybe we can increase the number of victims," commented Lupin. "If anyone heard him, they would think he was planning an attack." "Before that." "James," said Sirius, glaring at his friend. "What?" said James, playing dumb. "Show us how you plan to mix the potion in the Slytherin boys' cups," Sirius said seriously. The whole mission depended on this last step, because if they got it wrong, no one from Slytherin would drink the potion. "Oh, wait," said James, opening his trunk and looking for something. Everyone, including Toby, was watching him intently. Despite his aloofness, James didn't mind Toby watching his prank plans. After a few seconds, he presented them with a very long, voluminous cloak, woven from a strange fabric of a silvery gray and shimmering. "No," said Sirius, gawking at the cloak, "you don't have it, damn it." Peter also watched with an amazed expression at James' cloak. The only ones who didn't understand what it was all about were Lupin and Toby. James smiled slightly, pleased at the reaction of Sirius and the others. Seeing Toby and Lupin's confused expressions, he quickly pulled his cloak over his head so that it covered him completely. He vanished. "You lucky bastard. How come you never told me?" exclaimed Sirius in amusement. "That's the first time I've ever seen an invisibility cloak," shrieked Peter in amazement. James pulled down the hood of the cloak so that his head seemed to float in the air. "It's a family relic or something," said James. "What do you think, Lupin, Toby?" he asked, looking at the two boys who had so far not spoken. "That's great, now I remember my dad talking about an invisibility cloak," said Lupin, recovering from the initial shock. "That's amazing," said Toby, who couldn't believe James' head was floating. His shock was greater than anyone in this room since he hadn't experienced much of the magical world. "With this cloak, I will enter the dining room, and without being seen, I will put the potion on the Slytherin bastards," said James, taking off his cloak, and his body was visible again. "With the potion under the cloak, you won't be able to mix it in the cups without being seen. Minimally part of your hand will have to leave the cloak," said Lupin with a hand on his chin. "Yes. That's where you guys come in," said James, pointing to everyone in general. "We must create a distraction," said Peter with a bit of fear, but getting the point. "Creating a fight with that bastard Rabaston and his friends is my specialty. When everyone is watching us, it will be your time to act," said Sirius, who was the right person for this role. They talked a couple more things and all headed for the dining room. James followed them under the invisibility cloak. Many in Gryffindor found James' absence strange but thought nothing more of it. When they reached the dining hall they noticed that Rabaston and his gang were already eating breakfast. Severus Snape was also standing near them, with the two boys James had come across the day he had headed to the library with Lily. "I'll go get positioned, wait a few minutes," whispered James in Sirius' ear, as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Sirius, Lupin, and Peter sat at the table in the usual manner, doing the deed. After about 5 minutes, Sirius got up and together with Lupin headed to the Slytherin table. On the other hand, Peter headed to the teacher's table. He was to get McGonagall's attention, as the witch can stop the fight before it starts. "I must ask him from page 45, paragraph 4, thought Peter as he repeated this several times in his head. Rabaston was warned by Mulciber about this and quickly turned and faced Sirius. "What do you want, Black?" "Get back to your table," he said in a threatening tone. "Hey, take it easy, dude. Just wondering if you're gonna show us your awesome flying skills today," Sirius said in a loud tone for all to hear, smirking. "Shut your mouth," shouted Rabaston angrily. The event where he fell off his broom and was hit by the Whomping Willow was one of the most embarrassing events of his life. The worst of all was that James Potter, his arch-rival, saved him. All the Slytherin students watched the two groups intently. It was the common thing these days for these first-year students to clash and fight. "They're fighting again," said Lily from the Gryffindor table. "Where's Professor McGonagall?" she muttered, looking at the teacher's table. When she saw Peter distracting the teacher, she knew something was wrong. "That spin you pulled in the air was amazing, even though it didn't do much. What's it like to be attacked by a Whomping Willow?" asked Sirius, showing a real interest which made Rabaston angrier. "I don't mean to tease you. It's just that few people know the feeling of being beaten to a pulp by a Whomping Willow," he added quickly, trying to calm Rabaston down, even though it was all an act to annoy him more, and it was working to perfection. Lupin looked at Sirius with a strange expression. If annoying people was a subject, Sirius would be the best student, thought Lupin. "You bastard," shouted Rabaston with no more patience and threw a punch at Sirius in the cheek. Sirius felt some pain, but he didn't stand still. He hit back at Rabaston, who recoiled a little. "You hit like a girl, Lestrange," exclaimed Sirius. Mulciber lunged at him, but Lupin got in the way and unbelievably hit him back. A street fight broke out in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Everyone at the Slytherin table got up to watch the fight. Snape and his friends did the same. The glasses of many were unprotected. "Break it up right now," shouted Slughorn angrily as he saw that the school had turned into some sort of alley where bullies exchanged blows. Sirius and Lupin sighed in relief. They were waiting for the professor's interference, as they were outnumbered. In addition to Rabaston, Mulciber, and Avery, other first-year boys were about of joining the fight. "You two get back to your table," said Slughorn angrily. Sirius and Lupin happily accepted his order. Luckily they were spared punishment. They both had a bit of a bloody nose at most, and the same was true for the Slytherins. "Amazingly, we didn't get punished," said Lupin, sitting down at the table and being watched by everyone, a thing he was getting used to lately. "Yeah, maybe he's tired of us always being the same," said Sirius, also thankful that he didn't get detention. Sirius wasn't planning on starting a fistfight, but he wouldn't stand by while Rabaston beat him up. Peter had already arrived. He managed to accomplish his mission, otherwise McGonagall would have stopped the brawl before it started. James had already accomplished his task. He emptied the 3 vials at an incredible speed. Now he was running to the Gryffindor common room to put the cloak away and return to the dining room to watch the show. "I have 10 minutes before the potion takes effect," thought James as he ran with a smile on his face. When he got to the common room he had to wait for someone to come out before he could go in. He went to his room and quickly put the cloak away. In 8 minutes, he walked into the dining room, with some sweat on his forehead. "Hey guys, how are you?" asked James, sitting down at the table. "Better than ever," said Sirius, looking over at the Slytherin table. James also turned his gaze, and a smile broke out on his face. Severus Snape sipped his morning tea with his pale face and stoic expression. Rabaston, Avery, and Mulciber already drank. "They looked very tired after the fight and replenished their energy," said Lupin in a low tone and with a strange smile. The group conversed and laughed now and then in low tones as they glanced at the Slytherin table. Lily noticed their strange behavior and looked at them with judging eyes. Finally, after a few minutes, Rabaston began to feel a slight discomfort on the top of his head, specifically his scalp. He wasn't the only one, his friends felt it too, and were touching their hair without understanding what was going on. A large number of flowers of all colors began to grow on the boys' heads. Rabaston began to have pink flowers filled with bright beans. Mulciber started to grow very strong purple flowers. Avery was a mixture of colors, 1 part yellow, 1 part blue, and 1 part white. The boys' faces turned to total incomprehension. Many people at their table had already noticed the gaudy flowers on their heads. Worst of all, the flowers kept growing. Rabaston grew a long multicolored head of flowery hair down to his waist. Sirius, seeing his expression, began to laugh out loud as he pointed at it, causing the entire Gryffindor table to turn their attention to him. "Are those flowers?" asked one girl looking at Rabaston, who despite the distance from the table was very striking. All the tables began to murmur noticing this strange occurrence. Many laughed seeing the expressions of the arrogant Slytherin who wanted to pull the flowers off, but couldn't, as it was their new hair and it was painful. "What the hell is this?" shouted Rabaston, plucking a purple flower and feeling pain as if it were his hair. The best part was not only that, but many Slytherin students including Severus Snape and his friends began to have the same symptoms. The Slytherin table began to fill with colorful heads and screams of pain when a student tried to pull the flowers off his or her head. The Gryffindor table erupted in laughter and began shouting derisive comments at the Slytherin table, making the Slytherin table even angrier. "Sev," thought Lily, surprised to see Snape with a head of hair full of red and yellow flowers. She had to control herself not to start laughing. It was weird to see her friend with so many colors when he was very gloomy. Chapter 48. That day was the best for James, Sirius, Lupin, and for all Gryffindor in particular. For 4 hours, 90 of the first-year Slytherin boys had picturesque flowers on their heads reaching up to their waists. Rabaston was furious. He knew it was James and his group, but he had no proof. At breakfast, he went furiously to the professor's table and wanted an audience with Dumbledore, but he wasn't there at the time. Even McGonagall could be seen smiling slightly in amusement at the sight of the picturesque scalps. Also, since the flowers were harmless, they couldn't go to the infirmary and skip classes, so they had no choice but to go to classes. One of those classes was potions, where they shared a class with Gryffindor first years. An embarrassment that Rabaston and his friends would never forget. It was very amusing for Sirius to see Rabaston's usual haughty and arrogant face full of colors and flowers, so he kept throwing taunting remarks at the Slytherin, who was scowling all morning. "Hey Lestrange," shouted Sirius, suddenly, to get the other boys' attention. Rabaston turned around, looking up. His hair full of flowers and various colors gave his face a strange look. "You look good with those flowers. Maybe you should get a perm," sneered Sirius, and the 4 boys dissolved into giggles as Rabaston returned to his cauldron furious. By the time the first period was over, the entire castle was buzzing with rumors about what exactly had fallen upon the Slytherin boys. James was very pleased with the outcome of his first big prank at Hogwarts. I must tell Mum and Dad, he thought with a smile. Those damned Potter and Black. I'm sure it was them, growled Rabaston angrily in a dark corridor of the castle. He had to endure the first class of taunts from all of Gryffindor. Now in a few minutes, he had to go to another class, even though they weren't sharing with another class, all the girls would be laughing at him. We must know how they did it. So they get punished. No, better get them expelled, shouted Rabaston angrily as pink flowers obstructed his view. You saw how little importance the teachers gave it. I don't think it's grounds for expulsion, said Mulciber annoyed while sneezing because he had a flower near his nose. Never mind, minimally a punishment, no, that will not suffice, said Rabaston as he grinned evilly. Mulciber and Avery looked at each other strangely, as the smile with a full head of hair full of flowers did not give him an evil touch but rather a grotesque one. Today was a great day, said Sirius slumped on the couch. His voice was a little hoarse from spending all day laughing and mocking the Slytherin boys loudly. The group was in the Gryffindor common room which was empty, as it was late at night. I wondered if Rabaston will be leaving Hogwarts, said James with a slight smile as he read the weekly Quidditch magazine sitting on the floor. We should tread carefully, who knows what he'll do for revenge, commented Lupin, who was doing late homework. That's right, they're going to want revenge, said Peter shivering and thinking internally that he mustn't get separated from the group as they wandered the dark corridors of the castle. They don't know who they were, and even if they suspect us it's no time to think about that, said Sirius, rolling his eyes and standing up straight. This is the day where our journey as professional pranksters began, he continued in a dignified tone of voice as if he was making a motivational speech. Professional pranksters? Asked James, amused as he looked up from the magazine. Exactly. It's the day when we complete our first official mission, said Sirius. First mission, thought Peter fearfully. Let me think of a name, said Sirius with a thoughtful look. A name, said the others as they started looking for a suitable name for the group. How about the pranksters, suggested Lupin. Very ordinary, said Sirius, shaking his head. The prankster lions? Asked Peter. You just add the lions to it, and it'll be obvious it's us or someone from Gryffindor, said Sirius. James couldn't think of any names, it wasn't his forte to think of good names. I know, stand up, said Sirius, standing up enthusiastically. Since this day, we are the Marauders, he added, making it as if it was a very important gala. The others raised their fists, then started laughing because they thought it would be really weird for someone to see them acting like that. Why the Marauders? Asked James, sitting down on the couch. These last few days we've been exploring the castle, its secret passages, and stuff. In other words, we were marauding, and I'd say we don't have very good intentions, explained Sirius with a slight smile. The next few days, they were giving more importance to exploring the castle to respect the new name of the group. On the first Friday of October, James had finished his training with the Quidditch team and was left putting the equipment away, doing his duty as props boy. The others wanted to help him, but he refused as McGonagall had given him this punishment, and he had to fulfill it to some minimal extent. After finishing setting everything up, he began his walk back to Hogwarts Castle to have dinner with his friends. The sky was already completely dark. I never thought school would be so much fun, thought James as he walked alone towards Hogwarts Castle. It had been a month since he had arrived at Hogwarts and made friends. Not having friends was one of his regrets from his past life, although in his childhood he was close to Emily and Gwen. Because of age he considered himself more like an older brother. I wonder what those two are doing, thought James, a little sad that their relationship had drifted apart since he was chosen in Gryffindor and they were in Slytherin. James, at that moment the attack of the masked wizards in the Quidditch World Cup final came to his mind. Since he arrived at Hogwarts he stopped training and reading new interesting and useful books. Although he was fascinated by magic, most of his childhood was spent reading books and practicing with his father in the training room. Nowadays he found it much more fun to spend time with the Marauders. Besides, his schedule was tight, he had classes until the afternoon, Quidditch training 3 days a week, and then he had to spend some time completing homework assignments left by all the professors. If he spent any more time practicing and reading new books he would be hours and wouldn't be able to spend time with his friends. Besides, he had a lot of time on his hands, so he didn't think much of it. I have time. Another day I'll look for a place to keep practicing and visit the library, thought James. It had only been a month, he had time. Before he reached the dining room he was intercepted by Lupin, who had a lot of sweat on his face. He looked like he had been running. Lupin, are you all right? Asked James, approaching his friend, who was catching his breath. It's bad, James, said Lupin with difficulty. What's bad? Asked James with a bad feeling. Toby's in the infirmary, badly hurt, replied Lupin, and James' brow furrowed. Chapter 49. James and Lupin ran towards the infirmary. Opened the door abruptly and noticed the stern gaze of Madame Poppy Pomfrey, the Hogwarts matron. Silence. Where do you think you are? Some people are resting, said Poppy. Sorry, said the two boys sheepishly. Is Toby all right? Asked Lupin, looking at the nurse. Yes, he's regained consciousness. The other two boys are talking to him, replied Poppy. James and Lupin, hearing that he was already awake, were relieved. As they were about to go, Poppy stopped them. Only two people can see him at a time, she said in an irrefutable tone, so they had to wait. What exactly happened to him? Asked James, who didn't understand the situation at all. He was the victim of a hex, specifically the puncture hex. Also, he had several bruises on his back and arms, replied Poppy. The kids are getting bolder and bolder, she added in disgust. The puncture hex, thought James as the anger inside him grew. We found him in the boys' bathroom. His face was unrecognizable. His skin was all swollen, like some kind of allergic reaction or something. Sirius and Peter carried him to the infirmary, and I went looking for you, said Lupin with fury hidden in his tone. Any word on who it was? Asked James, though a group of people were already coming to mind. No, Sirius must be asking him about it, just as Lupin said that the door to the infirmary opened, and in walked McGonagall, who had been alerted that a Gryffindor student was attacked. McGonagall looked at James and Lupin for a second. Where's the boy? She asked, looking at Poppy, who led her to where Toby was staying. Within seconds, Sirius and Peter came out of where Toby was staying. Did he say anything to them? Asked James impatiently. Yes and no, said Sirius as he started telling them everything Toby told them. First of all, Toby couldn't see the faces of his attackers, as they cast a charm on him that blocked his sight with a blindfold. There was more than one attacker, he could hear about 5 voices. The motive of the attack was to ask him about the flower prank that happened several days ago. Who did it, and how? The attackers wanted proof so they could blame the pranksters and have them punished. Despite all the blows they threw at him, he didn't say a word about us. That's why they ended up casting the puncture hex on him. Sirius finished the story with a look rarely seen on his face. The atmosphere in the waiting room of the infirmary was silent. All 4 boys had conflicting looks on their faces. They all knew that Toby suffered because of them since he was from their dormitory and previously hung out with them. It's obvious it's about that bastard Rabaston and his stupid gang, growled Sirius after a few seconds. I think so too, but if we don't have proof they won't be punished, said Lupin. Just then McGonagall came out. Professor, will they find the guilty ones? Asked James, who didn't want them to get off so easy and receive a punishment. Just like he did when he hit Mulciber and Avery with a flipendo. No promises, Potter, but we'll try. We can't let them freely attack students when they go to the bathroom, said McGonagall, who was also angry about this event. The days went by. Toby had to stay all Friday and part of Saturday to recover and be discharged. In the following days, the culprits of the attack were not found. James could notice the triumphant smile that Rabaston and his group gave them. With Lupin they had to control Sirius so he wouldn't start a fight every time he saw his arrogant face. The Marauders could do nothing. They were 100% sure it was Rabaston, but they had no proof. The same thing happened to Rabaston when he fell for the Marauders' prank. Only this was not a harmless prank and was a vicious attack by 5 people against 1. The only good news out of this was that 1 more person joined the Marauders, Toby. After the incident, Sirius saw to it that the boy rejoined the group. Sirius had felt too guilty, as he had always criticized Toby for his cowardice and refused to join them when James invited him, but he could see from this incident that Toby was loyal, and despite the beating, he never gave them away. James also valued this highly, as Toby did not say that they stole Professor Slughorn's ingredients or that he possessed an invisibility cloak. If Rabaston had known this he would not have kept quiet. Monday, October 23, 1971. Halloween week had begun. Perhaps because he was now so busy with Quidditch practice 3 nights a week, plus all the school homework and Marauders' night out. James couldn't believe that he had been at Hogwarts for 2 months or so already. At this time, they were unable to plan revenge against Rabaston and the others for what they did to Toby. For one thing, because of the homework, they gave him class after class, and for another, they couldn't come up with any pranks that would equal or be better than the first one they did. The classes were getting more and more interesting now that they knew the basics, especially the defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, herbology, and potions classes. As for charms for James, it was nothing interesting, mainly because he was too far along in this subject. Just this week Professor Flitwick announced in his class that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something everyone was dying to practice except James. The levitating charm, Wingardium Leviosa, was already well mastered and practiced. Thanks to this, he managed to get 10 easy points for Gryffindor. As for potions, although it was a subject he studied a lot like charms, Professor Slughorn took a different approach, and in his syllabus, he taught potions that James had not made before, so he learned a lot. On Halloween morning he awoke to the delicious aroma of baked pumpkin wafting through the corridors. As he entered the great hall followed by Sirius and the others, they could see the Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling, while 1,000 more passed between the tables, like black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins tremble. Food suddenly appeared on the golden plates, as it had at the banquet at the beginning of the year. "The following Saturday is the first Quidditch match, right?" asked Sirius, helping himself to a stuffed potato. "Yes, this is the last week of training. We're up against Ravenclaw first match," replied James as he grabbed a caramel-dipped apple. "We're on?" asked Lupin. "Well, I'm not playing, but I'm like one of the team," said James. He was nervous for the first game of the year, but not that nervous since he wasn't supposed to play and the responsibility wasn't on him. That Halloween night was one of James' best days at Hogwarts. It was a great party, and he had a lot of fun with the Marauders and other Gryffindors. Chapter 50. As November began, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains near the school turned an icy gray, and the lake looked like frozen steel. Officially, the Quidditch season had begun. This Saturday, the Gryffindor team would play their first match after weeks of training, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor captain, William, had increased the intensity of training this week, as it was the most crucial week, or so he said. Even though James wasn't allowed to play, he had to keep up with the team members, something that was very tiring for him, as his physical condition was inferior to theirs. "Hey mate, we have to go to astronomy class," Sirius said, looking at James, who was slumped on his bed with his eyes closed. Astronomy classes are every Wednesday at midnight as they have to study the night sky through their telescopes. To James' bad luck, a few hours ago he had his Quidditch practice and felt his whole body sore. "I don't wanna," said James wearily as he pulled the pillow over his face. Sirius and Lupin looked at each other. They had to forcibly force James to get up to go to class so they wouldn't be late. Astronomy classes are held on the top level of the astronomy tower, the tallest tower in Hogwarts Castle. James walked lazily, feeling burning in his muscles. "That damn William," he complained in his mind, as the captain was making him follow the more advanced team members. After stargazing for over an hour and the teacher explaining their names, finally the class was over. James was able to go back to his dorm and went to sleep without saying a word. On Thursday he was able to rest his muscles, but not his mind in classes where the teachers did not tire of giving him homework. Fortunately on Friday, as it was the day before the game, William did not want to fatigue the team members with too much training, and it was a training with more tactical talk and about 30 minutes of practice. The next morning dawned bright and cold. The large dining hall was awash with the delicious aroma of fried sausages and the cheerful conversations of everyone, who was looking forward to a good Quidditch match. James was in a good mood, unlike the other days when he was very tired and grumpy. "Ravenclaw is the last champion. Are you confident of beating them?" asked Sirius as he looked at James and ate his toast. A lot of the guys who won the cup last year with Ravenclaw were 7th years, and now the team had a very big turnover, so they don't have as much experience. However, if they are going to have the confidence of being the last champions, I think it will be feasible to beat them, answered James, who knew all this thanks to William and his tactical talks. By 11 o'clock in the morning, the whole school seemed to be gathered around the Quidditch pitch. James, as a prop, had the luxury of being in the changing room with the team and was able to listen to William's pre-match motivational talk. When the team came out, James made his way to one of the seats next to Sirius and the others. Instructor Hooch was the referee. The Ravenclaw captain was new, and in the 5th year, you could tell he was very nervous, as they had to defend the title, and most of the team were either new players or inexperienced substitutes. Hooch gave a long whistle with her dish whistle, and 15 brooms rose high in the air. The match had begun. The commentator who belonged to Hufflepuff House started with his account and was very impartial, taking his job seriously. The Ravenclaw captain took the quaffle, and there he goes, he's about to, no, William, the Gryffindor keeper and captain, manages to save the shot and Gryffindor gets the quaffle back. "Gryffindor goal," he exclaimed, and the screams from the stands where all the Gryffindor students stood erupted in applause and cheers. James watched with excitement and applauded as well. He was more nervous than he thought. He was looking forward to being on the pitch with his teammates that he had met and got closer to this last time. I want to play, thought James with some jealousy as he watched them fly. The match continued, and William's reading was correct. The Gryffindor team had a clear advantage against the new Ravenclaw players. The scoreboard made it clear, Gryffindor 50, Ravenclaw 0. Who knew it would be such a one-sided game? Gryffindor is crushing the last champion, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. The Ravenclaw stand was silent and with elongated faces. They didn't expect their team to be so bad. They were confident since they were the last champions, but they were getting beaten. On the other hand, the Gryffindor stand was the opposite, cheers, applause, and lots of laughter. Everyone thought this was their year. Professor McGonagall also had a faint smile rarely seen on her face. When the score was 70-20 in favor of Gryffindor, the golden snitch finally appeared. Both Alex and the other Ravenclaw seeker saw it and sped towards it. The bad thing for Ravenclaw was that the seeker did not see that a black ball was heading towards him at full speed aiming at his back. It was a bludger. The Ravenclaw beaters didn't have enough time to go to protect him, as he had gone too far away to look for the snitch. Pam! A bang echoed throughout the stadium, and the Ravenclaw seeker was hit. Luckily the bludger didn't knock him off his broom, but it did cause a lot of damage to his shoulder, allowing Alex to take the lead and grab the snitch. Well done, Gideon, shouted William, looking at the beater with a smile. With a big smile, Alex raised his fist, and the entire stadium went silent until Alex exclaimed, I got the snitch. The entire stadium exploded in applause except for the Ravenclaw and Slytherin, who looked on with disdain at everyone. Hooch called the match to an end. Gryffindor won by 220 points to 20, a crushing defeat and one of the biggest defeats in Ravenclaw's history. With this great result, Gryffindor was first in the standings and Ravenclaw second, although this is because Slytherin and Hufflepuff still did not play their match. They would do it on Saturday of the following week. It was almost impossible for Ravenclaw to keep the second position. They would most likely finish at the bottom of the table. That day in the Gryffindor common room there was a big party in the evening. None of the Marauders felt like doing their homework, and they partied all day. Even Toby usually wants to do homework so he doesn't get left behind. The following Saturday came and the Slytherin vs Hufflepuff match was played. To the bitterness of all Gryffindor, the Snakes won with a score in favor of 180-80. However, they still had the lead and remained first. After the first day was over, the scoreboard was like this. Gryffindor, 220. Slytherin, 180. Hufflepuff, 80. Ravenclaw, 20. Chapter 51. The days after the Quidditch date went by for James very slowly. Because of all the tasks he had, although he was very capable and had a great intellect, many tasks made him lazy, as in this life, he was not forced to be perfect and developed a more relaxed character. On the other hand, after witnessing the 2 Quidditch matches his desire to play increased noticeably. James had dreamed every day what the match would have been like if he had been on the pitch. Training with the team was just that, training. It couldn't compare to a real game against another house. I want to play a real match, thought James as he thought of some way, but he knew it was impossible. McGonagall had done enough by making it possible for him to have his broom and train with the team. Besides, if he could play, he would be a substitute, as William would choose Alex, a more experienced and more established seeker. Where are you going? Class is here, Lupin said, stopping James by the shoulder. You've been very distracted lately, Sirius commented as James grimaced. There's nothing wrong with me. Come on, James said as he walked into the classroom. Having so much Quidditch practice and not being able to put it into practice in an actual match was not a nice feeling, and he would have to be like this until next year. Today, they had a defense against the dark arts class. The Marauders sat in the back of the classroom. A few minutes later, the teacher arrived and the room fell silent. Professor Antony had a very strict and stern personality, similar to Professor McGonagall. Her presence alone was enough to make the room silent. The most striking thing was that Professor Antony this time brought a cage, or so it seemed, since it was covered by a black mantle. No one dared to ask her what it was about. Let's call the list before we begin, she said as she took out a parchment and started with the list. After a few minutes, she put the parchment down on her desk and looked back at the class. In the previous class, we were looking at the Flipendo hex theory. Today we will practice it, she began and saw someone raise their hand. Lily Evans, she added, giving her permission to speak and looking at the red-haired girl. How will we practice it? Asked Lily. She knew from the books and the lesson that the flipendo hex could be felt as a blow to the chest and knocked the target down, so it was a painful thing and couldn't be practiced on other classmates as they would get hurt. Like the time James sent Mulciber and Avery flying and knocked them unconscious. Antony smiled slightly, waiting for that question. "We'll practice with this," she said as she pulled the black mantle off and uncovered the cage and what was inside. In the cage, several small-sized creatures could be seen. Each creature was between 6 to 15 centimeters tall, their skin was gray, and their eyes were yellowish. The creatures upon seeing the light began to huddle together and want to break the cages while having a slapstick grin on their faces. "Who can tell me which creature this is?" asked the professor, seeing the curious looks on the faces of all the students who began to get excited, as they would finally have the long-awaited practical class. Lily immediately raised her hand. Many more did as they knew what creature it was. "Jasmine Meadows," said Antony, looking at a girl with long straight brown hair and hazel eyes. "They are imps. They are found in Britain and Ireland. They say they entertain themselves a lot by playing pranks and tormenting people they come across," replied Jasmine. "Correct. Imps live in wet or boggy areas, eat insects, and are not a threat. They can be repelled quite easily by anyone. Usually using the flipendo hex to stun it and then throw it into a cage or bottomless pit," explained Professor Antony. "Now, I will call the first 5 people on the list and release the imp. They must use flipendo to send them back into the cage. The others will watch and wait their turn," continued Antony. If she brought imps for everyone, the classroom would be in chaos, and it would be very difficult to control the imps if they escaped. In the classroom, there were numerous cries of "flipendo," most of them were having a hard time since so far they only saw the theoretical part of the evil spell and had little or almost no practice. If the students failed and the imps headed their way with mocking smiles, the teacher would stop them at the last minute, always keeping them under control. That was not the case for the Marauders. James had taken it upon himself to teach them the hex long before, and they practiced it in an unorthodox way, as they used themselves as test subjects in unofficial duels. The excuse they gave Slughorn that Sirius sent Lupin flying was not so far off the mark. The other students saw this logically, as they all knew of James' prowess with this hex, and it was very safe for him to teach it to his group of friends. So all 5 of them, even Toby, who learned the spell with less time, showed a very good performance. James managed to send 5 devils to the cage, which earned him a commendation from Antony and 15 points for Gryffindor. He was the first-year student to earn points for his house from Professor Antony and a commendation. One day in early December, James was eating breakfast in the large dining room when the owl mail arrived. An owl flew towards him, but it was not Shadow. It was a medium-sized, white owl. In its mouth was a newspaper and it had a bag tied to its leg. James looked at the owl and knew it was the newspaper, the Prophet. He placed one canute in the bag, and the owl dropped the newspaper and resumed its flight. James was a subscriber to the paper, unlike other students who were not. He picked up the paper, and as he read the front page headline he frowned. The news read as follows. Alarming increase in attacks on Muggles by a group calling themselves the Death Eaters. In a dark and disturbing twist, a previously unknown group called the Death Eaters has emerged from the shadows, spreading chaos and fear among Muggles. From research, this is the same group that attacked at the Quidditch World Cup final, murdering and tormenting a Muggle family. However, this was not the end. Reports of attacks on non-magical people are slowly increasing, creating an atmosphere of apprehension in the magical community. Their attacks are at night and very difficult to detect. The only one that wasn't was the one at the Quidditch World Cup. Every time they finish with their attack they send a kind of dark mark into the sky, a bright green skull with a snake protruding from its mouth, so if you see this mark in the sky you should be very careful. The Ministry of Magic authorities have issued warnings and have intensified security in areas with the highest incidence of attacks, but the question on everyone's lips is, who is behind these acts of ruthless violence against Muggles? The magical community is called to be on high alert and take extra precautions as the Ministry of Magic works tirelessly to identify and apprehend those responsible. Citizens are urged to report any suspicious activity and to remain vigilant. At this time no wizards have been fatally attacked, but anything can happen, so please be careful and do not act recklessly. The Prophet will continue to provide detailed and updated coverage as more information comes to light. Stay alert and stay safe. Shit, thought James with an ugly expression. What happened? Asked Lupin, noticing the strange expression on his friend's face who just passed him the newspaper to read. Sirius, curious about this, walked over to Lupin and read along with him the news. Both of their expressions were getting uglier the more they read. Those lunatics again, Sirius said, and Toby, who was paying attention to his breakfast, looked up in confusion, so Sirius passed him the paper. Toby's face was the worst of all. A great fear came over him as he read this news. "They'll catch them, right?" he asked, referring to the Ministry of Magic, who according to the news were already on the job. "Of course, they must be a small sect or something like that. It's only a matter of time before they catch them," said Sirius, who had already heard stories of these people calling themselves the Death Eaters. James knew this wasn't true, that this was something much bigger, to the point that it would provoke a war. Still no Voldemort sighting, thought James. It was time to resume training. He had spent several months slacking off, though it wasn't entirely so, as he had classes and a lot of homework. The problem in James' mind was how to practice and improve his magic. There was no training room like the one his father had built at home. Practicing spells in some empty classroom would be too dangerous, and he could lose points or be punished if he destroyed something or Filch caught him. "I must visit the library first. It's time to read some new books," James thought. Chapter 52. Today's classes were over. James managed to turn Sirius and the others away from wasting time and went straight to the library. Something the Marauders could not believe. James, under the guidance of his father before entering Hogwarts, learned and practiced martial magic, referring to the forms of magic used defensively and offensively in magical duels. He knows that Voldemort's followers will not use clean means, and in combat situations, he may be under unfavorable conditions. "I must learn and practice more defensive magic," thought James as he entered the library for the second time at Hogwarts. There were hundreds, or rather thousands, of books. He didn't know where he would find the defensive magic books on so many shelves, that it would take hours, so he decided to ask the librarian. The librarian was a slender young woman with a very straight face. She had black eyes and pale skin. Excuse me," said James, trying to get the attention of the woman who was reading a book behind the counter. "What do you need?" she asked in an irritated tone, looking up from her book. "I would like to know where the books on defensive magic are located," requested James. The librarian, named Irma Prince, looked at him with a strange expression. She could tell by James's face and height that he was one of the first-year students, or at most a second year, so it was odd that this one wanted to learn defensive magic, which is a much more advanced subject. However, she didn't think much of it and answered vaguely. "Section 4, Corridor 6, she said as she turned her attention back to her book. Looks like Lily was right, thought James, a little disgusted by the librarian's attitude. When he had first come with Lily to the library, Lily had told him that the librarian was very lazy in helping the students find the books they needed. James started walking through the gigantic library. However, he didn't know where aisle 6 was. Rather, from where do you count aisle 1 from, left to right? Or from right to left? There was no signage. With no other option, he decided to go into an aisle and search the books to see if he could find anything. Alchemy, Ancient Art and Science, read James the name of the book that was hundreds of pages long. This isn't it. There are a lot of alchemy books, thought James as he pushed aside the bookshelf to go to another one. He kept looking but couldn't find what he wanted. Books on ancient runes and magical theory. Muggle studies. History of magic. Where the hell is Corridor 6, thought James with less patience as he put the book back in its place. James. Hearing his name being called, James turned and saw a familiar blonde girl. It was Penny Warrington, the girl he met months ago at the Quidditch World Final. "Hi, Penny," James greeted. Since he entered Hogwarts, he rarely spoke to Penny as they were both in different houses, and James spent all his time with the Marauders. Besides, Penny also had her group of friends. From what little he heard of her, she was one of the most popular girls in the first year. "I'm surprised to see you here," said Penny, who was holding a book in her arms. "Why?" asked James. "I come to the library regularly, and this is the first time I've met you here," replied Penny, who had a very strict study routine and was one of the freshmen who visited the library the most. "The library is big. It's not the first time I've come here," said James, lying through his teeth. Lily had also treated him as lazy, or so he saw that on her face, when he told her that he never came to the library. "He's been reading magic books like crazy since he was 8. He could take a couple of months off, right?" If you say so," said Penny, who didn't believe James much, as she would have noticed James' messy jet hair, plus he was the person who saved her life. In the event where she almost died with her sister by a troll and was saved by James, she couldn't think things through very well, because of how nervous and terrified she was, but after that, she was able to analyze everything better. Although it wasn't a nice memory to recall repeatedly. Penny saw James use very advanced charms. Since she came to Hogwarts, she could understand more accurately how advanced they were. For example, Expelliarmus, also known as the disarming charm, usually this charm is learned in the second year, and she could see how James had a greater mastery than a beginner. This made Penny interested in James, as he was not at all common. When she heard about the incident where James used Flipendo on the Slytherin boys, she didn't think much of it, as she had seen him using more advanced charms. "Are you looking for a particular book?" asked Penny, changing the subject. Hearing this made James's little light bulb go off at the top of his head. From what Penny said, she comes to the library regularly, so she must know where Corridor 6, Section 4 is located. "Yes, but I can't find Corridor 6. "Do you know where it is?" asked James hopefully. "Don't you know the library?" "I mean, if you're a person who's been here a few times already, you should know that," said Penny, looking at James with an expression that looked like a mix of a judging look and an amused grimace. "She caught me," thought James, looking at the slight smile on Penny's face. "Well, you know the library is big, and I'm not very good at getting my bearings," said James, lying through his teeth again. Penny couldn't help but let out a laugh as she saw that James didn't want to accept that he didn't know the library. "Okay, follow me," she said as she took the lead, and James followed her. "This is Corridor 6, Penny said. James knew it was the right thing to ask her for directions, as he had gone too far, and it would have taken him a long time to get here. "Thanks," James said. "It's nothing. I've got to go. I have to meet up with some mates from my house to help them with something." "See you," Penny said as she headed to the table area. "She's nice and helps her mates," thought James with a strange expression. Putting those thoughts aside, he headed for Section 4, which luckily was signposted in the corridor. "Let's see, defensive magic," whispered James, looking for books that might help him. "Here's one, Wilbert Slinkard's Defensive Magical Theory. It might be useful," James said as he picked it up and kept looking. After searching for a while, James had several books and went to an empty table to start reading them. In addition to the first book, he found the following. The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts. Practical Defense Against the Dark Arts. Practical Defensive Magic and its Use Against the Dark Arts. 4 thick books. "Let's start reading and see which ones are the best," thought James as he opened page 1 of Defensive Magic Theory. Since he would have to face dark wizards, the best thing to do was to learn defense against the dark arts. The most powerful defensive charm he managed to learn after much practice was Protego. Also known as the shield charm that protects the user with an invisible shield reflecting spells and blocking physical entities. This charm was one of the most advanced and most difficult for James to learn. He has not even mastered it, as he was able to cast it successfully relatively recently. The first time he used it in a real fight was against the troll, and if it wasn't for the half-armored shield that managed to absorb part of the blow, he would have died. Time passed, and James read the book with concentration. "Who the hell wrote this garbage?" muttered James, closing the book with a frown as he read the author's name again to make sure he didn't read any more of his books. He read up to chapter 10, and instead of teaching you defensive magic, the author tries to discourage the use of defensive magic. Having a pacifist approach. For example, chapter 3 was titled, Reasons for Non-Aggressive Responses to Magical Attacks. Another chapter was entitled, Peaceful Response and Negotiation. "Does he want me to stand still while a deadly attack is launched at me?" thought James as he moved on to the next book titled, The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts. "I hope it's not garbage," he thought, opening to page 1. Chapter 53. An hour passed. James did not change the book. He realized that this book was very good, so he decided to study it completely, before moving on to another book. In the first few pages, he talks about the history and nature of dark menaces. Then, he goes into the recognition of basic jinxes, how to identify them, and what countermeasures to implement. He talked about counter jinxes, a type of counterspell designed to remove the effects of a jinx or other dark charm. However, these were basic curses such as the snot curse that gives the target a nasty cold and a runny nose that could cause the victim to collapse if left untreated. The counter jinxes were covered and explained in several pages. Even if I know the counter jinxes, I can't put it into practice, as I would have to have someone with the snot jinx, thought James after studying the theory for the counter jinx. In addition to these topics, he talked about dangerous magical creatures such as the Kappa, a Japanese water demon that feeds on human blood. They were known to strangle humans who invaded their shallow ponds. They were classified as XXXX creatures by the British Ministry of Magic. Another example of a creature was a hinkapunk, a tiny one-legged magical beast with an appearance of faint blue, gray, or white smoke. They had a propensity to lead travelers off their paths at night, into treacherous swamps or wetlands in the guise of a helpful being carrying a lamp. They also emitted sporadic screams and growls. James was very fascinated by the subject of magical creatures. So far the most extraordinary thing he had seen was the troll. What would it be like to have a kappa in front of you or a dragon, thought James, imagining the scene. Thinking of magical creatures, the forbidden forest at Hogwarts came to mind. Rumor has it that there are a lot of magical creatures such as trolls, giants, centaurs, and even unicorns. Hagrid is the ranger. He must have a great knowledge of the forbidden forest and its creatures, thought James, remembering Hagrid, a burly man of about 10 feet. The first time he saw him was when he took them across the boats across the lake to Hogwarts Castle, and also because he was one of the characters he got to know when he read the novel years ago. Maybe I should visit him, he must have some very interesting stories to tell, thought James. Just outside the castle was the hut where Hagrid lived on the edge of the forbidden forest. From what he remembered from the little he read, he was becoming more and more distant and confused as the years went by, and he had more and more memories, which made it harder to remember some things. Hagrid's personality was gentle and somewhat silly. He was the first person to treat Harry nicely. James was engrossed in his reading. He felt someone tap his shoulder. Again it was Penny. "It's time for dinner in the great dining hall," said Penny in a low tone, pointing to the clock that was almost 7 p.m. "Thanks," said James, whose eyes were hurting from reading for almost 3 hours non-stop. He closed the book and stood up from his spot. "I'll help you," Penny said as she helped James carry the rest of the books to their place. James nodded gratefully. He couldn't believe Penny was such a nice and friendly girl. This was the third time she had helped him. Usually, the girls he met were either bossy and angry, Lily, very talkative and shrill, Gwen, or with a stoic look and few words, Emily. "Will you be taking any books with you?" asked Penny as she walked alongside James, who didn't know there was such a function in the library, but showed nothing in his face. "No, it will be impossible to study in the Gryffindor common room if my friends are there," said James, shaking his head. "Sirius would be very unbearable, and they'd probably end up playing games or playing pranks." "They're quite famous these days," commented Penny, referring to the Marauders as a whole. "What, really?" asked James, who was unaware of this. "Yeah, you guys did the flower prank on the Slytherin students, right?" asked Penny, although she was 99% sure it was James and his friends. "Is it that obvious?" asked James with a strange look on his face. "Ha ha ha, to me it is. The others, I don't know. I always see them getting into fights with the Slytherin students, plus just before they started a fistfight you weren't there, which was strange to me." "How did you do it?" asked Penny, very curious. Although she knew James and his friends had to see it, she didn't know how they had managed it. "Trade secrets. I can't reveal our hidden cards," said James with a mysterious smile. He wouldn't go revealing to everyone that the Marauders possessed an invisibility cloak and stole the odd ingredient from a Hogwarts professor. Penny let out a dramatic sigh, and an expression of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. "Oh come on, did you join some exclusive mystery club that you can't tell your best friend about?" she said, acting dramatic. "Best friend?" thought James with an amused grin. On the trip to the great dining hall, they spent the whole time bantering until they each went to their tables. "Mate, over 2 hours in the library, what happened to you?" asked Sirius, looking at James like he was someone else. The other Marauders also looked at him as if they were looking at another James. However, if they thought about it carefully, it wouldn't be unusual for James to spend a lot of time in the library since he is a top first-year student. The strange thing would be if he never visited the library, but since they had never seen him go to the library during this time, they took it as a strange occurrence. "As the Potter heir, I have to set an example," replied James, acting exaggeratedly like a pure-blooded boy. "I don't believe a word of it," said Sirius with a faint smile. "Anyway, we have a mission today," he added in a serious tone. "A mission? It's already late at night. What do you want to do?" asked Lupin with a bad feeling. Toby and Peter also had a bad feeling when they saw the slight smile on Sirius' face. "Listen," he said in a low tone, looking to the side to see that no one was spying on them. "It's time we claimed revenge for Toby. Those bloody snakes played dirty, and now we're going to pay them back with interest," said Sirius. "I don't want revenge," thought Toby, but on the other hand, he wanted to do his first mission with the Marauders, as he had stayed away from the group on the previous one. "What did you have in mind?" asked James, who was already fully focused on Sirius' words. "I've managed to set up a meeting with the Joker," replied Sirius, and his grin was growing. James, Lupin, Peter, and Toby looked at each other confused, and asked, "Who is the Joker?" "They don't know anything." "Well, his identity is very secret, and he always hides his tracks. The Joker is a smuggler. He has a clandestine network in Hogwarts, where he sells prank goods, everything you can imagine. Filch has been after him for a long time, but he's never been able to catch him, Sirius explained seriously and in a low tone. A joke product smuggler, thought James incredulously. He seemed to have a great backstory and be a very important character since Filch couldn't catch him after all this time. Wouldn't it be bad to interact with that person, said Peter fearfully. Don't worry, he keeps all his deals, and it was very hard to be able to contact him, said Sirius. So that's what you were doing those hours you were disappearing this last week, said Lupin, and Sirius nodded with a smile. Then Sirius started telling them everything he knew about the urban legend of the Joker at Hogwarts. He appeared 4 years ago, so at the very least he's in 6th, as it would be very hard to believe that a student just starting could plant a whole network of contraband. The Joker has a very serious refund policy. If there is something wrong he always refunds the money, showing himself to be a good salesman. I understand, but what is it you want to buy him? Asked James, looking strangely at Sirius, as he seemed to idolize the Joker. We're going to buy him dung bombs. It's a stink bomb that gives off a putrid smell, replied Sirius. Oh, that product is quite well known. I think it's from Zonko's joke shop in Hogsmeade, said James reminiscing, and Sirius nodded. And how many of those do you want to buy? Asked Lupin, and Sirius held up a finger. 10, asked Toby. No, 100, replied Sirius. 100 bombs dash. Before Peter could continue to raise his tone, Sirius covered his mouth. Shoo, he said with a frown. He didn't want his plan to leak out. It's better to talk in our room, come on, Sirius said as he got up from the table, as everyone had finished eating. Chapter 54. James, is this a good idea? Asked Lupin, who was under the invisibility cloak. Next to him was James and Toby. It was already late at night and they had made their way to the meeting point agreed upon by Sirius and the Joker. Currently Sirius was further ahead waiting for the so-famous smuggler. The invisibility cloak at most could carry about 4 people under it, already 5 was too many, so they played rock, paper, scissors and ended up coming, Sirius, James, Toby and Lupin. Although Sirius would come anyway, since he had the meeting. James, who always agreed with Sirius and any prank against Rabaston and his friends, had a conflicted look on his face. Before coming here, Sirius explained to them the prank and how to use the 100 dung bombs. The prank was as follows: enter the Slytherin common room under the invisibility cloak and once there fill the entire common room and the boys' dormitories with dung bombs. The problem was that dropping 100 rotten-smelling bombs would leave the Slytherin hall in an uninhabitable state with a smell that would linger for several days. Also, they would be affecting all Slytherin students from 1st year to 7th year. If they are caught they will be very screwed, and the punishment could be months of cleaning the trophy room or armor or worse. On the other hand, they will make enemies of all the Slytherin students, though this James doesn't mind so much. They will have the wrath of hundreds of students, not just Rabaston and the first years. I don't know, for now let's watch, James replied. Lupin nodded slightly. He knew Sirius was already deep into this prank and he was very stubborn. The only person who could talk some sense into him was James, but if James agreed to the prank, it was impossible for him and the other two to try and call it off. Sirius found himself in a dark corridor. He was getting more and more nervous and looked everywhere. He didn't want to be caught by Filch and his damn cat. Come on, Joker, show yourself, thought Sirius. Finally, after 5 minutes he heard footsteps. Sirius looked over nervously, ready to escape in case it was Filch. A figure with a black cloak and a clown mask appeared. He walked calmly towards Sirius, who was examining him with his light eyes somewhat nervously. Is that the Joker? Muttered Toby, looking at the clown-masked figure. I hope he doesn't try anything funny, said Lupin with wand in hand. The Joker figure didn't give him a good feeling. James was also watching him closely, ready to act in case he tried anything. The conversation between Sirius and the Joker lasted about 5 minutes. At one point a chuckle could be heard coming from the Joker. James guessed it was due to Sirius' request for 100 dung bombs. Finally, the Joker went back the way he came, and Sirius headed back to where the Marauders were under the invisibility cloak. Lupin had to stick his hand out so Sirius could see them and get under the cloak. They made it back to the dormitory without a problem. Everything okay? Asked Peter, who was standing and walking in circles around the room, clearly nervous. I don't know. Ask Sirius, said James as he put the cloak away in his trunk. Quite a success. He accepted the order. The bad news is that he'll deliver it to me after Christmas, in early January. Since it's a lot of stink bombs, replied Sirius with a grin. How much will it cost? Asked Lupin. 1 sickle and 40 nuts a unit. I'll pay for it. I'd rather spend the money my mother gives me on these things, Sirius replied, trying to imagine his mother's expression if she finds out what he spends the money she gives him on. What if the Joker is from Slytherin? When he's in her hall and a lot of stink bombs start going off, she'll know it was you, commented Lupin. It's true he'll know it's me, but he won't be able to say anything, as he'll have to show proof and his identity will be out in the open, and I think he'll get a worse punishment than us if they find out he's the Joker, replied Sirius, who already had it all figured out. Besides, it's impossible for someone as cool as the Joker to be from Slytherin, he added in a totally convinced tone. Christmas was close at hand. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awoke covered in nearly 3 feet of snow. The lake was frozen solid. James and Sirius were punished for using Wingardium Leviosa on many snowballs and starting a snowball war with the Pruitt brothers. In the course of the war, several innocents were hit by the snowballs. Luckily the punishment was no big deal and they only had to spend an hour copying "I won't do it again" in McGonagall's office, who every now and then looked up from the papers she was correcting and looked at them with exasperation. "I'd say it was a draw," whispered Sirius as he wrote. "A draw? Of course not. Look at your robe," said Gideon Pruitt. Sirius's robes were full of snow. Clearly it was very difficult to beat the 2 batsmen of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. After an hour they left McGonagall's office, who gave them a warning. Next time they repeat the same thing it will be 3 hours writing instead of 1. "It's getting closer and closer to the vacations," said Sirius, walking down the corridors full of icy drafts. "Yes. I already want to go home," said James, who had missed his parents a lot in these months he didn't see them. "I don't. I just want to rest and not have homework." "I'll have to put up with my mother's sermon," said Sirius with a grimace. "Good luck with that." "Lupin and Toby are staying at the castle, right?" asked James. "Yes, from Toby I can understand, since he lives in an orphanage and it's preferable to spend Christmas in a giant castle, rather than in a small room and lots of kids bothering you, but from Lupin I don't understand." "That's true," said James, thinking about Lupin. From what little he told about his parents, they seemed to have a good relationship. While thinking about Lupin, a couple of strange occurrences around Lupin came to his mind. Since they started Hogwarts, there is always one day of the month where Lupin disappears, and the next day he is late for classes, or if it's a weekend he doesn't show up for several hours. The excuse he gave so far was that he was grounded or had a cold or something like that. The others noticed this too, but Lupin was reluctant to give any further explanation, so they stopped asking about it. These days James began frequenting the library and continuing to read the defensive magic book. So the explorations with the Marauders were less. The vacations began. Before saying goodbye to his friends, James invited all the Marauders to visit him. As expected, Lupin declined, and Sirius, who wanted to spend 2 weeks fooling around with James, also had to decline, as his family did not approve of the Potter family as blood traitors. "Narcissa, that bitch, has been feeding my parents information," explained Sirius in a mournful tone. "Apparently, I've disgraced them enough. If I go to your house it will only get worse." "Sorry mate," Sirius said with a long face. James didn't think much of it. It wasn't the first time he'd had a friend with a supremacist family on the subject of lineage. Narcissa Black was Sirius' cousin. She was currently a 4th year and they had crossed paths a couple of times. She had an icy stare and a haughty, arrogant expression. She was not a girl of many words. She barely spoke to Sirius for family matters. As for Gwen and Emily, they managed to go to her house long ago, since she had saved Gwen, and if the Shafiqs didn't let them go to the Potter's house, they would be showing themselves very ungrateful. Toby also refused James, as he did not want to leave Lupin alone, although he was eager to see his friend's house. The only one who was allowed to go was Peter, who accepted with much enthusiasm. "I'll send you owls. See if you can come up with any plans for our next prank," said James, waving goodbye to Lupin and Toby. Chapter 55. When James got off the Hogwarts Express and saw his parents, he had to contain his excitement to keep from running up and hugging them. There were a lot of eyes, and at Hogwarts, he came across as someone who was a joker, and from what he heard from Penny, along with the Marauders, they were popular. Besides, he didn't want Rabaston and his Slytherin friends to see him lovingly hugging his parents and be teased later, as he might end up with Rabaston stuck against the wall at Hogwarts and James with 2 weeks of punishment. They got into Fleamont's Peugeot 504, and the whole trip he spent the whole trip telling them everything he did at Hogwarts. Especially about the flower prank. "That's a good one. I would have never thought of that joke," said Fleamont, laughing loudly. "Pay attention, you're driving," said Euphemia, who had also thought it was a great joke. Especially because it was harmless. Otherwise, she would be lecturing James. James didn't tell the part where he stole ingredients from a professor, and according to his version they managed to get the ingredients legally. Arriving at Godric's Hollow, he could see how the whole town was painted with snow and festive decorations. On every door and window, Christmas garlands give all the houses a very charming and magical air. As they passed through the main square, James could see that in the center was a huge Christmas tree that seemed to reach the sky. He wasn't too surprised as it was not the first time he had seen how picturesque the town was at Christmas, but he still was very happy when he saw the town with all the Christmas decorations. When he got home he saw that everything was the same, the only difference was the decorations. Lights, garlands, and the tree in the center of the living room. It's good to be home, thought James, entering the warm hearth. With his parents, they sat in the armchairs in front of the fireplace which gave off a very warm heat. The family of 3 stayed for a long time chatting happily. James had missed his father and mother whom he loved so much in this life. Later that day, his grandfather arrived and had to repeat all the same stories, but it didn't bother him at all. Almost 2 weeks break, thought James as he yawned, already lying in his bed. The days passed quickly much to James' chagrin as he enjoyed the company of his family. Besides spending time with his parents and grandfather he also spent time practicing defensive magic, reading books, and flying his broom. He did all of this in the training room that his father had built. It was a very large and high room that allowed him to fly without any problem, although it did not compare to the Quidditch pitch. As for flying, he practiced releasing the golden snitch and trying to catch it, since he could not escape. It was a very effective training. The only thing that didn't resemble reality was that there weren't 2 bludgers heading at full power towards him. Another fabulous catch, praised Fleamont, watching as James took the snitch taking a sudden turn. You will be one of the best seekers in Gryffindor history, he added as James landed softly. As a father, he was very proud that his son was a great talent at Quidditch. He knew that he was given special permission to practice with the team, which fueled his pride in his son even more. We can add a couple of bludgers to simulate a real match, commented Henry, who was watching everything with a big smile on his face. Not. It's good enough that I've let him chase the snitch while performing those dangerous spins, said Euphemia in an irrefutable tone. I've already trained with Bludger's mom, thought James as he put the snitch away instead. Even though Euphemia knew that James has already trained with real bludgers, she didn't want him to do it at home and have an accident happen. Tomorrow your friend is coming, right? Asked Henry. Yes, Peter, nodded James, who was waiting for him to arrive to train him and for the cowardly Peter to improve his flying. The next day, Peter arrived along with his parents. Euphemia had them come in for tea and to get to know each other, as her sons are friends. Peter's parents seemed very nice, and despite being pure-blooded wizards, they showed no dislike for muggles, nor did they think they were superior to others because of their lineage. For the next 3 days that Peter stayed at the Potter house, they spent the next 3 days flying in the training room, playing magical chess where Peter showed talent. However, he could not beat James. On Christmas Eve, James went to bed excited for the next day to come and have presents and eat all kinds of food prepared by his mother. He had already arranged to send presents to all his friends, including Penny, Gwen, and Emily, although he had distanced himself from the latter too. Early the next morning, his parents woke him up by bringing him breakfast in bed, a cup of hot chocolate with milk, marshmallows, and pumpkin pancakes. "Merry Christmas, sweetie," greeted Euphemia lovingly as she kissed him on the forehead. "Merry Christmas, champ," said Fleamont, messing up James' hair lovingly. "Merry Christmas, Mom, Dad," said James as he hugged his parents tightly, causing him to almost drop his hot chocolate on the bed. Even though every Christmas had been this way, he still wasn't used to how loving his parents were, so he hugged them so he knew it was all real. "Have a quiet breakfast, there are lots of presents waiting for you," Euphemia said in a happy tone, as she had seen many presents from her son's new friends. Hearing this, James ate breakfast in a hurry, as he was eager to open all his presents. He went downstairs to the living room, where under the Christmas tree was a large pile of presents wrapped in all sorts of colored paper. James picked up the package that was on top of the small mountain. It was wrapped in shiny green paper and had a simple statement on it, "To James, from Gwen." "She's not that heartless," thought James with a slight smile as he saw that Gwen was still sending him gifts. What struck him as odd was that Emily's name didn't appear. Usually in previous Christmases they both sent him a gift, and both Shafiq girls' names appeared. He eagerly opened the green package. It contained a bracelet made of fine silver, intricately worked to form delicate links. The silver shines with a subtle luster, giving the jewelry a noble look. On the links could be seen a message that James did not understand as it was printed in ancient runes. I wonder what meaning it will have, thought James as he moved the bracelet closer to his wrist. When it was close enough it opened automatically and was placed on his wrist. To take it off he only had to think about it, and it came off easily. The second one was smaller. When he saw the note, he knew it was in the handwriting of his friend, Sirius. It read as follows: "This is all I could buy. Now my mother is giving me less and less money. Very stingy. Because of the tradition thing and acting like a black, blah, blah, blah. Plus, I also need money for the prank, you know. Sorry, see you soon, Sirius Black." James let out a chuckle imagining Sirius as he was ranting and writing the note. Opening it, he saw a case containing a fancy black magic writing quill. He opened more and more presents. From his grandfather, Henry, his Potter uncles, whom he saw every so often, his friend Peter, from William and other members of the Quidditch team, even from Penny, who gave him a book about Quidditch and a box of chocolates. I was right to send her a gift, thought James, as it would have looked bad if he didn't send her a gift. Then came the turn of the gifts from his parents, which were many. For one, his mother personally knitted him a red sweater. A gift that James appreciated all the more since his mother made it with her own hands. She also gave him a falsoscope and a lot of sweets, dragées of all flavors, chocolate frogs, sugar feathers, etc. On the other hand, his father gave him a completely custom-made Puddlemere United uniform. Identical to the one worn by the pros, only matching James' body. "Isn't that great, son?" asked Fleamont with a smile as he saw the look of excitement on James' face as he looked at the uniform. "That's great," nodded James, who already wanted to try on the uniform. "In a little while you'll be flying in the Puddlemere uniform." "Now tell me, which present was the best?" asked Fleamont confidently. "Mom's gift," said James without a second's hesitation as he hugged Euphemia, who accepted the hug and looked with a triumphant smile at her husband. After they finished opening the gifts, Henry arrived, and they had a Christmas meal, with a plethora of dishes and delicacies. After the meal, hot puddings followed for dessert. In this way, Christmas came to an end, being one of the best Christmases for James, like all the others since he was reborn in this magical world. Chapter 56. During the rest of the Christmas break, James' routine didn't change much. He spent time with his parents, practiced his flying now dressed in a Puddlemere United uniform, did the homework the teachers had left, and continued reading the defensive magic book and putting spells into practice. One day before classes started, James returned to Hogwarts. He met Sirius, who had already returned 5 days ago, as he wanted to leave home as soon as possible. Peter arrived on the same day as him. "Thanks for the gift, James. The homework planner is going to be very useful to me." "Sorry for not sending you a present," said Toby when James arrived in the Gryffindor common room. He could see him looking a little embarrassed. "You're welcome, it's okay. I hope it comes in useful," said James with a smile patting Toby's shoulder. "Can't send you anything because I don't have an owl. Here you go." "Merry Christmas," Toby said as he handed James a book. James wasn't expecting this. He took the book. Its title was as follows: History of the Quidditch League of Great Britain and Ireland. "Oh, I've wanted to buy this book for a long time," said James excitedly. He could see that the book was used, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Toby came from an orphanage, so buying a book would have cost him a lot. "Thanks, Toby," he said with a smile, and Toby nodded sheepishly. "By the way, where's Lupin?" asked James, sitting on the edge of the bed as he opened the book. "He told me he went to the library." "Very nerdy. At this pace, he's going to turn into Lily Evans too," replied Sirius, who was looking for something in his trunk. Lupin, unlike how lazy they were, Sirius had a study routine, only sometimes it faltered, as the Marauders explored the castle and had missions, so he preferred to have fun with them, but he knew when to say no and go to the library, without neglecting his study. "At the end of the month was he back in the infirmary?" asked James, looking at Toby, who was the one who had stayed with Lupin. Sirius left his trunk alone and looked at Toby as he was also curious before Lupin's strange disappearances. "Yes, one day before New Year's, he was in the infirmary all day," Toby confirmed. "What excuse did he give you this time?" asked Sirius. "He said he was feeling sick." "He had a bit of a fever," replied Toby. "That's strange," commented Peter, and they all nodded at the same time. "What's he going to do? Is he going to have a girlfriend? And that's why he's running away without us seeing him," said Sirius in a strange tone. They all shook their heads. Lupin always hung out with them or in the library. They would have noticed something like that. A conversation about what Lupin does when he disappears once a month starts in the room. Sirius was coming up with many crazy and implausible theories. Just as Sirius was saying that Lupin had a strange disease and had to take a potion or else he would die, the door to the room opened, and in walked the person they were talking about. They all shut their mouths, and the room went silent, something Lupin noticed as it was very strange for a boy like Sirius to shut up so suddenly. "What's wrong?" asked Lupin with a frown and a somewhat angry tone. He was almost sure they were talking about him. "Nothing we were talking about," said Sirius, looking to James to help him find an excuse. From the 1945 league final, where they played an English team versus an Irish team, James said quickly as he showed the book to Lupin, who snorted without believing a word of it and went to put away the books he was holding in his hands. An awkward atmosphere lingered in the room until Toby asked if they did the homework. The professors left and went back to talking normally. The only one who kept quiet was Lupin, who after a few minutes lay down on his bed and closed the curtains. Monday, January 3, 1972. Classes began, and so did Quidditch practice. James decided to dedicate 2 hours a day to be in the library. He would like to dedicate more time, but he couldn't. His schedule was tight, especially on the days when he had classes and Quidditch training. On Saturdays and Sundays, he could dedicate more time since he didn't have so many hours of classes and training. At breakfast, there was the typical scene of hundreds of owls coming in, bringing with them many letters. To James's surprise, Shadow flew past the jam and sugar bowl and dropped a note on James's plate, who immediately opened it. "James," it said in very nice, neat handwriting. "Come to classroom 11 today. After 5 o'clock at that time, it is empty. It is located in the corridor that starts opposite the large oak entrance doors, on the first floor of the castle. Do not be late. Gwen Shafiq." James. The last thing he expected was a letter from Gwen summoning him for a meeting later. The strangest thing of all was that she did it through a letter when they saw each other every day in the corridors or the Great Hall. He looked towards the Slytherin table and quickly found a very striking blonde hair. Gwen looked at him subtly before turning her attention back to her friends. "Is it so bad to talk to me in front of your house?" thought James with a strange expression, although on second thought he had insulted Gwen's best friend, so if Anastasia not saw Gwen talking to James it wouldn't look good at all. "What's wrong? Did Rabaston do something?" asked Sirius, ready for a fight at any moment. "It's nothing, don't worry," said James, stuffing the letter in one of his pockets. After the end of the day's classes, James broke away from the group and began his search for classroom 11. Luckily, he had time, otherwise he would have been late and would have had to put up with Gwen's anger. This must be it, thought James, reading a sign that had classroom 11 carved on it. As he walked in he could see Gwen sitting at a desk as she played with her hair. "You finally get here," said Gwen, acting annoyed. "I'm sure it's still a few minutes to 5, said James, looking at the clock in the classroom, and sure enough it was 16:57. "You can't keep a girl waiting. You have to be there 15 minutes before the appointed time." "It's basic etiquette," said Gwen, who wasn't planning on backing out. Fine, whatever you say. "Next time, I'll be 15 minutes early," said James, who knew that Gwen would not stop until she won the argument. At this Gwen smiled happy that she had won. "What class do they teach in this classroom?" asked James, curious. "As far as I know, ancient runes, a third-year class," replied Gwen. "Speaking of ancient runes, what does the writing on the bracelet mean?" asked James, rolling up his sleeve and leaving his wrist exposed, where he was wearing the silver bracelet Gwen gave him for Christmas. "I had a hard time getting the message written in ancient runes," began Gwen, happy to see James wearing her gift. "Since I had a hard time doing it, it will be your task to decipher the message," she added with a smile. "What kind of logic is that?" thought James, rolling his eyes. "Don't make that face. There are ancient rune books in the library. Study them and stop making jokes with Sirius Black," said Gwen, looking at James with narrowed eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," said James, playing dumb. "I'm 100 sure it was you who planned the flower prank," said Gwen, moving closer to James. "Oh, that's a very high rate." "The proof?" asked James with a slight smile. "When we were kids, you always played pranks on Goyle and Crabbe and they never caught you, although I think it was because they were scared of you. Anyway, I know you, James," said Gwen, who was sure it was James and his friends. James looked at Gwen. He knew he couldn't hide this from her, even Penny could tell it was about them. Gwen was his childhood friend and knew him best. "Okay, you're right, don't tell me that wasn't a good joke," James said with a smile, remembering the embarrassed and angry faces of Rabaston and his friends. Gwen laughed and admitted that it was very funny. Especially since she didn't like Rabaston, who always wanted to start a conversation with her, something she found annoying. They were talking for almost a full hour, catching up a bit, as it had been a long time since they had talked like that. James asked about Emily, but Gwen didn't say much about her sister, just that they had drifted apart since they were each in a different year and they were dealing with their stuff. "See you next time, don't be late," Gwen said goodbye as she crept out of the hall. Next time, thought James. Chapter 57. After he met with Gwen, James wasted no time and went straight to the library. From one of the shelves, he took the book he was reading on defensive magic and resumed reading. He finished reading chapter 28 and started with chapter 29. The title of this chapter was as follows: Werewolves. It read as follows. A werewolf is a creature that normally resembles a human being, but when the full moon is fully risen it becomes an uncontrollable, fearsome, and deadly wolf. Many use the term lycanthrope to describe werewolves. This is incorrect. Lycanthropy refers to someone who suffers from a mental illness and fantasizes about being a wolf. James knew that there were two opinions about the correct term. Some authors said that both terms were correct, and others that lycanthropy was not the same and could not be used to name a real werewolf. Arsenius Jigger, the author of this book, preferred the latter and used the term werewolf when referring to the condition of being a werewolf. The chapter explained many things about werewolves. How they could not choose whether to transform or not, and when they were transformed they did not remember who they were and would kill even their best friend if they had the chance. It also talked about the infection, how it was transmitted, and ways to cure the wound, although it didn't cure the disease of later transforming into a werewolf. The monthly werewolf transformation is extremely painful if left untreated. It is usually preceded and followed by a few days of pallor and ill health. When the person is transforming into a wolf, the individual loses his human sense of good and evil. However, it is incorrect to claim that, as many authorities on the subject have done, they suffer a permanent loss of morality. Werewolves in their human forms can be as good and gentle as anyone. Werewolves have it rough, thought James pityingly. There was no cure for this disease. Besides, this wasn't the worst of it. Werewolves or werwomen are generally viewed with terror, disgust, and distaste by magical society. People seem to think that even when they are in their human form, the werewolf can pose a danger. It is not unusual for people known to be werewolves to be shunned by society and discriminated against within the magical world. It is very difficult for a werewolf to get a job in the magical community. This causes most to suffer poverty and end up exiled from society and joining werewolf packs that commit crimes and continue to infect more people. James thought that the Ministry of Magic bore a great deal of responsibility for this, as they did nothing to stop the oppression and discrimination faced by werewolves. He finished reading the chapter and was just short of finishing the book. The last thing was a brief conclusion of a few pages. "Book finished," said James, closing the book. Now, it was time to put what he learned into practice. Namely, the defensive spells that the book explained. James found two very useful spells that would serve in his arsenal of defensive magic. One was Barriera Silence. As the name implies, it creates a barrier of silence around the user, muffling outside sounds and preventing people nearby from overhearing James' conversations or noises he makes. This will serve him well with the invisibility cloak, as despite being invisible his footsteps still create noise, and if he speaks other people can hear his voice. It will be very useful for the Marauders, thought James with a slight smile. The only downside was that the barrier stays where you cast the charm, it doesn't follow the user. So, if you go outside the boundaries of the barrier you will be heard again. What better place than the library to practice, thought James as he opened the book to the page where he explained this charm. The pronunciation, the intention, and the movement of the wand. After 10 minutes where he went over everything, he took his wand and said in a low tone so he wouldn't get kicked out, Barriera Silence. He pronounced the LEN and the RA more forcefully, dragging out the A. James felt his wand vibrate subtly, indicating that the spell was cast. He could also visualize a distortion in the air around him. Still, he wasn't sure if the spell had worked properly. He looked around and could see the librarian in the distance, also several students sitting diligently studying. Let's see how good the barrier is, thought James. After a few seconds, where he plucked up his courage, he shouted, "SHIT, to his luck no one looked up in surprise and looked back at him for the rudeness he had just said. The worst thing is that the library is in complete silence, and it would be very embarrassing, but it was a good way to practice and not want to fail. Phew, luckily it worked, thought James somewhat nervously. After a few seconds, he noticed how the faint glow around him disappeared. He practiced for 30 minutes repeating the same process. Casting the spell, then cursing and trying to hold it for as long as possible. To his bad luck, on one of the last attempts the barrier just dissipated as he was shouting the swear word. Slytherin bastards, shouted James, and his voice echoed through the library. All the students studying quietly looked up startled by the sudden shout, and looked at James in confusion. The spell lasted 3 minutes and 10 seconds, thought James, ignoring the stares he was getting. The breakthrough he had was good, as with the first throw he lasted just a few seconds. With enough practice, I could make it to the hour. Besides, it's not too hard to improve the time, analyzed James, who was still being watched by all the students. They couldn't believe he now had a stoic look on his face after shouting that. "Hey you," said a voice in a low tone that was holding back from bursting out and shouting. James looked up from the book and noticed the young librarian with a frown on her face and a look he had rarely seen on her bored face. "What's wrong?" asked James. "What's wrong?" she repeated what James said angrily. "You just shouted out of nowhere, and because of you, I spilled tea on the book I was reading," she added, getting angrier and angrier. "Oh, that, sorry. Nothing magic can't fix," James said in a monotone. Hearing James' poor apology, a vein on Irma's forehead could be seen standing out. "It's forbidden to shout in the library. Get out of here. For 2 days, you are banned from the library," said Irma as she pointed to the exit. 2 days, I got off easy, thought James as he quietly got up from his seat. He knew how strict Prince was and thought he would have more days prohibited from entering. "Can I take the book with me?" asked James. "No, out," said Irma, becoming increasingly exasperated by James' attitude. At the refusal, he grimaced with annoyance. He left the book on the table and walked towards the exit quietly under everyone's stares. "See you in 2 days," said James, waving to Irma as he left the library. That arrogant brat, thought Irma angrily, gnashing her teeth and regretting giving him only a 2-day ban. The news of James cursing Slytherin's house in the library was quickly broadcast throughout the castle, and he was now getting more strange looks from everyone. Sirius spent 5 minutes laughing uncontrollably at the news. Until James was able to explain to him that he did it because he wanted to practice a charm, and it wasn't that he wanted to draw attention to himself. This was only understood by the Marauders. Everyone else thought James just wanted attention. He also noticed the angry look on Gwen's face. "I'll have to explain to her that the insult wasn't directed at her." James thought he had to do it quickly before Gwen's anger escalated. The next day he sent a letter to Gwen and Emily to meet in classroom 11 at the same time as yesterday. James thought that Emily would also prefer to talk to him in this method and not draw so much attention to herself, as almost the entire first year of Slytherin hates it. He arrived 15 minutes early to classroom 11 and waited sitting at the professor's desk. After 5 minutes Gwen arrived looking at James with an angry face. "Is it true you said that?" she asked about the topic of James cursing Slytherin's house. "Yes, but, wait. Just listen to me for 5 minutes, okay?" said James, grabbing Gwen's wrist, who was about to leave. She was not amused when her house was insulted, and even more so when it was her friend. "Fine, speak," she said as she sat with her arms crossed where James used to be. That was my place, thought James. James started telling her about the charm and that when he yelled, "Slytherin bastards," he did so thinking of Rabaston and not her or Emily. This calmed Gwen since she also disliked Rabaston. "A barrier of silence," said Gwen, interested in the charm. Just at that moment, the door opened, surprising the blonde. It was Emily, who arrived on time. James smiled and walked over with a smile, as he hadn't spoken to her in a long time. "Hey, Emily. How have you been?" asked James, approaching the raven-haired girl. At first, he wasn't too sure if Emily would accept his invitation since when he talked to her a while ago she seemed very distant, but luckily she didn't ignore him. Emily didn't answer. She just looked at Gwen, who was scowling at her. "Why is she here?" asked Emily in a low tone. Chapter 58. "Am I not allowed to be here?" asked Gwen in a hostile tone. "No. I didn't mean that," said Emily in a nervous tone, lowering her gaze. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. James couldn't process what happened. "What's up with this atmosphere?" thought James, looking at Emily and then looking at Gwen, who again had a look at a few friends. "Why did you invite her?" asked Gwen, looking at James, who was still silently shocked at the reaction of both sisters seeing each other. "Can't I? I thought it would be nice to be together like old times," replied James, feeling like an old man saying old times. He had only heard such a phrase said by his grandfather and his senior friends when they told anecdotes from years ago. "Besides, why are you talking to Emily like that?" asked James, confused. He noticed Gwen's hostile tone towards Emily. "It's none of your business," said Gwen in an angry tone as she walked to the door. She pushed Emily without even looking at her and left. "What the?" muttered James in confusion. "Hey, Emily, what happened between you two?" asked James, approaching Emily, who was still looking at her shoes. "It's none of your problem, James." "Thanks for the gift," said Emily in a low and depressed tone as she turned around and walked back the way she came. James had a conflicted look on his face as he watched Emily leave. On one hand, he wanted to stop her and ask her if there was anything he could do to help, but he knew it was useless. This was the second time he had asked, and neither wanted to tell her anything. He couldn't deny that it annoyed and hurt him that they didn't trust him to ask for help or minimally tell him the problem. "TSCH, it's more fun to be with the Marauders," James muttered in annoyance as he walked out of the room kicking invisible stones. Over the next few days, James never tried to meet with Emily again, nor Gwen, and he wouldn't accept a meeting with them either, as he ended up getting annoyed with how mysterious they both were. He wasn't a fortune teller, and if they didn't tell him it was obvious, he would ask what happened when they were getting along relatively well before. When the ban on entry to the library was lifted, James headed there, resuming his routine, and continued practicing the charm Barriera Silence. The librarian Irma, when she saw him enter, looked at him with a frown, but said nothing. This time, if the same thing happens, how many days will it be, thought James with a slight smile. Training for this charm was better in the library, as it gave a more serious atmosphere, and if he failed there were consequences, making him take it more seriously. After about 30 minutes of practicing and increasing the barrier time a bit, he put this charm aside and moved on to the next one he found useful. He opened the page where it was explained to read it again. This charm is named Aeromantio, and is distinguished by its simplicity and efficiency in deflecting attacks, whether projectiles or spells. It can replace Protego as it is easier to learn and cast. Aeromantio generates a current of air around the user, deflecting projectiles and spells. However, not everything is so nice and rosy. Although in theory, it is easier to use it in combat, it is more difficult than Protego. For one thing, unlike Protego, which can be conjured proactively, Aeromantio requires a quick reaction from the mage. It must be cast at the exact moment when a projectile or spell is about to hit the user. This makes the mage's anticipation and reflexes crucial to the spell's success. In addition, to successfully deflect an attack, the mage must generate the airstream in the right direction. If the spell or projectile is coming from the right, the mage must direct the airstream in that specific direction. This adds an element of dexterity and fine control to the spell, which implies that the magician must be aware of the direction of the impending danger. It also depends on the magical strength of the user, since, if the attacking mage is more powerful than the defending mage, the air current will prove insufficient to successfully deflect the spell, unless the attacker restrains himself. It is also incapable of deflecting unforgivable curses, no matter how much more powerful the defending wizard is than the attacking wizard, although the latter is the same for Protego. "Casting is much easier than Protego and causes me less fatigue, but you need very good reflexes," muttered James. "Let's see, Barriera Silence," said James as he waved his wand, and a barrier went up around him. "Now I can shout what I want for 15 minutes. "Aeromantio," said James with intent and high pitch as he waved his wand. Instantly, he knew the spell was a success. He felt a draft to his right that lasted only a short time. "That's easier than I expected," thought James. Although this wasn't the hard part of the spell, the really difficult part was having enough speed and reflexes to cast it at the exact right moment. During the 15 minutes that his barrier lasted, he was casting the spell non-stop, creating air currents to his right, left, above his head, etc. If anyone saw him screaming and waving his wand, they would look at him strangely. 15 minutes passed, and James stopped shouting and waving his wand as he noticed the barrier fading. "I can cast many without getting tired, unlike the Protego. Just by casting 5 I'm already exhausted," James thought. All that was needed now was to put it into practice and get the necessary reflexes. The problem was how. First, he needed someone to cast spells that he could try to deflect, and second, a place to train without being bothered, or caught by Filch or some professor and punished for destroying the classroom. When they trained Flipendo with the Marauders, they were used as training dummies themselves. Even so, when they were sent flying, they created a lot of noise in the classrooms and almost got caught by Filch and his cat. Since Sirius, Lupin, Peter, and Toby were beginners, their Flipendos were not as painful as James, so they could practice without hurting themselves too much. Besides, it was fun to be sent flying and fall into the desks. They had a good laugh. "I have to think of somewhere in the castle where Filch won't get to," thought James as he left the library. However, he couldn't think of any place where Filch wouldn't arrive. He thought about using the Barriera Silence charm, but it was still too short-lived and couldn't hold an entire classroom. The dormitories were too small, and the common room was too crowded, and if they did it at night they would create too much noise, waking everyone up. The Forbidden Forest. No, too dangerous. The outskirts of Hogwarts. Neither, we can be watched and I don't want them to see us practicing, besides I don't think the professors would like to see me fly off a flipendo, James thought with a frown. He got to the Gryffindor common room and couldn't think of anywhere, the Marauders were waiting for him, so he left it for later. Finally, you're here, said Sirius, waving him over to an armchair where all the Marauders were sitting. What happened? Asked James, sitting down between Lupin and Peter. He noticed the excitement in Sirius' voice, which meant that a prank on Slytherin was near. Today's the day, said Sirius, acting exaggeratedly, and everyone raised their eyebrows internally wondering the day of what. Of what? Asked Toby. It's good of you to ask, my friend. Today will be the day where we get 100 dung bombs, replied Sirius as a wicked grin formed on his face. Chapter 59. James and Lupin looked at each other. They had forgotten about the prank Sirius wanted to pull, how he wasn't talking about the Joker anymore. They stopped thinking about it. Are we going to do that prank? Asked Lupin, not quite sure. Of course we are. Or do you have a better idea? Asked Sirius, with some anger, as he had seen that the others were not very much in agreement with this prank. If they catch us, we're screwed, commented James, and Sirius looked at him quizzically, as his best friend always agreed and was not one to be afraid. At that moment, a boy named Thomas with a dark complexion and short hair, staggered into the common room and finally stumbled falling to the floor, drawing everyone's attention. James stood up and noticed that Thomas's legs were stuck together. He recognized immediately that it was the legs together jinx. He had had to come hopping to Gryffindor Tower. Many of those who saw this scene began to laugh, except for James, who went over and performed the counter jinx. Thomas's legs parted, and he was able to stand up, shaking. Thanks, muttered Thomas. What happened? Asked James, helping him to sit on one of the couches. James had known Thomas, as he was a first year, and they had high-fived when he was almost grounded for ignoring the flight instructor's order. Rabaston and his friends, Thomas replied in a shaky tone, I found them on the way out of the bathroom. He said he was looking for someone to practice his new jinx on, he added. Go talk to Professor McGonagall. He can't be casting jinxes while someone wants to go to the bathroom quietly, suggested Lupin, but Thomas shook his head and said, I have no proof. You have to stand up to him, John, said Sirius angrily. I'm Thomas, muttered the boy, but Sirius didn't hear him and kept talking. That fucker. He thinks he can do whatever he wants because his family has some power, said Sirius, getting angrier and angrier. Some, thought James. Only a black could say such a thing. Not everyone is like you or how James, I have to study. See you, said Thomas as he stood up and walked away. Sirius followed him with his eyes and said nothing. James on the other hand had already made up his mind, let's do it, he said, and Sirius got a smile forming on his face as he listened to him. Rabaston was casting jinxes on many Gryffindor students, Toby was one of them, now Thomas, and tomorrow it could be another one. He had to be put in his place. If Rabaston hadn't been such a bully, James wouldn't play such a practical joke on him, but he left him no choice. That's the spirit, man, exclaimed Sirius, brutally patting James' back. Looks like there's no other option, thought Lupin, but he was also looking forward to getting back at Rabaston, though this time they would be aiming for all the years. Late at night, Sirius left the common room alone. However, he was followed by James, Peter, and Lupin, who were under the invisibility cloak. This time, Peter wanted to come along, as he was very curious about the identity of the Joker. When they left the common room, Sirius got under the cloak, as he didn't want to run into Filch and be punished. When he was about to arrive he came out. This time, the Joker arrived within a few minutes. Hi, did you bring it? Asked Sirius somewhat nervously, different from his usual confidence. Do you have the money? Asked the Joker. His voice was strange, very low and distorted, plus the clown mask and the darkness that was in the castle. Many students would get a fright if they saw him. Here you go, said Sirius, pulling out a small bag, which as it moved jingled. The Joker weighed the bag with his hand, glanced at it, and put it away. Aren't you going to count it? Asked Sirius. I have my ways, he said without explaining much more. From one of his pockets. He pulled out some kind of small bag. He opened it and stuck his hand in starting to look for something. This isn't, where is, here, he muttered as he withdrew a black box about 6 inches long. He passed it to Sirius, who took it carefully and within seconds pulled out another identical box again. He repeated the process until Sirius had 5 boxes in his hands. In each box are 20 dung bombs, of the highest quality, said the Joker. Sirius nodded without seeing what was in the boxes, as it would be rude, and he trusted the reputation of the best smuggler of prank products at Hogwarts. "If you need anything else, you know how to contact me," said the Joker as he chuckled in a low tone and started walking backward, disappearing into the darkness. "How scary," muttered Peter, who got to hear the Joker's laughter. In the Marauders' bedroom, 5 boxes could be seen lined up on the coffee table and opened, leaving tiny brown spheres, barely the size of a marble, that fit comfortably in the palm of one's hand. Their simple, unassuming appearance is deceptive, for when they burst they give off a putrid, stinky odor. The 5 boys stood watching with smiles at the boxes full of dung bombs. "They'll have to bathe for months, and the smell will haunt them," said Sirius with a big grin. "I've never seen so many stink bombs together," commented Peter, amazed at the great sight. "There are still a few things missing before we act," said Lupin. "What's missing?" "We just sneak into the Slytherin common room with James' cloak and bomb them." "Easy," said Sirius. "If we do what you say, all we'll get is easily caught. First of all, if we are under the cloak, how will we throw the bombs without being seen by all the people who are going to be in the common room? Secondly, if we manage to figure that out when we leave the common room after throwing 100 dung bombs, we will have a putrid smell and it will be easy for them to figure out it was us," explained Lupin calmly, and Sirius began to understand that it wasn't all that simple. "Won't the cloak protect us from the smell?" asked Toby, to which James shook his head. "It's only an invisibility cloak." "It won't protect against rotten smell," said James a little doubtfully. "We'll do the following. Toby, Peter, and I will take care of finding a solution for the smell problem so it doesn't affect us. James and Sirius will look for the solution so that we won't be seen and we can throw the dung bombs once we are in the Slytherin common room," said Lupin, and everyone nodded in agreement. "I thought he didn't agree with the prank," thought James, looking strangely at Lupin. After talking about a few more things, they went to sleep, since it was very late and tomorrow besides classes they had to start looking for solutions so that the prank would turn out perfect and they wouldn't get caught. A week passed since the day they got 100 dung bombs. The Marauders' outings to explore the castle began to be less and less, as they were absorbed in getting the answers to the 2 questions of the prank. Plus James was spending time studying and didn't have as much free time as he used to. On the one hand, Lupin, Peter, and Toby were spending more time in the library looking for methods that would protect them from the rotten smell. They had already decided that they would do it through a potion, which would have a longer lasting effect compared to a charm. The problem was to find a potion that was not something very used, and they did not even know if it existed, so they spent a lot of time reading potion books. Sirius and James thought they had it easier, but so far they did not find any method that would allow them to throw the dung bombs without being seen by the people in the Slytherin common room, since for this they would need to get out of the invisibility cloak. Sirius suggested a polyjuice potion. This potion is well known. It allows the drinker to assume the form of another person. It is a complicated and challenging potion that even adult witches and wizards struggle to brew correctly. James dismissed this idea quickly. He knew the potion, and it was too much trouble. Although he was confident he could make it, they needed a lot of ingredients that were very hard to come by. They even needed hairs from the person they were going to transform, which added another problem to the matter, as they had to get hairs from 3 Slytherin students. And the worst part of all was that the potion must be cooked for a month before use. Hearing this, Sirius rejected the proposal he had made as he was unaware of this step. James knew the answer was through a charm. Despite knowing many charms, he knew none that would help him in this situation. Most of the charms he knew were attack and defense. Then the typical ones like Alohomora, Reparo, Lumos, etc. "Looks like you have no choice but to visit the library," said James as he walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. James was already visiting the library and was reading more advanced books on defensive magic. But since the assignment is both of theirs, he won't be doing all the work by himself. "Yes," said Sirius with a grimace, as he wasn't a big fan of visiting the silent library. Despite not going to the library regularly, Sirius was very talented and good at most subjects. He didn't see why he should visit it, and he didn't understand James, who now visited regularly either, but everyone does what they want with their time. Chapter 60. Before they could sit down, Professor Antenny stopped them. "Today you don't need to sit. It's gonna be a pure practice class," she said as waved her wand. Instantly all the desks floated up and headed for the walls, stacking neatly and leaving the entire center of the classroom free. Everyone hearing this smiled, glad that they wouldn't have to copy and read. Most preferred the practical, one of them being Sirius, who had a big grin on his face. "What powerful charm will you teach us?" asked Sirius loudly. "You must raise your hand to speak, Black. Stand round," she ordered as all the students made a big round. It's not an offensive charm. It's defensive and very useful, she began. James, hearing defensive, paid much closer attention. The charm is called Fumos. It creates a defensive cloud of smoke that hinders the opponent's visibility. It can have several uses: to escape, to confuse the opponent, or to tactically reorganize if you are in combat. Now, watch closely, she said as walked to the center of the round. Fumos, exclaimed Antony as she made a circular motion with her wand. Suddenly a large amount of smoke began to fill the entire room. James' vision was obstructed, and he stopped seeing the professor. Even watching Sirius was difficult. A lot of commotion suddenly started to be heard from all the students who couldn't even see the face of their classmate next to them. Out of nowhere a huge blizzard arose and dispersed the cloud of smoke in seconds. James and Sirius looked at each other instantly, both with big smiles on their faces. This was the charm they so desperately needed. If they managed to create a cloud of smoke that covered a large space, they could remove their invisibility cloak and begin the bombardment of the unseen. That's great. Who would have thought we'd get the charm served on a silver platter? It's destiny, said Sirius excitedly near the Marauders. All indications are that fate wants the Slytherin common room to smell putrid, said James, amused. You guys have it easy, we still haven't found anything, and we've already read hundreds of pages, complained Lupin. You handed out the homework, said Sirius. Silence, exclaimed Antony as she saw that all the students were muttering. Now, line up and practice, she added. The next hour and a half of class was spent repeating the same charm, Fumos. James couldn't believe he had been such an idiot. This charm was found in The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, a book written by Quentin Trimble that they were using in the first year for defense against the dark arts. How it was a book he would sooner or later read it he passed over and didn't think there would be such a useful charm, as it would not only be useful for banter, it would also be useful for a battle. Though with Aventus you could disperse the cloud of smoke like the teacher did. Hold the wand at a slightly upward angle. Not like that, MacDonald, higher, shouted Antony as she walked around like a military man watching all the students wave their wands. From the 50 of students, only a little smoke was coming out of their wands. Other students managed to create a smoke, although they were far from filling the room how the teacher managed to do it. On the other hand, the top students were James, Sirius, Lupin, Lily and Jasmine. Nice wand movement, Lupin, praised the teacher as she saw Lupin finish the charm, and his figure was covered in smoke. James even managed to make him and Sirius, who was closest to him, disappear through her cloud of smoke. Every so often, the professor would generate a blizzard of air to disperse all the smoke that was generated in the classroom so that the students could continue to summon more smoke. That's all for today. Next week there will be a little test. You must cast a curtain of smoke that covers a radius of 3 to 5 meters, from the point where the spell was cast. Don't be lazy and practice, said Antony in a firm tone. We'll need more than 5 meters if we want to cover the entire Slytherin common room, Sirius said to James as they walked out of the room. Yes, a week is enough, said James confidently. Did you hear? He added as he looked at Lupin, Peter, and Toby. They better find the potion for a week from now. I'd recommend going to the library, said Sirius with a smirk as he went with James to the Gryffindor common room to practice Fumos. The 3 Marauders looked at the two with rolled eyes. In this way a week flew by. James and Sirius spent their time training in the dormitory and the Gryffindor common room the Fumos charm. In those days it was very common to see the room full of Fumos, not only by the two of them but also by most of the first-year students who were practicing the charm with fervor. For the Antony test no one wanted the strict professor to reprimand them. The Marauders easily passed Professor Antony's test, especially James and Sirius, who managed to cover a radius of more than 20 meters, which earned them 10 points each for Gryffindor. Lupin, who showed great skill, did not have the same result, as he was spending his time in the library looking for a potion to protect them from putrid smells. When will they find the damn potion? Said Sirius as he moved a pawn. He was currently playing magical chess against James. As was customary these days, both Lupin and Peter and Toby were in the library reading potions books. Don't be impatient. It's a potion with a very strange effect. It must be in a very peculiar and little-known book, said James as he looked at the board carefully. As expected, James was winning. He was very good at magical chess. Sirius was getting more impatient every day about the subject of the potion, as it was a crucial point. Otherwise, they would end up just like Rabaston and all the others in Slytherin and also be found out, as they would end up with a putrid smell. There might not even be a potion with that effect, thought James, but he didn't want to tell Sirius this. First of all, who would create a potion for such a thing? Only pranksters would. Just as he was about to move a piece, a book fell straight onto the chessboard, crushing all the pieces and scattering them. "Hey!" exclaimed James and Sirius in annoyance at the same time as they looked up and noticed that it was their marauding friend, Lupin, who was smiling a triumphant smile. "Look at the book," said Lupin, not caring about the angry looks from his two friends. James looked back at the chessboard. He could see that the book was open to pages 145 to 146. The title on page 145 was as follows: Potion, Olfacto Repellum. This potion protects the user from bad smells for X amount of time. Difficulty level, beginner. Instructions, first of all. "That's great. Well done you, bastard," said Sirius with a smile and a strange way of congratulating his friend. "I found the book by coincidence." "It's very strange." "It's only a few pages long," commented Lupin. James took the book and looked at the name, which was as follows: Peculiar Potions and Improper Uses by Armando Strange. "Where are the other two?" asked James, noticing that Peter and Toby were not in the room. "They're already looking for the ingredients. They're not too difficult." Peter went to the greenhouse and Toby to the potions classroom. "If we're lucky, we'll have everything to brew the potion by today," replied Lupin, sitting down on a couch and feeling that he had done his part. "You've worked hard, my friend. A game?" said Sirius as he pulled out a deck of cards. Lupin nodded, happy that he wouldn't have to read any more strange potion books. As James watched Sirius and Lupin leave, he was thinking about Gwen and Emily. The prank looked like it would be executed in the next few days, and his two friends were from Slytherin and might suffer from the stink bomb barrage. He was thinking if he should warn them and on the day they decided to do the prank send them a letter so they wouldn't be in the Slytherin common room. The problem was that it would be exposed. He trusted them both and knew they wouldn't tell on him, or so he thought. "They won't tell me anything. Why should I warn them? Their luck will decide whether or not they are in the common room at that time," thought James, deciding not to tell them, still upset about the other time. 45 minutes later, Peter and Toby arrived. They nodded to the others to go to the dormitory where they were shown various ingredients. "Good job, guys. Is everything there?" asked James as he checked the list of ingredients in the book. "No," replied Toby and Peter with an ugly expression on their faces. "We need wiggentree bark," said James, reaching for the last ingredient and looking at the table. He couldn't find it. "Wiggentree bark? What's that?" asked Sirius as his earlier smile disappeared, as if his favorite toy had been taken away from him. Lupin, Peter, and Toby shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They all looked at James, as they knew he was very good at potions and knew information on many ingredients. Chapter 61. The wiggentree is a magical tree. That's where its bark comes from, which is used to brew potions. As far as I know, the bark is generally used for potions that give magical protection against dark creatures. I didn't know it had such a use, James explained with a frown. "Why the frown?" asked Sirius, concerned at James' expression. "If they didn't find the tree in the greenhouses, it would be impossible to find it anywhere else at Hogwarts," replied James. "Professor Slughorn can't have the bark." "From what you said, it had hundreds of ingredients," said Lupin, and Sirius nodded repeatedly. "No. Once you remove the bark from the tree, it is best to use it as quickly as possible to brew the potion, as the fresher it is the more powerful its effects will be." "So Slughorn won't keep it as a normal ingredient," explained James. "How does he know so much?" wondered Toby in his mind in surprise. "So, should we get another potion?" asked Lupin, holding a hand to his forehead, as it seemed to indicate that he would have to resume his routine of reading potions books. "We can ask Professor Sprout. Maybe she knows something," suggested Toby. "That's a good idea. Besides, I don't think she knows about this potion. So she won't be suspicious," said Sirius, agreeing. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long to have herbology class. The next day in the second period, they went to the greenhouses. "Today, we will practice with the spiky bushes. As you should know by now, these bushes, if they get angry, can throw thorns at people near them. Who can tell me the best way to get rid of them?" asked Professor Pomona Sprout. Sprout saw Lily's hand go up instantly as usual, but decided to give someone else the chance since the redhead always raised her hand. On the other hand, although James knew the answer, he was too lazy to answer it. Toby plucked up his courage and shakily raised his hand. "Toby," said Sprout, permitting him to answer. "Be best to get rid of them from a distance using the charm Incendio," Toby replied, stuttering a little at first. "Very well. 5 points for Gryffindor," said Sprout with a kind smile, and Toby smiled happily, as it was the first points he had earned for his house. I hope you have done your homework and practiced the fire charm in case you need it. Let's get to work, added Sprout. Without further ado, they began the activity. In groups of 2 students, they had to take care of the spiky bushes. The best way was to treat the bush gently so that it wouldn't detect a threat and shoot its thorns at you, which cause minor damage. If the bush decides to attack, it is best to move away and cast Incendio, as once the bush detects a threat it can't stop attacking, so there is no choice but to get rid of it. James and Sirius paired up. As Sirius wanted to set fire to anything, he purposely went rough with the bush, and it started throwing thorns at him, which he luckily managed to dodge. Incendio! Exclaimed Sirius with a grin as he stepped back and pointed his wand at the bush. From the tip of his wand came a jet of fire that easily disposed of the bush. That's not the homework, said James with a roll of his eyes. They are supposed to treat the bush gently to safely remove its thorns. It's no fun to pull out some thorns. Let's get another one, said Sirius as he walked over to a large shelf where there were several spiky bushes. Professor Sprout could see this behavior in several male students who, instead of performing the task, wanted to use the Incendio charm and watch the poor bush burn. People who use the charm Incendio twice will be punished, they must clean the greenhouses. Do your homework seriously, said Sprout in a loud and somewhat angry tone. Sirius and several others, who were having fun with fire, grimaced in disgust but had no choice but to treat the bush gently and try not to let it attack them. The class was over, and several students who had used Incendio twice had to stay behind to clean up the entire greenhouse, especially the ashes after burning the bushes. James, Lupin, Sirius, and Peter went outside and waited patiently for Toby, who would be in charge of asking Professor Sprout about the Wigan tree. Sirius was very nervous, as not finding the tree at Hogwarts meant they wouldn't be able to do the prank, and he had already waited a long time. Maybe the smell won't matter, thought Sirius, but he quickly put this idea aside, as they would be very conspicuous if they had a putrid smell. Plus it would be very difficult to remove, as we're talking about 100 dung bombs. After 10 minutes, Toby came out of the greenhouse with a smile. Are there those trees at Hogwarts? Asked Sirius impatiently as he approached Toby. Yes. Yes there are, said Toby quickly, a little uncomfortable at having Sirius' face so close to him. At the affirmative, Sirius smiled broadly. Let him speak, said James as he pulled Sirius towards him and away from Toby. The Wigan tree is guarded by the Bowtruckle. A very small magical beast. They eat insects, have long sharp fingers, are green, and look like a stick, helped James to Toby, who was having a hard time saying the name of said creature. Yeah, that. The good thing is that there is a Bowtruckle Island at Hogwarts. It's in the middle of the Great Lake. There is the Wigan tree there and the Bowtruckles that protect it and live there, Toby said with a smile. That's great. We just have to go there and take bark off the damn tree. Easy, said Sirius with a big grin. According to Professor Sprout, they're peaceful creatures, but they might try to gouge your eyes out if someone threatens their tree, plus they are very agile, said Toby, who disagreed that it would be easy. A Incendio will be enough, said Sirius confidently. If a magizoologist heard you, they'd give you a beating, commented James with a slight smile. Besides, if we cast an Incendio we can damage the tree bark. I'll take care of the little creatures, added James, who was looking forward to watching the Bowtruckle. How do we get to the island? We have to swim many meters, and it's very cold, asked Peter, and everyone was silent in thought. A cold breeze ruffled James' tousled hair as he thought. I got it, said Lupin, and everyone looked at him waiting for him to speak. We can use the boats we used to get to the castle at the beginning of the year, he added. That's right. With those boats we sail on the lake. Where will they keep them? Asked Toby. Somewhere on the shore, I guess. Or will the gamekeeper guard them? His name was Hagrid. I think, said Lupin. We should borrow them, then we'll give them back, said Sirius. After deciding what to do next they went to lunch, as they had wasted a lot of valuable time. After finishing their lessons for the day they headed to the lake, in search of the boats. It was very cold near the almost freezing lake. To their bad luck the boats were not on the shore they were able to explore. What now? Asked Sirius with a frown. We'll visit him, said James. Who? Asked Lupin. To Hagrid, replied James with a slight smile. Chapter 62. Without wasting any more time, they started walking through the Hogwarts grounds. First, they passed the greenhouses, then the boxing willow, and finally they saw the small wooden hut that belonged to Hagrid, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A crossbow and a pair of gumboots were outside the front door. This is a good idea, asked Pete, shivering at the sight of the crossbow. Toby's expression also looked frightened as he looked at the large crossbow, which appeared to have some rusty blood on it. In the eyes of many students, Hagrid was very scary, as he was somewhat barbaric-looking and almost 10 feet tall. However, James knew that he was a kind-hearted person. "Don't worry. I have a feeling Hagrid is good-natured," said James as he knocked on the door twice. As soon as he hit the door, they heard frantic scratching and several barks. Then a low, raspy voice was heard, "Down, Claw, down." Hagrid's big hairy face appeared as the door opened. "First-year students," said Hagrid with doubt and confusion in his eyes that were barely visible. He had been a Hogwarts warden many years ago, and this was the first time 5 young students had knocked on his house door. "Hi. Yes, we're first years. I'm James," said James respectfully as he introduced Sirius and the others. "Nice to meet you guys." "What do you need?" asked Hagrid, who had taken a liking to James because of how respectful he sounded. "We have heard many rumors about the Forbidden Forest and the amazing creatures that inhabit there. Since you are the gamekeeper, we thought you would have many interesting stories to tell," said James, who had practiced this speech, to try to get Hagrid to like you. That way they would get into confidence, and later they would ask him for the boats, although he was also very interested in the subject of the magical creatures that inhabit the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's expression changed to one of surprise at James' request. "If you don't have time, we'll leave," said James when he heard no response from Hagrid. "Oh no, of course not. I was surprised that someone would ask me to tell them my crazy stories." "It's not a common thing," Hagrid said, pleasantly surprised, as it was nice to see that there were boys at Hogwarts who were interested in his work. "Come on in. Back Claw," he added as he struggled to hold an imposing white Great Dane by the collar. The Marauders entered as they looked around the inside of the hut curiously. There was only one room. Hams and pheasants hung from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiled on the fire, and in one corner was a huge bed with a blanket made of scraps. "Make yourselves at home," said Hagrid, looking at the boys and releasing the dog, who threw himself against Toby and began to lick his ears. "Easy, easy," said Toby, feeling tickled and petting the big dog. "It's weird that he likes someone unfamiliar so much." "Would you like some tea?" offered Hagrid, and everyone nodded as it was very cold. After a few minutes, everyone had a cup in their hands and were sitting comfortably. "Do you have any creatures in mind?" "There are a great many in the Forbidden Forest. There are even parts one haven't gotten to," Hagrid said, fascinated. "I've heard there's a tribe of centaurs." "Is that true?" asked Sirius, very interested in the subject. "Oh, I guess it's impossible to stop rumors in the castle. Centaurs don't like to attract the attention of humans, but I'll tell you about it," said Hagrid enthusiastically, as he told them how he met the centaurs and that he even managed to get to have a friendly and minimal relationship with them. After that, they asked him about trolls, unicorns, and many magical creatures. Hagrid happily told them all about his experiences and adventures. Even for a moment the Marauders almost forgot why they were there. "Whoa, you know a lot about magical creatures," said Lupin in amazement, as Hagrid, besides telling him about his encounters with magical creatures, told them the characteristics of each one and what things each creature liked. "Yes. I've always liked them," said Hagrid, scratching his big beard. "Look at the time it is. It's getting dark already. Better get back to the castle," he added as he noticed through the window that it was getting dark. "Has it been that long already?" thought James, surprised. They had stayed up listening to Hagrid's stories and hadn't realized it was almost dark. "One last thing, Hagrid. Do you know Bowtruckle Island?" asked James. "The island that's in the Great Lake?" "Yes, I know it. That's where the sneaky little Bowtruckles are." "Why?" asked Hagrid, curious. "We were wondering if you could take us there in the boats, as visiting the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous." "We wanted to meet the Bowtruckles," said James, looking at Hagrid. It's true that visiting the forest is very dangerous as they are first-year students. It would be better to visit that island where there is no danger," said Hagrid while he had a hand on his chin. "It's fine. I don't think there will be a problem. It's been a while since I've visited those little devils," he added with a smile. "Great," said Sirius, and Hagrid thought he was happy to get to see some very peculiar creatures, but that wasn't why. "We'll do it tomorrow when your classes are over." "See you," Hagrid said as he opened the door and said goodbye to the boys. He had liked this gang, plus they were Gryffindor like he was. "Well, it was easier than I expected. Although the tea was awful," said Sirius as they walked towards the castle. "While someone distracts him, I'll take the bark," said James. He felt kind of bad about lying to Hagrid, but they had no choice. "Next time, we'll bring him something to eat and also for Claw," said Lupin, who had liked Hagrid, and it was rare for an adult to like him. The next day, after the school day, they rushed to Hagrid's hut, who was already waiting for them with 2 boats ready on the shore. James got into one boat with Hagrid, and the other 4 got into the remaining boat. When they reached the small island, they could see the only tree that was the Wigan tree. In addition to serving as ingredients for making potions, the wood was used to create wands. The bowtruckles were very small and shy. They hid behind the leaves of the Wigan tree, and as soon as you approached the trunk you could see how they positioned themselves ready to attack with their long, sharp fingers. Hagrid came prepared. He brought with him woodlice, crustaceans that live in trees. They were a favorite food of the bowtruckles. All this he explained to the boys very enthusiastically. While he was feeding the little magical creatures and Sirius was asking him many questions to distract him, James took advantage and with a very quick Diffindo charm cut the bark and kept it in his robe. The Diffindo is a charm used to cut something with precision, very useful for this occasion and deadly for other occasions. After that, he concentrated on the lesson Hagrid gave them. The bowtruckles stopped showing so much caution but did not let them touch them as there were too many of them, and they did not fully trust them. After a 20-minute lesson, they left the island. They thanked Hagrid very much, for taking them and teaching them and returned to the castle going as fast as possible to the Gryffindor common room. "Finally, we have everything," said Sirius already in the dormitory, and everyone cheered happily to be able to finish the potion already. "Hagrid is good at explaining. He'd make a great professor," commented Toby. "Yeah, come on, James. Get everything you need out and get to brewing that damn potion," said Sirius. James nodded. From his trunk, he removed all the necessary tools and started with the brewing of the potion while using the book as a guide. He had already read it these days, so he was confident, plus it wasn't a difficult potion. Finally, after a while, an orange liquid was in a glass vial. The potion was finished. James rested it on the coffee table next to the boxes of dung bombs that were still in the same place. Dung bombs, check. Potion, check. Invisibility cloak, check, James said as he pulled his cloak out of his trunk and rested it on the coffee table. "Okay, Marauders, let's get dinner." "Last dinner before the best prank yet," said Sirius with a smile. Besides dinner they toasted, obliged by Sirius, who was very dramatic. After that they talked about who would infiltrate the Slytherin common room and went to sleep, looking forward to the next day. Chapter 63. Wednesday, January 26, 1972. That day, the Marauders woke up excited and nervous, as it would be the day of the group's second big prank. They had already decided that they would do it after classes were over since that would be the time when most Slytherin students would be in the common room. However, their main target is Rabaston Lestrange and his gang. So once the class period is over, they should follow him, and once he enters the common room start the bombing. They couldn't pull the prank and have Rabaston be somewhere else at that very moment. They also wanted to stink bomb his dorm, so once inside the room, they should find his dorm, and the best way was to follow him. As for the Marauders who would infiltrate and execute the prank, there would be 3, James, Sirius, and Lupin. Even though the invisibility cloak would fit 4 people, it was very uncomfortable and would be very risky when the Slytherin common room was in chaos. Peter preferred not to enter the lion's den, where all his enemies were. He was afraid, so he sighed with relief when he learned that he wouldn't have to follow the others. On the other hand, Toby, although he was afraid to enter the common room where all the Slytherin students were, was eager to enter, but James, Sirius, and Lupin had a better command of the Fumos charm than he did. At the end of the class period, James, Sirius, and Lupin ran to find the invisibility cloak and then began searching the castle for Rabaston. They searched for 20 minutes and found no trace of him or his gang. "Where the hell is that guy when you need him?" asked Sirius, annoyed under the cloak. "Whenever he wants to be quiet he crosses him, and now that he wants to find him, he's nowhere to be seen." "We haven't looked in the library yet," said Lupin, and they started heading for the library. As they were passing the 6th floor, Sirius suddenly stopped them. "Look over there," he said, pointing his finger. James and Lupin could see their victim entering the boys' bathroom. They quickly walked and entered the bathroom just before the door closed. They could see Rabaston choose one of the ajar doors, enter, and carefully close. The 3 boys under the cloak could hear the muffled sound of the lock. "Don't tell me he's going to shit," asked Sirius in a low tone, looking at the door where Rabaston stood behind. With no choice, they had to wait patiently for him. Within seconds there was a loud and spontaneous concert of sounds coming from the bathroom stall where Rabaston was. James, Sirius, and Lupin had expressions rarely seen on their faces. On the one hand, Sirius wanted to burst out laughing and bombard him with stink bombs right then and there. Lupin had an uncomfortable expression and James had an expression as if he witnessed something he shouldn't have seen or rather heard. "What the hell did he eat to shit so loudly?" asked Sirius in a low tone, holding in his laughter. Rabastin's farting continued for almost a minute until it was finally ceasing. The chain was heard and the door opened. Rabastin's expression was stoic as if nothing had happened there. "This shameless," thought Sirius angrily for some reason. Rabastin washed his hands quietly and walked out of the bathroom while being followed by 3 people. Luckily for the Marauders, he went straight towards their common room. Rabastin began to descend a series of stone steps until he reached the depths of the dungeons. He walked a little further until he came to a stone wall adorned with a portrait of a snake. "Disgusting," growled Sirius. "Pure blood," said Rabastin, looking at the portrait which slowly opened, revealing a passage leading to the common room. The boy entered. James and the others hurried before the portrait closed. They walked tensely and watched intently. Finally, they had the Slytherin common room in front of them. The room was dungeon-like with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which hung round, greenish lamps with chains. A fire crackled under an elaborately carved mantelpiece, and several Slytherin lounged around it. James was the first time he had ever seen a common room of another house, and was glad for the day he was selected to Gryffindor. The atmosphere was very gloomy and depressing, with the walls rocky and everything a dull green color. The atmosphere was quiet, although there were many students since classes were over. Everyone was quiet, very different from Gryffindor. "I'm glad I broke the family tradition," whispered Sirius. Glad he didn't have to live in this common room. To his delight, he could see at a table his cousin Narcissa next to some friends chatting quietly. James sighed in relief when he didn't see Gwen or Emily anywhere. "Come on. Rabastin's on the move," whispered Lupin, and they began to follow him, careful not to bump into anyone. The 3 of them followed him somewhat tense and with their eyes wide open. If they were discovered they would be in trouble. Rabastin went up to his dormitory. However, James and the others didn't go in with him. They just stared at the door. "Barriera silence," whispered James, waving his wand, which was a bit difficult as he had the cloak over him. Luckily he managed to cast the charm which encompassed the 3 boys and a bit more. "What a convenient charm. How long does it last?" asked Sirius in a normal tone. "More than 50 minutes, replied James. "As soon as Rabastin comes out, you 2 will cast Fumos, and I'll start the bombardment." "Follow the plan," said Lupin as he took out the potion and took a sip, then passed it to Sirius, who did the same, and lastly James. With everything ready, the 3 of them stood silently staring at the door. The corridors weren't very big, with 2 Fumos spells they could easily fill them with smoke. Lupin was already holding a pair of dung bombs in both hands, ready to act. A little sweat could be seen on his forehead. After almost 15 minutes, the handle moved, and the door slowly opened, revealing the face of Rabastin, who was talking to Avery and Mulciber. "We must find a good jinx in the library and test it on those stupid Gryffindor boys," said Rabastin with a slight smile, remembering how he tested a jinx on a Gryffindor boy a few days ago. "Fumos!" exclaimed James and Sirius at the same time. From their wands, a large amount of smoke began to pour out. At first, the cloak held it back, but this was short-lived. It began to seep out from underneath quickly, allowing them to remove the cloak, as they would not be seen. Before Mulciber could answer his friend, he saw a scene that puzzled him. A large amount of smoke filled the corridors within seconds. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Rabastin and Avery had noticed it too. Lupin, who had already removed his cloak, threw the first dung bomb in the direction of Rabastin and his friends. Although he couldn't see them because of all the smoke, he had already prepared himself and knew where to aim. The small sphere hit Rabastin's face, who couldn't see it. He only felt a small blow on his forehead. Boom! To Rabastin's bad luck, after the bomb hit his forehead it exploded. A pungent and disgusting smell entered the nostrils of the boy and Mulciber and Avery, who were standing close by. "What the fuck is this smell?" cried Rabastin in confusion. The smell even made him gag, it was so horrible. However, he didn't have time to think and kept cursing. Boom! 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 Lupin threw 3 more stink bombs, hitting the 3 Slytherin boys and causing the smell to coalesce and multiply. The smell of the stink bombs entered Rabastin's room and began to spread throughout the hallway. James, Sirius, and Lupin had heavy-duty plugs in their noses. They couldn't be knocked out after dropping a couple of stink bombs. "Who dares?" shouted Rabastin, knowing this was a person's action. It was not a good idea to open his mouth, as the putrid smell entered him. "This is for Toby, you bastard," thought Sirius, joining in the barrage. Boom! Boom! The bombardment continued, many of those stink bombs entering Rabaston's dormitory, which had the door open. "Run!" shouted Mulciber as he tried to get to the common room. The room was no longer habitable. Despite the smoke that covered the entire hallway, it wasn't too difficult to guide himself as there weren't many possible paths. "Cough, cough," coughed Rabaston repeatedly after leaving the corridor and reaching the common room. Besides him, Mulciber, and Avery, there were two more boys, who had to run out of the room because of the foul smell. The behavior of Rabaston and the others drew the attention of some students in the common room who looked at them strangely. Rabaston looked down the smoke-filled corridor. The smell had luckily not reached here. His expression turned ugly when he saw that out of the white smoke came a small brown sphere. Luckily this time it didn't hit him. However, this was not all. A large amount of small brown spheres started to come out of the smoke thrown at a great speed, reaching different parts of the common room. This was just the beginning. Chapter 64. What is this?" wondered a boy, who was sitting quietly reading a book. On his table, a small brown sphere fell and rolled until it collided with his book. As the pale-skinned boy was about to pick up the small sphere, it exploded, releasing one of the most unpleasant smells the boy had ever smelled in his short life. In addition, a thick, brown smoke quickly spread through the place. This didn't just happen to him. In a matter of seconds, several dung bombs exploded in the Slytherin common room, which went from silent and calm to being engulfed in screams and a curtain of foul-smelling smoke. "Let's hurry. Let's take advantage of the smoke from the bombs," shouted Sirius as he ran under the cloak. As he emerged from the hallway that was still heavy with smoke, he smiled a wicked grin as evil smile as he took in the scene before his eyes. The brownish transparent smoke generated by the dung bombs was still visible. It wasn't like the smoke created by fumos, so he could watch as the Slytherin students screamed, coughed, and tried to escape to somewhere safe. "Fumos!" exclaimed James and Sirius again. When the smoke came to cover them, they pulled back the cloak and began the bombing. They both had a bag full of dung bombs. James, just in case, threw fumos again, to make sure no one could see them. "Let's have fun, guys," exclaimed Sirius as he threw 5 dung bombs at once. At that moment, true chaos broke out in the Slytherin common room. Dozens of dung bombs hit every corner of the common room. Many hit the students in the face and exploded, leaving them with a foul smell. James was throwing stink bombs masterfully. Although he couldn't see through the smoke, he could be guided by the screams, to make sure he hit the snakes. The smell of the dung bombs, besides affecting everyone present, clung to the curtains, seeped into the crevices of the furniture, and wafted throughout the room. Many girls shrieked angrily. However, they had to keep quiet. Otherwise, the smell would end up coming in through their mouths. The brown smoke and fumos smoke created a scene where no one could see anything, making it difficult to escape from the common room or go to the dormitories. On the other hand, the boys' dormitories were no longer a place to pass through, as they were filled with a putrid smell. "I hope I hit Narcissa in the face," thought Sirius as he continued to throw bombs. He still had plenty of them. The 3 of them moved together, and James had the invisibility cloak ready, as they had to tread carefully now that everything was chaos and they didn't have much vision. As they dropped more bombs, the smell coalesced and got worse and worse, to the point that many students were coughing a lot and had red eyes from all the toxic brown smoke. Cough, 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 Rabaston coughed, kneeling on the floor. There was no place where the foul smell did not reach. He wanted to flee through the portrait, but because of the smoke, he couldn't find it. At first, he covered his mouth and nose, but it was impossible to breathe. He already felt his whole being contaminated inside. Some older students tried to cast charms to clear the smoke and be able to find the culprit or minimally escape, since the smell could not get rid of, but when they managed to dissipate the white smoke, more smoke appeared out of nowhere and the process was repeated. They even became targets of dung bombs. "Shoot that one. He wants to disperse our precious smoke," said Sirius as he saw a student making a great effort to cast a spell. The poor student got 6 stink bombs all over his body, then disappeared through the brown smoke. "These caps won't hold out long," said Lupin, noting that he could smell a bit of stench. "Just 5 more minutes," Sirius said without stopping, waving his arm and throwing dung bombs, practicing for the day he had to make the Quidditch team. After a frantic 5 minutes, the bombing ended. Every corner of the Slytherin common room was infected by a foul smell, no furniture was spared. The 3 culprits put on their invisibility cloaks and began to walk through the smoke that still lingered, looking for the exit. After a few minutes, they managed to find the exit. It was easy to get out as many students were leaving as quickly as possible. James, as he left the common room, could see a large number of Slytherin students outside with disgusted faces. Some affected them worse, coughing non-stop with red eyes and nasty expressions. "Will they be okay, right?" wondered James, looking a little surprised at everyone's faces who looked like terminal patients in a hospital. Lupin had the same surprised look on his face as James. How there was a large amount of smoke, they couldn't see how the dung bombs affected the Slytherin students. They never thought it would be that bad. They didn't calculate that the fusion of 100 dung bombs would create a new, even more disgusting smell. The three boys looked at each other with worried faces. They quickly fled the scene under the invisibility cloak. No one said anything on the way. They had to get to their common room as quickly as possible. Arriving at the portrait of the fat lady, they waited for someone to arrive and say the password. They could have come out of the invisibility cloak, but they didn't want to leave any proof that they were outside at the time the attack happened. After 5 minutes, a tall girl said the password and entered through the hole. They took advantage of this opportunity and followed her. Without stopping, they went to their dormitory, where Toby and Peter were waiting for them. "Did everything go all right?" asked Peter as he noticed the door open by itself. Out of nowhere, James, Sirius, and Lupin appeared. "Yes," said James as he closed the door. Holding up his invisibility cloak, he noticed that it didn't permeate any stinky smells. "That's weird, it should have a foul smell," thought James in confusion as he sniffed his cloak, but it was as if nothing had happened to it. It was better for him anyway, since he wouldn't have to wash it or anything. "It was," said Sirius as he pulled his nose plugs out of his nose and threw them away from him. "Amazing," he shouted, then started laughing. Even though he saw the Slytherin students red-eyed and coughing a little, he knew it wasn't very serious. Toby had had worse done to him, though it was just Rabaston and his gang. "It was frenetic," said Lupin, feeling his heart beating fast. "You should have seen Rabaston's face," said James with a faint smile. Knock, knock, knock. As they were talking about how the prank went off perfectly, someone knocked repeatedly on the door. James got up and opened it curiously. "Guys, it's urgent. Something really big has happened in the Slytherin common room," shouted a boy that James and the others recognized. It was Ben Ray, a first-year Gryffindor student. "Did the prank spread that fast?" thought James in surprise. "Oh, what happened?" asked Sirius, pretending to be interested. "I don't know the details, but there are a lot of people heading to the Slytherin common room." "Let's go," Ben said, waving his hand, and they all followed him. Sirius previously told them about the incident in the bathroom, but now Ben took it upon himself to tell them about this incident. As they left the common room, James could see many people from all the houses, heading in the same direction as them. He had a bad feeling. It had only been 15 minutes since they had left the Slytherin common room, and already there was so much commotion. It wasn't a good thing. Lupin noticed this too, and his expression became more worried. The only one walking with a slightly victorious smile was Sirius, who was pleased with his creation. As they reached the corridor near the snake portrait, a large crowd was blocking the view, not letting them see what was going on. excuse me, thank you. "Let me through," Sirius said as he led the way for the Marauders and Ben. As they reached the front of the crowd, they could see that the snake portrait was open and there were a large number of professors, McGonagall, Slughorn, Sprout, even Madame Poppy, who had a very furrowed brow, but the person who caught James' attention the most was an old man with white hair and a big beard. He had crescent-shaped glasses and light blue eyes. "The headmaster," thought James. "This is not good," whispered Lupin in James' ear. "Maybe, did we go a bit too far?" thought James as he looked at the Slytherin students with pale faces and red eyes. Every so often more students came out. Some are in a better state than others. Chapter 65. That day that everyone thought was about to end and would be like any other in the castle was quite the opposite. The Slytherin common room was infected by a putrid smell and filled with brown smoke. As the portrait was open, the smell drifted into the corridor where everyone was watching the scene. Many frowned at the horrible smell and held their noses. Luckily, Professor Antenny with her wand summoned a current of wind that carried the smell through the open windows to the outside. Dozens of Slytherin students were red-eyed, nauseous, and dizzy from being in the center of the putrid smell. Madame Poppy, with the help of other teachers, took them to the infirmary. James luckily did not see among those students Gwen and Emily. It seemed that they had somehow been spared. The ones he could see were Rabaston, who had a very pale complexion and vomit in his mouth. His friends Mulciber and Avery were the same way. Sirius wanted to laugh at this but decided to keep quiet and not draw attention to himself, as he knew that if they were caught they would be in a lot of trouble. Then the professors along with Dumbledore cast a spell that made a bubble appear on their heads and all over their bodies, and they entered the Slytherin common room. After about 10 minutes, they came out with many Slytherin girls including Gwen and Emily, who also had bubbles covering their entire bodies, protecting them from the horrible smell. This group of girls managed to take shelter in their rooms, saving themselves from the dung bomb attack. "Well done, everyone. There are no students left inside the hall and dormitories," said Dumbledore in a calm tone. "Now, let's go back inside and try to make the common room as good as new," he added as walked through the portrait with the other professors. They spent an hour inside the room, casting cleaning spells and such to try to make the Slytherin common room habitable. It was difficult, as the smell had infiltrated the walls, furniture, etc. "There is only a very faint smell left, which will go away over the next few days," said McGonagall with an annoyed face as she stepped out of the portrait hole. "We must find the perpetrators. This incident is unacceptable," shouted Slughorn angrily, as he rarely did. It was normal since he was the head of Slytherin House and the common room of Slytherin was attacked by dung bombs. "There is an inspection to be done in each house, Dumbledore," added Slughorn, looking at the old headmaster, who seemed to be in his world as he examined an object in the palm of his hand. Slughorn, whoever it was. It had to have been a Slytherin. "Who else has the password?" said McGonagall. "Why would a Slytherin attack his own house and leave it in such a condition, Minerva?" said Slughorn, sounding very frustrated. McGonagall was silent. The potions professor had a point. Although the girls' dormitory was spared, many of them were affected as they were in the common room studying or talking to friends. It didn't make sense that it was a Slytherin, as it left their common room with a putrid smell that should linger for days. Still, let's say they got the password somehow. "How did they get into the house unseen and start the attack?" asked McGonagall doubtfully. It was rare for a student from another house to enter someone else's common room and not be noticed quickly, as it was prohibited. "There are many ways they could have used to go unnoticed, such as a disillusioning charm," said Slughorn in annoyance. "Using fumos or nebulous, it stands to reason that they could have carried out the attack," said Antony, joining the conversation. "Exactly. We must interrogate the other houses," said Slughorn, returning to the attack. "Settle down, colleagues," said Dumbledore. His expression always remained the same, neither exasperated nor angry. "Look what I found," added the old man with some amusement as he held out his palm to the professors. In Dumbledore's palm was a small brown sphere. "That's a Zonko product," said Slughorn in disgust at the sight of the dung bomb bee. "Yes. I wonder how many of these must have been used to create that toxic cloud," said Dumbledore with a strange smile. "We should ban all Zonko products," suggested Filch, who was standing near the professors. Many prankster students used Zonko products which caused a lot of trouble for him and his cat. Sunday, January 30th, 1972. Several days passed since the dung bomb prank, and it was the only thing that was talked about in the Great Hall, the corridors, and even in the classrooms, where many teachers had to give punishments so that the students would be quiet. The dozen Slytherin students who were taken to the infirmary were all in good health by now, needing only a day to recover, as it was nothing too serious. The perpetrators were not found. The only clue they left was the small dung bomb that didn't explode because it was faulty. Besides that, there is no trace of them. Many Slytherin students were outraged, especially the girls who had to bathe many times to get the rotten smell out of their bodies. Many of them from wealthy families, gave galleon rewards to people who provided any evidence that would help find the perpetrators. Peter and Toby were scared to death in case they were found, but luckily that didn't happen, and the anger subsided. With each passing day Sirius, one of the main perpetrators, became more arrogant as he heard the crazy rumors about them. They even had a fan club, which fed his ego even more. "We have a fan club. Should I join?" asked Sirius, lying on his bed lazily and with a big grin. "Don't shout that stuff outside the dormitory," Lupin said with a frown. "I know. Anyway, no one thinks it was us. Everyone thinks it was older students. Using complicated charms, the invisibility cloak is our best weapon," Sirius said with a chuckle. Lupin huffed in annoyance. He was in a bad mood, and talking to Sirius was only making it worse. If they had followed Sirius' plan, entering the common room without potions, or the Fumos charm, they would have been caught by now and would have been grounded or expelled. "Where are you going?" asked Sirius as he noticed Lupin heading for the door. "Eat," he replied dryly and impatiently as he walked out of the dormitory and slammed the door shut. "What's wrong with him?" asked Sirius with a confused expression. "Hey you, let's go to dinner," said Sirius, throwing a pillow that hit right in James' face. James found himself reading the book, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. He didn't want to skip a charm like Fumo's, which was very helpful. As for the prank, he wasn't as enthusiastic as Sirius. He didn't like that there were so many students going to the infirmary as much as they only had to go for one day. He thought it got out of hand. James didn't calculate that the combined smell of 100 dung bombs would merge and create something worse, making several Slytherin boys dizzy and nauseous. Besides, the only ones he disliked were Rebaston and his gang. There were other kids he didn't know, and he wasn't prejudiced against them. Gwen and Emily were his friends, and they were both from Slytherin, so there could be people he liked in the house and not be like Rebaston. Well, there's nothing I can do now, thought James as he looked at Sirius. Is it already so late? Asked James, closing the book and throwing the pillow back at his friend. Yeah, come on, said Sirius, standing up and fixing his hair. And the others? Asked James, noticing that it was just him and Sirius in the room. Sirius looked at James weirdly as Lupin shut the door abruptly. As for Toby and Peter, they were doing homework. After a delicious dinner, they went back to the dormitory, except Lupin, who again said he was feeling sick and headed for the infirmary. James and the others wanted to join him, but he flatly and with little patience refused, so they left him alone. Same again? Asked Peter as he walked back with the others to the Gryffindor common room. All day today, he looked bad, and his mood was terrible. He must be feeling bad, said Sirius, not too sure about this. When they got to the living room, James and Sirius had to get on with their homework for tomorrow, Monday. Peter and Toby had already done it, so they set about playing a game of magic chess. After writing more than 2 scrolls in full, James went to bed. Lupin had not yet returned, but they were used to it, so no one talked about it. James was sleeping peacefully in his comfortable bed, until at one point he opened his eyes abruptly and woke up. Phew, it was just a nightmare, he muttered as he opened the dark red velvet curtain. The nightmare was that he found himself in the Rothschild mansion and was once again living his routine life controlled by his former mother, Elizabeth. It wasn't the first time he had this nightmare. He usually started having these dreams when he moved away from his mother and father. Feeling his mouth dry, he grabbed a glass of water from his bedside table and quietly hydrated himself as he looked out the window. It was still night. Today, there's a full moon, thought James as he looked out at the beautiful white, oversized moon. Wait, full moon, thought James as he set the glass down abruptly on the bedside table and looked out the window at the moon again. A crazy idea flashed into his head. His friend, Lupin, disappeared once a month for the whole night, an occurrence that seemed very strange to the Marauders. No matter how much they questioned him, Lupin said he was sick and went to the infirmary. Lupin would show up the next day looking pale and unhealthy as if he was knackered. That would last for a couple of days until he was back to normal. James could see by the moonlight coming through the window that Lupin's bed was empty with the curtains open. Don't tell me Lupin, thought James with a surprised look. He's a werewolf. Chapter 66. The information he had read in the chapter, Werewolves explained this clearly. In short, a monthly transformation when there is a full moon and the person in the next few days is in poor health, as it is painful. No. I can't jump to conclusions, thought James. He had to make sure of this first. The previous times Lupin disappeared, he didn't pay attention if they were full moon nights. Still, it was a very valid theory, as it would explain why he disappears right on full moon nights and his subsequent condition. If the next month, he disappears on another full moon night, he's most likely a werewolf, thought James as he went back to bed. Falling back to sleep cost a lot more, as he had a lot of thoughts in his head about Lupin. If his theory is true, where did he go to become a werewolf? The Forbidden Forest? James doesn't believe in this possibility. It is almost impossible for Headmaster Dumbledore not to know about Lupin's condition. Besides, it would make sense since they say that Dumbledore is a very flamboyant wizard. Monday, January 31st, 1972. In the Hogwarts infirmary, a brown-haired boy lay on one of the beds sleeping. His complexion was pale and he looked like he had had the worst night of his life. His eyes opened with difficulty, revealing brown irises. The boy looked at his surroundings with confusion. How did I end up here? He asked in a low, doubtful tone. With Professor McGonagall, we brought you here after your transformation was over. It's best to sleep in a comfortable bed, said a soft voice next to her. It was Madame Poppy, the Hogwarts nurse. If any student heard her they would be surprised, as her tone was very kind, compared to her characteristic strict tone. Thanks, said Lupin in a low tone, but before he could say anything else, he felt a great pain all over his body. He clenched his teeth tightly and endured it. Anyway, he was used to it. He had had worse nights. "What time is it?" asked Lupin in a weak tone. He didn't want to miss breakfast under anything in the world. The best way to regain his strength was to eat, and a lot of it. "There's still time for you to eat breakfast, but I don't like the look of you. It's crazy to think you can start a whole day of school like this," said Madame Poppy, looking at Lupin's pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes. She felt very sorry for this little boy, who was only in his first year of school. That's why she was so kind to him. "I'm fine. I want to go," said Lupin, a little uncomfortable. He wasn't used to adults who knew about his condition being nice to him. The only adults who treated him nicely were his parents. Poppy sighed but said nothing. She made him take something before letting him go, a remedy that tasted cold and strawberry. Drinking it made Lupin feel better and regain some of his energy. Lupin hurried to the Gryffindor Tower to change into his uniform as quickly as possible. To his luck, when he entered the dormitory, none of the Marauders were awake. He didn't want them to look at him strangely again and have to give explanations, or rather excuses. In a few minutes, he changed and went out again, his destination, the Great Hall. When he reached the doors of the Great Hall, he heard a voice addressed to him with a hostile and mocking tone. "Where is your little group of idiots?" Lupin turned his head with a frown. He wasn't in the mood, and even less so when he had to go through a full moon night. He noticed 3 boys. It wasn't Rabaston and his gang. It was other Slytherin boys. He recognized only one of the 3 boys, Severus Snape. A thin boy with pale skin, a big nose, and greasy black hair. He recognized him because Snape was very arrogant in potions class. Lupin didn't like the greasy-haired boy either. He had had a few run-ins with him in potions class. Although Snape looked like a scrawny loner with no confidence, his tongue was sharp and acidic, plus he was very good at potions, as much as Lupin didn't want to admit it, which made him act arrogant. The other 2 boys, one with very short black hair and one blonde, he didn't know. All the first-year Slytherin students hated the Marauders. He couldn't remember everyone's name. After the flower prank, where most of the Slytherin's first years were affected, the hatred of the Slytherin boys towards their group increased, as James and Sirius made fun of them and were the main suspects. As for the stink bomb prank, hardly anyone believes it was them. The only one was Rabaston, but again, he could do nothing to prove it. Lupin huffed in annoyance and decided to ignore the boy, but the boy stepped in front of him, barring his way. "What do you want?" asked Lupin, clenching his fists. His aggression was higher after a full moon night. "I don't want anything. I just like it here," said the boy with a wicked grin. When Lupin took a step to the side, the boy did the same, not to let him pass. Snape and the blonde boy watched the scene with a faint smile, amused. "Bastard, move!" shouted Lupin angrily, something rarely seen from him. With great force, he pushed the boy, who almost crashed into the door of the Great Hall. Luckily he managed to recover and regain his balance. He, Snape, and the blonde boy took out their wands. Lupin did the same. He was at a disadvantage, but at least he would take one with him. Thanks to James, he had learned useful charms for dueling. "What's going on here?" said a male, somewhat husky voice, coming from behind Lupin. Turning his head, he could see a boy much taller than him. He looked like a wall compared to his lanky body. Lupin could recognize him immediately, William Turner. The captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, is one of the most popular people in the school. Next to him also stood another member of the team, Alex Shaw, the team's seeker and 7th-year student. He was taller than William, but his build was slimmer but very athletic. "Why are you blocking the way?" asked Alex in a cold tone, looking at the Slytherin trio in front of him. "We were just about to go in," said the boy quickly as he turned and walked into the Great Hall, along with Snape and the blonde. They were intimidated by the aura of 2 older and most popular students in the school. "Are you all right?" asked William with a friendly smile compared to before. "Yes, thanks," said Lupin, putting his wand away and trying to calm his anger. "It's nothing." "You're James' friend, right?" he asked, and Lupin nodded. "If you're his friend, you're ours too," added William as he brutally patted Lupin's back and started walking. "How much strength does he have?" thought Lupin in pain. "By the way, where's James?" asked Alex, who seemed a bit more reserved than William. "He's still sleeping," replied Lupin, a bit uncomfortable, as it was the first time he was talking to these 2 older boys. He also noticed a lot of stares when they entered the Great Hall, even more than when he was with James and Sirius. "Would you like to have breakfast with us?" offered William. Lupin was silent in thought, then after a few seconds, he agreed. They had helped him and they were James' friends, so he didn't see the point in turning them down. Together with William and Alex, they sat in a place where there were several older students. Which made Lupin's breakfast more uncomfortable. He was the only first year. "Who is he?" asked a red-haired girl looking at Lupin. "He's a first year, a friend of James, his name is," said William. "Remus Lupin," added Lupin, noticing that William didn't know his name. "They keep getting smaller and smaller," commented a stout boy. "Shut up, don't bother the first-year boy," said a girl reprimanding him. Lupin ate his breakfast amidst the conversations and laughter of the older students. Luckily after a while, they forgot him and he was able to have a quiet breakfast, although it was a bit uncomfortable. Just as he finished breakfast, the Marauders arrived. They greeted him normally and this time they didn't ask him anything about his disappearance. It's better this way, thought Lupin. The only thing he felt was a weird look coming from James, but when he looked at him again, he was talking to Sirius as usual. "Hey, James. Come here, sit down. We need to talk about Quidditch," shouted William, calling James, who had no choice but to sit with his captain. William was a crazy Quidditch enthusiast and knew a lot. The only person who could follow their conversations on the subject without getting tired of it was James, so they often spent the whole time talking about historical matches, tactics, etc. "You're always bothering him with your Quidditch. Leave him alone," said the redhead, pulling James towards her and starting to argue with William. James with a poker face was in the middle. "He's even popular among the popular," thought Lupin, looking at James, who started eating his breakfast as if he didn't care about the discussion of the older students. Lupin took advantage of this moment and left. He still had some free time before the first class. The day passed normally for Lupin. Only that his body felt more sore than usual. What most caught his attention and worried him was the look that James gave him. The moment he looked at him, the black-haired boy averted his gaze. It was difficult for Lupin to hide his secret, especially from his dorm mates. He had prepared excuses beforehand, but if they were smart enough they might realize that something was wrong. The one that worried him the most was James, as he proved to be very knowledgeable and seemed to be a walking encyclopedia. Whenever he was asked about a potion, a charm, or an ingredient, he always answered by being very precise and detailed. Did he discover me? No, impossible, thought Lupin shaking his head. In the conversations they had that day with the Marauders, James acted normally, even with him. So, it should be his imagination. Luckily, after class, James had to go to Quidditch practice, which from now on was earlier as it was getting dark faster. After that, Lupin did homework, played the odd game with Toby and the others, and went to bed early, as he was very tired. Chapter 67. James' theory about Lupin grew even stronger. Clearly, Lupin was weak and low on energy. If you watched him a little, you could easily tell. However, he would wait another month. He must not rush. Then, he will converse with Lupin to hear from his mouth whether he is a werewolf or not. As for his position, he doesn't care that Lupin is. He has no discriminatory thoughts against werewolves. As for why he will confront him when it is certain that Lupin wants to keep it a secret, it is simple. It is because they are friends. His mother has told him that friends should trust and help each other, plus he thinks it must be very lonely for Lupin to have to hide the secret, so he wants to give him a hand. James was currently exploring the castle. The strange thing was that he was alone. No member of the Marauders was in sight. His objective was to find a classroom that was empty and hidden enough that it would be hard to find, and he could train without being caught by Filch or another professor. The castle was big, very big. It wasn't the first time he had explored just looking for such a room. At first, he thought of Classroom 11, where he met Gwen, but it would be too easy for Filch to find them. James looked at the map he held in both hands. It was a recent creation of the Marauders when they were out exploring the castle. This map is garbage, thought James, looking at the ugly layouts, the ugly handwriting, and many more flaws. If a cartographer saw this map he would set it on fire without hesitation. They still had more to learn before. They could try to draw a good map that would cover the whole of Hogwarts and do it correctly. He rolled up the map and put it in his tunic. He knew it would be of little use to him. It was not the first time he had gone out in search of such a classroom in which to train. He was getting less and less hopeful of finding such a convenient classroom. He was now walking down the 7th floor corridor, or so he thought, as it was very difficult to guide himself through the huge castle. I just need a place to practice my magic and not be found. Damn it. It's not that hard. Maybe I can find some training dummies like the ones in the training room at home, James thought grumpily as he walked down the hallway. James stopped and looked at a huge moving tapestry where there was a group of 8 trolls each with a club, and a little person was trying to teach them to dance ballet. The trolls were wearing the uniform that ballet dancers wear. Only the bottom part and the slipper were a very strange sight. James stopped looking at the strange tapestry and kept walking forward. No. If I keep going this way, I'll go through the area I already explored yesterday, thought James as he turned around and went back to the place where the tapestry with the trolls was. As he was about to reach the window he stopped abruptly. No, I think I'd better go that way, he thought, scratching his cheek, turned around, and resumed his previous path. For a good place to practice, I need a large classroom. Maybe I should go to the dungeons, though I'm likely to cross paths with the Slytherin guys, thought James. Again, he paused. This time, he pulled out the second-hand map they made with the Marauders. Maybe it could be of some use to him in this situation. Then I'd better go the other way, thought James, turning around for the 3rd time in a row. Luckily, the corridor was empty. Otherwise, he would have looked like an idiot for turning around so much. However, as he started walking, out of the corner of his eye he noticed something wrong. In front of the troll tapestry was an empty stretch of wall, but now there was a shiny wooden door. James looked at the wall with caution and surprise. He rubbed his eyes gently. He was sure there was nothing there, just an empty wall. Since when do doors appear out of nowhere on walls, thought James, slowly approaching the door. It was the first time he had noticed this happening in Hogwarts Castle. Despite being a magical castle, he had not seen such a thing until this moment. James slowly reached out, grabbed the tin doorknob, and slowly turned it, opening the door. Seeing that there was nothing dangerous, he decided to enter. He entered a large room in which flickering torches burned like those that illuminated the dungeon's 8 floors below. In one corner, James discovered perfectly aligned magical dummies, much like the ones he had at home. In the center of the room, a large, open area designed specifically for magical duels was spread out. The floor was marked with magical lines delineating safe boundaries and penalty areas. Subtle but efficient lighting focused on the dueling area, allowing every move to be visible. In another corner was a room with several couches and a couple of bookshelves with many books. What the hell, muttered James with his mouth hanging open. The room was perfect for practicing. It was very large and had everything he needed. There were even books, which after glancing through, he could see that they were books on offensive and defensive magic. James thought about going to look for Sirius and the others, but he didn't know how exactly this mysterious room worked. He couldn't miss the opportunity to practice, since if he left he might disappear when he came with the others. I'll train on my own today. Tomorrow I'll come and try to find out how it appeared, thought James while with a Wingardium Leviosa, he moved the mannequins towards the center of the room. The only thing magical about the dummies was their defense. They had great durability, and no matter how many spells you cast on them they would not be destroyed. They could not attack you, but they served to enhance your offensive charms. 2 hours passed. In addition to practicing his offensive spells to improve his mastery, he also spent about 30 minutes to read quietly one of the magic books that were on the shelves. It was much more comfortable to read in an armchair in a private room all to yourself. It could be the Marauders' lair, thought James with a faint smile as he was slumped on the couch comfortably. This room was better than the library. On the shelves were all the books you needed. You didn't even have to look for them on your own. You had a comfortable couch and you could make whatever noise you wanted. I wonder what face they'll make when I show them, thought James, standing up and putting the book away. On the other hand, no one knocked on the door. In itself, the hallway was already uncrowded, but James believed that the room had some special power and was harder to find. This thought was because he passed by the empty walls several times and saw no door. He left the room and walked out, but after 5 minutes, he returned. The wooden door was gone. It's time for lunch now. I'll investigate better tomorrow or maybe tonight, James thought as he made his way to the Great Hall. He still didn't plan on telling the Marauders about this. He wanted to know the exact method of making the door appear. Chapter 68. That night, James did not return to the strange hallway where the door appeared, as he was studying a new book on defensive magic in the common room, so he did not have time to return. The next day, after classes and his Quidditch training, which was getting more intense as the second match was less than a week away, James returned to the 7th floor. He looked at the empty stretch of wall where the wooden door used to be. What now, muttered James. He didn't know why the door appeared out of nowhere in the wall. He had a few suspicions. The first would be that it would appear at a specific time, From his robes he pulled out a pocket watch. It's 15 minutes until it's the same time as yesterday, he thought as he waited patiently. James didn't take his eyes off the wall. He wanted to keep an eye out for any change, no matter how small. To his chagrin, 15 minutes passed, and nothing happened. James shook his head. He didn't hold out much hope for this theory, as it would be very easy to find it if you only had to pass by at a particular time. The second theory was the one James was most confident in. It was simple. The secret room provided whatever one required of it. James trusted this, for when he entered the room there was everything he was looking for: magical dummies, books on offensive and defensive magic, and a large place to practice. It was too much of a coincidence. If he had come across a simply spacious, but empty room, he would not think of this reason. I want a large room to practice magic. With magic dummies and books on offensive and defensive magic, James asked in his mind while looking at the wall. Seconds passed, and nothing happened. James repeated this thought several times in his head while staring at the empty wall, but nothing happened. He tried several methods, closing his eyes, waiting a few minutes, and opening them, but nothing appeared either. He turned his back to the wall and looked at the tapestry of the trolls, while he thought about what he needed. When he turned around, the wall was still empty. 20 minutes passed, and the ideas were running out. Luckily, no one was passing through the corridor. It was desolate. James, with a frown, began to remember everything he did yesterday in this hallway. The only different thing he did was go back and forth like an idiot because he was kind of lost. Wait, it won't be half-turning, right? Thought James with a strange look on his face. With nothing to lose, he gave it a try. He turned around sharply as he reached the window beyond the empty stretch of wall, then turned back. This walk he made, thinking about what he needed. When he made the third run, it appeared. Again, he could see out of the corner of his eye the wooden door in the previous empty stretch of wall. What a peculiar method, thought James in disbelief that it worked. He never thought something so random would work. The crazy thing is that he found the door by pure chance. James eagerly walked in and noticed the same room as yesterday. There was only one difference: on a small table there was a magic chessboard with its pieces ready to start the game. Noticing the chessboard, James smiled broadly. With this, he was assured that his theory was true. Unlike the first time he entered this mysterious room, in addition to being able to train, he asked if there was a chessboard, to see if it was true that he met the requirements of one. However, James did not enter. He closed the door and returned to the Gryffindor common room. It was not long before dinner, and although the corridor was not very busy, now and then a stray student might pass by. So he will return at night when everyone is asleep, and it is forbidden to wander around the castle. He does not want someone to find the door by chance and know about the secret room, because as long as someone is using the room, the door will still be there. Someone perceptive will notice that there used to be an empty stretch of wall, and now it is occupied by a door, so he or she will know that something is wrong and might try to get in. At 2200 hours, the entire student body was inside their respective common room. During this time it is forbidden to wander around the castle or its exterior. Failure to comply with this rule will be penalized with the loss of points for your house. James heard that there were students who had even lost 50 points for getting caught, which made them the pariah of their house, as it is very difficult to recover from such a loss. The Marauders had already broken this rule countless times, but thanks to the invisibility cloak they were not caught. Although several times they came close to being caught by Filch and his cat. If they had been caught every time they went out, Gryffindor would have negative house points and they would be hated by every student in the house. "Are we going exploring today?" asked Lupin without taking his eyes off the book he was reading. Even though he knew they were violating an important school rule, Lupin liked exploring, as he was one of the most enthusiastic about mapping out all of Hogwarts. He knew his skills were poor when it came to designing a map, but he was learning and getting better every day. "I'll pass. I'm tired," Sirius said, yawning and stretching. He had fallen behind on several tasks and had spent the entire afternoon devoting himself to completing them. "Are you sure about what you're saying?" asked James with a slight smile. What do you mean?" asked Sirius as he put away a piece of parchment he had been working on today. They all looked at James curiously. They knew he had something on his hands. "I found something very interesting today, and I was planning on coming back tonight," said James, acting mysteriously. "Spit it out," said Sirius impatiently. "It's a surprise. Only those who come exploring today will see it," said James with a smile, seeing Sirius frowning. "Fine, I'll go," Sirius said with no other choice. He'll have to postpone his sleep, if only for a few hours. The others were also very expectant, wanting to know what James meant by his discovery. At about 2300 hours, there were only the Marauders in the common room. With no monkeys on shore, they searched for the invisibility cloak and left the common room. James had already told the location to Lupin, who had the best bearings. Luckily, they weren't too far away, as the Gryffindor Tower was also on the 7th floor. How it is almost impossible to use the invisibility cloak for 5 people. James was the non-invisible person. This was for one simple reason. James knew how to use the disillusionment charm, which allowed him to disguise himself with his surroundings, making him acquire the exact color and texture, turning him into a chameleon. James would quickly activate the charm if he heard strange movements. Luckily, they had no trouble and reached the hallway in a few minutes. Sirius and the others took off their cloaks and looked at James. "Is this it?" asked Lupin a little doubtfully. "This is, Barnabas the nutcase," said Toby as he looked at the tapestry of trolls in ballet uniforms and punching the poor little man. "How do you know that?" asked Sirius. "I read it in the book History of Magic," replied Toby. "This idiot appears in a history of the magic book," commented Sirius in disbelief. "Guys, if Filch comes he'll catch us easily," said Peter, who not having the invisibility cloak on him felt unprotected. "That's right. Where's what you wanted to show us?" asked Lupin, looking at James, and everyone listened intently. "There," James replied simply, as he pointed his finger at an empty wall. They all followed James' finger and noticing the empty wall, looked at him strangely again. "It's just a wall," said Sirius. "For now it is." "Look at me," said James as he started on the strange method for the hidden room to show itself. He started walking under everyone's watchful eyes, stopped abruptly, and went back the way he came. This he repeated 3 times. In the process, the Marauders looked at each other with weird faces. They thought their friend had lost a screw or been bitten by a strange bug. James finished the 3rd lap. Sirius and the others paid no attention to the wall that was barely visible because of the darkness. They were staring at their friend in silence, uncomfortable to speak. "Dude, are you sick or something?" asked Sirius. "Look at the wall again," said James. Again they looked at the wall, thinking James just wanted to tease them, but what they saw surprised them. "A door?" asked Toby as he rubbed his eyes. He was sure that seconds before he had seen that the wall was empty. The others were also staring at the door, gaping and somewhat suspicious. What is this?" asked Lupin, looking at James. With an enigmatic smile, James looked at the Marauders and with a graceful gesture opened the wooden door. A soft creak echoed in the air as the door was opened to reveal a large room lit by a plethora of torches. "Welcome to my abode," James announced, holding out his arms as if presenting a secret treasure. Chapter 69. As Sirius and the other 3 were about to walk through the door, James blocked the way. "Hold on. I need to try a few things. I'll close the door, and I want you to try to open it," James said without further explanation, slamming the door in their faces. Sirius, Lupin, Toby, and Peter looked at each other with strange faces. James first welcomed them into his abode, and second, he slammed the door in their faces. "This guy," thought Sirius as he reached out and tried to open the door. However, no matter how hard he pushed it wouldn't open. "Why won't it open?" muttered Sirius as he tried harder, but it was useless. "Let me try," said Lupin, as he tried, but he too failed to open the wooden door. After a minute, James, noticing that no one was coming in, opened the door and noticed his friends looking at him. "Come on. What are you waiting for? Come in," he said as he looked left and right for Filch and his cat. When they entered, James closed the door. By doing this little experiment, he was able to verify that no one could enter while he was using the room. He doesn't know why this is. Maybe because it's the room he asked for and not someone else's. "What do you think?" asked James with a smile as he noticed the dumbfounded expressions of his friends. At first, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of the door in a previously empty wall. They had only seen a large room on the other side. Now, they could see how large the room was. On par or larger than the Gryffindor common room. A huge central space is ideal for magical duels, a part where there were shelves with several books and sofas to read quietly. There were also 2 small tables, both with 2 magical chess boards and their respective chairs. "How is there such a big room?" asked Toby with a surprised expression written all over his face. The wooden door didn't look that big. He never imagined there would be a room bigger in size than the classrooms. "It's amazing," muttered Peter as he looked at each area closely. "How did you find such a room?" "Besides, it's just what you were looking for," said Lupin suspiciously. He knew James was looking for a room where he could practice, but so far he hadn't managed to find anything. It was too much of a coincidence that such a perfect practice room would appear behind that magical door. They all looked at James waiting for his answer. With no other choice, he told them in a nutshell how he stumbled upon this mysterious room by accident and a lot of luck. "You lucky bastard," shouted Sirius as he grabbed both of James' shoulders. "This room is perfect. It's the new Marauders base," he said, excitedly as he started shaking James. Yeah, easy," said James, escaping Sirius' grip. "Now, let's get started with practice," he added, pulling out his wand and walking towards the center of the room. "How about a duel, Potter?" asked Sirius with a smile as he drew his wand and positioned himself in front of James several feet away. "That's what I was looking for, Black," agreed James also with a slight smile. Finally, he would be able to put his new defensive charm Aeromantio to the test. Lupin, Peter, and Toby looked on in excitement. They had long wondered how a showdown would go between Sirius the heir to House Black, and James the heir to the Potter family, who knows a great many charms. The three of them were leaning more in James' favor since he taught them flipping, but they never saw him in a duel. So they didn't know what could happen in a match against Sirius, who is also very talented and comes from one of the oldest pureblood families. Both James and Sirius bowed slightly in respect. Then, they raised their wands like swords in front of them. Both coming from pureblood families, they knew the basic etiquette of formal dueling. "On the count of 3, said Lupin. 1, 2, 3, he exclaimed. Sirius acted immediately. "Flipendo," he shouted, and a loud pop was emitted as a dazzling flash of light shot out from his wand in James' direction. The offensive charm Sirius was most proficient in was Flipendo, which ironically was taught to him by James. He knew a few others, but they weren't as useful as Flipendo, plus he had practiced it a lot, in case he encountered Rabaston and his gang. James watched the flash heading his way intently. He was quickly calculating where he should effectively cast Aeromantio. Sirius' speed was no match for his father, who was an experienced duelist, so it was easier to react to his speed. When the flash was seconds away from hitting him, he quickly exclaimed, "Aeromantio." The wand moved gracefully, tracing a pattern in the air as a stream of air attempted to form around him. However, he miscalculated the timing. The Flipendo impacted hard on his left shoulder. James was pushed backward, stumbling a few feet before coming to a firm stop. Luckily, Sirius wasn't a Flipendo expert. Otherwise, he could have been sent flying many feet. "Aeromantio," thought Lupin, Peter, and Toby doubtfully as they watched James being pushed back by Sirius' charm. Sirius also found the unfamiliar charm James used strange but didn't think too much of it. "I must get closer. That way my Flipendo will have more power," Sirius thought as he closed the distance demonstrating great speed. "Flipendo," shouted Sirius again pointing at James. Being closer, it was harder to react, and more reflexes were needed. Still, James tried. As the charm was about to hit him, he exclaimed again, "Aeromantio." He didn't manage to deflect the charm completely, but it was close. He aimed at his shoulder again and managed to hit only half of his shoulder, almost managing to deflect it completely. This time he took fewer steps back. Sirius realized that James was putting a new charm into practice and was only defending himself. This annoyed him and made him frown. As the heir to House Black, he had great pride even though he didn't share his family's supremacist thoughts. Well, enough practicing, thought James, noticing Sirius' annoyed expression. He would have plenty of time to practice. He was now in a formal duel and had to show proper respect. Before Sirius could angrily cast another Flipendo, James acted with lightning-fast speed. "Expelliarmus," he shouted as a dazzling flash of scarlet light shot from his wand and shot towards Sirius. Sirius couldn't react to the incredible speed of the red flash. When he was hit, his wand flew high out of his hand. Not only that, he was pushed several meters backward, until he tripped and fell on his backside. The atmosphere fell silent. Lupin, Toby, and Peter could not believe that the duel was over so quickly. Sirius only cast 2 charms, and James needed one to defeat him. What surprised the three of them and Sirius himself the most, was that James used the Expelliarmus. A charm they would not see in their first year. Also, this charm is supposed to only disarm the opponent, but James managed to push Sirius back several steps, achieving the same effect as Sirius' Flipendo, which further emphasized the difference in strength between the two. James with a disarming charm achieved 2 effects in one. Disarm and push. What they didn't know was that James held back. If he cast Expelliarmus at full power, he could have sent Sirius flying, as it is one of the most mastered spells in his arsenal. How does a second-year charm know? I didn't know the disarming charm could push you back several feet, thought Lupin, looking at James in amazement. The other two were having similar thoughts. Are you okay? Asked James, approaching Sirius and giving him a hand to stand up. James, said Sirius as he accepted the hand and slowly stood up. That was amazing. How many charms up your sleeve do you have, bastard? Said Sirius enthusiastically. James sighed in relief. He thought Sirius as heir to one of the noblest and oldest houses would be angry since he lost, but it seemed he wasn't that narrow-minded. Some, replied James, scratching his cheek. We've got all night. Hey you, guys. Come on, shouted Sirius, calling out to the others who came over. Let's have a battle royale, he suggested, and they all agreed. The only rule was that they could only use charms that they all knew. Otherwise, James would have too much of an advantage. Several hours passed. Besides having fun in a battle royale casting fumos, flipendo, and other charms, they practiced more seriously. Sirius even started reading the standard spell book, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Heading straight to the chapter where she explained the theory of the disarming charm. He couldn't fall behind James. James on the other hand with Peter's help practiced Aeromantio. Peter of all the Marauders was the weakest, so his flipendo charm was easier to deflect than Sirius. This allowed James to keep improving his Aeromantio cast and Peter to keep improving his flipendo cast. Guys, said Toby, calling everyone over. Sirius, who was putting theory into practice with a magic dummy, looked over at Toby. James and Peter, who were attacking and defending, also stopped facing each other and turned their heads towards him. What happened? Asked Lupin, emerging from a cloud of smoke. It's 5:12 in the morning, replied Toby as he looked at an antique clock that was next to the bookshelves. Shit. Has it been that long already? Asked Sirius, who had visible dark circles under his eyes. They all had sleepy faces, but they had had a lot of fun practicing, dueling, and trying new spells. Only 2 hours to sleep, thought James regretfully as he prepared to return to the dormitories. Chapter 70. Monday, March 14, 1972. A month and a half had passed since the Marauders began using the mysterious room as a base and practiced a large number of offensive and defensive charms, performing duels against each other, either 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, or all versus all. Besides practicing, they also read in the rest area, where there were many books on the subject and comfortable sofas. The bad thing is that they would spend the whole night there, and the next day they would fall asleep in class. Many professors like McGonagall or Antenny did not like at all that 5 students fell asleep in their class. For the first time, all Marauders had a punishment at the same time. The good thing was that they didn't lose house points, but they were warned that if they fell asleep in class again, in addition to the punishment, they would be penalized with house points. 5 people losing points at the same time would be very bad news for Gryffindor. So they had to stop practicing on weekdays and only do it on weekends, including Sunday, and hold off on Monday so as not to fall asleep in class. The only one who kept practices on weekdays was James. James, in addition to practicing and improving on his defensive charms, Aeromantio, Fumos among others, was dedicated to improving his already learned offensive charms. He wanted to take them to a new level. For example, the Flipendo charm has a more powerful version, which is Flipendo Duo. This is twice as powerful as the normal one, knocking the target down with greater force. There was even Flipendo Tria and Flipendo Maxima. Another charm that has a more powerful version is Lumos. Its advanced version is Lumos Maxima, which produces a blinding flash of bright white light much more powerful than Lumos. For a battle, it would serve to blind the opponent for a few seconds, although for this you must close your eyes. Which wouldn't do much good unless you have sunglasses. For guidance and to know how to improve these charms this month, he read a book entitled Extreme Charms, written by the witch Violet Stitch. The charm Lumos Maxima is covered in Chapter 32, and the Flipendo Duo in Chapter 35. On the other hand, 2 Quidditch matches were played during this time, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The most expected and the most tense match, since both houses have a great rivalry. To the sadness of all, Gryffindor was defeated by 190-90. Slytherin was losing by 50 points down, but their seeker managed to get ahead of Alex and catch the golden snitch. Many Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff said that the Slytherin student committed a foul, as he pushed Alex, but the referee did not call it. This made James and the others have to put up with the constant taunts from Rabaston and the other Slytherin boys. Sirius already wanted to start a new prank or repeat the 100 dung bomb prank. The Hufflepuff vs Ravenclaw match ended with the Badgers winning. The match ended 180-50. The standings were like this. 1 Slytherin, 370 points. 2 Gryffindor, 310 points. 3 Hufflepuff, 260 points. 4 Ravenclaw, 70 points. There is still one game left, but there is little hope since Slytherin is facing one of the worst Ravenclaw in history, who in 2 games did not reach 100 points. No one believes they can beat Slytherin, who is a steamroller, as they beat a great Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff, who is not playing badly at all. James was currently alone in the training room late at night. This is because it's a weekday, and there are classes tomorrow, so Sirius and the others don't want to stay in training all the time and go to class without sleep. Unlike James, they don't have the obsession to be practicing every day. If it were up to James he would do the same as the Marauders, but he knows that shortly he will face Voldemort and Voldemort in the Harry Potter novel will kill him for some unknown reason. Unfortunately, he does not want to die at a young age, so he must become as powerful as possible. The attacks by Voldemort's followers had already begun, it was not yet known who was behind it all, and it didn't escalate much, but little by little the attacks on Muggles were increasing, and at any moment they could change their focus, and start attacking wizards. "Flipendo duo," shouted James, pointing at a magical dummy. From his wand came a red light at high speed. The Flipendo duo hit the dummy with impressive force, knocking it back more meters than the base Flipendo. The room filled with the sound of the blast of energy and the crackle of the dummy being pushed back by the force of the spell. "I wonder how much pain it will cause," thought James. He could feel the force of the charm was greater than normal and the dummy pushed back more meters, but he didn't know the damage it would cause to the object or person. The base Flipendo felt like a heavy blow to the chest or like getting hit in the head with a frying pan, or so the people who were hit described it. Like the hit of 2 frying pans, thought James with a question mark on his face. James knew that the base Flipendo and duo in terms of offensive magic was no big deal. The pain it caused was resistible. He was able to withstand 2 Flipendo throws from Sirius. In time he managed to knock Mulciber and Avery out thanks to them crashing hard into the wall. Against a Death Eater, a dark wizard with experience and power, it won't be very effective, but for formal duels and use at Hogwarts it's fine. His real target was the Flipendo Tria. This Flipendo did have a much more effective use in real battles, or so James thought since he never fought dark wizards. The Flipendo Tria looked like a small tornado. According to the book, when the hex is unleashed, a swirl of bluish energy materializes from the tip of the wand, expanding and taking the shape of a small tornado. Its strength and power far surpasses its 2 predecessors, but that's not the best part. The distinctive feature of this spell is its ability to keep the targets in the air for an extended period. The more mastery you have, the longer time, not only throws the targets but also keeps them suspended in the air as if they were trapped in a magical current. In addition, the tornado can catch several targets at once. They will experience the physical impact of being thrown into the air with great force and will be trapped in a vortex, causing them to lose their wands and be knocked out in the process. This jinx will be very useful if I face several enemies at once, thought James as he read the book explaining the spell. Unlike Expelliarmus, it will be able to encompass many people at once, knock them out, and even trap them in the tornado without their wands. Before going into the reading and practice of this new jinx, James looked at the clock and made an ugly expression. It was almost 6 in the morning. The dark circles under his eyes were visible. It had been several days where he had stayed up so late. And he had to wake up at 7:30 to go to breakfast and then to class. Somehow, he managed to stay awake in class and not get grounded, but what he was hearing was minimal, and he was falling behind on his homework. "I'd better sleep," thought James as he made his way to a corner of the huge room. There was a very spacious double bed there, complete with Puddlemere United sheets. As the room put everything he needed, James thought, why not stay overnight here? This way, he won't waste time going to the Gryffindor common room. This means more rest time, and every minute counts when you have less than 2 hours of sleep. The fire from the torches went out magically, and James collapsed on the bed without even covering himself, falling fast asleep. Chapter 71. James slept peacefully in a double bed. The room was completely dark. There were no windows to let in sunlight. Because of his drool, he opened his eyes with difficulty. Why is it so dark?" stammered James. As his brain slowly kicked in. "What time is it?" he thought as he got out of bed. The torches flared again, allowing him to observe the clock in the distance. He had to focus his eyesight well to manage to see the time. "Shit! It's already past 9, shouted James as he stood up and began to change at light speed. With his wand, he quickly grabbed everything he needed for class today. With a book in hand, he carefully left the room. Even though he was in a hurry, he couldn't leave abruptly and found that someone was just passing by, and since there were classes there, it was most likely Filch. I don't hear anything, thought James, opening the door and starting to run towards classroom 1 on the first floor. That's where the first-year transfiguration classes are held. Since he already knew he was going to sleep in the secret room, he didn't bring his invisibility cloak with him. Otherwise, he would have to take it to his dormitory. Of all the subjects I have, why do I have to be late for transfiguration, thought James standing in front of the door to classroom 1. He could hear McGonagall's stern voice delivering the lesson. James was seriously thinking about whether he should go to the infirmary and create an excuse that he was sick or something, but Madame Poppy would find out that he was perfectly fine and he would be in more trouble. Maybe I should cast a jinx on myself, thought James, and then shook his head. He preferred to take responsibility for his actions. James, without further thought, grabbed the doorknob and opened the door, which made a slight squeak. McGonagall stopped talking and looked at him. All the students looked at him as well. James stared at McGonagall's stern face. An awkward silence reigned in the classroom. He didn't know whether to walk slowly to his seat or wait for the professor's punishment. "James Potter, do you know what time it is?" asked McGonagall. 9:35, Professor," replied James. "Exactly. More than 30 minutes since class started." "May I know why you are so late?" asked McGonagall again. "I overslept," replied James, scratching his tousled hair that he didn't have time to fix even a little bit. He didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so hungry was he. At James' response many snickered under their breath, something McGonagall didn't like at all. "Silence," she bellowed, and not a fly was heard to fly. "Go sit down. After class, we'll talk," sentenced McGonagall. Many, including James, were surprised that he hadn't been punished immediately and lost a few points. Afraid that McGonagall would change her mind, James began to walk hurriedly to the back to sit with Sirius. "Not there," raised McGonagall's voice. "Did she get cold feet?" thought James as he looked at the professor. "You will sit here. In the front row," said McGonagall, pointing to an empty seat. Knowing that if he said anything he would be in more trouble, he obeyed and sat in front of everything, next to Lily Evans, who even her friends didn't want to always sit in front of everything, so she sat alone. McGonagall made this decision for several reasons. First, she knew that if James was in the background he wouldn't pay attention, and his friend Sirius always distracted him. She knew of James' talent in transfiguration, a talent she rarely saw. So she wanted to guide him as best she could and have him take advantage of his talent. Lily glanced at James and looked ahead without paying any more attention to him. "Let's pick up where we left off. We were talking about the transfiguration spell, Avifurs. Can someone be so kind as to explain it to our classmate James?" asked McGonagall in a satirical tone. "Lily," said McGonagall, looking at the redhead's raised hand. "The Avifurs spell transforms small objects and creatures into birds," replied Lily as usual. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, glad that she was paying attention to her explanation. "Correct. You should note that the spell is seen as a jinx when used to transform certain creatures into birds. This spell is the most complicated spell we have seen so far. Now turn to the appropriate page in your books, and after reading carefully, practice with these stones," said McGonagall as she waved her wand lightly. 5 stones began to appear in front of each student. "If you have any problems, let me know. I will help you. Now get to work," she added. James' eyes were heavy. He lazily opened his book to a random page. "The zombie inhabits only the southern part of America. It can be recognized by its grayish color and rotten smell." James read and realized something was wrong. He looked at the cover of the book and realized the problem. This is not the Transfiguration book, he thought as he pushed aside the book which was Quentin Trimble's Defense Against the Dark Arts. The blackboard had little detail unlike the book and he had no idea about the Avifurs spell. He looked at Lily and noticed that her attention was completely absorbed by the book. Her green eyes moved quickly following the lines of text. "What is that reading speed?" thought James, somewhat surprised. Lily noticed James looking at her and looked at him. "Do you want something?" she asked. "No, nothing," James replied, dropping her gaze. Although he wasn't on bad terms with her, he also didn't have the confidence to ask her and read the book together. Lily noticed James' book and realized that the cover did not belong to the Transfiguration book. She quickly identified it as Trimble's book. After a moment's thought, she sighed inwardly and moved the book to the center of the table. "Close to both of us. You can read if you like," said Lily as she brought a hand to her mane and slid the red locks. which fell over her face behind her ear. "Thanks," said James as he leaned in close and began to read the book along with Lily. Their shoulders bumped slightly, and their faces were quite close, but neither gave it any thought. They were both engrossed in reading the theory of the Avifer's spell. James had to turn his attention to something to keep from falling asleep, and what better than this transfiguration spell that looked like fun. After several minutes, he finished reading and started practicing with the stones. Lily also started practicing with the stones. They were the first to move on to practice. After saying Avifer's and failing, they both went back to reading the theory in the book. I have to emphasize the first syllable," muttered Lily in concentration. "Yes. Then quickly you have to say 6 and first softly, but without wasting too much time," muttered James. They both nodded and returned to their stones. 30 minutes passed, and the class came to an end. In addition to pronunciation, James and Lily discussed the correct wand movement, and both contributed very useful observations. This allowed them to be the only ones with a breakthrough on the stones, although they still didn't get to turn them into 100 birds. McGonagall watched the two with a slight smile. She knew she was right, putting James next to Lily. They could both benefit from each other's talents and help each other practice more effectively. Plus James wouldn't be distracted, since Lily doesn't waste time in class. On the other hand, she noticed how Sirius Black drove Peter Pettigrew crazy, playing with rocks using Wingardium Leviosa, among other things. "I must find that boy a responsible partner," thought McGonagall, watching Sirius with a frown. "Thanks for letting me read the book," said James as they all put their things away and started to leave the classroom. "You're welcome. Your suggestions helped me so we're even," Lily said as she said goodbye to James and left with her friends. "James Potter, come here," McGonagall said from her desk as she noticed James wanting to slip away with Sirius and the others. With no other choice, he went towards McGonagall's desk. "Sit down," said McGonagall as a chair appeared near James. "Where to start?" she added as closed a book. 15 minutes later, James came out of the classroom with a happy expression that was hard to observe because of the dark circles under his eyes and the sleepiness he had. Amazingly, McGonagall didn't punish him. No weak cleaning trophies or armor, no less points for his house. She only gave him a lecture that James listened to attentively, as he agreed with the wise professor on several things. For example, paying attention in class and stopping falling asleep. McGonagall noticed that James was paying less attention in class and had dark circles under his eyes, and the quality of the homework he was handing in had dropped. James had to give her some excuses, since he couldn't tell her that he found a secret room and was spending until 6 in the morning there when he should be in his bedroom. So, from now on, he won't be so late in the secret room practicing. He will set a fixed schedule so that he can get at least 6 hours of sleep. When the curfew starts at about 10 o'clock at night, he will go to the secret room. He will be able to practice for about 3 hours, which will allow him to sleep for about 6 hours. He doesn't usually stay up until 6 in the morning every day, rather he has an irregular schedule. "Is this luck because my birthday is coming up?" thought James as he hurried to the next class or he would be late again. Chapter 72. Sunday, March 27, 1972. Today is James' birthday. It had been 2 weeks since he started to have a more controlled routine that allowed him to sleep better. So he stopped falling asleep in class or being on the verge of being late, and his homework was back to the same quality as before. When he thought McGonagall would not punish him, he was wrong. Ever since that day he was late, McGonagall in every transfiguration class makes him sit in front of everything. Away from Sirius and always next to Lily Evans. His performance in class indeed increased, and he got more points for Gryffindor, thanks to the fact that he was next to a responsible person who doesn't waste time in class, but it wasn't as much fun as being with his friends. And now, since he practiced and read so much, he could only be with the Marauders during classes and the occasional free hour. However, it wasn't that bad, since it was only in transfiguration classes. So he could resist it without a problem. He wasn't the only one affected. Sirius also started having to sit with Mary McDonald on McGonagall's orders. James, upon waking up that day, got presents from his parents and all the Marauders, even Lupin. Which surprised him, as previously at Christmas he had not given him a present. On the subject of James' theory about Lupin being a werewolf, he decided to postpone the discussion with his friend. Last month, the same thing happened again, and he was almost certain that was what it was all about, but with training in the secret room, he didn't have time to think about how to face Lupin. So he decided to wait for another full moon. To be 100% sure that his friend was a werewolf. It was only 3 days until this month's full moon. After Sirius and the others sang him an off-key happy birthday song, they went to the dining hall. On the way some first-year Gryffindor boys congratulated James. In the afternoon, we have to go to Hagrid's hut. Does he know about your birthday? Asked Sirius as he sat down at the Gryffindor table. No. I didn't tell him, replied James, as he hadn't had the chance to tell him. In this last little while the gang had become good friends with Hagrid and were visiting him more regularly. Maybe he gives you some dangerous magical creature, said Lupin, knowing that Hagrid liked many powerful creatures, no matter how harmless they might seem. Joking and talking about what they would do on the day to make James' birthday different, the mail arrived. Shadow dropped 2 letters near James and asked him for something to eat for his work. After feeding him, James opened the first letter. It was about his father wishing him a good birthday and little else. It wasn't a very long letter. The second letter was much longer. More than 3 times as long as the first. It was a letter from his mother. It was a very affectionate letter. Besides wishing him a happy birthday and telling him that she loved him very much, it said many more catchy things like that he was the best son and that since he came into her life, she was always happy, among other things. James read the letter with a slight smile. His mother was always very loving. Besides showing it to him daily, she also wrote him letters to show it. As it was the first time he was away from home, the letter was much longer. As he read the letter in concentration he did not notice someone approaching from behind. The others didn't notice either because they had started a heated conversation. In a second, someone snatched the letter from James. He quickly turned around and frowned when he saw who it was. It was Rebaston Lestrange. The Slytherin boy turned away from James to be at a safe distance so that the letter couldn't be taken out of his hands. "Oh, what have we here? I didn't know it was your birthday today, Potter," Rebaston said with a smirk, as he began to read the letter. To his left and right stood Mulciber and Avery as bodyguards. James stood up and looked coldly at the Slytherin gang, who were getting more unbearable by the day. After passing them on the Quidditch board they always wanted to make fun of them or any Gryffindor. At the beginning of the year, James considered the enmity fun, but now he had had enough and wanted a quiet school life so he could devote himself to his training. Sirius and Lupin stood up and already had their wands in their hands. James stopped them and shook his head. They had acted impulsively before and ended up grounded for a week or more. "Give me the letter, Lestrange," James said, holding out his hand. To the surprise of many his tone showed no anger. As expected Rebaston did not obey and continued reading the letter. Gradually a wide grin formed on his face, and he began to laugh out loud drawing the attention of many people. "Ha! Who would have thought you're a mommy's boy, huh, Potter," said Rebaston, trying to hold in his laughter. "Why don't we show everyone how loving your mother is? My son, you are the light of my life, and every day I feel lucky to have you," said Rebaston in a loud tone for all to hear, as he held back his laughter. "Remember that wherever I am and whatever happens, I will always be your biggest fan and your unconditional support. I love you to infinity and beyond." "Ha ha ha," continued Rebaston until he could not take it any more and burst out laughing. Mulciber and Avery also started laughing, and most of the Slytherin table did the same. The other tables could hear a lot of giggling. "What's wrong with her?" "She's too sweet," said a Ravenclaw boy as he laughed. If his mother was like that, he would die of embarrassment. "I think I'm gonna puke from all this love," scoffed one boy as he acted like he was throwing up. "Poof, he was acting tough on the train, but he's a mama's boy," sneered Anastasia not as she ate and laughed. Next to Anastasia stood Gwen, who was looking at Rebaston with a lot of hatred. She would not tolerate James being made fun of. "What's with the corny line?" asked Rebaston. He was happy that almost every table was laughing at James. Sirius looked every which way with a vein in his forehead and a furious look on his face. The only table where there was little laughter was Gryffindor, but the occasional chuckle could be heard. "This son of a bitch," thought Sirius looking at Rebaston angrily. Sirius and the other Marauders looked at James worriedly but were surprised to see that he had a stoic look on his face and was just staring at Rebaston. As if the laughter of the entire dining hall wouldn't affect him at all. "What's going on here?" shouted McGonagall approaching the center of the problem. She was having a quiet breakfast, and from one second to the next the whole dining room erupted in laughter. It was very annoying. With McGonagall's intervention, the laughter from the tables began to die down, but everyone was still giving James mocking looks. "Nothing, Professor. I was just wishing you a happy birthday." "Happy birthday, the light of my life," Rebaston snorted as he threw the letter towards James. The letter didn't get very far and landed near his feet. James bent down and picked up the letter. He could see that it had some spittle on it, most likely from Rabaston laughing so hard. "Back to your seats," said McGonagall, seeing that James and the others were still standing. "Wait, Lestrange," James said in an icy tone, not even listening to the professor. Rabaston turned slightly with a smile but paid no attention and kept walking. It was useless to try to fight if there was the stern Professor McGonagall. "I didn't know that the great old Lestrange family bred cowardly heirs," James commented, and this time Rabaston stopped and looked angrily at James. Everyone was surprised by James' icy tone. Instead of being angry or embarrassed, he seemed monotone and emotionless. "I challenge you to a duel," added James in a loud and clear tone. How the dining room was silent, everyone could hear it. Rabaston was shocked. He did not expect to be challenged against a duel. "What, are you scared?" "Relax. There will be a professor," said James when he heard no answer. He had made a mockery of his mother's letter. It was unacceptable to let such an offense pass. He had to teach her a lesson, so that he would not mess with her again and that no one else would ever think of making fun of his mother again. "Shut up, I'm not afraid," cried Rabaston indignantly. "Then why don't you accept?" "I didn't know that Slytherin House was full of cowards." "Go talk to your little pureblood friends," said James disdainfully as he turned and walked to his seat. Before he could sit down, Rabaston shouted, "I accept." A cold smile formed on James' face. It was only seen by Sirius, Lupin, Peter, and Toby, who felt shivers. They looked at Rabaston like a dead man. "Oh, a duel. Let me join your conversation," said a squeaky and excited voice. It was Professor Filius Flitwick who teaches charms. "As you know, unsupervised dueling is forbidden at Hogwarts, as it can be very dangerous. So I propose that you use the dueling club room. I will supervise you along with your heads of house. What do you think?" he asked, looking at James and Rabaston. As far as James knew, the dueling club was a club created a few years ago. It was led by Professor Flitwick, who was a champion duelist when he was younger. Students who went to his office could see a rack full of trophies to prove this was real. They both nodded, agreeing with the professor. Then talked about the dueling schedule. "It will be in 2 days at 6 p.m., in the dueling club room." McGonagall didn't agree much internally, but she had to agree, as both parties were in agreement. James chose Sirius as his second, and Rabaston chose Mulciber. A second is a wizard or witch, usually a true ally, who will act as a replacement for the duelist if necessary. It is only a formality and they will only fight in your place if an accident occurs. For example, if you get injured, get sick, etc. After concluding with all the details of the duel, the dining hall returned to normal. Everyone was talking about the duel and debating who would win. James left the dining hall for the common room. He told the others that he had some late homework to do. "Will he be okay?" asked Toby worriedly as he ate his breakfast. Usually, he never felt anger towards boys who picked on him and called him a mudblood, but seeing Rabaston make fun of his friend's mother, he felt a lot of anger, something rare for him. He must want to beat Rabaston to a pulp at this very moment. "Unbelievably, he managed to do it legally," said Lupin. They had all been friends for several months and were getting to know each other better every day. At this time it wasn't hard to realize that James feels a great affection for his family, and his attitude might change if someone made fun of that. He still didn't get it. "The duel is in 2 days, Peter said." "Really, Peter? Do you think Rabaston has any remote chance?" "In a few seconds James can finish him off," commented Sirius with a slight smile. He wanted to see the moment when James sweeps the floor with the arrogant Lestrange. At Sirius' comment they all nodded, even Peter after thinking about it a little better. They had sparred with James personally this last time in the secret room. None of the 4 of them could beat him, or even make him sweat. They even pitted the 4 of them against him alone, and even then they couldn't beat him. He was a prodigy at dueling. "What's the matter? Are you worried about your new friend?" asked Jasmine as she ate her breakfast and looked at Lily. "That Slytherin boy's attitude is despicable," said Lily with a frown. Rabaston had annoyed her before, and she had noticed that he often picked on others just because of his lineage. "I hope James wins." "Rabaston is hateful," Kana commented, and her friends were surprised, as her friend always disliked boys and was not in favor of any of them, least of all James, who seemed conceited to others. The day continued smoothly after that. The only thing James felt were the mocking looks of many people. However, he acted as if it was nothing, hiding his anger perfectly. Chapter 73. Tuesday, March 29, 1972. The day of the duel arrived. In these 2 days, the rumor of the duel between James Potter versus Rabaston Lestrange spread. Two boys from pure-blood families. On one side, the Potter family is considered blood traitors due to their egalitarian stance towards Muggles, half-bloods, and Muggle-born wizards. However, it is still a very old and wealthy family. On the other hand, the Lestrange family, who unlike the Potters are part of the Sacred 28 and are not considered blood traitors. This family believes in the notion of pure-blood supremacy, despising Muggles, Muggle-born, and half-bloods. This family has even produced a minister of magic during the 19th century. As the event where Rabaston mocked James was crowded, the duel spread quickly. All the first years were very excited and already wanted to see the duel. The older students were not as excited, as they thought that 2 first-year students did not have a large arsenal of spells to cast in an interesting duel, but they did look forward to seeing the clash of 2 pure-blood families, especially Gryffindor versus Slytherin. At breakfast that day many were talking about who would be victorious in the duel. Most were picking Rabaston as the winner. Although James had a reputation as a gifted pupil, it was the same for the Slytherin boy. After listening to Rabaston reading the letter from James' mother, no one thought that a boy who received so much love could be good in a duel. Besides, the Lestrange family's reputation was flashier than the Potters. So almost everyone sided with Rabaston. So did most at the Gryffindor table, even though they knew how good James was at subjects and was always winning points. They didn't think he could beat Rabaston. However, that didn't mean they would cheer for Slytherin's house. Damn traitors, Sirius snorted as they walked towards the dueling hall. It was 15 minutes before the duel was to begin. I didn't think they'd doubt James after he knocked out Mulciber and Avery that time, commented Lupin a little quizzically. They must think I'd attack them from behind. Besides, Rabaston has also proven to know more advanced hexes, said James, who wasn't upset at all. For James, his victory was a certainty. The real question was, how many hits must he give Rabaston before he defeated him? Anyway, thanks to you, I'm going to get rich, said Sirius with a smile resting an arm on James' shoulder. Did you end up gambling? Is it reliable? Rather, is it legal? Asked Lupin suspiciously. Yes, it is reliable. Many older students have gambled. As for legal, it's best to stay out of those issues. Do you want to know how many bet on you? Asked Sirius, looking at James. How many? Asked James curiously. Only 30%, he replied with a big smile, looking at James like a gold mine. How now his mother was sending him much less money, because he disgraced her last name, it will do him good to get so much money easily and safely. So little faith in me? Asked James in surprise. He had thought he had a good reputation. He won points for the house several times. He had special permission to train Quidditch and have his broom, and many even linked him to the flower prank, which was a much talked about topic. It's not that they don't have faith in you, but Rabaston has a great reputation in his house. Even though he didn't have special permission when it comes to Quidditch, I hear he's good at almost every subject and especially dueling, as the Lestrange family prepares their heirs very well, explained Sirius. How do you know all that? Asked Toby with a strange look on his face. Don't forget I'm the Black Heir, said Sirius with a grimace. As they reached the dueling club room, they could see a lot of people already waiting. The professors, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Slughorn were already there chatting. Even Professor Antenny was there. The room was very large, with a highly polished floor that reflected the light of the torches. The main area where the duel would take place is marked with a series of circles on the floor, which serve as boundaries and regulators of the duel. Surrounding this area are ascending tiers that provide comfortable seating for spectators. The platform for the supervising professors is strategically elevated to provide a clear view of the entire space. The bleachers were gradually filling up. As there was still time before the next Quidditch match, this particular duel between 2 pure-blood families was well attended. Whoa, it's much bigger than the secret room. Next time you have to ask for a room like this, said Sirius in awe, as this was his first time visiting the dueling club. The Marauders wished James luck and went to the stands where the Gryffindor students were, who didn't seem very enthusiastic, except for a few first years. Why did you drag me here? Asked Lily, annoyed looking at Jasmine, who was holding a sign that said Slytherin sucks. You're no fun at all. There won't be another event like this. Besides, we have to support our house, there's not much faith, replied Jasmine. Whatever, muttered Lily as she looked with some concern at James, who was already on stage. She had heard the rumors and that everyone thought Rabaston would win. James approached the center of the room where Professor Flitwick and Rabaston were already standing with a haughty smile on his face. It was obvious that he heard the rumors of the duel, and everyone was betting that he was going to win. Today 2 first-year students will face each other in a friendly duel, began Flitwick, looking at the stands with excitement. He always liked the part where the commentator introduces the duelists. On the right side, Rabaston Lestrange of Slytherin, he introduced as he pointed his hand at Rabaston. The Slytherin students in the stands cheered and clapped enthusiastically. On the left side, James Potter of Gryffindor, the Gryffindor stand cheered loudly, especially the Marauders, but they failed to catch up in power to the opposing stand. Very well, students. Respect the rules we agreed on earlier. First a formal greeting, said Flitwick, looking at Rabaston and James, who were facing each other staring at each other. James and Rabaston shook their heads vaguely, neither had any respect for the other. Then they raised their wands like swords and waited in silence. The atmosphere in the stands was also quiet and they watched expectantly. Professor Flitwick started counting down, 3, 2, 1, duel. Furnunculus, shouted Rabaston with incredible speed. From his wand came a golden light. Aeromantio, said James calmly as he waved his wand with agility. A stream of air covered his face and deflected Rabaston's attack. That damned one. Using such a nasty hex, growled Sirius indignantly. If the hex hit James, it would cause a large number of large pus-filled pimples to appear on his face. Rabaston's face showed surprise. He didn't know the charm James used to evade his hex. Before this hex, James realized that Rabaston wanted to humiliate him instead of winning the duel by being as effective as possible. However, he could not blame him. His objective was the same. TSCH, impedimenta, he shouted, and this time from his wand came a turquoise light with a faster speed than before. The impedimenta was a charm that slows down the target. It was very common in duels. Whoa, he even knows how to cast an impedimenta. He's very talented, the Lestrange boy, said Slughorn in surprise. This charm was a third-year charm. The other professors watching the fight nodded in agreement, except Antony, who found what James performed even more amazing. As a professor of defense against the dark arts, she knew the Aeromantio charm very well. Few people used this charm to defend themselves. Learning it was easy. The problem was that you needed huge reflexes to make it effective in battle, so many preferred not to use it and opted for Protego, although this was more difficult. James, again without moving from the spot, cast Aeromantio and deflected Rabaston's attack successfully. The strange thing for everyone was that he did not attack. He just stood still patiently waiting for his opponent to decide how to attack. This bastard, thought Rabaston angrily. For the next few minutes, it was just Rabaston attacking from all angles. However, none of his attacks were successful. James didn't even move a step since the duel started. Rabaston had already run out of ideas. He even cast 2 spells at once, but James managed to deflect them. Is this all the Lestrange family has? Asked James with a cold smile and clear disdain in his tone. Everyone in the stands gradually fell silent, shocked at the contempt that James' voice exuded. I guess they didn't spend much time training you, he added, looking at Rabaston as if he were a useless weakling. The professors, especially McGonagall, were surprised by the personality James was showing. She had always seen him as somewhat lazy and laid back with his group. She had not noticed such a side to him. Before Rabaston could explode and cast another spell, James shouted, Flipendo. Rabaston narrowly dodged the Flipendo, but before he could do anything, another Flipendo came, and this time he was hit. He rolled on the ground and quickly got up. Just one Flipendo? Ha, that's not. A Flipendo interrupted him and sent him rolling again on the ground. Luckily, the Flipendo wasn't that painful, and he was able to quickly get up off the ground. His magic is weak. I must find an opening and finish him quickly, Rabaston thought furiously. However, no matter how much he wanted to look for an opening, he couldn't find one. James' Flipendos kept coming, and they all hit him. He rolled a couple of times and struggled to his feet, only to be hit again after a few seconds. Get up, Lestrange. Show me your blood supremacy. Flipendo, exclaimed James with a cold smile, sending the Slytherin boy rolling again. Rabaston's appearance was a mess. His hair was disheveled and dirt in it from rolling on the floor so many times. His clothes weren't spared either. His Slytherin robes were wrinkled and dirty. Everyone in the stands, even the professors, watched with incredulous faces. It was obvious that James was humiliating Rabaston in front of everyone. Many looked at James as if they were looking at a new person. No one knew this part of the boy's personality, who always seemed relaxed and joking. The only ones who seemed to know about it were Gwen, Emily, and the other kids who shared James' childhood at Godric's Hollow. Gwen watched the duel with a faint smile, happy at the humiliation Rabaston was receiving. Emily had a poker face but also seemed to enjoy Rabaston's suffering. The other Godric's Hollow boys seemed to have frightened faces as if they were remembering things they kept long ago in their minds. Chapter 74. "We have to stop this humiliation," exclaimed Slughorn, watching as James continued to roll Rabaston with simple flippendos. "We can't. Rabaston still has his wand and keeps getting up," said Antony coldly. The other professors could do nothing in the face of that logic. Besides, Rabaston only looked dirty, he had no serious injuries. "Remind me never to joke about his mother," said Sirius with sweat on his forehead. The Marauders nodded repeatedly. "He's humiliating me," thought Rabaston, ashamed and at the same time furious. His appearance was a mess. He noticed hundreds of stares at him. "Fumos," he shouted angrily as a cloud of smoke covered him and began to billow over the area. "Useless," thought James with contempt. "Ventus," exclaimed James, pointing his wand at the cloud of smoke. A gust of wind dispersed the cloud of smoke within seconds, leaving Rabaston in sight, and he began to be pushed backward. With all his strength he resisted the powerful wind until it finally stopped. "Ventus," thought Antony with slight surprise on her face. Phew, breathed Rabaston with difficulty. "I guess those are all your abilities," commented James as he tapped his shoulder lightly with his wand, totally unconcerned. James' objective from the beginning was to humiliate Rabaston in front of hundreds of eyes. The pride of the pure-blood supremacists was very high. Receiving such humiliation will be a great psychological blow to him. That was why his flipendo was very weak. Not because his magic was weak, on the contrary, he restrained himself from sending him flying several meters and ending the fight quickly. "What did you say, you bastard?" growled Rabaston, who managed to catch some breath. "Don't you understand? Besides being weak, you don't have much of a brain," said James with disdain, and being heard by everyone, who was dumbfounded by his attitude. "This is the James the First always talked to about Quidditch," thought a dumbfounded William, who was in the Gryffindor stand. Many people who knew James were also gawking. James' aura was different from his usual self. "Humiliate him more, James," thought Gwen, who enjoyed watching James show off. "Come on, attack me," said James, stretching out both arms and with a smile on his face. James' grin gave Rabaston the creeps as he hesitated. He had attacked dozens of times, and none of them worked. "Flipendo," said James again. This time Rabaston felt a different pain when he was hit by the flipendo. It was much stronger. Instead of rolling, he went flying many feet until he landed on the hard ground. His whole chest felt as if he had received a hard punch that knocked the wind out of him. His back ached from the hard landing. Somehow he managed to hold his wand tightly and slowly got to his feet. But this time James didn't leave time for him to get up quietly. "Flipendo duo," he shouted, and a red flash shot straight at Rabaston. The impact sent Rabaston flying into the stone wall. This time he did not have the strength to hold his wand. The instant he was hit by the spell, his wand slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The thrust was so hard that as he crashed into the wall he felt a great pain in the bones of his back. "TSCH, garbage," muttered James, turning around and walking towards the Marauders. All that could be heard were their footsteps until Professor Flitwick shouted the result of the duel. "James Potter of Gryffindor wins." After that simple sentence, the entire Gryffindor stand began to shout and clap like crazy. Many started chanting James' name. No one had much confidence that he would beat Rabaston. But not only did he beat him, he also humiliated him, and at no point was he on the verge of losing. It was as if an adult and a child were facing each other. James smiled awkwardly at the cheers, returning to his relaxed attitude. "Well done, you bastard. Forgive me if I ever made a joke about your parents or anything," said Sirius, resting his arm on James' shoulder. Everyone in the Gryffindor stands, despite being shocked at how James acted, congratulating him and clapping happily. Rabaston and his gang weren't the only ones annoying Gryffindor. Slytherin students from other years were also very annoying and arrogant since they beat them in the Quidditch match. Because of this, most Gryffindors were happy to have one of them beat a Slytherin from a large family and see the long, serious faces of the Slytherin stand, who quickly began to leave the room. "Well done, James. That arrogant Lestrange bit the dust, literally," said Gideon, laughing loudly as he patted James' shoulder hard. "Easy, brother. You're going to hurt him," said Fabian with a smile as he patted James' back hard. Gideon and Fabian were brothers. They were both of the Pruitt family. A family of pure-blood wizards included among the Sacred 28. However, they were not arrogant, nor blood supremacists like the Lestranges or other families. Both brothers were part of the Quidditch team. Both were beaters. At this time when James joined the team they treated him very well, although they played the occasional prank on him. "Let's party," exclaimed William, and everyone cheered as James was led away to the Gryffindor common room. Besides being happy that a Gryffindor swept the floor with a Slytherin, most of the 30 who bet in James' favor were from Gryffindor. So many were very happy to win so much money. On the other hand, the students from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin who had gambled had long, depressed faces. An impromptu party in the Gryffindor common room began. Some students who were studying quietly had to leave grumbling. They were brainiacs who weren't paying attention to school events. Gideon and Fabian arrived a little later. At one point along the way they swerved and disappeared, something James noticed and thought was odd. "Here, James. You won it fair and square," said Gideon, tossing him a small jingling bag. James took the bag with a raised eyebrow. As he opened it a golden light almost blinded him. It was dozens of galleons. "How much money is in here?" asked James in surprise. 100 galleons. "Not one more, not one less," replied Fabian as he sipped butterbeer with a triumphant look as if he had won the lottery. "Were they so confident that I would win?" asked James doubtfully. He knew about the clandestine bet thanks to Sirius, and that most were leaning towards Rabaston. So, it would be a very risky move to bet so much money in his favor. The Marauders knew of his magical abilities, but the others did not have this knowledge. "One person gave us information about your abilities," said Gideon, winking at Sirius. James noticed this movement and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Don't look at me like that. Thanks to this a lot of Slytherin lost a lot of money." "You should see the faces of all the pure-blood heirs who bet," said Sirius, justifying himself. "Even Toby bet," he added. "It's true," nodded Toby, scratching his cheek. James was surprised that Toby, who seemed like someone who followed the rules, would bet on something illegal. On second thought, it made sense. After all, he is a member of the Marauders. "Me too," said Lupin and Peter. "It would be foolish not to bet on James, when you know his victory is certain and when they can increase their money several times over." The sudden party was over after an hour. The people who had decided to trust Sirius and bet on James were extremely happy to triple or more their money. James was also happy he won 100 gallons for free, and he was also able to relieve his anger by teaching Rabaston a lesson. These 2 days, he was furious. He had to restrain himself on the same day not to go and attack Rabaston. James didn't mind being mocked or called a blood traitor. It was a term that didn't affect him at all, one might even say he accepted it, as he would rather be a blood traitor than a supremacist who sees muggles as animals. What he could not tolerate was his mother being openly mocked. Euphemia most likely spent a lot of time writing the letter and sent it to him with love, and everyone in the great dining hall was laughing at her words of love handwriting. "You surprised me at the duel. I didn't think you could act like that," said Lupin, sitting on the couch near James. A little further away were Sirius, Peter, and Toby who were playing a game of explosive snap. "I won't allow them to make fun of my mother," said James shamelessly as he read a boring chapter of the history of magic. Lupin looked admiringly at his friend. He knew his temper could change when someone messed with his family, but not as much as it was in the duel. "You okay?" asked James without taking his eyes off the book. "What? Yeah, sure. Why do you ask?" said Lupin a little surprised by the sudden question. "No reason, you just look a little pale," said James as he looked for a moment at Lupin, and their gazes met. "It's nothing. Just have some more butterbeer, I'm going to sleep now," said Lupin trying to act as natural as possible, but some nervousness showed in his voice. Chapter 75. Since the duel, James' reputation increased considerably. Before his popularity was because he had top grades in various subjects and was involved in one particular event or another, throwing flipendo at 2 Slytherin students, saving Rabaston from the Whomping Willow, etc., but now everyone looked at him differently. Rabaston and his gang stopped bothering him and the Marauders. No matter how much Sirius threw acid comments at Rabaston about the duel, he didn't react. James didn't mind the new stares. He was used to his group being conspicuous among the first-year students. A couple more stares didn't bother him, though they weren't just a couple of stares. As for Rabaston, he had better not bother him anymore or he would again challenge him to a duel. It was obvious that Rabaston would refuse him, but not accepting a duel would leave him looking like a coward and would be another hard blow to his foolish pride. Spring had sprung a few days ago. Now there was much more sunlight and fresh air after the long winter. The second term had ended and the Easter vacations began, which would last for a week. The students could go home, but unlike Christmas, many decided to stay at school. One of them was James. This was because of all the homework the teachers gave them. All the Marauders stayed in the castle. The common room wasn't as crowded as on normal days, and it was better for them. How boring. Why do they give us so much homework when it's supposed to be a short vacation, complained Sirius as usual, as he lazily leaned his face on the table. Stop complaining and keep reading, said Lupin. Mate, it's 5 chapters. That bloody ghost wants us to do a 5 bloody chapter assignment, said Sirius indignantly. After that, we have astronomy homework, stammered Peter, who looked like his soul had left his body. Unlike James, Sirius, or Lupin. He was having a much harder time keeping up with school. Sirius was just lazy. James was a training nut, so he had more limited time. Lupin was very organized and had a very well-planned study routine. Toby was in a similar situation to Peter, only he excelled in herbology. Toby was gaining confidence in herbology classes, and since it is something he enjoys, he was becoming one of the top students in the class. The homework is endless. What about you? That book. I don't recognize it, asked Sirius, looking at James, who was reading an old book. I've already finished my report on the 5 chapters of History of Magic. Tomorrow I'll do the astronomy homework. As for your question, it's a book that was on the shelves in the secret room, answered James, while showing him the title of the book, which was Secret Duel. Sirius didn't pay much attention to the book. What he did care about was that his friend had already finished the report. Please let me copy your report. That's what friends do, right? Asked Sirius with pleading eyes. Okay, said James with a roll of his eyes. Thanks. I'll copy it later, said Sirius happily, as he closed the boring book and put it out of his sight. Me too? Asked Peter shyly. Yeah, no problem, replied James, and Peter closed the book as he thanked him with a smile. These guys, thought Lupin, shaking his head. A book that talks about dueling? Asked Lupin, looking at the old ochre-colored book. Yes. It features several charms and potions that can be used defensively and offensively in duels. Plus the odd tactic or two, replied James. No one first year can beat you in a duel, commented Sirius, looking strangely at James, who kept wanting to gain more knowledge of the same. Well, new information could come in handy sometime, said James as he went back to reading the page where he left off. The short Easter vacations passed slowly. They were not as much fun as they had hoped and could hardly plan any pranks on the level of stink bombs or flowers. On the one hand, because of all the homework the teachers left them with, and on the other because of James' training and studying, which took up some of his time. Another person who stayed for this Easter week was Lily Evans and also her group of friends, Jasmine and Connor. James was able to watch on a few occasions as the redhead was studying all day and driving her friends crazy. She even talked to him about transfiguration homework. During this time, because McGonagall always sat them together, they ended up becoming like study buddies or something. With the conversations he had with her, he found out that she was already studying for exams. She sure is enthusiastic. Her friends must be having a hard time, James thought. The smarty pants nickname Sirius gave her wasn't so wrong after all. James was alone in the secret room late at night, practicing both defensive and offensive charms. Since it was a vacation, he decided to increase his practice time. Which brought great benefits. Flipendo Tria, exclaimed James. From his wand, he unleashed a spiral of bluish energy that turned into a small tornado. As it reached its destination, 3 magical dummies were caught at once, and he held them suspended in mid-air for a while. That's not all bad, thought James. There was room for improvement, especially in the duration and size of the tornado so that it could catch more enemies. Plus the 3 dummies were pretty close together, and it wouldn't always be like that on a real battlefield. James sat on the ground with several thoughts in his head. The main one was that he needed to put all these spells he was improving into real practice. He needed a duel that would be a real challenge. Unfortunately, none of the Marauders were proving to be a challenge, and he could barely use charms from his arsenal. He could beat them with an Expelliarmus after just a few moves. No Flipendo Tria was needed. And he didn't want to hurt them either. Nor were they a challenge on the defensive end, perhaps if they attacked him all 4 together, but he managed to defend himself anyway. A solution to this was presented to him by little Professor Flitwick. After his duel in the next day's charm class, he proposed that he join the dueling club. There was only one problem: the schedules coincided with his Quidditch training. Under no circumstances would he stop going to Quidditch training to go to the dueling club. Go into the forbidden forest and fight strong creatures, thought James. With his invisibility cloak, he could get out of the castle without being caught, and he could go into the forest thanks to the stories Hagrid told him. He managed to find out what creatures were to be found there. Also, he had defeated a stronger-than-average mountain troll. No, it's still a reckless action for now, thought James, shaking his head. Without concluding anything, he moved on to his next current problem. The subject of Lupin. He was already sure that Lupin had monthly werewolf transformations, as he always disappeared on a full moon and was weak and pale the next day. He could ignore it, but he didn't want to, and somehow he wanted to help his friend, but he didn't know how to face him and start talking about it. If out of the blue, he tells him that he knows about his lycanthropy, he might get the opposite effect and make Lupin defensive. Ugh, it's complicated, I better keep practicing, thought James, standing up. Monday, April 11, 1972. The first day of the third and final term began. James was with the Marauders having breakfast as usual in the Great Hall. Just then the mail arrived, and Shadow threw 2 letters near him. The first letter he opened read as follows. James Potter of Gryffindor House. We are expecting you today at 19:00 HS in the disused classroom on floor 7. DC. A question mark formed on his face. Who the hell was DC? It looked like he was being summoned for a job interview or something. Is this some kind of joke, thought James suspiciously. His prime suspects were Rabaston or another Slytherin boy. After all, he had humiliated them too much in the duel, mocking pureblood supremacy. He closed the letter and put it away. Then, he would think about whether or not to attend such a suspicious meeting. He opened the second one, and what he read left him more confused than before. James Potter of Gryffindor House. We are expecting you today at 19:00 HS in the disused classroom on floor 7. SD. First DC and now SD. The message is the same in both letters, minus the strange fern, thought James, puzzled. What's with that face? Asked Sirius as he noticed James looking strangely at the letter he was holding in his hand. It's nothing, James said as he pocketed the letter. He had already decided to go to the disused classroom on the 7th floor. Although it looked suspicious, he didn't think anything deadly could happen at Hogwarts. Besides, if it was Rabaston or other Slytherin students wanting to attack him, it would be for the best. He was looking for opponents to put the charms he learned into practice, so he would come out on top either way. I hope they're stronger older students, James thought with some expectation. If it was someone in his year or a year older, they would be wimps. Chapter 76. It was 5 minutes to 7 in the evening. James was already heading up to the 7th floor to the disused classroom. He was alone. He had his wand ready to pull it out at any moment just in case. We'll see who sent the 2 mysterious letters, thought James, looking at the old wooden door of the disused classroom. As he was about to open the door, he heard a couple of voices that seemed to be in a heated argument. One voice belonged to a man as it was low-pitched. The other voice was higher-pitched and sounded female. Should I go in? Thought James. He decided to go in. After all, they had summoned him there. The classroom was in poor condition. There was a lot of dust, poor lighting, and many stacked desks. Shelves filled with old books and lots of cobwebs. Near the center of the classroom, he could see the 2 people arguing. They were a blonde boy and a black-haired girl. The boy seemed more relaxed and had a friendly smile. The girl, on the other hand, seemed to have a stronger temper. What surprised James the most was seeing Gwen behind the black-haired girl. As always, his friend had a haughty look on her face. Behind the blonde boy was a girl with short hair and a stoic face. What is Gwen doing here? And why are there people from so many houses gathered here? Thought James, confused. He was ready for combat after being summoned to this disused classroom, but it didn't seem to be the case. What most caught his attention was that the blonde boy was in a wheelchair. He had never noticed it before, and it was something striking. The boy was wearing a Hufflepuff uniform. The girl behind him was also from the same house. On the other hand, the girl next to Gwen was from Ravenclaw. Everyone hearing the door looked towards James, who didn't know how to proceed in such a situation. Oh, we were just talking about you, said the black-haired girl as she approached James with a confident smile. About me? Did you send me those strange letters? Asked James with his guard lowered, since there was Gwen there. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Erica Rath, 5th year. I'm from Ravenclaw. Nice to meet you, James Potter, said the girl with a smile, as she stretched out her hand. Nice to meet you too, said James with a strange look on his face as he waved at Erica. Don't beat me to it, Erica. Hi, Murphy McNully. The next best professional Quidditch commentator in the magical world. Nice to meet you, said the blonde boy, as his wheelchair moved on its own and arrived near James. A pleasure, said James, now accepting Murphy's handshake. You must be wondering why we summoned you here and what we want, said Erica with a slight smile as she saw James' confused expression. James nodded slightly as he looked at Erica. He found it strange that two older students wanted to talk to him. He looked at Gwen, but Gwen hadn't said anything, just watched silently. The two of us, we come on behalf of the Dragon Club to give you an invitation to join the club, Erica said with a confident face, as she included Gwen. Kiara and I, we come on behalf of the Sphinx Club. We want you to join us, said Murphy, who didn't want to be left behind. Dragon Club? Sphinx Club? What's that? Asked James with a more confused expression than before. At least now he knew that DC stood for Club Dragon and SC, Sphinx Club. Hearing this, everyone in the classroom put on surprised expressions, except Gwen, who seemed to be expecting this. It was possible that he does not know anything about the clubs, sighed Gwen as she shook her head. Erica, who had a confident attitude before, didn't know how to proceed. You don't know anything about the three big clubs, she asked. They don't ring a bell. Are they clubs like the Dueling Club? Asked James. No. Well, actually yes, but there are important differences, said Erica as she thought about how to explain to James. She hadn't come prepared for this. Let me explain, said Murphy, clearing his throat. The three big clubs are exclusive clubs led by Hogwarts students themselves. There is the club, Sphinx, Dragon and Hippogriff. They are over 100 years old since their inception, began Murphy patiently explaining. After about 20 minutes where he told him all the history of the three clubs his explanation ended. That's all, he said as he caught his breath. James processed the information in his brain. They were very exclusive clubs. You couldn't join the Dueling Club that anyone could join. Instead, in these three clubs you could join them only if the current members agreed and decided to send you an invitation. From what he told you, they are very famous among all Hogwarts students, as they are over 100 years old. Each club is looking for new members with specific skills or great talent in those areas. For one, the Sphinx Club specializes in transfiguration, astronomy, flying, and Quidditch. The Dragon Club specializes in charms, defense against the dark arts, potions, and dueling. As for the Hippogriff Club, he doesn't know, as he wasn't invited by them. Whoa, thought James with surprise at the incredible history these clubs had. They were founded in 1800 by three students, Skylar Flame, Sphinx, Margareta Ironbark, Dragon, and Olin Oakwood, Hippogriff. According to the story Murphy told him, the three were best friends and were part of a single club, but for some reason, they fell out and ended up splitting up. Each of them created a different club and dedicated themselves to the areas of study they liked the most. Are you part of the Dragon Club? Asked James, looking at Gwen. Yes, I joined several months ago, replied Gwen a little awkwardly, as she had still been talking to James since that incident. It's such an honor to receive the invitation to our club. Besides, rarely do freshmen get to have an invitation, commented Erica. I see, said James. It was certain that because of his duel against Rabaston, he had caught the attention of these exclusive clubs. He had wiped the floor with an air of an ancient pureblood family. The Sphinx Club, it's perfect for you. You can learn a lot about Quidditch, flying, and transfiguration. You like Quidditch, right? Said Murphy, though he already knew the answer. He had done some research on James before coming to convince him to join his club. When he arrived he didn't think there would also be the Dragon Club wanting to steal their new member, so he had to take the initiative. Don't listen to him. Dragon Club is the one for you. I know what I'm saying. Your dueling skills are very good. If you join our club you can improve. There are many exclusive books in our library, Erica said quickly. A heated discussion began between Murphy and Erica. Both want to convince James to join their club. Each told of the benefits they could bestow on him. How the clubs had few members. When they decided to invite a new one they took it very seriously if they had to compete with another club. Which one will you join? They asked in unison after 10 minutes. What are the schedules? I have Quidditch training on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, asked James. There is no schedule. We get together when we want to. We're not like those silly clubs that have to be on a schedule, Erica replied with contempt for the normal clubs. Murphy nodded agreeing with her. That's good, thought James. He never thought that his previous problem would be solved without having to do anything. The problem with normal clubs was schedules, but now he didn't have that problem anymore. "Well, what's your choice?" asked Erica. Silence reigned, and everyone looked at James. Gwen was staring at him with a frown. She seemed to want to say something to him through her mind, though she couldn't. "You better pick our club or else," thought Gwen. She had already been angry when James was chosen in Gryffindor, but she couldn't blame him, as that was up to the Sorting Hat. After a few seconds of contemplation, James replied, "Club Dragon." A slight smile formed on Gwen's face as she heard his response. "Good choice, mate," said Erica, brutally patting James' shoulder, who looked like he was getting used to such treatment. "May I know why?" asked Murphy, sighing in defeat. "I indeed like Quidditch, but I already have the Gryffindor team for that, and I'm more into defense against the dark arts and dueling," James answered honestly. He already had William and the others to talk about Quidditch to exhaustion. Besides, if the Dragon Club had dueling in their specialties, it meant they must have friendly duels between them, and it was just what he was looking for to test his new offensive and defensive charms to gain experience. Murphy respectfully said goodbye to everyone and left along with his partner, who hadn't said a word since James walked in. The only different thing he could observe was the slight frown. "Today is already late. Can you come to the club tomorrow? There will be a welcome party for you. They are special occasions when there is a new member," said Erica. "Okay. Where?" asked James. "I'll pick you up." "I'll do it." "You can wait for him with everyone already there," interrupted Gwen. "Okay. It's already dinner time and I'm starving," said Erica, who unlike Murphy didn't look too neat, to say the least. "See you tomorrow, James." Gwen said goodbye quickly and without giving James time to try to make conversation. Chapter 77. The next day after classes, James met up with Gwen, and they started heading to the Dragon Club meeting place. To James' surprise, they left the castle and started heading towards the secondary Quidditch pitch. "Where are we going?" asked James curiously. He had thought they would have a room inside the castle similar to the Dueling Club. "You'll see," said Gwen without further explanation. The journey passed in awkward silence. After about 10 minutes of walking, James noticed a quaint and well-kept small building in the distance. "Do they have some sort of cabin to themselves?" thought James in surprise as he observed the small building. As he arrived near the entrance, he could see two sculptures of dragons. One statue was of a Hungarian horntail, considered the most dangerous of all dragons. The other sculpture was of a species of dragon that James was unfamiliar with. He did not know all species to the letter. "Do you understand now? The three clubs are very different from the others," said Gwen with an air of haughtiness, as she was one of the exclusive members of the Dragon Club. "Yeah, you didn't want to join Professor Slughorn's club or something?" asked James. "That's another thing. Let's go inside." "They must be waiting already," said Gwen as she opened the door. As they entered, James was surprised by the size of the room. It didn't look that spacious, but about 20 people would fit in there without any problems. There were already people gathered, they're finally arriving. "We've got everything ready," Erica said with a big smile as she introduced all the members, so James could meet them. There weren't many. There were only 9. With him there would be 10. There were from all the houses, a strange thing to see, but the house that had the most members was Ravenclaw. To be exact 4, then 2 from Slytherin, 2 from Hufflepuff, and 1 from Gryffindor that James didn't recognize. The only person he recognized besides Gwen was the other Slytherin girl, Narcissa Black. The cousin of his best friend Sirius. The bad thing is that from what Sirius said, they didn't get along very well. When Erica introduced Narcissa, she barely nodded and didn't even look at James. It seemed she didn't approve of him being in the club. "Let's start with the party. Then we'll show you all the facilities of the house," said Erica as she invited James to sit down, and without any other choice, he started drinking tea with all these strangers. The word "party" was very different from the party they had regularly in the Gryffindor common room. In Gryffindor, parties were loud and rowdy. In the Dragon Club, on the other hand, everyone drank tea and chatted quietly with an air of elegance. James hadn't had such an elegant tea party in a long time. Last time, he most likely did it as Edward Rothschild, something he didn't like. "What are you thinking about?" asked Gwen as she sipped her tea elegantly. "Nothing in particular, I just thought they had said that the Dragon Club specialized in dueling," James replied after a few seconds. "Yes, in addition to having lots of books, we have an area." Before Gwen could finish, she was interrupted by Erica. "Shh. He'll soon find out," she said with a mysterious smile. After about 30 minutes and a very quiet party, it was time to show James the other facilities of the house. In the main dressing room, where they were now, there were 4 doors, each of a different color of wood. First Erica led James to the nearest one. As they passed through the door, a smaller room than the previous one came into view, filled with shelves of scrolls and books. Welcome to the library. Each shelf is divided by section. Defense against the dark arts, potions, and duels, said Erica as she pointed to each large bookshelf. The books can only be read here. If you take any you will be expelled, Narcissa said in a cold tone. James nodded, then was shown to an area to study and read quietly in one of the corners, where there was also a fireplace, though it was turned off. Next area. This is the room for important meetings. Especially when we want to introduce a new prospective member and vote, said Erica. There wasn't much to see, a long table of expensive material and surrounding chairs. There were already 10 chairs, so James had his place. Next was a potions room. Once inside, they were greeted by the distinct smell of magical ingredients and fresh herbs. The space is medium-sized and well-lit, with walls lined with shelves filled with glass vials. In the center of the room, there are 5 solid oak work tables, the potion-making tools you have to bring your own, but you can use the ingredients here, Erica explained, as she showed him that in one corner of the room was a storage room full of carefully labeled and stocked ingredients. If you steal ingredients, you will be expelled, Narcissa said coldly. I suspect she wants me expelled, thought James, looking at the blonde girl who had the air of a cold princess about her. Now, let's go to the best room, said Erica, as she led James to the last dark oak door. The dueling area, she introduced as she entered the room. It wasn't as big as the dueling room where he had his confrontation against Rabaston, but it was just enough and necessary, as there weren't many people. The floor was sturdy and also had circles delimiting the dueling area. Magical torches lit the place perfectly, and there were 2 small bleachers, for others to watch the duel. Can you have duels without being supervised by professors? Asked James. The dueling club was supervised by Flitwick. We are not supervised by professors, but we can have duels. Perks of being a century-old club, replied Erica with a smile. The tour of Dragon House ended, and each member went about their business. Some went to the library, others chatted in the main hall. James decided to go to the library, but he still wasn't confident enough to challenge someone to a duel or practice in the dueling area. Gwen was also minding her own business, and they didn't talk much more. Sometimes she would look up and scowl at James, who was engrossed in reading a new book. Hey, said Gwen, lightly tapping James' shoulder. Man. What's up? Asked James, looking up. I want you to show me that defensive charm you used against Rabaston. Aeromantio, I think it was called, replied Gwen, crossing her arms. She sure is good at ignoring previous problems and ordering things, thought James. There are dozens of defense books here. I'm sure they explain it somewhere, said James as he didn't want to play private tutor. It's going to take me ages to find it. Besides, it's better to learn it from someone advanced. I'd rather get straight to the practical stuff, said Gwen without giving up. James looked at Gwen with rolled eyes. He knew the blonde girl wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. She always acted that way when they were kids. Fine, said James, closing the book. Let's go, said Gwen in a tone that hid happiness, and headed to the dueling area. Before heading back to the castle, they were in the dueling area practicing Aeromantio, or rather James teaching Aeromantio to Gwen. Gwen was talented. She quickly understood the theory behind the charm. The main problem was getting the reflexes necessary to block an attack in time. To practice Gwen's reflexes, James would cast a simple Vermilius charm on her. This charm is one of the most basic. It allows you to cast a stream of red sparks from the tip of the wand. It is harmless and perfect for practicing Aeromantio, as its speed is adjustable depending on the caster. Slow down, James, said Gwen angrily and frustrated at not being able to deflect the Vermilius. If I slow it down, you won't improve your reflexes. Remember, you must generate the air current in the right direction. Direct the current in the specific direction and at the right time, said James, who had no plans to fulfill Gwen's wish. TSCH, it's okay. Attack, growled Gwen, getting on guard. Vermilius, exclaimed James. This time, he aimed for Gwen's left shoulder. Gwen waited and waited, until the red sparks were close to her. Aeromantio, she exclaimed. This time, she manages to get the air current to deflect the red sparks in their entirety. I did it. Did you see? It wasn't that hard, said Gwen, puffing out her chest with pride. Vermilius, exclaimed James suddenly and without warning. This time the red sparks had a higher speed, and how Gwen was showing off she couldn't dodge the red sparks. Hey, I wasn't ready. Besides, I'm sure you increased the speed, complained Gwen as she wiped her Slytherin robes repeatedly. You should always be alert on the battlefield, Missy, scoffed James with a smile. Vermilius, yelled Gwen indignantly, pointing at James. James with an Aeromantio deflected the attack and yawned. Gwen started chasing him while throwing Vermilius at him. James dodged them or deflected with an Aeromantio. At one point Gwen stumbled. James put aside his joke and rushed over. Are you okay? He asked worriedly. Vermilius, exclaimed Gwen with a mischievous smile aiming at James, who this time failed to dodge or deflect the attack. I win, said Gwen with a victorious smile. That's playing dirty, said James indignantly at such an act of cowardice. You should always be alert on the battlefield, Missy, said Gwen mockingly mimicking James' tone. Isn't it? Added Gwen, as she approached him. She reached out her hands towards the sparks on James' robe and began tapping delicately to disperse the red sparks. Thanks, said James a little surprised by Gwen's sudden gesture of kindness. You're welcome, whispered Gwen as she looked up, and their gazes met. Let's keep practicing, she added after a few seconds as she moved back to a more distant position. Okay, nodded James after a few seconds. And don't think about increasing the speed, until I tell you to, Gwen said in a tone that sounded like an order. Chapter 78. A week had passed since James joined the Dragon Club. When he told the Marauders the news, he realized that it was a famous club at Hogwarts. Sirius, Lupin, and Peter knew all three clubs. The only one who didn't know about them as well as James was Toby. Joining the club was a wise decision on James' part. He could go whenever he wanted, and if he didn't go, nothing happened. A nice bonus was the library, which had books he didn't find in the secret room or the Hogwarts library. However, the best of all was the dueling area. Besides practicing with Gwen, he was able to practice with Erica, who was very friendly, albeit with a quirky personality. Unfortunately, he did not have real duels with Erica, but she helped him to improve several charms such as Aeromantio. Erica's casting speed was very fast. James could deflect 3 out of every 10 Vermilius she threw at him. Good job, you managed to deflect 4 out of 10 Vermilius today, Erica praised James, who was sitting on the floor sweating. They had been practicing for almost 2 hours non-stop. He couldn't believe how Erica couldn't get tired. Even the last few Aeromantio, he was having trouble throwing them correctly. We should add more rest time, complained James. Even William wouldn't make him train that long without stopping. Stop complaining, don't even use full speed. I could even use nonverbal magic and it would be much harder, said Erica, and James grimaced. Another thing. When you learn Protego in the future, will you still use Aeromantio? Asked the girl, looking strangely at James. Erica knew Aeromantio was very difficult because of the reflexes part. Although useful especially when you don't know how to cast Protego, a charm from higher years at Hogwarts, but once you know how to cast this charm, Aeromantio will become useless, as Protego is much more effective. Just by casting Protego, an invisible shield covers a larger area than the Aeromantio, which must be cast at the right time and in the right direction. She's kind of right, but I already cast Protego, thought James as he thought about how to answer her. At first, he learned Aeromantio, as the fatigue it gave him was less as opposed to Protego, but as he gets older and continues to practice Protego, this problem could be solved, making Aeromantio less useful. James, however, is not so much in agreement with this. Aeromantio's main advantage is how easy it is to cast and how little magic fatigue it causes. If James had been casting Vermilius for 2 hours on Erica and she could only use Protego, she would most likely not have achieved such a feat, as it causes great fatigue. On the other hand, James managed to cast Aeromantio. Although he faltered in the last minutes, he managed to cast it even though he failed. Therefore, in a long battle, he will be able to continue defending himself if he has great control of Aeromantio. He could use Protego first and Aeromantio later. James explained this point to Erica. You have a point, but what duel could last an hour or two? Asked Erica doubtfully. I don't know, said James, scratching his head. He hadn't thought of it for an official duel. He thought of it as a war and prolonged battles where you face several enemies without rest. Well, never mind. Tomorrow we'll continue practicing. I'm hungry, said Erica, grabbing her belly that was making a strange noise. See you, she added as she quickly left towards the big dining room. James didn't care much about Erica's strange personality. He got used to it in the last few days. He could tell that Erica was a fan of the Marauders, although he didn't know they were called that. This he knew, because she wears a necklace in the shape of a miniature dung bee. James curiously asked her why she had such an ugly necklace, and she told him that she thought the dung bomb prank in the Slytherin common room was hilarious. So she bought this necklace, and according to her the rules were made to be broken. Could it be that she created the fan club, thought James with a strange expression. He remembered that Sirius had said there was a fan club. James also started to head to the castle. It was late, and they would most likely all be at dinner. As he arrived in the main hall he noticed only one person, Narcissa Black, was concentrating on writing on a parchment. Of all the people in the Dragon Club, Narcissa was the only one who looked at James with disapproval. Most likely because her cousin Sirius is his best friend and is against his family's supremacist ideals. James walked to the door and did not say goodbye. He knew it would be useless, as he would get no response. As he reached the Great Hall, he could see that the Marauders were eating at the head of the Gryffindor table. "Hey, what pranks are you guys planning?" asked James as he sat down across from Sirius and next to Toby. When he sat down, the Marauders' chatter stopped, and they were silent. "We can't plan any pranks if you're in that club all day," said Sirius, hiding his anger. Since James joined the club, he started spending less time with the Marauders. He was practically going every day to the club except the days he had Quidditch training. Then at night, he would continue his practice in the secret room and was usually alone. As the others started to get bored with practicing so strictly every day, the nightly explorations of the castle decreased as well. Compared to the first months of the first year, where James was literally with them all the time, now he spent very little time with them. For this reason, he also began to put off talking to Lupin. Add to all this the time that had to be spent studying and doing homework, so there was almost no Marauder activity, no exploring, and no pranks. "Well, today we can explore the castle or plan a prank or two," suggested James as a plate appeared in front of him. "Aren't you going to the secret room?" asked Lupin with a raised eyebrow. Lupin also wanted to go back to night explorations or minimally exploring in the afternoon after school, but with James practicing at night or going to Quidditch practice or his new club it was impossible. "I won't go. I can give up some free time," James replied. It wasn't bad to give himself a break every so often. "Good," said Sirius with a slight smile. The others were also happy that their pranks would finally return. "What shall we do?" asked Peter. They could either explore the castle or plan their next big prank. "Both. First, we'll plan the prank. Then when it's curfew we'll continue exploring," replied Sirius in a low tone so no one else would hear them. The Marauders ate quickly and went to their dorms. Since they would be talking about their next big prank it was best to be cautious and not have anyone overhear them. "Okay, brainstorm. This will be our last big prank of the year. It has to live up to the other two," Sirius said as he held up a journal. Since the first prank, Sirius started to write a diary of the Marauders. In this diary, he explained all the pranks they played and the process. According to him, it will be an invaluable object in the future and a Bible for future pranksters who follow in their footsteps. "Who will the prank be aimed at?" asked Lupin. "Slytherin of course," replied Sirius instantly. "Rabaston and his gang don't bother us anymore. Since the duel against James, they've kept quiet." "Will we continue to target their group?" asked Lupin. Sirius was thinking. It was true what his friend was saying. Ever since the duel Rabaston didn't even face them or try to bother them anymore. His pride had been trampled, and he had become a quieter and more shy person. Pranking him won't be as much fun as it used to be, thought Sirius. A different target came to his mind. What about Severus Snape? In potions class, he's very arrogant and thinks he's superior to everyone, Sirius said. He had seen the greasy-haired boy's behavior and didn't like it. Despite the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Sirius didn't want to target people he didn't even know and hadn't teased him before. This was as long as the prank was on a smaller scale, as the dumb bomb prank involved the entire Slytherin common house. Lupin, Peter, and Toby nodded, agreeing with what Sirius said. In the potions classes, they shared with Slytherin. Slughorn several times chose the groups, putting students from both houses in one group. The professor was doing this to improve the relationship of both houses so they could work well as a team, but it wasn't working very well. Peter was the unfortunate one who had to share a class with Snape. When the class was over, he complained the whole time to the Marauders, saying that Snape kept telling him hurtful and derogatory remarks, as he wasn't very good at potions. With this, Peter was aiming for James and Sirius to decide to play a joke on him and calm his frustration, but since James was mostly busy they couldn't do it. Chapter 79. I vote yes. We should take Snape down a peg, commented Peter, clenching his fist he would finally get his revenge. Sirius, Lupin, and Toby agreed. What about you? Asked Sirius, looking at James, who so far said nothing. I don't know, it seems too much to make it the main target, replied James doubtfully. Snape's tongue was indeed sharp and arrogant. James could see it on the Hogwarts Express when he said he wanted to be in Gryffindor. However, James realized that Snape was not a boy who picked on or mistreated others like Rabaston and his gang, who would cast hexes on Gryffindor students or make derogatory comments because of lineage. Snape was simply arrogant because he was so good at potions. Are you serious? Asked Sirius, getting up from his spot and looking at James quizzically. The others were also surprised by the presumed refusal. Don't tell me it's because of that know-it-all. By know-it-all Sirius meant Lily Evans. Some time ago James started sitting in Transfiguration with Lily, though this was because of McGonagall. So their relationship improved, and they helped each other in Transfiguration homework. However, their relationship went no further than that of study buddies. James didn't consider Lily a friend, as they didn't talk much after McGonagall's classes. If they did talk at all, it was about homework and nothing else. Sirius had seen Lily talk to Snape several times, plus he saw the two of them on the Hogwarts Express together, and they seemed like friends since before they entered Hogwarts. That's why he suspected that James didn't want to play a prank on Lily's friend. Of course not. We're talking about pulling the last big prank of the year, and you want to pull the prank on an unpopular, shady guy. You should think bigger, gentlemen, James said, standing up and speaking with an air of grandeur. If he wanted them to stop targeting Snape he had to convince them with a good speech. What's on your mind? Asked Sirius, who no longer sounded annoyed and was very attentive to what James was saying as were the others. What do we call ourselves? Asked James without answering Sirius' question directly. The Marauders, replied Lupin, not understanding where James was going. We did 2 big pranks where the whole castle talked about it for days. We even have a fan club, but no one knows who pulled such pranks, said James. Sirius, the more James talked the more excited he got. He seemed to understand what his friend was getting at. We must make everyone know our name, and every time there is a really good prank, they think of that name, said James. That's right. We must sign our work, exclaimed Sirius excitedly. He even seemed more excited than James. Sirius had chosen the name of the group and even had a journal with the name where the process of all the pranks was described. The fan club didn't even have a name, as no one knew the identity of the group or if it was just one person. If everyone knew the name, the Marauders would become like an urban legend within Hogwarts, similar to the Joker, or surpassing him. The name should be cast in the grass and be impossible to remove, added Sirius, getting more and more excited. The next prank was decided. Although no one was the target, if the next morning, the Marauders appeared written on the lawn everyone would be talking about them. It's a good idea, but besides writing the name of the group we should put something related to the 2 previous pranks. So that people would notice, said Lupin, who had liked the prank. It would be a good farewell to the first year at Hogwarts. And they wouldn't hurt anyone. Peter looked a little annoyed, as he wouldn't get his revenge, but quickly joined in a heated conversation. Underneath the name, we can draw in smaller size flowers and stink bombs, suggested Peter. That way everyone would know that the previous pranks were the work of the Marauders. I like that, said Sirius, writing everything down in the journal. It's going to be hard to draw on the grass, commented Lupin. It would be one thing to write in giant letters that would already take hard work, add to that drawing it would complicate the prank even more. I'll take care of the drawings, said James, who knew how to draw. Besides, drawing a couple of flowers and a sphere won't be too complicated. Hearing this the others nodded. Where on the lawn will we write? It should be eye-catching. I want when everyone wakes up to see it, asked Sirius, and everyone was left thinking. On the Quidditch pitch, suggested Toby, and James looked at him with a frown. To him the Quidditch pitch was sacred. I know you love Quidditch, but I have a reason, said Toby quickly as he noticed the look on James' face. What is it? We can write the name a day before the Quidditch match between Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. That way, the whole school will see it during the match, replied Toby, scratching his cheek. You're a genius, Toby, exclaimed Sirius with a big grin, as he grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him roughly. That's a great idea. Since Slytherin will come out champions, at least we can sour them a bit with the message, said Lupin. Already everyone at Hogwarts was tipping Slytherin as Quidditch champions, even James. It would take a miracle for Slytherin to lose to the worst Ravenclaw in history. William, the Gryffindor team captain, wanted to be positive, but he knew it was a near impossible feat. First of all, they would have to win by many points and depend on Slytherin losing by a landslide. "What do you say, James?" asked Sirius. "I agree," replied James. Even though he believed the pitch was sacred, he would rather spoil Slytherin's celebration, even if only a little. Plus this way the prank will be highly visible since everyone in the school attends the matches. In addition to the name of the group, we could put up a message that says Slytherin sucks. Imagine their faces as they fly, and they have to see that throughout the match, said Sirius with an evil grin. Maybe it'll break their concentration, and they'll end up losing, said James, agreeing with Sirius. When is the date of the match? Asked Sirius, looking at James. Gryffindor will play their match the second weekend in May. Slytherin will play it the following weekend, replied James. Good. We have a month to plan everything, said Sirius, nodding his head and noting the date in the diary. They then continued to talk about the prank for several hours, leaving the scouting for another day. The first way they came up with to write on the lawn was to use incendio. This way they would burn the grass, and after the fire was extinguished it would be black, contrasting with the green grass. After thinking about this, they discarded the idea of using incendio. It was too dangerous since they would be setting the grass on fire, and it would be very difficult to control it and put it out instantly. If they did it wrong they could cause the whole Quidditch pitch to catch fire and be in serious trouble. In addition, they would have to cast a lot of incendio charms. The safest and most effective way they could come up with is to use magic herb seeds. Then they could use a charm or potion to make them grow and make the signature look big. The problem was that they needed a lot of seeds. They would have to steal a large quantity from the greenhouses. They decided that the next day they would visit the greenhouses and see if this plan was feasible. If not, they would have to find another way to write on the lawn. Chapter 80. Damn. We're screwed, growled Sirius sitting on a couch in the Gryffindor common room. Only the Marauders were in the room, as it was almost midnight, and they were all asleep. What shall we do now? Asked Peter, and everyone automatically looked at James as he always had some solution for everything. Today, they visited all the greenhouses, but the seeds there were limited. It would be impossible to steal them and not be noticed by the professors. They also tried going to the secret room and trying to ask for seeds, but for some reason, it wouldn't fulfill their request. Maybe they were asking for too many seeds. James found himself thinking of another way to accomplish writing in giant letters on the lawn. Everyone was looking at him expectantly. Maybe, find a spell to dig up the soil and shape the grass. Leaving it brown where the letters are formed, he replied after a few seconds of contemplation. That's a good idea. What spell exactly? Asked Sirius impatiently. I haven't the slightest idea, said James, who didn't learn such a spell, as it would be useless for a battle. We should go to the library and start looking, suggested Toby. No, it's better to go to the room of requirement. If you ask, it will give you the books and save us time, said Lupin, and they all nodded. Asking for books did work. At that very moment, they headed for the secret room that they had called the room of requirement since it fulfills your wishes to a certain extent. James used the method of turning around 3 times. This time asking in his head for charms that cover earth magic. As they entered the room they could see a simple bookshelf with several books, a small round coffee table, and some couches. Let's get to work, gentlemen. The night is young, Sirius said as he grabbed the first book and began to read it. 2 hours passed. They each read a book. To their bad luck, no one found a useful charm. They were either too simple or too complicated. As Sirius was about to complain, Toby spoke up. I think I found something, he said, and everyone came over and looked at the book he was reading. The charm was as follows. Terraform. This charm is of intermediate difficulty. It allows mages to modify the earth superficially. It affects only the upper layers of the earth, avoiding deep excavations. To ensure that the shape created remains, the mage must perform an additional charm after sculpting the earth. This charm seals the landform and prevents it from returning to its original grassy state for a specified amount of time. Warning. Excessive or improper use could adversely affect the health of the soil. Users are advised to be cautious and considerate so as not to cause irreparable damage. Wand movement. Then, the book explained the specific movement of the wand. The correct pronunciation and a few more tips on how to cast the charm correctly. This is what we were looking for, exclaimed Sirius enthusiastically. The room of requirement saved us a lot of time, commented Lupin. If they had gone to the library it would have taken days. If they had this room when they did the 100 dumb bomb prank it wouldn't have taken so long to find the book with the damn potion in it. Thursday, May 12, 1972. It was 3 days until the Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff match and about 10 days until the Slytherin vs Ravenclaw match, which would be the last Quidditch match of the year. It was getting closer and closer to summer, the days were getting hotter, and the sun was getting stronger. It was also very close to the exams, and now most of the students were studying and revising. William, the captain of the Gryffindor team, looked like a mummy. Besides killing himself training, figuratively speaking, he was also in a very important year at Hogwarts and much more difficult than the previous ones. Lily Evans, it seems, increased her study hours, as she spent all her time in the library or the Gryffindor common room reading her notes or a book. Even James saw her reading while eating breakfast. Toby, Peter, and Lupin also started studying with much more emphasis, only leaving time for the last big prank. James had more limited time. Besides studying, he had to keep training and reading advanced books to get stronger. He also had Quidditch training. And lastly, he had to leave some free time for the joke. Somehow, he managed it. Mostly by putting studying aside, as he was very smart and knew he would pass anyway. The only one who seemed out of place was Sirius, who was all day talking about the prank. He was very confident in his intelligence and knew he would pass, so he spent time on the prank. "Listen to me, James. We have to put a hex on the grass or something." "Oh, I know. We can make the grass smell putrid, that way they won't be able to concentrate, and they'll score very few points," whispered Sirius near James with an evil grin. James, who had some free time, decided to fool around with Sirius. "That's a good idea. Should we contact the Joker again?" whispered James. They could buy a lot of dung bombs now that they had over 100 galleons between the two of them. The two continued talking and exchanging different ideas that they would never put into practice as they chuckled under their breath. Lupin looked up from his book and rolled his eyes. "Shouldn't they be studying?" he asked in exasperation. "Don't be a spoilsport, Lupin. The exams are far away." "You should be fine," said Sirius. As for Toby and Peter, he thought it was fine for them to start studying now since they weren't as smart as the three of them. "If you don't get a good grade, your mother will keep sending you vociferous letters," said Lupin, trying to convince Sirius. "TSCH, you're right," grunted Sirius, getting up and grabbing a book from the stack next to Lupin. "What are you going to do?" asked Lupin, looking at James, who had a thoughtful expression. "I'll go wander around for a bit," said James, getting up and waving lazily as he walked to the exit of the common room. He had already studied a complicated defense against the dark arts book. As for exams, he wasn't worried. By wandering, he meant going to the Dragon Club, but he didn't explicitly say so, as he noticed that the Marauders were a bit annoyed that he spent so much time at the club. "Finally, I'll be able to study in peace," thought Lupin, looking back down at the book in his notes. James, upon arriving at the clubhouse, noticed that there weren't many people. This was usually the case since there was no specific schedule to keep. As for his relationships with the club members, they didn't improve much. He only interacted with Erica, Gwen, and a guy named Bob from Hufflepuff, who had a few conversations and dueling practices. As he entered the main hall, he noticed Narcissa Black, to his bad luck. "Why is she always there when I come in?" James thought with a barely visible grimace. Whenever he was reading in the club library or the potions room, he always felt the cold stare of Sirius' cousin. On the table where Narcissa was sitting were a large number of books and parchments. She was studying for exams. James headed for the library. A Ravenclaw boy was reading at a single table, and another table by the window Gwen was reading. From one of the shelves, he took a book titled Updated Countercurse Handbook and walked over to where Gwen was sitting and sat down across from her. He opened the book to the page where he had left off and began to read silently. 15 minutes later, Gwen looked up, and looking at James, said, "Now won't you say hello to me?" "I saw you concentrating too hard on the book," replied James, turning to the next page. He was almost certain that, if he interrupted her reading, Gwen would have been annoyed anyway. "That book isn't a first year." "Shouldn't you be studying for exams?" asked Gwen. "I am up to date. I'll study later. Right now, I'm reading as a hobby," replied James. "If you have so much free time. Have you deciphered the message on the silver bracelet yet?" asked Gwen, looking at James with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, James grimaced slightly. He had completely forgotten about that matter. It had been several days since Gwen had been telling him to start trying to decipher the message on the silver bracelet she had given him. He didn't have time on his hands to start studying ancient runes. If it had been anyone else, he'd send it to hell, but he couldn't do it with her. "I'm on it, it's harder than I thought." "You are a genius to be able to write such a message," lied James, trying to praise her so she wouldn't find out. "You're lying," said Gwen, who didn't let herself be cajoled by the praise. "That's rude," said James, trying to sound indignant and angry. "Then look at me," said Gwen as James was watching the scenery out the window. James looked at her and their eyes met. "When you lie, you don't look at me. Plus, your fingers on your right hand gently tapped the table," Gwen added as she explained the reasons why she believed James was lying. What the hell, thought James, surprised by such a revelation. Even he didn't know that he gently tapped the table when he lied. "I'm right, aren't I?" said Gwen with a slightly triumphant smile as she noticed James' shocked expression. "How do you know that?" asked James with a raised eyebrow. "Watching you. How else?" "That's not the point. You'd better get to looking up the meaning of the bracelet," growled Gwen. "Fine, fine. I will," said James quickly. He could only backtrack now that his lie was uncovered. "Hey, James," greeted a voice. Turning his head, he noticed it was Bob, the third-year Hufflepuff boy. Chapter 81. "Bob. How are you?" greeted James with a smile. After Gwen and Erica, Bob was the closest person to James from the Dragon Club. "Good. Hi Gwen," Bob said as he looked at the blonde girl who didn't look at him and had a slight frown on her face. Seconds passed, and Gwen didn't respond. Bob scratched his cheek and asked, "Hey James, do you want to go practice a little in the dueling room?" Practicing with Bob, a third-year student, more fourth than third, was very beneficial to James, but as he was about to speak, Gwen spoke in a cold tone, "He can't. We're reading." "Oh well, sorry for interrupting." "See you," Bob said quickly and embarrassed as he walked out of the library. "What's wrong with you? Why are you treating him like this?" asked James with a frown, looking at Gwen, who looked as if nothing had happened. He noticed the contemptuous tone in Gwen's voice. "Don't you know? His family is Muggle," Gwen replied scornfully, looking at her nails. James didn't know about this information. He hadn't spent that much time with Bob to learn about his family's origins. He had forgotten about this part of Gwen's personality. "So what's wrong with his family being Muggle?" asked James, trying to control his anger. "Ugh, same conversation again," said Gwen, sighing with irritation. "What did good old Bob do to you to make you treat him like that?" continued James, trying to talk some sense into his friend. "He didn't do anything to me. But that's not the point. We're two different kinds of people," said Gwen, trying not to raise her voice. By different kinds of people, she meant that she as a pure blood was superior to a mudblood. People who are a disgrace to the magical world. If he is an inferior person. How did he get into the Dragon Club? Wasn't it an exclusive club? Tell me, the other pureblood students who don't get into any of the three clubs, are they inferior to him? Asked James. Gwen frowned at this question. James had a point, but she wasn't planning on agreeing with him. I only get into the club because of Erica and her Ravenclaw friends. They're moralists who think we're all the same, Gwen replied. James couldn't believe how biased Gwen was, making such cheap excuses. Do you listen to the idiotic things you say? Asked James, getting angrier and angrier. Don't say I'm talking nonsense. You and I are superior people to them. Why can't you see that? Just look at our talent and theirs. The answer is clear, exclaimed Gwen, getting up from her seat and glaring at James. Not true, exclaimed James, also getting up from his seat and scowling at Gwen. Then name me a mudblood who is on par with us, demanded Gwen irritably. Come on, speak up, insisted Gwen at James' silence. Lily Evans, she's superior to many students from pureblood families, replied James. The first person that popped into his head was the red-haired girl. In an instant, the air grew thicker. Gwen, feeling angrier for some reason, repeated the name in a different tone. Lily Evans, she muttered slowly, her lips speaking the name with fury and a hatred she hadn't felt before. The Ravenclaw boy who was reading stopped his activity and watched the fight as if it were a spectacle. He didn't mind them raising their voices. He preferred gossip. Who is she? Asked Gwen in a low, cold tone, looking at James. I told you. A person who outranks many heirs of pureblood families, said James, still angry and not noticing Gwen's change. James angrily closed the book, put it on the shelf, and walked out of the place angrily, leaving Gwen at the table alone. Gwen couldn't believe she had been left alone, especially when she had so many more questions about Lily Evans. It was similar to the time she walked out of classroom 11 and left James alone, but now it happened to her. 2 days passed since the argument between James and Gwen, and since that day they stopped talking to each other. If he was in the Dragon Clubhouse, they ignored each other and did not practice together anymore. James, these days was in a very bad mood. He didn't like that discussion at all, especially because of Gwen's position, who was one of his first friends and whom he valued very much. Another problem came to James' mind these days. Lupin, and his lycanthropy. He didn't know how to approach him to talk about it, which put him in a bad mood. All the attempts to talk about personal problems with his friends ended badly, and he didn't want to fight with Lupin. Luckily, today was the day of the match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. There was a great atmosphere at breakfast in the large hall. The day was sunny and without a cloud in sight, perfect weather to send off the last Gryffindor Quidditch match. Minutes before the start of the match, the stadium was already packed. The Gryffindor crowd was cheering and chanting without stopping for a second. If they could get a good result, they could have minimal hopes of winning the coveted title. On the other hand, the Slytherin stands were booing and whistling at the top of their lungs. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw stands were quieter, as they couldn't win the championship at this point. "Come on, team. If we win by a good score, we'll pass Slytherin and have a chance to win the championship," cheered William in the locker room as they were about to leave. James was there with the whole team, even though he would not be playing. Fabian and Gideon Pruitt had exasperated faces. It was 15 minutes ago that William was giving a motivational speech. They know the plan. "Axel will try to catch the snitch when we have a good points lead, in the meantime don't take your eye off the Hufflepuff seeker," said William, looking at Fabian and Gideon. "Yeah," said the brothers vaguely. "This is my last chance," thought Alex, gripping his broom tightly. The strategy was to get the snitch once they had a good amount of points. It was a risky strategy, but if it went well they could overtake Slytherin by a large amount of points and increase the chance of them not catching them. "Let's go," said William excitedly, walking out of the locker room. "Yes," they all exclaimed in unison as they walked out onto the pitch and were cheered by all of Gryffindor. James then went to the stands with the Marauders and watched the match nervously. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Gryffindor didn't mind conceding goals as long as they were up on the scoreboard. Fabian kept looking at the opposing seeker. William was having a great match, as the batsmen were not so attentive to the chasers. He had to save many more quaffles than usual, and none of them escaped him. Earning a lot of applause from the Gryffindor stand. Thanks to William's incredible saves they managed to take the lead on the scoreboard. "Don't take your eye off him," shouted Gideon to his brother while he was heading for a bludger. The score was increasing in favor of Gryffindor. However, Hufflepuff was on their heels, 10-0, 20-10, 30-20, and so on. "Good, it's better if the snitch doesn't show up," thought James without taking his eyes off Alex. To his bad luck a shout was heard, "Look at that. I think it's the snitch," exclaimed a Gryffindor boy. It was indeed the golden snitch, which was very difficult to track with the eyes because of its incredible speed. "Don't catch it yet," shouted William in the direction of Alex, who flew with incredible speed to the snitch. They needed more goals. Every goal was a higher percentage for Slytherin not to pass them when they beat Ravenclaw. No one believed the Eagles could beat the Snakes. Between Fabian, Gideon, and Alex they tried to stop the opposing seeker by getting in his way or throwing an angry bludger at him. "Damn, he's sneaky," cursed Fabian as he saw his bludger being dodged by the skin of his teeth. Time continued to pass and it was getting harder and harder to try and stop the opposing seeker as he was being helped by his team. He wasn't alone. "William, at this rate, they'll catch the snitch," shouted Gideon urgently. He knew it would be more dangerous if they kept playing with fire. "One more goal," said William, refusing to end the match. All of Gryffindor screamed in fright and covered their eyes when they saw that the Hufflepuff seeker was about to catch the snitch. Toby had his back turned. He didn't want to see. Lupin clutched his robes tightly. Sirius wanted to look calm, but every time, he sighed calmly because the opposing seeker missed giving him away. Peter was biting his nails and trembling slightly. As for James, he noticed that his heart was beating very fast, something unusual for him. Not even against the Slytherin match did such a thing happen to him. "Gryffindor goal," shouted Murphy McNully with excitement in his tone. Even though he was from Hufflepuff, he was very professional at his job, as he wanted to be the best Quidditch commentator. With this goal, Gryffindor reaches 110 points. An unbelievable score. Wait, look. Hufflepuff goal. Chaser Ryan doesn't stand still and attacks immediately. 110-100. In favor of Gryffindor. "Do it, Alex," shouted William. It was time to end the match. At the go-ahead a smile formed on Alex's face. Finally, he could act and not stand on the sidelines trying to defend the snitch. A race began between Alex and the rival seeker. In a moment two bludgers were headed for them, one to each of them. Alex managed to dodge by the skin of his teeth. However, it was not the same for the long-haired Hufflepuff boy. The bludger barely touched the tip of his broom, but it was enough to knock him off balance. This small slip served to Alex manage to get ahead and catch the snitch spinning to avoid crashing. Alex raised his fist and with his broom flew high for all to see. The golden snitch was caught by the Gryffindor seeker. "Alex," exclaimed Murphy, and all of Gryffindor was filled with cheers, applause, and whistles. End of the match, Gryffindor 260, Hufflepuff 100. Chapter 82. William lunged at Alex, almost tackling him. "Well done," he shouted enthusiastically as he shook his hair roughly. The other members of the team also went to hug Alex. "What a fabulous match." "They wiped the floor with Hufflepuff," exclaimed Sirius excitedly. It was a great party in Gryffindor that day. The chances of winning the title had increased by far. Besides, Slytherin had a big responsibility on their shoulders. They had to win by a landslide, and although Ravenclaw plays very badly, nerves can play a dirty trick. The league standings were as follows. 1 Gryffindor, 570. 2 Slytherin, 370. 3 Hufflepuff, 360. 4 Ravenclaw, 70. The Slytherin team before catching the snitch must score 50 points to catch Gryffindor. With that tie result, Slytherin would win since they won their confrontation against Gryffindor. They will have to make a strategy similar to that of Gryffindor in this match. Only with 50 points. They can already catch the snitch. The chances for Gryffindor to win the title were still low, but there was more hope than before. The next few days there was a more tense air in the halls of the school. Most of the Gryffindor students, when they met someone from Slytherin, would try to get on their nerves, especially the members of the Quidditch team. They also started treating the Ravenclaw students with a lot of enthusiasm, to see if they get a miracle and manage to play a little better. If they continue at this pace, it will be a stain on Ravenclaw's Quidditch history. They will be remembered as the worst team. In the Marauders' dormitory, a nightly meeting was taking place. It was getting closer every day to the Slytherin match, which would be the end of the Quidditch League. It was also an important day for the Marauders. It would be the day when the whole school would know the name of the group of pranksters who pulled the flower prank and the dung bomb prank. His firm had already decided. On the grass of the Quidditch pitch in giant letters, they would write, "The Marauders." Below in smaller size, they would draw a pair of dung bombs and the flowers that emerged on the heads of the first-year Slytherin students. And lastly, a message that reads, "Slytherin sucks." This way they could continue to taunt the Snake House and could even distract the Slytherin players in the match, as they will have to observe such words throughout the game. The Terraforma charm polishes the earth and shapes it into letters. They had already practiced it during this time and were confident that they could firm up their work the night before the match. The current problem was that the professors or the headmaster might fix the turf and make it grow back, erasing the message. None of them knew if there was an incantation to make the grass grow back, but they could not be confident. Since there would be all the professors and the headmaster himself, it was certain they could fix it. "The ingredients of this potion are very rare, it's used for something else," said Lupin, looking at the open book on the coffee table. They had found a solution to this problem, the potion of magic rooting. This potion is generally used by herbologists to give special properties to the soil. One of the effects it has is that it protects the soil for a certain period. Just what the Marauders need so that no one can reverse the message they write all over the lawn. "Yes, plus we'll need more than one vial to cover a large area," said James with a hard expression. "It's the only thing we found. We won't find anything else these days. Time is limited. We have to get the ingredients any way we can," said Sirius in a serious tone. Everyone was silent. It seemed that this potion was the only one that had the desired effect of protecting the message. "Well, read the ingredients," said James, looking at Toby. 2 measures of standard ingredient. 2 berries of mistletoe. 1 cooked mandrake, 2 leaves of poisonous tentacle, read Toby and gulped. "Lastly 10 fairy eggs," he concluded. "The only thing we have, and it's easy to get, are mistletoe berries and the standard ingredient," said Lupin with an ugly expression. I heard that the scream of a mandrake when it's dug up is deadly," said Toby, shivering. "It's not much of a problem. We put on earmuffs, and the problem was solved. I'm more worried about the poisonous tentacula." "What's that?" asked Sirius. The name poisonous didn't indicate anything good. As usual, they looked to James for the answer. At first, he didn't know what this magical plant was all about, so earlier he went to the library to investigate. "It is a poisonous plant that expels poison from its shoots," and its spikes are deadly. It is one of the most dangerous plants, and older students start studying it at Hogwarts, James replied, and Peter shrieked in fear. Why is everything deadly in this potion? Whispered Lupin with a strange look on his face. We can't, guys. It's too dangerous. Besides, we have to go to the Forbidden Forest to look for the fairy eggs, said Peter, stuttering and scared. We don't have to go to the Forbidden Forest, said James. What do you mean? Asked Toby. In the orchard, Hagrid has behind his hut there are fairies. Don't you remember he showed them to us? Replied James. That's right. Problem solved. Let's go there and get the fairy eggs, said Sirius with a smile. They usually visited Hagrid on weekends. They already had the confidence to ask him for some fairy eggs. What about the poison tentacle? Asked Peter, who was still not quite in agreement. James and I will take care of that. As for the mandrake, we'll go tomorrow night. James will cast a Silencio Barriera charm, and we'll take it out. Then we'll stew it right then and there to shut it up, Sirius explained seriously. Devising a plan to get the ingredients as quickly as possible and have the potion ready. In the end, they decided to take twice as many ingredients so they could have more potions since they needed to cover a large area of land. Lastly, they would look for the fairy eggs in Hagrid's hut. Sleep well, gentlemen. Tomorrow will be a long day, said Sirius as he went to bed. A day where we will visit greenhouses with deadly plants, thought Peter and Toby fearfully. There were 7 herbology greenhouses at Hogwarts. So far the Marauders only visited 2 greenhouses, 1 and 2. From 3 upwards are for more advanced years and therefore more dangerous magical plants such as the poisonous tentacula, among others. The next day at dusk, when everyone was already sleeping or staying awake while studying in the common room, the Marauders slipped away in the invisibility cloak in the direction of the greenhouses. It would be the first time they had ever left the castle late at night, it was forbidden, and if they were caught they would have a worse punishment than if they were caught in the castle corridors. Peter did not come on this mission. He was too afraid of this dangerous mission. Anyway, only 4 people could go under the cloak. So, no one said anything to him. He only earned a little displeasure from Sirius, who didn't like cowards. Don't step on me, Toby, complained Sirius as he felt someone step on his expensive custom-made robes. It wasn't me, said Toby, sounding a little indignant. It was me, sorry, apologized Lupin. Shoo. Someone's coming, said James in an alert tone, and stopping. Sirius bumped into his shoulder. Ouch, said Sirius in a low tone as he touched his nose. Sniff over there, my treasure. They may be hiding in a corner, it was Filch, talking to Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris is Filch's pet cat. She has yellow eyes, a scrawny, skinny, skeletal body, and grayish fur. The 4 boys held their breath and watched as Mrs. Norris passed close behind them, sniffing. Sirius had his wand in hand, rather than be caught he would rather cast a fumose and run away from Filch. The invisibility cloak couldn't be beaten by Mrs. Norris's sniffing. Looks like there's nothing, let's go to the next corridor, my treasure, Filch said as he walked away. Why do you call your cat treasure? Asked Sirius with distaste. I don't know. Let's keep going, said James as he started walking again. They made it out of the castle successfully. It was a clear night with very few clouds. The light of the crescent illuminated the dark fields of Hogwarts. We'll go into Greenhouse 3 first hopefully, everything we need will be there, said Lupin as they began to march. Luckily, the greenhouses were closer than Hagrid's hut. The greenhouses were next to each other, just a few meters apart, numbered 1 through 7. When they arrived in front of the greenhouses they removed their invisibility cloak, as Filch couldn't reach this far. There was a sign with the number 3 somewhat rusted. The greenhouse was surrounded by battlements giving it an antique look.